Hello everyone, welcome to What If Belle Was the Prophesied Hero Who Will Kill the Black Dragon Movie 2. Before we start, please go support VicMarVaz for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistake in character's gender, but of course Belle is a male. Chapter 16, Declaration of War. What am I clinging to so tightly? To your eyes that do not look at me, or to your heart that is not mine, is Fial Andromeda. Alright, anyway, I'm used to it by now. People leave suddenly and never return. I learned it from my grandfather. The wide hallway led us to another door. A giant door made of orichalcum blocked our path. The floor was covered in dust and small debris, indicating that it had been opened not long ago. It wasn't clear, but from the other side came muffled screams accompanied by metallic sounds. Felsen, it's here. I took out the orb that came in Ryusen's backpack and held it up to the door. A grotesque noise echoed before it began to rise and reveal the scene on the other side. The Xenos wore ferocious expressions as they clashed swords against the adventurers who held their companions captive. It had only been a couple of seconds since the door opened, but blood was already flowing. The clash of swords sent a thick, red drizzle falling onto the floor. The cries of pain and rage perfectly complemented the chaotic scene. Then the bloodied figure of a lizard man wielding two scimitars entered my field of vision. He did everything he could to eliminate the adventurer in front of him. Lidson, I ran towards him. Felsen began to provide support magic, helping to free the caged Xenos. Just as he was about to reach and take down the adventurer, a shrill scream echoed throughout the place. Bellcranel. It was as if she were using an item to amplify her voice, reflexively grabbing my attention. Far away at the end of this great chamber stood an adventurer in goggles and slicked back hair, banging a crimson-red spear against his shoulder. Come to me. He was wearing goggles, but I could feel him staring at me with eyes brimming with murderous intent. He flashed a shameless smile, his posture mirroring his defiant attitude. He wasn't on guard, and he didn't look at me as a threat either. Let's play a little rookie. Along with her words, a tingling sensation ran through my entire body. A bad feeling washed over me, making me break out in a cold sweat. It was just as she was about to run towards him that she made a sign with her hands and murmured quickly, "Get lost in an endless nightmare." A wave of red magical power spread throughout the area. I couldn't see because Felsen stepped in front of me before I even realized it. Without even being able to verify things, my body moved on its own, dodging a double scimitar cut. What? Confused, I looked at Lidson. The eyes that once radiated kindness now gazed at me with murderous fury like any monster in the dungeon. Arrgghhhhh. He swung both scimitars at me. The metal blades sliced through the air with destructive force. Lidson. I was forced to draw my daggers, otherwise I would truly be cut in two. I refrained from attacking and did my best to deflect the attacks. Each impact sent vibrations through my bones, numbing my arms. I can't hold it in, I need to get serious. But despite knowing it, I wasn't able to do it. There was a possibility of seriously injuring Lidson, something I couldn't allow. It was then that Felsen's voice came from behind. It's a curse, Bellcranel. I took a quick look over my shoulder. He was fighting another pair of Xenos, trying to hold them off just like I was. You have to eliminate the one who cast the curse to deactivate it. Eliminate. The doubt soon disappeared. I took a quick look at the end of the camera where the adventurer stood with goggles and a wicked smile. UOOARRG. Lidson, noticing my lack of attention in the battle, swung the scimitars roughly from side to side, looking to cut me. I narrowly dodged all the attacks and sang to myself, Laplace. I needed to incapacitate Lidson and go finish off the curse user. I'm sorry, Lidson. The world turned a digital blue. Like an ocean of information, I sank into its waters and could perceive all kinds of movements. From the tension in his muscles as he moved to the scales on his skin shrinking. Thanks to that, I was able to see an image prior to his movements. A second Lidson who was a few seconds ahead of the original, OUGH. Having successfully predicted his movements, I anticipated them and struck him in the jaw with the hilt of the Hestia dagger. The blow was like a stab wound that lodged between his jaw and throat, momentarily stunning him. When he fell to his knees, I ran across the chaotic battlefield filled with monstrous roars and frantic screams to the goggle-wearing adventurer. Using all my speed with the help of a second of Argonaut on the sole of my boots, I was in front of him in just 3 seconds. You're fast, you little bastard. We clashed weapons instantly. Reddish sparks danced through the air before disappearing along with the metallic sounds. Who the hell are you? Where is Wenne? Die, you idiot. We struggled for a couple of seconds until I managed to make him back off. He was sweating profusely and his breathing wasn't normal, as if he were suffering from a status debuff from the curse I had cast. Understanding that, I moved towards him and didn't let him regain his position. Dust rose, creating a small cloud of smoke. Deactivate the curse. I wielded both daggers in a series of rapid, repeated slashes, but he nimbly blocked them with the crimson spear. However, he wasn't a particularly tough opponent. I could see its afterimage, allowing me to predict its next moves. Its strength seemed to be that of a level 5, but it was fighting with the strength of a level 4, the same level as me. Since I understood that, I carried everything. I used feints I had learned in Ryusen's training, and despite noticing them, the man was unable to follow them. Tusk. I threw 2 cuts and a spinning kick. Then I went down with a kick to take him down and came up with a diagonal cut. The spear spun, creating a blood-red circle and repelling some of my attacks, making sparks dance in the air, but it didn't go beyond that. He was forced to deactivate the curse within minutes to avoid losing his mind over one of my cuts. Damn it, weren't you a freaking level 3? What the hell is that ridiculous strength? I stopped at that moment. The aura I was giving off now was very different from what it had been a few seconds ago. It was clear to me that I had been training with top-level people. I could instinctively or intuitively identify the level just by looking at their posture. I'm not at LV3, I went up to 4 a long time ago. That. The man raised his eyebrows in an expression of displeasure. He seemed not to believe me, but shortly after he smiled and sighed. I see you hid your true level from the guild. Haha, doesn't that make you a criminal? I used the brief ceasefire to catch my breath and regulate my breathing. I needed to prepare my body to face the enemy's new level of difficulty. I also took a quick look at my friends, confirming that they were no longer under the effects of the curse. Hiding my level doesn't make me a criminal, I said, turning my attention back to the man with goggles. But isn't that prohibited? That makes you a criminal, not that it matters. I don't consider myself a good person either. The brief conversation was pointless, but I didn't object to continuing it. My right arm was behind my back, loading Argonaut into the Hestia dagger to finish him off in a single blow. Thanks to the grueling training I endured, I was able to silence it to a certain extent. Although a minute was the limit, after that the bells would start ringing. Haha, yeah, you're not a good person. Those bodies we find every day, that was you, right? Wow, haha, the little rookie has such a bizarre backstory. Are you really a candidate for hero? The man combed his hair back. He seemed to be enjoying the brief moment of peace. Then he flashed a sharp smile. My name is Dix Perdix. I got into a fighting stance. Ushiwakamaru in my left hand and the Hestia dagger still behind my back. I don't care about your name, attack or I will. Haha, you're quite different from the rumors about your personality, you little rookie. Are you a wolf in sheep's clothing? When I saw that he had no intention of attacking, I stepped onto the ground with a second of Argonaut and took off towards him. Debris flew out behind me, and then I revealed the Hestia dagger covered in a pure white glow. When I stopped suppressing the tinkling, the place began to resonate with the ringing of bells. Only then did Dix Perdix's eyes widen in shock. What the hell is that? He took a great leap backward, but I eliminated that distance with another step powered by Argonaut. Thanks to the grueling training, my control of Argonaut was near perfect. I could use multiple charges simultaneously as well as coordinate them with my movements. Hey, in the blink of an eye he was face to face with Dix Perdix. I could feel the confusion in her eyes. Where is Wenne? The Hestia dagger formed a purple crescent, aiming for Dix Perdix's neck. However, with an annoyed grimace he managed to block it, if it has even a single scratch. Get away, you bastard. I sheathed Ushiwakamaru and powered up my attacks with Argonaut-coated firebolt. They were not only fast but twice as strong. Soon my body began to perform acrobatics in the air, changing position to position in less than a second and attacking Dix Perdix from all sides. I'm going to kill you. Guh, my blood boiled in my veins. Small flashes of the moments I spent with Wenne passed through my mind. That night she cried while dreaming, the time she accidentally cut me with her claws, as well as the many times she showed a smile while enjoying things she had never seen before. Then a brief scene appeared. Where is Wenne was crying, curled up in a dark corner somewhere damp, calling my name between sobs. Tell me where he is, you bastard. I managed to break through his defense and planted my foot on his chest. With 2 seconds of Argonaut on the sole of my boot, Dix Perdix flew towards the opposite wall, embedding itself in it with a deafening noise. In one of the many training sessions I had with Ryusen, after being beaten up and receiving a lap pillow. As he stroked my hair, Ryusen commented with a certain intrigue in his voice. Cranelson, that ability, Argonaut, has a lot of potential. Huh. For a moment, it seemed that her eyes showed a slight feeling of regret. They were the eyes of someone who, at some point in the past, wished he had had what he was looking at in the present. It's a skill that will strike fear into the hearts of those who become your enemies. Believe me, if you master it perfectly, you will be very strong. Then that look disappeared. She gave me a smile that enhanced her beauty. Ryusen always looked beautiful when she smiled. Then while explaining what the training to master Argonaut would be like, Ryu suddenly said, if I think about it, it's normal. What thing? Your skill. Argonaut was a hero considered a clown, right? Well, yes, you could see it that way. For a moment I thought it was an indirect or subtle way of calling me a clown, but with a gentle smile she continued. But even as a clown he faced a minotaur. They say his actions inspired many to become heroes. It's no exaggeration to say he ushered in the age of heroes. I didn't know you liked heroic tales, Ryusen. Ryusen looked at me for a second, then after nodding with a hem, he let out a sigh into the wind. We were in the back of the Lady of Abundance under the shade of the only tree in the place. The wind, as if playing in her favor, swayed her hair. I think you've infected me, Cranelson. Naturally, I was embarrassed. I remembered that time I met Ryusen and he acted strangely, only to later discover that he was carrying around various heroic tales with him. That day when we sat down on a bench and he asked me to read him one of the stories, still surfaced vividly in my memories. That's why I think it's normal that, out of all the adventurers, this skill has fallen into your hands. Because you inspire many people, Cranelson. My chest beat strongly. I felt more precisely the softness of her fingers caressing my hair as well as the warmth of her lap. Of course, I am one of those people. You inspire me to be a better person and to continue living as one. That day I took it for granted that when Ryusen smiled, she looked more beautiful than ever. However, it was a thought I kept to myself. Dix's mind flickered, confused. His whole body was numb, and several ribs were broken by the kick that had slammed him into the wall. He pulled his body from the rubble and fell to the ground, staggering. Just as he was about to regain his balance and his vision cleared, the next thing he felt was a punch to the face. Erk. The blow caused his back to arch unnaturally, plunging the back of his neck into the ground. Everything was spinning. The place flickered from white to black. One moment I saw a fist and the next everything was dark. Where is Wenne? Despite being one level above bellcranel, Dix was being overwhelmed in both destructive power, speed, skills, and battle experience. How did he get so strong? He's just a rookie. Dix couldn't understand it, and because he had something he didn't understand in front of him, a slight hint of fear was born in his being. He remembered that brilliant white light, whether on his weapons or any part of his body, it greatly enhanced his destructive power. It was a terrifying ability that made his hair stand on end and his skin crawl. I'm asking you, Dix. The blows continued one after another. Each one drove him deeper and deeper into the ground. Of course, they were imbued with argonaut. Just 1 second of each hit was enough to make the place tremble and send vibrations everywhere. Dix's face soon turned blood red, and his teeth didn't hold out for long either. Monster. At that moment, Bell stopped. His right fist froze in midair, inches from hitting Dix's face. Ha ha. He breathed heavily. He realized he had lost his mind, and that he had almost killed Dix without first finding out where Wenne was being held. Ha. She sighed and took a deep breath. The scent of blood permeated the place, but it wasn't an unfamiliar smell. If you don't want to tell me, I'll make you say it. Bell gathered magical power in the palm of his hand, then placed it on Dix's battered chest. The look in his eyes showed not the slightest hint of compassion for the one who had hurt someone dear to him. To someone he considered his daughter. Magic explosion. Stop, please stopey. Inside the library of Riviera and Bell's house on the large rug in the center. Bell, your magic power is incredible. Oh really? Yes, it's so dense and explosive, similar to magma. Plus, it has a beautiful color. After a long session of magical study, Bell and Riviera had decided to take a well-deserved break on the comfortable library carpet. Bell was sitting on his knees and Riviera was resting her head on his lap. When Bell asked why she should give him a lap pillow, Riviera said dignifiedly, "Knowledge isn't free, now stop complaining and be my p." Of course, Bell didn't find it unpleasant to have such a beauty on his lap, and although it was embarrassing at first, he soon got used to it and even now stroked her long, silky jade-green hair. Have you heard of the magic explosion? No, but it sounds dangerous. Well, it is. It's a technique I developed in one of the many encounters with death I had. Doesn't it sound rather nasty when you put it that way? It makes me want to know more about your adventures. At that moment, Riviera smiled as she said, "I'll tell you one day." Then, with a serious expression, she looked at Bell from his lap. In simple terms, it's the accumulation and release of magical power. For example, he extended his right arm upwards, as if he wanted to grasp the air, and manipulated magical power in the palm of his hand. A bright jade-green flame danced in her hand, then disappeared into thin air. That was the accumulation part. Oh. Bell's eyes sparkled, captivated by the sight. Riviera's magical power was worthy of her, beautiful and graceful. I can't do the release part because it would blow up our house. But in short, you have to condense magical power and accumulate it before releasing it all at once. It's very practical for mages confined to melee combat whose spells are very long and don't have the benefit of concurrent chanting. That sounds great, but isn't it useless for me? My magic doesn't require singing, and I'm even about to master concurrent singing thanks to you and Ryusen. Well. Lying on Bell's lap, Riviera formed a very peculiar smile. Bell described her as suggestive, but there was certainly something more to her beautifully curved lips. Mana released in its natural state is immensely destructive, and it was a strange thing to see, but Bell hadn't misinterpreted it. Riviera displayed a beautiful smile imbued with a slight euphoric feeling. Do you know what happens when you forcibly introduce some mana into someone else's body? Something Bell took note of was that he didn't dislike this new facet of Riviera. It was even fiery. From the beginning, Riviera never intended to teach magic explosion to Bell. He didn't mention it at the time, but it was a superior technique developed by the court magicians in his kingdom to extract information from enemies or revolutionaries who were against the crown. Therefore, due to the good atmosphere at that moment, Riviera had the small slip of mentioning it as additional information. For her, Belle was incompatible with magic explosion because it was a torture technique, something that someone so kind and gentle would be impossible to use. Please. But Belle had learned it behind his back. Stop. He sent magical power into the target's body and made it explode from the inside. Since the magical power was not that of the affected person, it acted like a virus and clashed with their own magical power, creating a deadly series of endless explosions. It destroyed blood vessels, it tore muscles and ligaments, it ripped organs to pieces. Stop. The worst part was that it didn't kill the victim. It kept them in a dying state despite the internal devastation, all thanks to magic power. It was, in essence, a pitched battle between millions and millions of mana particles inside the fragile human body. Dix could barely form the words. His subconscious mind took imminent death for granted, but he also denied it and let himself fall onto a small pillow of hope. With the others, from the beginning he never had a chance. Despite being a level above Belle, he had been overwhelmed by him in every possible way. His fighting technique was at a level bordering on mastery thanks to the hellish training he underwent. Thanks to this, he knew which attacks to dodge, which to block, and when to strike. He didn't miss feints or double-edged tricks. Gradually, he had even developed the habit of analyzing his opponent's fighting technique just by looking at their equipment and posture. A ruthless gaze settled in his eyes as he surveyed Dix's dying body. He was clearly just steps away from death, but he wasn't bothered in the slightest. He could not show pity or mercy to those who dared to hurt his loved ones. With the others. Are there more? He glanced around the battlefield. All the Xenos had decimated the remaining adventurers, and now they were busy freeing their captive companions. The sight made Belle smile, but it didn't last long. His thoughts returned to Wenne, who was nowhere to be seen. I've used Laplace for a long time. He looked around for a secret entrance. Despite a slight migraine from the information overload, he didn't deactivate his ability and continued searching. Only after 2 minutes did he find a false wall, and on the other side, Wenne, a woman had snatched the rubbered crystal embedded in Wenne's forehead. As Belle ended his fight with Dix, the situation in Riviera calmed down enough for everyone to breathe a sigh of relief. Happy and satisfied smiles appeared on everyone's faces as they bumped belts and congratulated each other. The subjugation mission was successfully completed. The Xenos were tied up, ready to be transported to a safe area on the lower floors, all on Shakti's orders. She rested for a while on a large stone, coiling her whip and catching her breath. Of all of them, she had worked the hardest today. It was no exaggeration to say that it was thanks to her that no one suffered serious injuries during the submission. Belson, how are you doing? But despite her tiredness, her thoughts wandered to a certain boy who had disappeared during all the chaos. He was cornered by the lizard man. Lid was his name. I know they're not hostile, but I'm still worried that this incident is due to a decline in their intelligence and that they've reverted to their origins. He gazed at the artificial sky of Riviera with a look of anguish. He was worried about the safety of the person he admired, something he couldn't deny. She knew Belle was strong, but his paranoid pessimism worked against her. Not that she could control it either. What am I thinking? He's Miss Riviera's designated husband. She shook off her thoughts and stood up, ready to depart at the end of her mission. It was right at that moment. Everything had changed in the blink of an eye. His body felt numb and Riviera seemed to have turned over. A second later, he was able to understand the situation. She was thrown into the air by a blow to her left side that she hadn't seen coming. Her thoughts became a jumble as her judgment blurred with the sudden pain that engulfed her. What happened? Only then, when his body landed abruptly and made a gigantic crack that split the forest, did his eyes catch sight of a monster. Even if that thing had a human form, Shakti would still think of it as a monster. She couldn't even see it clearly and only saw a walking dark mass, but she knew. The atmosphere around that thing distorted space. His mere presence paralyzed all her senses and made every inch of her body tremble. Even if I hadn't been hit, I would have been powerless to react. It was the kind of pressure that crushed you to the ground and turned you into mush without you even being able to resist. Belson. The screams of her subordinates faded along with her vision. A single blow had knocked her out, and she didn't need to be in good condition to know what would happen to the rest of the Ganesha familia. Asterius, you did come. Ray weakly raised his gaze, observing the one-sided massacre that was taking place in Riviera. The shouts before victory were imbued with despair and the subtle scent of blood. The hidden room was linked to many corridors, but one more was opened when the vulgar-looking woman pulled a lever and kicked Wenne away from her. Belle launched Ushiwakamaru, now coated with a second Argonaut. The crimson dagger sliced through the air with lightning speed aimed at the woman's head. However, she failed when the same one took an unusual turn and ran towards one of the many corridors connected to the room, disappearing into the darkness. Wenne, I'm here. Belle quickly realized that following him was pointless and turned towards Wenne, whose body was undergoing a peculiar transformation. Her childlike body vanished in the blink of an eye. She stretched out to a height of 3 meters, trailing a long, scaly tail. A pair of bat wings sprouted from its back and its upper body took on a more mature form. Its once innocent face now exuded the ferocity of a monster. The tear of Vuiver. The Vuiver tear was a drop item embedded in the foreheads of the Vuiver, whose value lay in the millions. However, when a Vuiver was deprived of its tear, they would enter a frenzied state, seeking to cut the thief's throat. UUIRG. She was no longer the little girl with a tender and innocent smile, but a monster in every sense of the word. Wenne. Belle's face twisted in pain. Wenne's adorable smile was replaced by a crescent moon of sharp, saliva-covered fangs, and the innocent look turned into a fierce, inhuman one. The scene left him in shock. There was no trace left of the wit and composure he had displayed in his battle with Dix. His thoughts collapsed at Wenne's new appearance, and such was his disbelief that he couldn't even dodge the incoming attack. Wenne spun around and lashed out with her tail, hitting Belle in the abdomen and sending him flying into the chamber wall. Belle's back arched unnaturally, unable to cushion the blow. He had no control over himself and wasn't even able to gather his thoughts to clear his judgment. Simply put, his subconscious clung to denying the reality that was unfolding before his eyes. Wenne plays. He stood up unsteady. He tried to walk towards Wenne, tears streaming down his cheeks, but he was unable to reach her. Instead, Wenne went after the woman who had stolen her tear. She left Belle behind without even a glance, breaking Belle's heart into 1,000 pieces. Because Belle shed tears of helplessness, unable to accept reality. His head was already overloaded enough with so many problems that it finally exploded. It struck the ground and it rumbled. Because her throat vibrated so intensely it felt like it was burning, threatening to burst. Her voice echoed off the walls, vibrating again and again. A desperate look settled in his eyes. The young boy was collapsing, unable to bear the burdens that eternally weighed on his shoulders. She felt her knees trembling, threatening to hit the ground and collapse in a matter of minutes. Wake up, idiot. However, he still couldn't. When he became aware of his poor condition, he hit himself. His face burned painfully, but his thoughts were slightly clearer. It's true, I can't fall, not here. He stood up, he clenched his hands into veiny fists and ran down the path Wenne had taken. Not until we save her. Even if he fell to pieces, lost limbs, or had his heart pierced, bellcranel did not intend to fall before getting his daughter to safety. It was easy to catch up to Wenne after using Argonaut on his legs to boost his desperate run. The pink-haired woman was nowhere to be seen, but Wenne had gone through a wall in search of her tear. But what puzzled Belle was the strange lighting. They should have been under the city, shrouded in shadow, but the sun's rays bathed Wenne's monstrous figure. Did we reach the surface? Was this a path to Daedalus Street? Belle's thoughts went wild as the sunlight bathed him as well. Everything spun around him and he could see the confused people surrounding them. But that confusion turned to terror when Wenne's grotesque form entered their fields of vision. Children, women, and the elderly all wore terrified faces before letting out panic screams and fleeing from the walking disaster that was Wenne. She, in a state of frenzy and madness, was destroying everything around her in search of her tear. She looked terrifying, a monster from a nightmare. But in Belle's eyes, she was just a scared little girl lost in an unfamiliar place. Wenne, calm down, it's me, Belle. He ran towards her, but then a golden ray passed right by him. When his vision cleared, Belle recognized the golden beam as a spear. It had broken the sound barrier and passed just over his shoulder, hurtling toward Wenne and piercing through her. ARGGGHH. The scene where Wenne was pierced by a spear and embedded in a wall played in slow motion before Belle's eyes. He looked at her face, which was contorted with pain, desperate because she didn't understand why she was being attacked nor how to stop it. Belle stopped running, looking over his shoulder behind him. There, on the roof of the building behind him, were the executives of the Loki family. He looked down at them and they looked down at him, a power he couldn't yet attain but which he undoubtedly regarded with hostility right now. He ignored his longing Aizus, who looked at him confused. He ignored his wife Riviera, who was looking at him with a pleading look full of mixed feelings. He ignored everyone and focused his gaze on the person who had thrown the spear that was now piercing Wenne, causing her suffering. Danmachi. The rubbered eyes exuded a feeling of hostility unlike any I had ever felt before. Braver. Finn also made contact with Belle. He was curious about the peculiar, heavy expression etched on his face. Bellcranel, what's he doing here? The resentful look in her eyes left him bewildered. There was a possibility that she was annoyed at being intruded on her hunt, but the rage imbued in the ruby red negated that very possibility. Belle, for his part, ignored Riviera's pleading gaze and drew his weapons. Both daggers began to glow with a light Argonaut's aura. Don't you dare touch her. He turned his back on public opinion and his own reputation. He was willing to sacrifice all his prestige as an adventurer in order to save the terrified girl behind him. Or they will become my enemies. Because that was him, a fool who was too kind. Belle, that, kiss me. I stepped forward and cornered him against the wall using my arms to block both sides. My chest was beating strongly, filling me with a strange feeling. Ha, kiss you, I nodded slowly, feeling a burning sensation in my cheeks. I myself knew how absurd my words were, as well as how shameless and indecent it was of me, a princess of the elven race. Belle's eyes, incredulous, blinked, unable to comprehend all that was happening. I only became aware of my own appearance thanks to the reflection of my face in his beautiful eyes. It wasn't just a simple blush. Despite the ruby red spreading, I could still see how red my pale skin was. Not just my cheeks, even my ears. Just do it, I need to check something. Is that even a logical justification? Besides, what's the point of that? The atmosphere is completely different from one that leads to a kiss, and even if it were, I love someone else. I didn't like that he put up so much resistance. His attempt to get away from me was clear, so I grabbed him by the shoulders and crushed my leg between his, immobilizing him. Ook, for a moment her face paled as she looked down at his crotch. Did she think he would attack there? It was a possibility, considering the terror in her eyes, that person. I got as close as possible, feeling our breaths. Looking at him intently and quite seriously, I asked, "Is this Fial Andromeda?" The pallor in her face disappeared. Her eyebrows furrowed reflexively, understanding what I meant. Noticing that, I continued, "Is she the woman you love?" Answer. No words came from her full pink lips, but after looking away, she shook her head slightly from left to right. I see. A ball of yarn grew in my chest. It was a feeling of unease and discomfort that always appeared when Fial Andromeda approached Belle or came up in our conversations. The scene where I caught them kissing in our house surfaced in my head. Then why did you kiss her? You don't love her after all. That. Again, speechless, Belle simply looked away. His eyes held a conflicted feeling. Seeing him give me that look bothered me. Why, I still didn't know. Or I still don't accept it. It was all over the place that Belle suddenly began to have a certain importance in my life. She had arrived and established her own place in my heart without asking permission. It's not that this led to romantic feelings. For example, Aizus also held a place in my heart. We're married, aren't we? Maybe there wasn't a ceremony, but it's true that there's a document from Gremio indicating a marriage of convenience. Our signatures are there. Then why are you so adamantly refusing to kiss me? It's something I'm asking you to do, and it's not like anyone else, but you could do it. Every word that came out of my mouth increased my anger, and perhaps it wasn't even annoyance, but a terrible feeling of dissatisfaction with the situation. Once again, the figure of Fial Andromeda surfaced in my thoughts. His audacious attitude continued to unsettle me. Riviera, we should be quiet. The time we argued and he ended up sleeping with her. The uncertainty of not knowing what happened that night. The discouragement of my distressing feelings regarding his closeness with that woman. Is it perhaps that? And more than anything, the feeling of inferiority that plagued me every time I remembered it. Kissing me isn't tempting. I must have been giving such a sorry image, the opposite of my always serene and calm demeanor. I didn't need to see my reflection in their eyes to know it. I felt like that too, miserable. I just wanted to try and figure out what kind of importance Belle held for me, but I ended up feeling terrible seeing him so negative about the idea of us kissing. The sharp pain in my chest was not something I had anticipated. I lowered my gaze, avoiding showing my shameful appearance. So, I really seriously. Pursing my lips, I tried not to show the despair that overwhelmed me. That's not the case. It was then that Belle's voice rang out strong and without any hesitation in its tone. Reflexively, I looked up. When our eyes met, I saw a lovely sparkle flashing in her eyes. I held my breath, feeling his touch against my cheeks and his warmth brushing against my lips. I'm embarrassed to say it out loud, but I was momentarily captivated by her image, a confident, beautiful, and passionate gaze. When her cheeks flushed, it added a kind of allure that was hard to ignore. Really. I swore to myself, I think you're beautiful, Riviera. Seriously, really. It's a fact that you're one of the most desired women by the male public in Aario, and your reputation as an adventurer is incredible. You are 9 hell after all. You're like the heroines in the stories I love so much. Her sincerity, free of ulterior motives, the slight touch of embarrassment, and her rubbered eyes. That's why I can't stay silent when you belittle yourself. Be aware of your worth, because I am. I don't dislike the idea of kissing you, I dislike the fact that there are no feelings of love involved. A kiss is. Her whole face glowed a lovely red, as did her eyes. It's something you give exclusively to the person you love. I don't love you, and I know you don't love me. That's why I'm so reluctant, because it's something we should give to our soulmates. But we've already kissed, I wanted to tell her. But you've already seen my nakedness and touched my body, I wanted to scream at him. But we've already slept together, I wanted to complain. But we've shared so many firsts and precious, priceless moments, I wanted to complain. But I feel like I kept it to myself. That's why it's best if we stop. I'll pretend you never asked for this so you don't feel uncomfortable. It was that kind of importance, one that it dispensed with above all others. A fervent need to do the impossible for that person as well as depending totally on that person's actions. My curiosity, I don't mind. I don't care if we don't love each other, I just want to confirm something. It wasn't a request either, so I feel sorry for that girl you love. Wait. I tightened my grip on his shoulders, immobilizing him. His struggle was useless due to the difference in skill level. Although it wasn't my specialty, I still had the upper hand. It will end soon. Riviera, don't you dare. I silenced her complaints with a kiss. I forcibly joined my lips to hers, mixing them in a warm, wet dance. Like a strong blizzard trying to open the window of his beloved, I used my tongue and invaded her mouth, entwining it in a forced dance with hers. His body lost strength, and I made the slight mistake of loosening my grip. He took advantage of that moment to push me back. Still kissing him, I backed away until the back of my knees hit the edge of my bed. Lemon skipped. It was so. Riviera wrapped herself in the white sheets, covering herself underneath them. Sweet. Remembering the taste of Belle's lips, Riviera licked her own, trying to recreate the sensation. The statement that she no longer had any interest in kissing him had been completely false. Now more than ever, she wanted to satisfy her curiosity to confirm her true feelings 100%. Shortly after the revelation I was informed about the siege of the irregular monsters on the 18th floor, Riviera. I assumed we would launch a counterattack to regain ground and save any fellow adventurers who were still alive, but Finn denied it in disgust. The guild had declared a halt to dungeon exploration and closed the entrance to everyone. This is ridiculous. I assessed the course of action, but I didn't put up much of a fight. The guild had assigned the Ganesha Familia to subdue the irregular event so I could rest easy. That Bellcranel is on a mission. Go away, Alphacon. That's how it was until out of sheer excitement I visited the Chimney Mansion the next day and asked for Belle. My goal was to invite him for coffee, catch up, and hang out. However, Hestia-sama denied her presence. I said nothing more than please let him know I'm here before leaving. Is the invasion of Riviera related to the existence of that girl? If so, then... I connected the dots and drew my own conclusions. So they're not irregular, they're like her. When I thought about it, my chest tightened with pain. Belle, what are you involved in? My first thought was to discuss it with Finn and plan a course of action that would favor Belle and portray him as a victim, but I dismissed it instantly. Finn isn't stupid, he'll figure out my intentions. If that's the case, I can't tell him anything. The next step was to sneak into the dungeon and head straight for Riviera, but the guard sealing the entrance was more than I expected. It was impossible to get in unnoticed. Nor can I get the family into trouble because of my personal affairs. I rubbed my forehead, completely exasperated. There was no way I could go with Belle without causing collateral damage. All I could do was sit there doing nothing, my anxiety rising to new levels. I spent hours like that, waiting for news but not receiving any. The sunset arrived, quite the opposite of Belle. I have a feeling, Finn said. He had recently gathered us in his office and declared a patrol for Daedalus Street. It was shortly before sunset before I found myself backed into a corner, silently pleading with only my eyes. Please don't do it. I had never doubted Finn's instincts, but I found it absurd to patrol the surface when the problem originated in the dungeon, many meters below our feet. But it helped clear my mind a little as my thoughts were preoccupied with Belle. Please, he ignored my gaze. He paid no attention to me or anyone other than Finn. Please, please, please. We were on top of a house on the roof. Don't you dare touch her. Originally, we had divided into groups for better performance, but now we all found ourselves in the same place, drawn by the sudden and unexpected chaos that reigned in a labyrinthine spot. Please, Belle, don't do it. I begged, or they will become my enemies, but I was ignored. We watched bellcranel, who was showing his fangs in the form of daggers covered by a white glow. I'm serious. She had that look, the one she always had when her determination was unwavering. A look I really liked. Did that damn rabbit just threaten us? You've got some nerve, you bastard. Sweat ran all over my body. Nobody took Belle's threat lightly, and they didn't even seem to think about the reasons behind it. Bites stomped on the roof, making the house rumble. I felt despair gnawing at me from the inside. I looked around, searching for a way to calm the situation. Your words. Finn sang softly and calmly. He looked at Belle with clear superiority and cunning. Can I take them as a declaration of war? My chest was pounding, my lungs refused to work properly, and my body refused to obey me. I could only watch. Give Belle a pleading look, begging him to retract and withdraw, leaving the rest to us. Nor could he ignore the monster behind him. He knew it was the girl he'd brought home that day, but judging by her appearance, it was clear she posed a danger to the people on the surface. She had to be eliminated, and from the look in Belle's eyes, I knew she wouldn't back down. But I foolishly clung to the faint possibility that she might back down and not get involved in this. Take them however you want, I don't care. It didn't surprise me. I just felt like the world was falling on my shoulders and everything around me was collapsing. A bitter feeling made me want to cry and scream for them to stop all this madness. I felt powerless with a feeling of apprehension clouding my judgment. Uncertainty coursed through my skin and fear injected absurd amounts of anxiety into my head. Only then, after we declared war, Bell looked at me. In his eyes was the look of someone saying goodbye to someone important forever. That look terrified me. You knew it, you knew this would happen, and yet. That's why he tried to distance himself, to protect me. He did his best because, like me, he had a feeling things would turn out this way. You damn idiot. I clenched my hands into fists. I refused to accept his gaze, his farewell. Runs. Chapter 17, Hero, you're wrong. I get up at 4:30 am to work from 7:00 am to 7:00 pm. I adapt to life, but life isn't fair. The one I love doesn't love me back, and the one who likes me doesn't like me. Bellcranel. Something I came to understand in the short time I had been an adventurer was that no matter how good a person you are, everyone ends up being the bad guy in someone's story. Wenne. Yes, Bell. When I understood this, I stopped giving importance to things that did not affect me, and I decided to be a memorable villain for those stories that were not about me and those that matter to me. No matter what happens, I will protect you. No matter what others say, I will be on your side. But Haruheim said that Mama Riviera said that would bring you trouble. I don't want anything to happen to you, Bell. Don't worry, what was important to me was to be the hero in the story of the important people in my life. That's why I made an oath to Wenne, who looked at me like a hero. If heaven or hell claims me, I swear that even if they take my life, I will continue to take care of you. That sounds like a promise. It doesn't just seem like it, it is. Long before everything went to hell, a little while after Bell infiltrated the ranks of the Ganesha family and marched towards Riviera. Her family was not happy with how things were going. Not only Hestia and Lily, but also Mikoto and Haruheim and even Welf, who usually downplayed things. They all showed their discontent in different ways, but nevertheless they had reached a unanimous decision. Guys, let's help Bellcun. Lily nodded at Hestia's statement, standing up. Welf-sama, it's time to use all the magic swords you have. Okay. Welf walked out into the garden on his way to the forge. His serious expression conveyed a burning sense of responsibility. Mikita-sama, is this all right? Don't worry, Haruheim Dono. I'll cut down anyone who goes against Bell Dono and you, Haruheim Dono. Thus, in one way or another, the Hestia Familia ended up on the streets of Daedalus by following a clue that Lily had provided about the Soma Familia. Of course, they were lucky enough to witness Bell's declaration of war against the Loki family executives. At my signal, use your magic swords, said Welf. They were all prepared to fight for the convictions and ideals of their captain and friend as well as their son and hero. However, they couldn't prevent their jaws from dropping to the ground when Riviera stepped forward to protect Bell. Runs. It was so shocking that it took away their inspiration, so they just kept watching. Honestly, I wasn't thinking rationally. Facing me was the second strongest family in the city, made up of adventurers from level 6 to the beginning and end of the game. A mere level 4 like me didn't stand a chance. Even if I burned through my life force, defeat was inevitable. Your words. I understood, but I didn't back down. Something was burning in my chest. I couldn't call it a simple feeling since it was possibly the combination of many of them. Anger, frustration, sorrow, regret. Can I take them as a declaration of war? They all formed a tempest inside me, boiling my blood and eliminating any trace of fear. Of course I should be afraid. Finn Damney Aka Braver was egging me on to start a war. The normal thing to do was fall to my knees and pathetically beg for mercy. Take them however you want, I don't care. But not a trace of fear was rooted in me. Quite the opposite, my whole spirit urged me to step forward and start a war that was impossible to win, all to protect the defenseless girl behind me. That's why I raised the weapons in my hands, ready to burn my life away. Hey, but then. Runs, Riviera pushed Finn Damney aside, then instantly recited the first level of her ice magic. The air chilled, creating frost on the legs of all the Loki Familia executives. Incredulous, I looked at Riviera. She shot me a furious, reproachful glare, and again she screamed. Run, idiot. Riviera, what are you doing? Hey, you old witch. The others began to break through the frost that held them, but more quickly formed. Riviera gave me one last look before facing his family companions. His eyes said that I would pay him for this myself after it was all over. It only took me a second to realize she was helping me. I couldn't smile, much less say thank you. I just turned around and removed the spear that was piercing Wenne's shoulder and pinning her against the wall. He had to take her back to the dungeon where she would be safe. Uyoirgg, Wenne, it's okay, I'm here, it's me, it's Bell. I screamed desperately, begging for a miracle. I wished he would recognize my voice and calm down. Foolishly, I hoped for something that only happens in fairy tales. What? But the moment I drew my spear, Wenne immediately attacked me. From the vacant stare in his eyes, he seemed to be seeing something completely different from reality. I didn't see myself reflected in his eyes, which overflowed with the madness of any monster. It was a sight that made my chest hurt. Every time she attacked me, her claws sought my neck, longing to be covered in my blood. Every second that passed and she was like that, suffering, every moment was hell for me. I didn't want to see her like that. Wenne, I tried to restrain her, but it was no use. I didn't dare hurt her the way she was hurting me now, lost in madness. Perhaps that's why I let her hit me. I couldn't block her attack without hurting her, and my indecisiveness ended up resulting in a second wound in my chest. I fell to my knees for a moment, taking the breath I was missing. The consequences of abusing Laplace are coming. The fight hadn't been that difficult, but the fact that I'd taken down a level 5 wasn't solely due to my physical abilities. Most of it was down to my cognitive skills, and these were beginning to unleash a storm of consequences, ready to shatter my body. When I saw her blurry back, my vision began to weaken, but I couldn't stop seeing her as a frightened little girl fleeing from a terrible nightmare, a little girl who was looking for someone to protect her, to give her the security she didn't have by my side. Uwa, I thumped my legs, I thumped my face. The dizziness faded slightly, and once again I stood up to go after her. Hey, you damn rabbit, you won't. I heard a commotion behind me. Betessen's annoyed voice and Riveria's, who was still blocking their path. Finally, I thanked him, then I got lost in the streets of Daedalus in search of Wenne. Riviera Mamacita Alf is back 7U7. I can do it alone. The boy said he just hoped his parents would play with him. The one who was never taught to swim, the one who was never taught to make a kite, the one who was never hugged when he was sad. Behind his obsession with being better and better, there was a child who understood that no one was coming to save him. I can do it alone. However, that child was able to rely on himself to move forward alone without support or help from anyone. Thanks to her confidence and courage, she managed to accomplish everything she set out to do. I can do it alone. He is admirable, that's why all his loved ones were proud of him. When Belle disappeared into the streets of Daedalus, Riviera let out a heavy sigh and moved out of the way of Finn and the others. However, they weren't the type to just say thank you and go on with their business. They all looked at Riviera differently, especially Finn and Aizus. Naturally, Aizus was also quite confused by what was happening, not because Riviera was blocking their path, but because Belle was protecting a monster. Her feelings became confused as she waited for an explanation from her mother figure. What does this mean, Riviera? Finn stepped forward, looking annoyed and intrigued. His smile was anything but joyful. I returned a favor. A favor, Riviera nodded. Actually, I didn't think I owed Belle any particular favor, or at least he hadn't pointed out or asked her about anything he had done for her. In the grand scheme of things, Riviera was lying about the favor, but deep down, he knew he owed Belle a lot. That's right, I'm a woman of my word, and I promised her that when she was in serious trouble I would give her my help. Finn frowned, completely oblivious to Riviera's feelings. Of course, he was aware of Riviera's radical change regarding Belle. She seemed more distressed lately, which he assumed was due to a fight between them. It wasn't something he cared about in the first place, but ever since he began to suspect bellcranel and his connection to the armored monsters, Finn had a fear inside him that he refused to acknowledge. That's strange. That fear was that Riviera would be influenced by the ideals of a boy who barely knew the cruelty of the world. When a naive mind and a mature mind joined forces, the result never ended well for either side. How big of a favor was that to make you do this? Attacking the family isn't easy, you know that. Riviera knew it. His usual self wouldn't do something as absurd as what he was doing. But it's true that I owe him a lot, he thought. From the start, she thought he was an idealistic and naive boy. It was obvious from a mile away that if someone asked for help, he'd jump off a cliff and ask why later, seeing it was not something that made a deep impression on him. He always smiled kindly at the smallest things. He was considerate to strangers, and even when they tried to hurt him, he did his best to understand their reasons. At first, it was a light that was there, not of great importance in Riviera's life. A light that illuminated those close to him day and night, protecting them. There wasn't much to admire back then. Bellcranel, Riviera-sama. At first the name Belle made no sense to Riviera, and neither did being called by such a formal name. Belle, Riviera-san, but as she built a relationship with him and feelings developed, his name took on a new meaning. Belle, Riviera. The name Belle soon began to evoke feelings in her. There are names in our lives that were initially strange, but after a deep connection today they mean the whole world. You're wrong, that. I owe him a lot. Riviera couldn't say that Belle meant the world to her, but she was sure that he was important. Because the most beautiful thing about human beauty or any other race is that someone doesn't catch your attention at first glance, and then when you get to know them, hear them, smell them, and touch them, they seem like the most beautiful person in the world. Perhaps Riviera couldn't say that Belle meant her world, but if there was one thing she was sure of, it was that he was the most beautiful person in the world. I didn't know anyone as noble as him, so I didn't need to give explanations, much less tell trite and meaningless excuses, and I don't think this is enough to repay him for all the things he's done for me. The atmosphere escalated to a point of no return. Finn laughed at this, disconcerting the others. He found the situation quite laughable as well as the worst. I see, so this is your choice, I will respect it. What troubled him was the fact that, if that monster was left alive and bellcranel went unpunished, chaos would fall upon Aario. And everything I've fought for will crumble. As for the others, the only one undecided was Aizus. Gareth respected Riveria's decision, and he was sure she would respect his by prioritizing an adventurer's duty, which was to maintain the safety of the citizens. Beta and the twins felt the same way, and Riviera, of course, respected their reasons. Winning is pointless. All I can do is buy myself a couple of minutes while Belle runs away with that girl. They all raised their weapons, ready for an unexpected confrontation. Finn instructed Beta, Aizus, and Tiona to go after Belle as soon as he cleared the way. But Riviera wouldn't make it that easy for them. Belle, you'll definitely pay for this when it's all over. Just as he was about to lock everyone in an ice dome, the heavy atmosphere became suffocating. What? It wasn't because of Riviera or the others, but because of a new, overwhelming presence that made them feel like the sky was falling to pieces. A chill ran through their bodies. They heard footsteps like a large march, then a snort resounded with the force of a gale. Their presence forced them to look in that direction. He had a large body that was over 2 meters tall. Muscles everywhere and fur like an alley under a starless night. A minotaur. He wasn't just any minotaur. Just looking at him made you want to look away, but his presence wouldn't let you. It's not as if they'd never faced more terrifying monsters, but there was something especially chilling about this one. She's like that little girl. Riveria's thoughts were shared by everyone. It was terrifying to know that they had before them a being that boasted the strength of a monster and the intelligence of a human being. The abyss stared back at them. The beast opened its jaws and roared, "Yu-yu-oh-rggg." Everyone shuddered. It wasn't just any roar, it was a war cry that made the buildings around it tremble. Those weak in strength like Haruheim and Lily fell unconscious, although the latter had only frozen from fear. What the hell is that thing? Beta frowned, shaking off the chills that ran through his body. His fur stood on end at the sight of the Minotaur. The situation has changed, Finn said, turning his back on Riviera. The priority is the Black Minotaur. It seems it's coming with bellcranel, and to think he'd bring a monster like this to the surface. Riviera kept her complaints to herself. There was no point in reprimanding Finn for his baseless comments. Just as she had said, they needed to eliminate the Minotaur first. He had an imposing presence, but he would be reduced to ashes if everyone attacked him at once. They're walking, huh? But just as Finn had retrieved his spear and was about to give the order to attack, the ground began to vibrate, and that same vibration was transmitted to the buildings. Is this a joke? Finn watched in puzzlement, seeing the reason for the sudden earthquake. From the corridor through which the Black Minotaur emerged, a large number of armed monsters began to emerge, roaring ferociously. Everything fell apart from then on. The monsters began to destroy the place, and people in the distance fled in terror or collapsed unconscious on the cobblestones of the streets. Contain them and protect the civilians. Finn's order echoed throughout the entire place, and everyone acted immediately. Of course, what ensued was a pitched battle where only the shrill roars and the clash of metal with claws and swords could be heard, as well as the spectacular dance of sparks disappearing into the air. When one of the executives was about to kill one of the Xenos, Asterius roared fiercely, freezing everyone for a second. It was the instinct of adventurers reacting to imminent danger. What a load of crap, I'll finish it now. Beta stepped forward, pushing through the Xenos and heading straight for Asterius. His boots were already imbued with Aizus' magical power, and like a whirlwind across the hills, he struck his target. What the hell? But Asterius looked like a mountain that threatened to break his leg into 1,000 pieces if he kicked it again. Beta also didn't have much time to react to the counterattack, and all he could do was cover himself to lessen the damage. What? Just as he did, Asterius connected with a kick that Beta covered with both arms crossed in an X. The sound of bones turning to dust was heard, and Beta was flung into the air around a bend. Finn and the others couldn't imagine where he would fall, and they didn't have time to go after him and confirm if he was okay. Everything had turned into chaos from one second to the next, and Finn could only think that it was all because of bellcranel. He kept that in mind while fighting the Minotaur. POV, you are Bell about to repay the favor Riviera did for you. The most dangerous anger is created in the heart of the noblest and most patient person. That anger slowly formed in Belle's heart as he ran after Wenne while deflecting attacks from adventurers who threatened to kill her. Hey, you bastard, you little rookie, you bastard. If only dying were that easy, Belle thought as he received a couple of arrows in his back meant for Wenne. What the hell are you doing protecting a monster? No, she wasn't a monster. She was just a lost and confused little girl full of fear and searching for a safe place. And he was someone who wanted to protect her. Firebolt. A fireball traveled towards the roof of a building, causing the structure to explode and interrupting the wizards who were casting their spells. This bastard is attacking us. He's gone mad. Of course, that wasn't the case. He hadn't gone crazy. He was just desperate. Cornered in a dead end where all he could do was scream and hit the wall to force his way out. He was just a child, a scared and cowardly human. Wenne, human cowardice is even greater when it comes to life. Survival, that's what they call it. To live, to die, what does it matter? Both are difficult to do. Firebolt. Firebolt. As you live, you go through life trying to be better than others. After all, life is a constant struggle. There are more silent wars than those fought with swords and magic. More people die in the constant struggle of life than in ridiculous battles. Bell also wanted to simply disappear from the face of the earth or become one with the wind, vanishing into the mountain ranges or plains. However, he was unable to give up on life because he was a coward. But it wasn't cowardice for his own life but for someone else's. That someone else was the little girl he was stalking. Of course he was afraid, and he was clearly a coward for not wanting her life to end. It didn't matter if he died, all that mattered was saving that girl. Even if he died misunderstood, he would depart satisfied knowing that he died true to himself. Hey, stop, we will use force. A dozen adventurers leaped from the buildings with swords and spears in hand, ready to use brute force. Move it, but that wasn't enough. The instant they fell to their feet, Bell spun and spun and spun and spun over the edges of the weapons pointed at his body. He only needed to use his fists to strike their vital points and leave everyone breathless. It took him no more than 10 seconds, then he resumed his chase after Wenne. Normally, he would reach her in a matter of seconds, but his current state was pathetically inferior to what it usually was. He also lacked the energy to use Argonaut, and if he stopped using Laplace, he would no longer be able to shield Wenne from the attacks raining down upon her. Whether it was arrows with or without poison, tranquilizer darts, or high-level magic, he made sure to cover Wenne at the cost of his own body. He was tenacious and frightening to those who watched him, incredulous. Bell looked like a wounded beast, and wounded beasts had a habit of baring their fangs when cornered. Despite being in such a deplorable state, one where the slightest breeze threatened to knock him down, no one had the courage to step up and confront him. Even the few elves who were in the pursuit kept their distance, with no intention of attacking him as they usually would because they knew that Bell had no reason to hold back. His desperate eyes showed no sign of the kindness he usually displayed, and the elves were aware of this. They simply attacked from a distance, chasing him across the rooftops and alerting others to surround the area. My body was tired, full of wounds. I could hear him yelling for a little rest, if not more. Every step I took, every time I raised my arm or moved my head, he felt worse. However, I kept running. I encountered numerous struggles, and although I didn't win them, I kept moving forward, running after the lost girl. My vision blurred repeatedly, sometimes I staggered, and other times I couldn't move my legs. He was constantly spitting blood, and before I knew it, it was running from my eyes as his veins burst from overuse of Laplace. Wenne UUIRG, but that didn't matter because I was finally able to reach her. We arrived at a square. I thought we were safe, but soon after, a large number of adventurers appeared around us. The air was filled with magic. I couldn't think, everything was happening slowly before my eyes and only I could move. Perhaps that was the case or perhaps not. The truth is that everyone raised their staffs and the sky was illuminated by countless spells. They were aiming at Wenne, who didn't know where to run after realizing she was surrounded. She just stood there in the middle of it all, fire. I ran towards her. The others didn't seem surprised. In fact, their expressions were glaring at me and I could almost feel they were waiting to hit me too. The elves were smiling. It wasn't the kind of smile you see in fairy tales, it was more like something out of a horror story. I took one step then another. The ground felt soft, or maybe it was me running as fast as I could. The spells looked like shooting stars, and for a moment I thought about making a wish. But they weren't shooting stars, they were fireballs, ice spears, stone stakes, needles of water. They could do everything except grant wishes. Sorry, guys. All I wanted was to wake up. Not covering my entire body with Argonaut and receiving all the shooting stars, not endangering Wenne, and not involving my friends. Waking up and feeling the morning breeze alongside the sun's rays didn't sound bad. Having coffee and cooking breakfast with Riviera like we used to do not long ago didn't sound bad at all. But all I could hear around me was the constant noise of explosions hitting my body. I could hear my body crying as well as Wenne's roar behind me. I even caught a glimpse of surprise on her face, worried about me, or maybe it was my imagination. The truth is that she didn't look like a monster, just what she was, a scared little girl. Thank goodness. My throat hurt. It burned so badly I honestly didn't know if I still had a throat or not. I didn't feel cold, much less hot, just a strong dizziness in every muscle of my body. It was strange because I hadn't felt that good in a long time. Are you okay? Perhaps it was because Wenne was completely unharmed. The magical rain left a thick cloud of dust in its wake. Dozens of adventurers waited silently for it to settle, sweat beading on their faces. The elves, of course, deeply desired to see Bell's body torn to pieces, while the rest hoped to see the monster reduced to ashes. The only one who didn't show joy at the situation was Sylvie, an old friend Bell had made in the dungeon, as well as the one who once led many elves by the head. Why are you doing this, Belson? Leffia stood beside him, her hands trembling as she held her staff. From the very beginning she had tried to stop Bell but had failed miserably. Now he could only breathe heavily as he anxiously waited to see the place clearly, which had collapsed from the bombardment of magical attacks. Her pupils, along with Sylvie's, were pulsing rapidly. The dust is settling. Finally, after 5 suspenseful minutes, everyone had a clear view of the place. As expected, the plaza floor collapsed under the force of the fire and now resembled a shallow Ferris wheel but filled with rubble instead of water. Bell was in that pit of rubble. His body, covered in blood and wounds, was half buried in the debris, but he was still breathing. What the hell is he still alive? Cursed an elf. It wasn't given much importance since shortly afterwards they glimpsed the monster completely unharmed. That wasn't surprising either. Beyond the fact that Bell was still breathing or that the monster was unharmed, what took everyone's breath away was the fact that the monster was protecting the dying Bell. He would normally be devoured, but it was noticeable even if they refused to look at him that Bell was being protected. What are you doing? Attack. One of the wizards, as well as several elves, encouraged the others to finish what they had started. They raised their staffs and began to chant, filling the air with mana. They didn't even hesitate to launch a second attack, and Bell, who was gravely wounded, watched with eyes devoid of hope. Their usual faith was gone, and instead a crushing disappointment took hold. He kept looking at them. He also kept an eye on Wenne, who was covering him with his body. He wanted to speak, shouted him to run away, that he would be fine, but her throat made no sound. Her vocal cords were shattered, and every attempt to form words hurt like hell. All he could do was watch as the shooting stars fell on Wenne, who refused to leave him alone. Each blow shattered her fragile body, making her bleed, scream, and cry. She didn't possess the qualities of a monster, but rather the purity of a human, a true human, unlike those who attacked her without mercy. The voice left, a void formed in his chest, and the air became stuck in his lungs as he trembled at Wenne's back, which protected him from all the bad things in the world. She looked over her shoulder, smiling. It was her, the same innocent girl he knew. Her body began to shrink, but she never stopped protecting him. Helpless, Bell could only watch as his entire world and ideals crumbled before him, and he could do nothing. It was a sight that broke her heart. I always had a thought, an ideal. A firm belief even. In the midst of hatred, I felt an invincible love within me. In the midst of tears, I felt an invincible smile within me. In the midst of chaos, I felt an invincible calm within me. I realized, despite everything, that in the midst of winter there was an invincible summer within me, and that made me happy. Because no matter how hard the world pushes against me, inside me there's something better pushing back. However, what I didn't realize is that invincible is just a word. My body doesn't want to get up, it wants to keep sleeping. I half opened my eyes, inhaling the objects in this dark room called thoughts. I closed them again, sighing, how many things do I lose? How many sensations, experiences, and lessons? All for the sake of dying a little more, all for the sake of living less in this, my painful and unreal reality. My soul felt heavy, it hurts in my gut to carry it while I longed for the sublime dream of the end. These thoughts wander through my mind like a restless child in a park, going back and forth throughout my entire being. Perhaps, just perhaps, I left a long time ago, but my body doesn't know it. Perhaps there is no reason anymore and I only continue through inertia in this life. Perhaps I have no tears left, perhaps I have no emotions left, but above all, perhaps I no longer want to wake up. Maybe someone will miss me, but only maybe, because the mere fact of existing hurts. Breathing hurts, getting up every morning hurts, smiling and crying hurt. That's why you can't blame someone for taking their own life. Not everyone is capable of enduring pain. Although I truly believed I was capable of doing it, and now the world mocked my insolence, mercilessly crushing my battered body, making me bleed, scream, and cry. What did I do wrong? As if I had the nerve to ask. A person who didn't give their all didn't deserve to be wondering what they did wrong, and that was only fair. Because someone who didn't give my all, wasn't worthy of an answer. He was just a coward who couldn't push a dagger into his chest, nor could he jump out of that chair with a scarf rope. I'm sorry, I'm a coward. My grandfather once told me that strong men protect themselves and that the strongest men protect others, but what was the point? Are they really worth protecting? Them. Foolishly, I convinced myself I could save her, save them all. I pushed my body to its limits because of it, and yet here I am, lying there unable to do anything. I just wanted to protect the ones I love, and I didn't care about fighting alone if that's how I did it. Even sinning was okay. She needed a hero, and I genuinely wanted to be that hero. No one else would save her, so I definitely would. I figured if someone got in my way, I just had to get past them. It made no sense for them to ask me why I did it. I was just trying to protect a girl who was asking for my help. I was always in three labyrinths. Where did those strange beings reside? Where did those monsters reside beneath human skin? And where did my thoughts reside? I spent a large part of my life trapped in that labyrinth, thinking about how to escape someday and how amazing it would be. Imagining that future kept me going the whole time. But now, what was the point of trying to escape? Everything was collapsing, and if I tried to hold it up, something else would start collapsing somewhere else out of my reach. Even as I tried to run and hold it, what I had been holding crumbled to pieces. I stood frozen, not knowing where to go or what to stop, and as I did, more things collapsed around me. I couldn't do anything to stop it, and that in itself was painful, but it made sense. Everything that has been happening to me, everything that has collapsed before my eyes was my damn fault. I did this to myself, how about that to start with? I'm doing this to myself, so the real truth is that there's something horrible inside me. It's almost impossible to ignore all the voices whispering in my ear telling me I'm useless. Those were my voices, that was me. I could never stop wondering why he hated me like this. When people asked me, "What are you afraid of?" I would vaguely reply, "The dark." I always played with the answers. Sometimes I said heights, needles, and even monsters. Perhaps I said spiders or flying above the ground. I said that to confined spaces or even to pain and loud noises. But I always hid my true fears, keeping them in a distant state of my mind, because my biggest fear was that they would see me the way I see myself, although that didn't really matter now. Why pretend? Why lie? Why try to be liked by everyone? Why try to understand their actions in attacking me? What was the point? Why didn't he just stop holding me back? After all, they were the monsters and I was an adventurer. He had to hunt the monsters. Human beings are born good, it is people who corrupt them. That popular saying was heard everywhere and it was proven true in a devastated plaza. The adventurers waited a second time, hoping the turbulent curtain of dust would dissipate, which took only a few minutes. Then they could glimpse the place reduced to ruins. Debris was scattered everywhere, and the water wheel was now a water wheel within a water wheel. And deep inside that double-bottomed Ferris wheel, bellcranel was holding Wenne's body in his arms. Crying pathetically and silently, he hugged her to his chest while making rough, harsh noises from his throat that were meant to be desperate screams. "We did it, we killed the monster," they all thought. Their faces broke into smiles as they watched the Vouiver's body begin to turn to ash. Bell broke down when he saw it. He was alone, pleading for someone or something to save Wenne, who was turning to ashes in his arms. "I couldn't do anything, not even get up." He looked all around, searching for help. But nobody took a step to extend a hand to him. They were laughing, they looked like demons, and he was all alone. It is during the worst moments of your life that you will see the true colors of the people who say they care about you. Kneeling before the cruel reality of the world, the general conventions that govern the world, the fact that in reality ideals did not belong to weak people such as he was. She wanted to scream, to beg them to stop staring and help the little girl in her arms. She wanted to, but only sounds like the whimpers of a wounded beast on the verge of death came from her throat. Bell. He couldn't even pronounce the name of the little girl who gazed at him with joy. The one who extended one of her burned hands to cup his cheek and wipe away the tears streaming from his empty eyes. "Don't give up," Bell told himself. "Don't give in, please," he implored. "Even if the cold burns, even if fear bites, even if the sun hides and the wind falls silent." There was still fire in her soul, there was still life in her dreams, hanging by a thread as to whether the dying girl in her arms lived or died. "What a relief you're okay." Belle shook her head vehemently, tears streaming down her face. She wanted to tell him to stop talking, that he would lose his strength, but Wenne wouldn't stop. She wore a sweet smile, a mixture of relief and sorrow. She too could barely speak. Her body began to fade from her feet down and she was already above her knees. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to hurt you." Bell screamed, although it actually sounded like the squeal of a newborn baby. The waters reached his neck, the depths of the ocean enveloped him. Seaweed clung to his head, dragging him to the foundations of the mountains. The earth swallowed him up, closing its eyes behind him, because only a man who has felt the deepest despair is capable of feeling the deepest happiness. It was necessary to die to know how good it is to live. It wasn't time yet, but surely one day Bell would be grateful for the life he'd had, even if it had caused him to die many times in the past. So hang in there, little hero. He had to stop being a child, it was time to be a man. Because he couldn't blame the wind for the mess it made if it was the wind that opened the window. He had to resist, cling to the ground, and endure the cold blizzard, except that hell was empty and that the demons were here. "I don't think I'll be able to see the sea." "What?" Bell was able to catch his breath, making an effort to call her. Wenne smiled at that, tears welling in his eyes. "Come for me, take me with you to the sea, why, I was always persecuted, hated by everyone. And no, please, was there a sadder or more intense human longing than wanting a second chance at something? But you didn't attack me, nor did you hate me, the time I spent with you." Why, it was the happiest day of my life, Bell. Bell didn't stop crying. Now he was a man and men don't cry and those who do aren't men. I had never realized how beautiful this world is. They are monsters. The boy who became a man and ceased to be himself, becoming a monster, watched as the girl he swore to protect turned to ashes in his arms. It was then that he showed his fear. "I'm scared, Bell, I don't want it." Why knees? She could do nothing, only scream and cry, making everyone around her shudder. A scream that made the air vibrate, that made you wake up sweating cold at night, that assaulted you in the worst nightmares. It was the cry of someone who had lost faith in people. "Uranos, are you sure? That spell has never worked, don't give the boy false hope. Leave him alone, he'll stand up on his own." After exhausting Wenne, writing Bell's tremendous existential monologue, making him see how cruel people can be, and arriving home from work after working 12 hours. A few minutes later, Isfi arrived on the scene. He was breathing deeply, desperately searching for Bell. She paid no attention to her surroundings, much less to the shouts begging her to stop. Those who tried to intervene were struck with all their might, and she crawled to the water wheel where the monster resided. He saw it there. "Bell, what if only He was on his knees covered in ashes. His face was covered in scars formed by dried tears, his back was pierced by arrows, and his body was covered in countless cuts and burns. If only I had arrived 1 minute earlier. Every time he spoke he spat blood and it trickled down his chin, down his throat and reached his chest. Her voice was broken, empty and devoid of any feeling. Belle-Esfi wondered if it really was him. It didn't shine, it didn't illuminate everyone around it with its presence. Now it seemed to absorb the light, leaving everything in darkness. Is that you, Esfi? Why yes, it's me. Esfi ran to help him but Belle threw a punch, denying her help. 1 minute. Belle, if only I had arrived 1 minute earlier, she wouldn't have. The ashes scattered slowly, refusing to remain in Belle's clenched fists. He stood up, staggering, then he looked directly at Esfi. If you hadn't taken that time away from me, she would be here with me. What? Wait, what are you talking about? Because of you? Esfi's heart trembled with fear when she felt the spiteful look in Belle's eyes, glaring at her and blaming her for everything. Esfi shook her head, clutching her chest in an attempt to make the pain disappear. The love of her life looked at her that way and she didn't know what to do. I hate you. Belle. Tears streamed down the cheeks of the maiden whose heart had been broken by the most important person in her life. She couldn't move, not even utter a cry or a whimper. He wasn't even able to process everything correctly. Don't you ever come near me again. Then Belle walked ahead of her, leaving her behind. She crawled as best she could, shedding tears and pieces of skin along the way. She had no intention of stopping, and soon she began to climb over the rubble to reach the surface. The moonlight fell upon his body, revealing him to everyone around. He looked at everyone with deep hatred. Come, despite that none of them moved. Come on, you bastards. They stared in shock at the boy who was spitting blood with every word he said, the one who was covered in cuts and burns. For all of you, he who was pierced by several arrows, he who was 1 step away from death, he who could fall defeated with the breath of the gentlest blizzard. They don't know who they've messed with. He who could barely stand continued shouting, pouring out his hatred on those who brought him misfortune. There was no room left for gentleness, much less kindness. I'll show you hell itself, you bastards. He was someone with no reason or motive to continue fighting. So come on, you wanted to kill me, didn't you? Here I am, don't just stand there and finish what you started, cowards. The good guys never win, that was well known in everything that wasn't a hero's tale. Keeping your heart pure and good is winning, but Belle had lost. Even if he wasn't the good one, and even if he was, he contemplated defeat. But know this, everyone was speechless, not daring to step forward in the face of the dying boy's provocations. Perhaps it was fear or perhaps it was just sadness. If you're willing to kill, be prepared to die. But it wasn't really fear or sorrow, but doubt. All those who deeply desired the death of bellcranel took a step back now that they had him in front of them. It was because he was now showing his fangs, pointing them out with both daggers in his hands, radiating an intense thirst for blood. They doubted whether they could finish him off even in his current state, because they were all too cowardly to risk their lives as he did. And for that reason alone they were inferior to the humans they so detested and envied. Come and get me, cowards, so they didn't go, I'll kill them. They were afraid of dying. They were afraid to approach. I'll kill them all. He didn't look human, but a blood-covered, hungry beast. Despite being so weakened, despite using his last breath, no one was able to speak or move forward. They all remembered the 3 things a man should fear. The storm at sea, the moonless night, and the anger of a kind man. Come on, an injured child made dozens of unharmed adults tremble. None of them were able to breathe until the wounded beast fell unconscious. Me after making Belle hate Esfi. After he fainted, that's when the others caught their breath and were encouraged to step forward. The shame and humiliation of feeling fear towards a child gnawed at them from within, and none except for a few stood idly by. It was then that the Freya family arrived. It was all the executives led by Otter himself, and on his orders none of them were able to stay and watch what would happen if they disobeyed him. It took them barely 2 minutes to flee the scene in terror, leaving Freya's executives and the unconscious Belle alone. This bastard is a thorn in my side. Look at him, he ended up a wreck after spouting nonsense about being a hero. Otter ignored Alan's comments, who was complaining along with the quartet of Palams about how weak Belle was. Upon seeing him, she carried him like a sack of potatoes and took him to the Hestia Familia headquarters after treating him with mermaid blood provided directly by Freya herself. After handing Belle over to a tearful Hestia, they all returned to the Tower of Babel with their goddess. When I woke up, everyone told me it was best not to go out for a while. I quickly understood, and then I was showered with hugs, being told that everything would be all right and that whatever my decision, they would be on my side. I asked them for a little time and went up to my room. It was already late, but I was still lying on the bed, staring at the wooden ceiling. I stared at it for hours before I stood up and went to wash my face, looking at my reflection in the mirror. But it wasn't me, it was someone else. I saw a tired person and I watched as their soul faded in their eyes. I saw sadness, anger, and frustration. Crying, she told me, I just want to leave this place. I covered my face with cold water once again. That sad person had left, but I still didn't look at my own reflection in the mirror. The mirror showed me an amorphous mass composed of shadows and two red dots like eyes in the center. That thing asked me because the strange thing was that I understood what he was talking about and I felt ashamed of it. The thing opened its jaws, revealing white teeth covered in murky water dripping from its mouth. The shadows that made up its body stirred furiously. Because he asked again, I just can't. I hesitated and the thing in the mirror showed its fury by exploding and cracking the glassy surface. Why are you still fighting? Shout, I must. That I must. Speak up, I must be a hero to them, one like the one we needed. The thing in the mirror remained completely calm, withdrawing its shadows and slowly disappearing. I washed my face again, and when I saw the broken mirror, the amorphous mass made of shadows was gone. There was a child crying, looking at me suspiciously and wiping the tears on his face. With that look, she questioned me, that's not fair. I remained silent in response to his demand, looking down at my blood-covered right fist. Then I looked at the broken mirror. It no longer reflected anything, it only showed in each of its broken parts what remained of me or what I once was. But despite the pain of the consequences of my actions, I always knew how to stand firm and fight against the odds. There was always an impulse, an aspiration to not be completely defeated, to not let myself die even though I go to bed every night thinking about death. But do I have the right to think like that? Now I just wanted to cry, scream, and if possible die, but I'm too cowardly to commit suicide. Sometimes I think nothing makes sense. On a tiny planet hurtling towards nothingness for thousands of years, we are born amidst pain, we grow, we fight, we get angry, we suffer, we make others suffer, we shout, we die, others die, and are born to repeat the comedy called life. We are all defined by the fact that we are born as persons and consequently by the endless task of constantly having to choose. We have to choose the means along with the ends. We must not rely on anyone to save us, but rather understand that wrong choices made us incapable of saving ourselves. But was I wrong? Maybe. Perhaps I was just holding myself back, hiding in this place without facing the discontent of the masses. I guess I'm scared, but what was the point of having it? I used to want to save everything and everyone, now I just want to save what little is left of me, because once I lose myself, then it will be my defeat. It's not like she needed to be happy for that because, well, who the hell could be completely happy these days? Everyone's broken by something, it's just divided between those who confess their pain and those who don't. So it was okay to go out and face them, to show them that nothing mattered to me anymore. They were free to hate me. They were free to despise me and throw things at me. They were free to do as they pleased, just as I was free to respond as I saw fit. I'm going out. Belkan, are you sure? I can come with you. No need, I'll be back soon. I walked past Heshia-sama and the others who were looking at me with sadness and worry in their eyes. In the garden I ran into Welf as well as hundreds of eyes watching me from outside the property housed in the tall buildings surrounding the chimney mansion. Are you going out? Welf asked and I nodded silently. He approached without saying anything else, then patted me on the back. I'm with you, old man. You're the captain, so if you decide to go down with the ship, I'll happily go down with you. Of course, I'll fight the tide to the very end. I laughed at that, nodding gently. Now more than ever I was aware that I had the right people by my side and that I didn't need the affection of the masses. Yes, I know, I'll be back soon, don't eat dinner without me. We'll be waiting for you. Then I left the property, which was like a safe zone for me from the contempt of the outside world. But I didn't pay it any mind because I had already made up my mind. I was prepared to die misunderstood but true to myself. I walked towards Daedalus Street with the intention of facing the consequences of my actions. Along the way, I looked at the collapsed houses and the people resting and healing their wounds on rags spread out on the stony ground. The streets were rubble, the walls were burned or destroyed, and the people who were involved in the matter showed bodies bandaged in certain parts of their bodies. What is he doing here? Before I knew it, a crowd had formed around me. Long, go away, children, women, and the elderly. I felt a sharp pain in my shoulder where a rock. The girl who threw it backed away, trembling with fear when I looked at her. Why was he afraid of me? I had no intention of doing anything to him. Go join the monsters, traitor. Another stone hit my body, then another followed by another and another and another. They didn't really hurt. It felt like the light touch of someone calling you in the mornings, quite gentle. What did hurt were their stares, but only at the beginning. In reality, they kept a certain distance, unable to get too close, and just threw whatever they found on the ground. Why are you smiling, you damned cynic? Get out of here. Was he smiling? Why? I wasn't happy, much less was I making fun of them. I sincerely respected and accepted their hostile feelings toward me. What more did they need? Should I do something? Bump my head in the sand and apologize. I didn't really think I would do it. I just thought it was okay that being attacked meant they didn't need my help and that I didn't want to help them. Because I wasn't the one who wrecked this place, it was those who chased me. Was it my fault? Of course not, but they wouldn't understand. They just wanted someone to blame and I didn't care that someone was me. So I left, bearing the pain of those 3 children in particular. The ones who once ran to me shouting my name with happy expressions on their faces, but who now bitterly hated me for destroying their home. I smiled only at them before I left. Maybe because they were children, or maybe because they reminded me of myself. You know things are serious when the character starts to have schizophrenia. Bell's sanity. It came faster than it usually did, or maybe it was just me lost in thought as I walked through the streets. I thought about myself. I didn't know if I was a sad person with a penchant for joy or vice versa or the other way around. All I knew was that there was always some sadness in my happiest moments, just as there was always a little joy in my worst days. Because I lost Wenne, I broke my word and betrayed my ideals, and yet I had the feeling that something good came out of all these misfortunes. But what is it? I always knew, as did the whole world, that when your heart is broken into 1,000 pieces and you bend down to pick them up, there are only 999 pieces. Perhaps the missing piece was the blind faith I had in people, and the joy in this storm of misfortunes was not having found it, that he no longer needed that piece. Hey, a voice called from behind. I was aware of their presence the entire time, as were many others. They never stopped following me from the moment I left the chimney mansion. Of course, they were elves, armed to the teeth and with looks full of anger that, I asked. I had no weapons, much less anything that could function as armor. My body was covered by simple pants and a wrinkled t-shirt. Do you have the nerve to show your face after what you did? Is that a problem? I always tried to understand the actions of the elves against me, looking for a reason not to hate them. Of course, even now I didn't hate them. I even came to think that I respected their intentions. What do you want? I'm busy, leave me alone. Act as arrogant as you like while you can, you wretch. In fact, wasn't this the elf who once led a hunt against me and who ultimately whispered his filthy desires over Riviera? I recognized him by the exact same way he drew his sword, the same slowness and clumsy skill. This time will be different, we're not afraid of you, you damned human. Is that right? That's fine. The reason I respected their decisions was because it gave me the right to have mine respected as well. Of course, I don't hate them. It was silly, I don't hate anyone. However, for all of them who didn't know how much they messed with me and how little composure I had left, hell awaited them. Just die, you bastard. The moment he pointed his weapon at me, the eyes around me flashed with hostility, and a second later, a shower of arrows rained down on my body. I didn't even try to dodge them, I didn't even activate Laplace. They were all coming too slowly, calmly slicing through the air and reaching me. The sensation of the steel piercing my flesh left a painful heat, but it also brought with it the feeling of being alive. Many dates clashed and diverged, which may have been lucky for me, but those that didn't stuck deep, making me bleed. It was this pain, this feeling, and this moment. This made it clear to me why I left. Not to receive people's hatred, but to return it. To return all the things I endured in silence and with a smile. To let them know how I felt at that moment, alone and pressured by everything. To make them understand that this time it wouldn't be the same, that I wouldn't stay silent with a stupid smile on my face. Because I asked, the elves stared at me, mouths agape, unable to believe they had actually killed me. Well, at least tried. Why, guys? I asked again, staring intently at the leader. Why are you attacking me? I only tried to be good, to do the right thing, and to help others. I worked hard for it, shedding sweat, tears, and blood. Why you? What the hell are you talking about? The elf's face paled, showing signs of wanting to vomit as he looked at me. I risked my life, I broke every part of my body, and when I healed them, I broke them again. I tried to reach an ending where everyone was happy, even if it was at the cost of my own happiness. I gave up on what I thought was the love of my life, I gave up on my own dreams, I gave up and set aside the fantasies my inner child wanted to fulfill. And all that for what? What good did it do? What did I gain in return? I walked slowly towards the elf, who was frozen in place, staring at me with trembling pupils. In his eyes was reflected my figure covered in arrows, dripping blood with every step I took. I barely grabbed him by the neck and had him within reach. He didn't weigh much and his desperate kicks didn't hurt, so as I looked at it I wondered, who am I? Stop, please stop. I ask myself that constantly. No, am I what I should be? Get away, monster. Am I what they say I am? Please forgive me. Am I different? I don't want to die, I don't want to die. Or am I like everyone else? Have mercy, because that would mean I'm nobody. Don't touch me, stay away, stay away. Who am I? All I know is that I am a misunderstood soul among so many people. I am a girl, please forgive me. I am the one who listens to the living and does not understand them. We were just playing, please have mercy. Captain, I am someone who struggles not to be what everyone says I am. We're sorry. I am a desperate soul wanting to find itself before death, that is what I am. When I finally understood, I leaned back against the alley wall and let my body fall. Did I finish dreaming? The place was filled with elves dripping their own blood, and I watched intently as their lives dripped away. When did I do this? I lost control of myself for a second, but I didn't feel any sorrow in my chest filling me with guilt. I just leaned against the wall, dripping my own blood. I pulled the arrows out one by one, and no matter how roughly I did it, it didn't hurt. Maybe it did, but I didn't feel anything. The air smelled of blood, weighing unpleasantly on my lungs. It was frustrating. I know I'm not okay. I can't even remember the last time I truly smiled. I long to release these consuming thoughts, these hurting feelings, these suffocating traumas. I want to vent. I just want to leave it all behind and forget. But I can't. I banged my head against the wall, laughing about it. I'm a little hurt, yes, but I'm not dead. I'll lie down to bleed for a while, then I'll get up to fight again. Wow, this is a disaster. Just as I was about to sink into a deep sleep, a familiarly irritating voice reached my ears. I looked slowly, noticing his small stature and his arrogant smile. Fin Damney, hello, bellcranel. The captain of the Loki Familia pushed his way through the fallen bodies of the elves, approaching me with a spear held on his shoulder. I came here after hearing reports of terrified screams, but I didn't expect this. Did you kill them? Do you really care to know? Knowing you, I know you don't care about their lives if they don't serve your stupid cause. Finn laughed after a short silence, repeatedly striking the spear against his shoulder. It was the same spear that had pierced Wenne. You are different from how Riviera said you were, is that so? Seeing my obvious disinterest, Finn let out a long sigh. The arrogant smile vanished, and then he looked at me seriously with a killer's coldness in his eyes. You know what you've just done, right? The whole city is your enemy, you have no allies, is that so? You're indifferent, I see. And here I was thinking you were a fellow hero like me, bellcranel. He was serious, and I couldn't help but laugh at it. Hero? I asked, laughing. You're wrong. I don't know why, but I felt a great repulsion when being compared to him. My whole being urged me to deny his words, and I obeyed his demands. I'm not a hero, I'm bellcranel. I stood up, leaning against the wall, refusing to be seen from above by this person. Never, even at the cost of my own life, would I show myself inferior to him. I despised the idea of him looking down on me. Neither are you. Well, you could be what they call an artificial hero, a hero of the masses. You who have done horrific things in the past, consider yourself a hero, don't make me laugh. I gradually felt myself losing consciousness, perhaps due to excessive blood loss. My vision was blurred and my thoughts became confused. The truth is, I didn't want to stop. Calling yourself a hero is an insult to those who were heroes, so stop, imposter. Her smile appeared, acting as an act of defense against the truths coming out of my throat. I came with a deal for you, but I've lost the desire to help you. Help me. I don't need the help of someone like you who boasts about hurting a defenseless girl. Seriously, is the blood loss making you lose your mind? You won't stop chattering, haha. The whole city hates you and you're laughing. Well, being hated by hordes of ignorant people is the price of not being one of them. I'm fine with that, I don't care. Being brave is one thing, being stupid is another. Why not pretend to be ignorant and be loved by the masses? I even started to think that all this was getting annoying. What did this false hero want? Why didn't he just get to the point? If you want to lie to yourself, you're free to do so. I don't care, just stop bothering me and leave if you're not going to kill me. What you think I didn't notice? Your eyes scream at hero. I laughed one last time, looking him in the eyes and making him understand that he was a coward. Perhaps I was even being arrogant myself, but whatever the outcome, whether it was dying or living, was fine, because he knew perfectly well what to do if one happened. No, I won't. Finn let out a groan into the air filled with the smell of blood, then pointed the spear in his hands at me. We are the Loki family, someone invincible to you, bellcranel. It's time to come down from that cloud and face reality. Is that right? I recently realized that invincible is just a word and you're just a person. You're not invincible, nobody is. You're just a mortal with a limited time, just like me. What sets us apart is that I, unlike you, am able to accept that. If I ever had another chance, of course I would do it all again. No matter what happened, I had to keep my promise. That promise still stood. We all fail, we all make mistakes. That's what makes me human. I had to fight, and even if I failed, giving up was a privilege I didn't have. I shouldn't apologize, I just had to get better. I see you're hopeless, bellcranel. Perhaps I should end you here, what do you think? Finn showed his displeasure with my way of thinking as well as with my words. Nothing special, it's what a coward would do. I won't reproach you for it, nor will I curse you. The exchange didn't stop and I was already at my limit. The only thing keeping me awake was my determination to look death in the eye. I didn't care about dying and I had no intention of looking away when my life came to an end. Whether it was here or not, I couldn't fall unconscious before knowing the result. But I want to make something clear, Finn. I will fight until the blood snatches the weapons from my hands, until I can only crawl, and I assure you, even then you will not be able to defeat me, I said with the last of my strength, and Finn's face twitched in annoyance. The scenario is perfect. Everyone will believe that your life was taken by all these elves, and no one will claim anything. Maybe, so I guess this is goodbye. Yes, I want to make it clear that it wasn't a pleasure. Being brave doesn't make you immortal. I remembered that when I saw the tip of the spear pointing at my head. But for some reason, it was quite fun. I like seeing the anger reflected in the eyes of the Palom in front of me, revealing his displeasure with my actions. Strangely, I felt a rare satisfaction upon seeing him. If only you had stayed out of it. Stop talking and do it, coward. The moment he pushed the spear towards me, I was about to unleash an Argonaut-coated firebolt right in his face. But then an icy breeze swept through the dark alley, halting our actions. Finn. The temperature dropped so much that it covered the walls with frost, as well as the floor, even creating a kind of frost around the entire alley. Only one person came to mind. What does this mean? It was Riviera holding her staff and walking slowly toward us. She had Finn in her sights and he was looking at her with a certain animosity and irritation. I asked you a question, what does this mean? The cold froze my wounds, stopping the bleeding. I could breathe, but my breath froze instantly. All the magic emitted the anger of its bearer, who was Riviera, and it was directed at the Palom who tried to take my life. Nothing special, Finn said, shrugging. Just chatting a bit with my friend bellcranel. I see, the talk is over, so please leave. Now, everything felt heavy, and it wasn't because I was about to faint from blood loss. It was due to the overwhelming pressure emanating from Riviera's body, taking my breath away. I'd never seen her so upset. Yes, I suppose I will. Finn let out a tired sigh, leaning the spear back on his shoulder and walking out of the alley. He didn't care about turning his back on Riviera, who was showing clear hostile intentions towards him. But finally, when I left here, I was able to let my legs give in to exhaustion and let my body fall onto the cold ground. Everything became blurry, and all I could hear was Riviera's footsteps approaching me. Bell. His arms gently took hold of me, cradling my badly injured body. Although my vision was blurry, I could feel his gaze as well as the emotions in it. Don't worry, everything will be all right, I'm here. Let's go home, I'll heal you. The warmth of her body gently enveloped me, but I felt a certain aversion to her help. I tried to break free, but my strength was almost gone. I could barely move my hands, so I was carried through the alleyways, unable to resist. Certainly, I didn't have the strength to move, but it was different with words. Let me, stop talking nonsense, you need to rest. Haha. Maybe I was being a jerk, but I didn't even know what to think about my relationship with this woman anymore. I remembered their help as well as the fun times we had, but also the bad ones. More than anything, perhaps it was because he was still hurting from the loss of Wenne. Maybe that's why I said something so mean to him. I waited every minute of solitude while I waited for you. What makes you think I need you now? I could faintly see her expression, and I could also feel something wet falling on me. Then everything turned a deep black color filled with screams and wails. Chapter 18. In a mirror I saw. I know it hurts to miss you and remember that you're not here, but it's the most beautiful and painful way to have you in my present, even if only for a little while. Bellcranel. The best way to be happy with someone is to learn to be happy alone. That way, companionship becomes a matter of choice, not necessity. Riviera Aizus Alf. Mom, sometimes very late at night, I would imagine what it would be like to have a mother wrap me in a warm embrace and whisper in my ear, "It's okay, Mom is here," when the cold rain fell on the roof of the cabin. I silently reproached him many times. Why did you leave me alone? I murmured under the sheets, hiding from the darkness that lurked in my room. Despite never having seen her, he missed her so much. He had the feeling that she had once hugged him, but it was just that, a feeling, a strange feeling. Maybe I was imagining things because I didn't want to feel alone, because I wanted a woman to walk through that door someday with a smile on her lips saying, "Mom's back." I had my grandfather, of course, but it wasn't about being physically alone. Perhaps it was because of that trauma that I was constantly plagued by the feeling of being empty, or having a very deep emptiness in my chest, that no matter how much happiness I experienced, that emptiness would find a way out, always leaving a space impossible to fill. One that only allowed the presence of a maternal figure. Well, it was just my guess. Even if it were true, it wouldn't solve anything because I had truly hit rock bottom this time. I couldn't protect the person I swore to protect, and now I couldn't even tell right from wrong. I finally snapped. Should I be a hero? What is that? Lately, I've started questioning the definition of what a hero is and whether I fit that definition. I looked in the mirror, and there was no longer the reflection of a bright person, but the remnants of what I once was or what I could have been. I would get home, lie down, tired and unable to sleep. I had no desire to do anything, and I couldn't think of what to do with my life. Everything became an empty routine with nothing to get excited about. What happened to the meaning of my life? The monsters in my head always knew that I would lose in the end, so I wasn't surprised when I fell into defeat. My thoughts were destroying me, yes, and I tried not to think, but the silence was also a killer. Keeping quiet and remaining silent was becoming dangerous, because little by little, I began to wonder if it was really the right thing to protect those who took her away from me. If I remained silent and looked at them, I was even able to see the demons inside all of them. It is true that I believe hell is empty because the demons were here. Because that night, that damned night, I repressed my emotions so much that I no longer knew what I felt. I waited every minute alone while I waited for you. What makes you think I need you now? Riviera silently endured the pang of pain in her chest from Bell's words, concentrating on getting as soon as possible to what they once called home, which they hadn't visited together in a long time. He didn't stop to look for the keys to open the gate or the front door. He simply jumped over the former and kicked the latter open. Quickly, he carried Bell's battered body to the larger room on the second floor. The simple view of the interior consisted of a single double bed, as everything else had previously been discarded for being so suggestive and obscene. "Don't you dare die, you idiot," Riviera complained, laying Bell down on the soft mattress. She showed no hesitation when she tore off his clothes, undressing him as quickly as possible to get a full view of all the wounds scattered across his body. From deep and shallow cuts to nasty holes caused by arrows all around with 1 or 2 points still inside. The blood spread in an instant across the surface of the mattress, and Riviera rushed out of the room, returning with a bundle of bandages in her arms and a bucket of warm water. How could they do this to you? She whispered ruefully, taking a pair of dull blades and removing the arrowheads from Bell's body. Even though he was unconscious, he was still wincing in pain, and that was enough to make Riviera start shedding small, crystalline tears. She wanted to heal him as soon as possible using magic, but it was necessary to remove all the arrowheads first. Otherwise, death was certain, and Riviera couldn't imagine what she would do if Bell died in her hands. After a while, she finally finished cleaning and applied healing magic without delaying for a second. Please hold on. Color slowly returned to Bell's face, and the slight movement of life was noticeable in his features, his brow furrowing in annoyance. Of course, Riviera said with a relieved smile. Thank the gods. He murmured, letting his upper body fall onto the mattress and leaning forward, reaching to take Bell's hands. She wasn't tired from using magic, and yet she soon fell asleep. Perhaps it was simply the exhaustion brought on by the fear of losing Bell. That's why even while unconscious, he murmured over and over again, "Wake up, you fool," in a low tone. The next day, the guild issued a statement to the entire city. Those who pointed their weapons at bellcranel and attempted to take his life will receive a fine equivalent to the damage they may have caused with the death of the hero's father. The discontent of those involved was serious, but they could do little against the highest authority in Aario. In addition to the fine imposed on the families of those involved in the bellcranel attack, families who were not vital to the dungeon exploration were also temporarily banned from entering. Complaints increased, but again, little could be done. On the other hand, the issue of the monsters that invaded the surface was handled more discreetly and sensitively, since it indirectly involved bellcranel, who was labeled as a vile ally of the monsters. The guild could not do much due to the hundreds of civilians who witnessed Bell's actions against the adventurers who tried to eliminate the vouivre that appeared on Daedalus Street. Now, 2 days after the incident, it was thankfully reported that there were no casualties in the disaster, and it was also reported that the big families were already conducting a thorough search to hunt them down. Especially the Black Minotaur, whose presence had caused terror in all those who managed to see him, to the point of fainting. The families in charge of this search were the Loki family, the Ganesha family, and an adjacent guild family. On the morning of that same day, Bell opened his eyes when the sun was halfway up. The bright light bothered his eyes, causing him to grimace in disgust, accompanied by a slight phantom pain throughout his body. Where am I? The little he remembered was about the conversation with Finn after he had beaten the elves to exhaustion, and he truly believed he had died in that alley from a spear attack. I wanted to believe that he was able to take out Finn's eye with that argonaut-covered firebolt, but if he was alive, that meant that Finn himself was unharmed. I really dislike thinking about him. A moment later, he tried to get out of bed without success. His body felt heavy, and while it was due to exhaustion from the superhuman effort he had made in the previous days, it wasn't only because of that. Riviera, beside him on top of his abdomen, was Riviera breathing lightly and softly in a deep sleep. Bell could hear the low murmurs pleading for him to wake up. True, she saved me from certain death. Even if she had taken Finn with me, I'm certainly still alive thanks to her. Only then could he remember the last thing from the previous night, where he was carried by Riviera and he questioned him with words as hard as steel. He also recalled the tears that fell down Riviera's cheeks. But I still don't feel comfortable. He frowned, using both hands to pull Riviera's upper body down from him, as well as taking hold of her shoulders to wake her up. Riviera squeezed her eyelids shut, then slowly opened her eyes. Her blurry vision cleared after rubbing them a couple of times, revealing Bell's figure. "Bell," she murmured, sounding noticeably sleepy. "Bell, oh, you're awake, thank goodness, I was really worried about you." "Oh yes, thanks for healing me, I guess." Riviera immediately rushed to hug him amid sobs, but Bell stopped her mid-act. Riviera opened her eyes, seeing the awkward expression etched on Bell's face. She quickly realized what she'd done after separating, so she sat down with a slight feeling of regret. The room was filled with an overwhelming and uncomfortable silence, and despite glancing at him so furtively, Bell was quite insistent on not looking her in the eyes. Being ignored was painful, yes, but Riviera was more concerned about something else than getting the attention of the man who was her husband. "Why did you do it?" she asked in a low tone, staring at Bell, who refused to look at her and responded with a question of his own. "What are you talking about? Don't play dumb." Riviera shouted, a vein throbbing at his temples. His whole being was bursting with different feelings, and that very thing made him lose his temper at the slightest provocation. On one hand, he was happy to see Bell completely fine, while on the other he felt great annoyance towards him for having done something as absurd as letting himself be impaled by dozens of arrows. "I don't," Bell calmly took her outburst, and as she finally looked at her declared, "I did many things, so I ask you, which of them are you referring to?" The unusual indifference took Riviera by surprise, so she closed her lips as she stared incredulously at Bell. He didn't seem to be denying his actions, quite the opposite. He even gave the impression of being ready to explain the reasons for everything he did. Has he lost his mind? Riviera wondered fearfully. As she stared at Belle with trembling eyes, Riviera felt a terrible discomfort in the pit of her stomach. It wasn't from bad food, nor was she on her period. It was a genuine rejection of the boy's appearance in front of her, who exuded none of the hope and kindness he had radiated in the early days of their married life. How could it have happened? It wasn't a question Riviera didn't have an answer to, not one at least. Multiple reasons came to her mind, and none of them were pleasant. Not only had he been pushing himself beyond his limits, training day and night without rest, but he had even tasted a bitter defeat that led him to lose something important. If you add the contempt everyone in the city had for him, as well as the recent attack the night before by the elves, then it would be strange to see him show a smile despite the consecutive misfortunes he experienced. Above all, he was only 14 years old. A child who was supposed to be playing with people his own age was carrying burdens that even adults couldn't bear. I knew it, but his mental strength is at an absurd level. It was. It wasn't just his abnormal growth. His mentality and willpower were on a level that was impossible to classify as normal. Bellcranel was, in his entirety, the reincarnation of the word absurd, or he's just too foolish. Riviera lowered her gaze for a few seconds, exuding a deep sadness before looking back at Belle, to everything. She was supposed to support him and offer him comfort. That was her role as his wife. However, Riviera had no such intentions. In fact, she sincerely thought that this was a consequence of having ignored reality. She had honestly advised Belle, and yet he ignored her and continued running down a path that only led to ruin in the end. Everyone is responsible for the actions they take, and logically they are also responsible for dealing with the consequences of the actions they took. Riviera advised, Belle ignored, and now everything was as it was. She told him something bad would happen, and it did. It's time to grow up and accept that no matter how incredible your growth is, you can't do it all alone. It's stupid and childish, but more than anything, it's arrogant. Being arrogant isn't like you, Belle. More than words of comfort, what he needed was a dose of reality. Riviera, as Belle's wife and partner, was the one tasked with making him understand everything he was doing wrong. Your actions led to the destruction of a large part of Daedalus Street, not to mention the dozens of civilians who were injured by the sudden invasion of the monsters and the chaos that the battle unleashed. Are you saying it was my fault? It was. The immediate response brought a slight smile to Belle's face because he blamed himself for everything. He didn't need to be told, but he had to admit it was more painful when Riviera pointed the finger at him. Do you find this amusing? Riviera asked, a hint of displeasure and anger in her voice. The news of the fight between you and the elves has spread throughout the city. Most people think you've gone mad, and instead of a hero, they now see you as a villain. At this point, do you think I care what the city says about me? Whether I do good or bad, it doesn't matter, because if I do good, as long as they think I did bad, they'll judge me. If you ask me, they can all go to hell. Belle Riviera. For a moment, Riviera was unable to maintain her composure in the face of Belle's blunt reaction, who was speaking eloquently about his sincere thoughts. The rubied gaze stared at him, and his lips moved to formulate a question. Are you upset about what I did to people of your race? Riviera was breathless before responding, appearing stunned for a few seconds. What? He asked, almost voiceless. Her pupils trembled, as did her lips. I was asking Belle with my eyes if he really believed that. No, I'm not. They've been harassing you for months, so I think they got what they deserved. But Riviera pressed her lips together, undecided whether to speak or not. Looking away didn't help, because even then she could feel Belle's eyes on her. Don't you think you went too far? He asked in what was a weak murmur. Everyone is hospitalized, and the healers believe they won't be able to return to their previous daily lives. Those who are adventurers, those who worked as artisans, all of them, none of them will be able to do what they did before. Well, that. Belle's expression did not change. It wasn't as if Riviera expected any guilt from him, but it was unsettling that he didn't react at all. To hell with his race, to hell with everything. What she feared was losing him, losing the innocent child full of hope in people. I just feel like you're not yourself, Belle. Right now, I don't recognize you. As soon as Riviera said that, Belle laughed, leaving Riviera speechless with disbelief. Her eyes asked, what are you laughing at? I'm being honest, but she didn't have the voice to give life to her thoughts. Belle noticed it, and then he replied, did you really get to know me, Riviera? That you insist on mistaking my loneliness for bitterness, my seriousness for anger, and my silence for apathy. You still don't know me. Silence, Riviera wanted to shout at him, not out of anger but out of sadness. He didn't want to be denied the reality, where he believed he knew a little more than everyone else about Belle. The sleepless nights, the boisterous dinners filled with bad jokes, the way they cooked together, and all the times he instructed her on the path of magic, even the embarrassing and risque moments they went through. She didn't want all of that to be denied, because for her they were special and unique moments, too important to keep them locked away in a space within her heart. Stop, he murmured. No, you stop it. Stop thinking you know me when you haven't even tried to understand me. You asked why I did it, right? Why I became a monster, why I transformed into something inhuman. The truth is, it's simple, Belle, that's enough. It wasn't out of desperation or a breakdown, I did it because I realized that people are corrupt. That the city is inhabited by monsters with unimaginable evil. What are you talking about? Riviera wanted to ask, but a lump formed in her throat. She was speechless under Bell's gaze as he spoke of a subject he had experienced firsthand and of which she was a stranger. In a city of monsters like this, it's either die or survive and defend, so don't think I did it out of desperation. I did it to survive and protect the people I care about, to protect them from the real monsters hiding among them. I said to stop. Rivera's outburst didn't end with just words. Her body moved on its own and she lunged at Bell, knocking him down on the bed. He had a strong instinct to stop the incoherent things Bell was saying, mostly because he didn't understand them. Do you think you're being cool by acting the way you are? You look stupid, that's what you look like. Don't come here and decide what I know and don't know about you. I can freely say that I know more about you than you know about yourself. That's why I think you're not being the way you should be, you idiot. She ended up straddling him, holding him down with a grip on his wrists and pressing down so that he couldn't struggle. In that position, Riviera let his thoughts out, looking suspiciously at the man who was staring at him with cold intent. Stop looking at me with pity. Who do you think you are? All this ended up like this because you didn't listen to me. Even after I begged you to stop, you ignored me and kept walking towards your own destruction. You did all this to yourself. It's unfair of you to treat me like this when that girl died because of your… What? Don't you dare mention her name. Suddenly, Riviera was knocked onto her side and it was Bell who was now on top of her. From his vantage point, he glared at her with a deep rage so intense it spilled over the surface of his eyes. It wasn't directed at her, that's for sure, but it was still terrifying. I know it was my fault, so I don't need you yelling and rubbing it in my face, damn it. You want to talk about unfair things? How about I point at you or look in a mirror? Bell, it hurts. Aren't I doing all this for you to begin with? Why do you think I've broken every bone in my body every day, training until I'm coughing up blood? Also, I don't have to force you to roll around in bed with me. Saying that now is just ugh. You're really hurting me, Riviera moaned, but Bell was so out of control he couldn't even hear her. The rage within him blinded him to the fact that he was now using all his strength to squeeze Rivera's wrists, immobilizing her. It was shocking for her to realize that Bell was holding her captive and that she couldn't break free. She was a mage, of course, but she was still 2 levels above him. I took the hard path for you, and all I asked in return was your help, but you left me alone. Was it so hard for you to accept that that girl, that Wenne, was just like us? As far as I know, she had more kindness in her heart than most in this damn town. I didn't abandon you, you did it. Bell shouted, not giving Riviera a chance to speak. I've been through so much, so many things. All I asked in return was unconditional support for you to trust me. He was being unfair, in fact, because he couldn't ask for people's trust without first trusting them, just as Riviera exemplified. But Bell's thoughts were such a chaotic mess that he couldn't think straight, so much so that he placed one of his hands on Rivera's chest. Hey, where do you think you're touching? Riviera exclaimed, blushing at the sudden touch on her body. Take your hand away. What? Bell looked at her silently, breathing heavily and with a vacant stare. He felt an emptiness in his chest that hurt more and more with each passing second, without stopping or giving him a break. Maybe. He said in a whisper, staring into space. Should I just give up and have a child with you? His words, ones Riviera never expected to hear from him, left her speechless. She opened her eyes, incredulous, and stared at Bell with genuine surprise. Only now was she aware of how badly the man was on top of her. I'm fed up. Bell, calm down, we can solve this by talking. Talking. Bell smiled contemptuously at himself, lightly squeezing Rivera's chest. She did her best to stifle a moan, a deep blush spreading across her cheeks. She wanted to break free and slap Bell, maybe freeze him for a couple of hours to teach him a lesson, but the look in the boy's eyes stopped her. It was a look that matched his recent statement. He was fed up. So far, talking hasn't solved anything. I just want to rest, is that wrong? I can give you a child and disappear from the city, make a life for myself somewhere else. W.A. The path was veering off in a direction where Riviera felt uncomfortable. Not because she was being touched, but because of the idea of Bell leaving Aario and going somewhere far away, far from her, to live quietly and peacefully, perhaps return to my village. I'll take care of my grandfather's cabin and work the garden. Doesn't sound bad, does it? Bell continued ranting at himself. He gave the impression of a person describing a happy scenario in order to ignore the sad and cruel reality that tormented him. So, can I give up, Riviera? I'm tired. A couple of drops followed by others fell on Rivera's face, which showed surprise. She never thought she would see Bell cry, the boy with an unbreakable will who smiled even in the face of misfortune and faced the most difficult adversities. Bell's face, covered in tears and pain, made Rivera's chest throb terribly. She thought it was all her fault since, as Bell had said in his outburst, he was doing all this for her. Even though he could have taken the easy route, desired by any man, of conceiving a child with her, he had traveled the thorny path with strong determination, also as not to force her to do something she did not want to do. All right. She thought it was time to repay some of the kindness he had unconditionally shown her. She brought her free hand to Belle's wet cheek, gently wiping away the tears that were falling from her eyelids. If my body can heal some of your pain, then you can have it. It was enough torment for a child, Riviera thought. In fact, she was sure it should never have started, just be nice. Belle stared at her, thinking she had misheard. He was still unaware of his own movements, but hearing a positive response from Riviera left him in a slight trance. Even so, she firmly believed she had done enough, that it wasn't wrong to give up here after coming so far. All I could think about was the day I could leave this city and live in peace far away from here. Thank you. His hand moved automatically, deliberately massaging her soft breasts while using the other to lift the dress that covered Riveria's majestic body. She just looked away, too embarrassed to speak. She thought the way he did it was wrong, but there was nothing she could do if it was Belle's decision. She couldn't force him to keep fighting, so she offered herself as compensation for the trouble he'd put him through. It's my first time, so don't expect too much, she murmured, realizing she was in her underwear. She was so immersed in her thoughts that she was barely able to notice, but now she was showing her body to Belle, who was looking at her with some hope that he could finally rest peacefully after this. Mine too, so don't expect too much either, silly. Belle's hands roamed over Riveria's body, feeling the softness and warmth of her white skin painted with shades of pink. Her soft, stifled moans urged him to continue, so he soon removed her panties and bra. Riviera glowed bright red, doing her best not to look at Belle, who was staring at her in amazement. She felt the stiffness of a hand sliding up her thigh to her crotch and quickly brought one of her hands to her mouth, holding back a moan that her voice was trying to make. W8. He asked, however, Belle did not stop. He caressed Riveria's crotch, which was giving off some moisture due to the strange and hot situation they were in. It was the first time, but Belle felt no discomfort at touching something so wet. In fact, the sensation spurred him on to go faster and faster, making Riveria's body tremble with repeated spasms. His other free hand once again took Riveria's breast, using his fingers to play with the cute pink nipple. The room was filled with gasps, both from Riviera and Belle. Their bodies felt hot, but for some reason they felt more comfortable when they were close together. Instead of feeling uncomfortable because of the heat, it gave them a comforting feeling that prevented them from separating. Og. Gradually, Riveria's moans grew louder, sounding extremely seductive. Her voice escaped from between her lips, its excited tone caressing Belle's sanity. And no, it feels weird. Her thoughts blurred, feeling nothing but Belle's touch on her body. He gazed at her, captivated by the alluring sight she presented. He thought she looked beautiful, and the scent of her sweaty body highlighted that beauty to a divine level. Seeing her spilling fluids and holding back her moans made him lose what little sanity he had left, bewitched by the beauty she displayed. Riviera, be Belle. Unable to control himself, he lunged at her and captured her lips in a passionate kiss. Given the way he was, it was a bit rough, but the exchange of saliva and the dance between their tongues was anything but boring. Each time Riveria's tongue wrapped around his, something ignited inside Belle, who stopped caressing the wet crotch to insert one of his fingers. Riveria's body jerked, feeling something leave her. Even so, she made no attempt to pull away from Belle and the intense kiss they were sharing. Her hands slowly began to roam over his muscular body beneath his clothes, and when she felt desperate, she tore open Belle's shirt, revealing his toned body. The rigidity of his muscles was mesmerizing to her, so much so that she became lost in it, and one of her hands automatically wandered to Belle's pants. He wasn't even aware of the moment when he unbuckled his belt and unbuttoned his pants, nor of when he reached inside and grabbed Belle's hot, hard member. That same hand began to masturbate him, feeling the heat emanating from him as well as the hardness. Knowing that he was so hard for her gave her a slight feeling of accomplishment, which combined with the heat of the moment pushed her to make Belle take off his pants. Lying on her back with her legs open, Riviera watched with moist eyes as Belle rose onto his knees right in front of her, displaying his toned abdomen and erect member. I'll put it in. Yeah. Riviera closed her eyes, waiting for the moment. Just imagining that huge thing inside her filled her with a strange mix of fear and curiosity. She wondered if she would be able to bear it. His heart was beating 1,000 times a second, and his body was hotter than the embers of a forge, eager to be taken. Perhaps it was due to her nearly 100 years as a single woman, or perhaps it was because she genuinely felt something sincere for Belle. If there was anything she was dissatisfied with, then that would only be the way they got to this point, not what they were doing. So I really fell in love with him. Riviera felt fear. She would get together with the boy she suspected she was in love with, more a fact than a suspicion, but after that, the boy would go to a place far away from her. She thought it wouldn't be bad to accompany him, but the doubt of whether he was running away from her or from the city gnawed at her. She wondered if she was the reason Belle was having a hard time, which was also more of a fact than a doubt. Hey, then he became aware of something. Perhaps he got lost in his thoughts, but no matter how hot he was, he still kept track of time. She slowly opened her eyes, seeing Belle, who was frozen in front of her, silently watching her. Why don't you put it in? She asked, curious to know why Belle had that look. He didn't take long to give her an answer. Riviera, why yes, perhaps she wasn't attractive enough for him. Was it because of the age difference? Riviera wanted to argue that, if it was either of those things, it was fine since it would only last until she got pregnant. Then I would let him go. You. But she couldn't have been more wrong. Belle looked into her eyes, showing a feeling of regret in his gaze. You're crying. That. Only then did Riviera become aware of the cold moisture running down her cheeks. Why was she crying? She didn't know, but the tears wouldn't stop no matter how much she wiped them with her fingers. Ah no, it's not what it looks like. She tried to make an excuse, but even she didn't understand the reason for it. Just as she was about to say that she would lie face down so as not to show him something so pathetic, and so that he could continue, she heard a loud sound. It was Belle, who had hit his face hard. It wasn't just one but three more. Belle, what are you doing? They were carrying so much force that blood began to trickle from their lips and one of their cheekbones burst. Riviera tried to stop him, but he no longer seemed to intend to hit himself again. Now he just stared in the direction his last blow had made him look, disgusted with himself. He seemed to have come to his senses and to be aware of his actions. I'm sorry, I just did something stupid. I'm leaving. Without giving her time to say anything, Belle got out of bed, but not before grabbing his clothes and leaving the room, leaving Riviera alone, who looked fragile and vulnerable. She put strength into one of her hands and sat down on the mattress, timidly and shamefully covering her body with the white sheets. Her eyes, still shedding tears, gazed sadly at the closed door of the room. The first thing Belle did upon leaving the room was head to the second oval bathroom to cool down both his thoughts and his body. The footsteps on the wood echoed roughly, but the sound didn't reach him. Guilt and regret were gnawing at him, reminding him of what he had almost done. The image of Riviera's face covered in tears surfaced in his thoughts, and that alone was enough to make him feel like the biggest scum in the world. What was I about to do? She went into the bathroom and turned on the bathtub faucet without switching on the water heater. What she wanted was to cool down, so as soon as the tub was full, she jumped in. The water covered his body, surrounding him in a cold embrace. The water reached his neck, but that wasn't enough. He took a deep breath and submerged completely, feeling a strange calm brought by the underwater silence. It felt very similar to when he used Laplace on himself, a state of immersion where he could feel everything and nothing at the same time. After a few minutes, she surfaced and leaned back against the bathtub, smoothing her wet hair back and staring at the white bathroom ceiling. He lost track of time, not knowing how long he had been there. Now he was calm with a cool head and measured thoughts. I must finish what I started. The Xenos were still somewhere in the city, unable to return to the dungeon due to the blockade at the main entrance and the one on Daedalus Street. No matter how well they hid, sooner or later they would be found and killed by the Loki Familia. It will be the last time, so I'll do it properly. He thought that was enough refreshing, so he scooped some water into his hands and rubbed it on his face, ready to grab the soap when the bathroom door was opened, making the hinges and wood creak. Incredulous, Belle stared at the small opening where a jade-green eye was revealed. If it were night and dark, he would surely scream in fright. Riveria's eye was squinting, scanning the interior until it met Belle's dazed gaze, whose body was only covered up to his back by the bathwater. Because of that, the eye that was peeking through the half-open door shifted to the toned chest and arms, which displayed a wet and rather attractive image. It's me, may I come in, Belle? Belle decided to ignore the eye candy Riviera was getting just because he had recently done something a million times worse, so he coughed softly and answered. You can come in. He made sure to submerge his body until the water reached his neck to avoid an awkward encounter, but what he didn't expect was for Riviera to enter with her naked body covered by nothing but a white towel. It was rolled up, but it still left her plump thighs exposed, as well as the curve where her cute little bottom began. Why are you naked? Belle exclaimed, looking away. Come out, or at least cover more of your skin. Riviera looked at him silently and with blank eyes, wondering if he was the same boy who had recently put one of his fingers inside her. What the hell are you doing after almost making love, you bastard? She wanted to scream at him, however she swallowed her thoughts and coughed with slight embarrassment. I was just thinking about washing your back. No need, I'll do it myself. Despite the refusal, Riviera ignored Belle's words and walked over to the bathtub, taking a seat on the wooden bench that was to one side. Don't be shy, it's the least I can do. Are you aware of the situation we're in after coming out of worse? You'd normally freeze me out, wouldn't you? Do you want me to do it? Are you serious? Of course not. Belle's comical outburst made Riviera giggle softly, flashing a sweet smile. This threw Belle off, as he thought things would become too awkward between them for them to even look at each other again. But here she was, smiling beautifully half-naked in front of him, who was completely naked underwater. You know, I thought a little about what happened in the room. Please don't say anything else. Her plea fell on deaf ears, for Riviera continued. Her soft, warm tone conveyed anything but anger or resentment. I know I gave you my consent, but I appreciate that you stopped. I think deep down I was sad about how everything was happening. It's fine if you want to give up and give me a child, but I think Belle carefully observed Riveria's face. He seemed to be contemplating a beautiful sunset, ready to fall over the horizon and never appear again without a second sunrise. Her flushed cheeks certainly resembled a sunset, and the watery brightness of her eyes gave the image of a spring whose depths were filled with shining jades. On the surface of the jade spring, the sky with its clouds was reflected, and Belle could not imagine anything more beautiful than that. Then Riviera asked, "Wouldn't it be better if we were both in love?" Instead of accusing him, instead of blaming him as she seemed to have done recently, she now told him that it was okay if giving up was what he wanted to do, but that he should at least let her choose the way. Belle remained silent for several minutes before letting out a slight snort, almost laughing, and before Riviera could ask anything, he answered, "I'll think about it. There are some unfinished things I need to wrap up, so I'll give you an answer when that happens. What do you think?" The boldness and audacity of his words took Riviera by surprise, but she soon smiled and nodded. "You're starting to give appropriate answers, aren't you? It's frustrating. Is that right? I'm sorry, it just comes naturally to me." Things were still not completely resolved between the two, but Riviera thought this was a good enough step forward considering the situation. For that very reason, he agreed with Belle. "Then come out, I'll wash your back." "Odd about that. I won't take no for an answer, so get out of there. I'm naked, you know." Riveria's blush deepened, but her expression became dignified as she downplayed it. "So it's nothing I haven't seen or touched before." The blatant mockery wasn't taken lightly, as it made him sound incredibly compromising. While it was true that he had even masturbated him, that had only been during a brief moment of weakness. He knew that if he backed down now, she wouldn't stop rubbing it in his face for a long time, maybe even forever. Good. She sighed and stood up, emerging from the bathtub and creating the sound of water splashing across the now turbulent surface. Riviera remained silent, staring from the wooden bench at Belle's standing figure. She had to raise her head to meet his gaze, but there before her was something impossible to ignore. "This almost got inside me." The sound of his throat gulping saliva was heard. Then he stood up instantly to stop looking at the monster that Belle had between his legs. "Why did you put that thing on my face? Didn't you say you'd wash my back?" "Well, I said it, but..." Belle boasted, proud of his qualities as a man. It was embarrassing, of course, but not as embarrassing as what happened in that room. It was also proof that, at least with Riviera, they had already reached that level of trust between man and woman. He couldn't exactly freeze it since he didn't have his staff. Well, he could have done it even without it, but he didn't seem to have any intention of using magic. Instead, she made a cute pout and turned around, walking to the rinsing area which had a large mirror as a wall. "This is wrong," Belle thought. He couldn't help but fix his gaze on Riveria's backside, whose lower curve was barely visible at the edge of the towel covering her body. If you added a pair of bare legs to that, it was normal to appreciate it and not look away. But it was too dangerous a sight for him, because if he got an erection there, he would undoubtedly be frozen. "What are you staring at, you pervert?" Riveria's voice made him panic, then he realized that she was looking at him through the reflection of the mirror on the wall in front of them both. His eyes were looking at her with a certain animosity, so he looked away while smiling awkwardly and walking to the benches in front of the mirror. "In the end, you're still a man, huh?" Riviera knelt down while lathering soap in her hands, rubbing it together and then scrubbing it on Belle's back. He didn't dare look at her, not even in the mirror's reflection, lowering his gaze as he felt the texture of Riveria's hands running down his back. "You've grown a lot, your back is broad and muscular. Not in excess but just right. Is your body type hereditary?" Belle wondered if Riviera was doing this on purpose to make him uncomfortable, and as far as he was concerned, that was precisely the reason. The biggest clue was Riveria's smile, as he focused on rubbing the soap over Belle's back and arms before moving to his abdomen, wrapping it around him in a hug. Riviera, don't move, I'm almost finished." No, that wasn't it, Belle wanted to tell her. It was the fact that Riveria's soft, warm breasts were rubbing against her back. More than anything, it was impossible to ignore the sensation of her nipples pressing against him. When had he taken off the towel? Being aware of it made him close his eyes to avoid accidentally looking at something that could lead him to a painful death. "I'm almost finished." Riveria's voice didn't help either, especially when it was right in his ear and he felt her breath caressing his neck. Was he doing this on purpose? I would never know the answer. Riviera, for her part, looked at their reflections in the large mirror. Belle's cheeks were red, as were hers. The marked and wet body covered in soap as well as his own rubbing against the first. Her eyes scanned Belle's reflection until they found it again between her legs. It didn't look as big as it did in the room, but it was still an impressive size. Slowly, one of his hands slid down to pick him up and wash him, but just as he touched him, Belle jumped in fright and stood up, quite shaken by what was happening. "You don't need to wash that, I can do it myself." "Oh well, yes." Riviera looked away, ashamed of her actions. It was good to have the excuse of washing her body, but she herself knew that Belle had said it for his own convenience in order to avoid reality. "I'm sorry," Riviera said, keeping to herself the thought that she considered Belle to be a coward. Yes, that's fine. As a countermeasure and for the good of both of them, Belle wrapped a towel around his waist and made Riviera cover her body again with hers if she wanted to continue washing his back. He didn't want to mention anything about seeing Riveria's naked body one more time for both their sakes, so the bath continued for a little while longer before they both got out. It should be noted that the color of her cheeks was not normal. An hour later, Hestia and the rest of the familia arrived at Belle's house at his call, and to their surprise, Ryu was also present. She approached the instant she saw Belle, taking his hands with great concern. "Cranelson, I'm sorry I wasn't there to support you when you needed it most." "Ryusen. Are you all right? I heard about the elf attack again." "I am, thank you for your concern." The atmosphere surrounding them both seemed to emanate flowers and shine with a blinding pink color, especially for Riviera, who watched the intimate way Ryu held Belle's hands with a slight furrow of her brow. Perhaps it was normal that they were so close, since apart from having been friends for a long time, they trained almost every morning. Riviera knew it, but it was still unsettling to see how her husband had so many women lining up for him. "This bothers me a little." He thought about it but could say little about it. Meanwhile, everyone else looked at Belle with concern, wanting to ask if he was okay, but they weren't given the chance. "Hestia-sama, please update my status." "Oh yes." The little goddess followed her assistant up the stairs to one of the rooms, leaving the others in the first-floor living room. Ryu didn't take his eyes off Belle's back even after losing sight of him, and this was noticed by Riviera. Welf stood silently, arms crossed, waiting patiently while Haruheim prepared some tea and Mikoto hugged her katana next to Lily, who seemed quite worried. Meanwhile, Belle and Hestia arrived at the room without incident. He immediately took off his shirt and lay down on the bed, waiting for Hestia to do her part. The little goddess looked at him silently, knowing what was happening and how serious it was. However, she understood that it wasn't the time to speak, because if she did, Belle would be the first to say anything. "Permission." He carefully climbed onto Belle's back, pricking one of his fingers and letting a drop of golden blood fall. Instantly, the state was unlocked, glowing a bluish-white. The first thing Hestia noticed was that she still couldn't level up, but she wondered if that was really bad news. "You have a new skill. Oh, is it good?" Hestia gave a slight smile, continuing with what she was doing. "You'll see for yourself in a few seconds." Her small hands moved at great speed, and just as she said, a few more seconds were enough for her to finish her work. As the state shut down, Belle felt a vast difference in power coursing through his body. It was a sensation he would come to recognize over time, a result of the many times he defied established statistics. "Take." Hestia handed him a sheet of paper just after he got off, and Belle took it in his hands as he sat down on the edge of the mattress. With a serious look, he read the statement. State, bellcranel. Age 14 years, LV4, basic skills before the upgrade. Strength a 869. Stamina a 807, Dexterity S901, Agility S979, Magic B799, Current basic skills. Strength SS 1099. Stamina SSS 1499, Dexterity SS 1099, Agility SSS 1399, Magic SS 1027, Development skills. Luck GF Abnormal Resistance, FD2 Magic Resistance IF3, Magic. Firebolt and Quickcast Magic skills. Unwavering Desire Hidden, Abnormality Detected Argonaut Laplace, Imitator New. Allows the user to imitate the fighting technique and physical movements of their preferred individual. Limited to physical techniques. Imitator, that was undoubtedly a skill to be feared and one that Belle was quite adept at. In fact, it was no surprise to acquire such skill when it came to someone who trained with different masters and imitated their techniques as best as possible. "It's good," Belle said without jumping or shouting with excitement. She only smiled slightly, showing a sad look. If I had this a few days ago, would anything have changed? He couldn't help but wonder. He didn't even know if he would ever stop thinking about what if every time he got stronger. It would surely be a curse related to regret that would follow him to the grave. Belkan. "Okay, let's go with the others." Before Hestia could say anything, Belle stood up and walked to the door. They both went downstairs in silence, one wondering what would happen next and the other wondering if he was really all right. Upon arriving at the room, they silently drank the tea prepared by Haruheim before moving on to the important matter. "We will not go to war," Belle declared, surprising everyone. They definitely came prepared and determined to support their leader, even if it meant going against Aario. Mikoto looked at the katana in her arms, wondering if it had been in vain to have sharpened it for 2 days. The only ones who showed relief were Hestia, Lily, and Haruheim. Riviera knew this beforehand. Ryu didn't really care whether Belle wanted to go to war or not. She was fine with whatever his choice was. Welf, on the other hand, raised an eyebrow and turned to Belle. "So what will we do? I'm sure you won't leave the Xenos to their fate." Of those present, he was the only one who questioned him, not because the others were afraid of Belle, but because their friendship was that deep. Belle nodded. "As I said, we won't go to war. We don't need to go head-on to win. If we manage to get the Xenos back into the dungeon, that will be our victory. Saying that, Belle looked at Riviera and she nodded as she spread a map of Daedalus Street on the coffee table. Everyone looked at him with a certain suspicion, paying no attention to the map. Both Belle and Riviera were aware of this, so the former intervened. You can rest assured she is with us. Belle explained, but while his word was trusted by others, it was inevitable that they would have their suspicions. Everyone's face, even Haruheim's, expressed doubt and concern that Riviera would leak information to the outside world. That won't happen. This time, noticing everyone's expressions, Riviera took a step forward in the conversation. Her eyes looked at everyone present except Belle, displaying a tranquility typical of her. I am on his side, more precisely on my husband's side. One thing that should be clear is that this statement wasn't some kind of mark my territory. Because of what had happened between Belle and Ryu, possibly. What could be said was that more than one of those present raised an eyebrow in clear displeasure. Even Belle, who definitely did not expect such a statement from Riviera, held his breath when he noticed the strange atmosphere that suddenly appeared. I've already received a brief explanation from him, so I'll provide support to a certain extent. That brief explanation I mentioned contained the necessary information about the Xenos, as well as their close relationship with the guild. It was difficult, but Riviera managed to get Belle to spill the beans using a fairly efficient method. Therefore, keeping our guard up is unnecessary. Even after saying it like that, even if he put it in simple words they could understand, they still looked at him with suspicion. Although it was Hestia, Lily, Haruheim, and Ryu. Belle coughed, drawing everyone's attention. Then I'll explain the plan. Lily, I'll need your input as the family's chief strategist. Lily huffed as she crossed her arms, still disgusted by the blatant way Riviera had rubbed her relationship with Belle in their faces. As a woman, she and the others had perfectly understood the subtext that Belle and Welf overlooked. Lily will do her best to be of service to Belle-sama. Thank you, then. Belle's smile made Lily's heart leap, and after a little time coordinating the key points on the map, the plan to follow was explained in detail. Everyone had roles assigned specifically according to their skills and no one objected. Shortly before the arrival of the rest of the Hestia Familia and Ryu, the efficient method for making a person talk was being carried out. Belle, I'll be supporting you, so please tell me what's really going on. What are these monsters? Who else is involved? And what's been eating me up inside the most? Why do you keep saying that people are the real monsters? After getting out of the shower and following him to his room, Riviera got straight to the point right after Belle finished changing. She had no intention of abandoning him a second time, but she couldn't follow him blindly. She needed to know why he fought so desperately, even at the cost of his own life and reputation as an adventurer. He already had his own conclusions based on the information he had gathered himself, but he needed to hear it from Belle. It was necessary, almost a longing, to be certain that Belle trusted her. It was what she had wanted for months. Aren't those a lot of questions? I'll answer one. How does that sound? Belle, on the other hand, disregarded Riviera's feelings, causing her to frown. Do you dare try to negotiate with me? You've certainly become quite brazen, my husband. Oh, I touched a nerve, Belle said to himself as he began to sweat profusely under Riviera's opaque gaze. This stunned him, and then he declared, if it won't be by fair means, it will be by foul. That. The best way to get information from a person who refuses to talk is not a fair exchange, much less seducing them with an impressive body such as Riviera's. Hestia-sama will come too, right? Ah, yes, I suppose. Well then, if you don't want me to tell you what happened between us today, speak up. The best way to obtain information was through blackmail, or rather, extortion. Riviera had a cold, calculating mind capable of doing something of that magnitude without batting an eye, and Belle knew it. If a single word of what they were about to do reached the ears of Hestia, who was a goddess who could not be lied to, disaster would befall Belle. Ha ha. So darling, are you ready to spill the beans? You're quite cruel, you know that, speaks. In the end, Belle sang like a bird in the mornings. The only thing he refused to do with sweat and blood was to give an answer to the third question, making Riviera sigh. I'll tell you one day, I promise. Okay, I knew you wouldn't say that from the start. After that, Riviera went to her own room to dress appropriately and receive her husband's family. Her heart was still beating with some nervousness and embarrassment over what had happened today, but she was able to maintain a pretty good facade on her face. After the meeting, the girls and Welf returned to their respective places to prepare everything. According to Hestia-sama, Felsen was in communication with her, acting as an intermediary with the Xenos, who were awaiting our help. I didn't ask many questions, but it was quite clear to me that they were just as or even more devastated by Ween's death. Then I'll see you at nightfall, Hestia-sama said, to which I nodded with determination. Then I approached Lily, handing her a letter. Her round eyes looked at me doubtfully, so I explained the reason for the letter. Lily, please deliver this letter to the goddess Freya. Instantly, I felt everyone's eyes on me, even Riviera's, who had no idea about the existence of such a letter. Her eyes trembled as she looked at the paper envelope now in Lily's hands, as if she wanted to snatch it away and read its contents. So before they could even exclaim with shouts asking why I was sending a letter to the goddess Freya, I said, I don't know why, but I've been favored by the goddess Freya on many occasions. The letter is about that. It's simply asking for one favor in exchange for another. Well, it's not like I was expecting something like, wow, is that it? Okay, from everyone, especially Riviera and Ryu, who showed silent displeasure without taking their eyes off the letter in Lily's hands. Hestia-sama was speechless, as was Haruheim. Welf seemed to understand, and Makoto was more excited about her katana than curious about the situation. I'll use every card I have at my disposal, even if it means owing someone else a favor. There's no room for mistakes or failure, the lives of the Xenos depend on it, and I won't take any risks, not again. Even so, despite everyone's obvious displeasure, I didn't back down and stood my ground. It lasted much longer than I expected, but in the end, Lily nodded with a sigh. I understand, Lily will deliver this letter to the goddess Freya. Thank you. Hestia-sama seemed more fearful than undecided, but she remained silent because she understood that it was not the time for setbacks. I'll see you soon. I approached each of them and gave them a hug, thanking them for their support. Riveria's fixed gaze on my back didn't stop me from doing the same with all of them, but I soon regretted not doing so. It was Haruheim's turn. Until now, I hadn't approached her because of how urgent the situation was, but as soon as I entered the range of her sense of smell, she gave a slight jump in surprise while looking at me with a blush. Haruheimson. Aya Bell-sama. I didn't understand it at first, but when he suddenly started looking at Riviera and then came back to see me, I understood. My face paled instantly, even more so when he began to alternate his gaze between Riviera and me, making him even more suspicious. Be Bell-sama and Rive. What? Before she could drop a bombshell, I wrapped her in a tight hug. Her trembling body shuddered in surprise and she let out a few stunned, soft babble. It was my chance, so I lowered my voice and whispered in her ear so that no one else could hear me. It's not what it looks like. I'll explain later, but please don't say anything until then. May I ask that, Haruheimson? Her trembling body transmitted a great deal of warmth to mine because of its proximity. She seemed about to faint. Then, a few seconds later, I felt her hair brush against my cheek. It was a side effect of nodding silently, proof that he had heard my prayers. Ahem. Why do you seem to be hugging Haruheim-kun more tightly, Bell-kun? Oh no. I'm sorry, I guess I'm still a bit sentimental, ha ha. He had to be careful about lying in front of Hestia-sama, but it was true that he was a little sentimentally terrified. I separated from Haruheimson and gave a silly smile, scratching my hair and waving goodbye to them for the third time. Riviera said nothing because, like me, she seemed to have understood Haruheim's reaction. Her flushed cheeks were proof of that. When they had all left, Welf came over and patted my back gently. Cheer up. I could only smile as I nodded silently, watching them leave through the garden. Lily seemed to be arguing with Welf and he was responding. Is that your way of supporting him as his best friend? How insensitive. You're naive, Liliquaj. Between men, a pat on the back is equivalent to 6 months of therapy for women. What are you trying to say with that? Perhaps women tended to exaggerate things. I could only laugh at the idea as I watched them disappear behind the gate. Then I looked at Riviera, who showed clear displeasure in his eyes. I knew what she was going to ask just by looking at her, but despite that, I remained silent, waiting for her words. Well, why did she seem so angry? What did that letter say? Who knows? I shrugged as I went inside, leaning back on the sofa. Whether she was angry or not, she certainly couldn't force me to sing this time. Blackmail was fine, but if she overused it, I might snap and tell her to do whatever she wanted. Besides, what I told Lily was true. That letter contained a request and nothing more. If I had to go into debt to repay a favor, it was a small price to pay for the help of the strongest family in the city. He wasn't asking for something like, defeat the Loki Familia for me, but rather something like, at a certain point, support me. You're really getting more and more shameless every day. Weren't you the one who said I couldn't do everything alone? I think you're right. Riveria's malleable attitude made me sigh with relief. Perhaps it was due to the situation I was in, which is why she was being somewhat considerate by not insisting as she had before. But while it worked in my favor, I couldn't shake a slight feeling of displeasure. I closed my eyes and heard Riveria's footsteps approaching, then her voice. The silence lasted only a couple of seconds before she moved on to another topic, giving up on getting me to talk. That girl Haruheim, yeah, I frowned remembering what had been said. Just imagining the scene where Haruheimson let out a scream that implied an intimate encounter between Riviera and me in front of everyone made me break out in a cold sweat. He noticed my scent on you and yours on me, right? Well, yes, I suppose so. He has an incredible sense of smell after all. I opened one eye to look at her. Her cheeks were red, as were her ears, while her eyes exuded clear embarrassment. I understood since I felt the same way. After all, talking about it made us remember what happened both in that room and in the bathroom. Her naked body, her skin glistening with sweat, her breath ragged and irregularly heavy, as well as the erotic way in which she opened her legs for me, revealing a wet paradise. Damn, I was really close to becoming a jerk. It was impossible not to remember the beauty of her naked body, but the image that predominated in my thoughts was her face covered in tears. I had her consent, yes, but that sad expression on her tear-covered face made it look like what it really was, a grape. What on earth was I thinking? I couldn't help but feel disgusted with myself. Even after washing my body, is it still noticeable? He's a beastman, so it's normal. It should take a few days, I suppose. I snapped back to reality, looking at Riviera. She sat down next to me, avoiding eye contact. I could almost read her thoughts just by seeing the redness in her cheeks, but I decided not to mention it for my own sake. Like me, she had also seen a rather prominent part of my body. Belle, yeah. Silence surrounded us both. Despite wanting to speak, she didn't say anything for a long time. For a moment, I thought she would get up and go to her room without saying a word, but from the way her body was moving, she seemed to be carefully considering what she would say. When it's all over, talk to me. That. Why did she have to be so ambiguous right now? I wanted to scream, saying I didn't have time for her riddles. I know that with time, everything will return to normal, that we will continue with our routine. I know you'll smile again, but I know it will be fake. I know you'll hide your pain, that you'll make me believe everything is all right. As I looked at her, I thought the option where she was ambiguous was better than this one, which clearly stated her thoughts. We'll cook together, we'll stay up late studying, I'll admonish you for overdoing it in training, even more so when I was exposing myself to the future. You will laugh again, you will stand up again, carrying everything on your shoulders. I don't think that's fair. Before I knew it, I couldn't stop looking at her. Indifference, I wasn't good enough to fake it when a person was showing their true self in front of me. It was true when they said that people show greater beauty when they speak honestly, even more than when they smile, even if that itself is a purer display of honesty than words. I don't think it's fair that we laugh together and you cry alone, so when the day comes, come closer, hold my hand and share your pain with me. I was so lost in the beauty of her sincerity that I didn't even notice when she took my hands, encircling them with hers in a warm embrace. He looked me in the eyes and I got lost in his. Her gaze shone with a beautiful plea, almost a beg, reflecting my incredulous face on its jade-green surface. No matter how much it burns, I will stay with you until we turn to ashes. If I thought about it, it wasn't fair not to me. Don't come with that smile, with those words, looking at me like that, asking sincerely and showing that ephemeral beauty worthy of nature. It's not fair. Really. It's not fair. Riviera SS Special, Marriage Certificate. Failure is part of life. If you don't fail, you don't learn, and if you don't learn, you don't change. Bellcranel and my buddy the Reject. XXX. In the early days of their life living together, Belle and Riviera received a call from the guild. The letter briefly stated the reason, which was to sign a document where both voluntarily accepted the will of the prophecy in case Belle did not keep his word. Isn't this a bit much? Belle said, beads of sweat forming on his skin as he looked at the letter in his hands. Beside him, Riviera sighed, thinking that it was already quite strange that the guild didn't try to have a plan B as a contingency. Even if Uranus accepted Belle's whim, it was quite clear that he would not follow to the letter the wishes of a child who was unaware of the cruelty of the world. We can't refuse, so let's get this over with. Your training with me starts soon, you need to prepare. Ah, yes. Having said that, they both left the house and took the most discreet route through the alleyways to avoid unwanted glances. Especially Belle, who remained under the watchful eye of every elf in the city. They clearly kept their distance when he was with Riviera, but it was still unnerving to feel the thousands of eyes overflowing with ill intentions directed at him. Okay, we're here. Yeah. Once at the guild entrance, they were both greeted by Ina, Belle's advisor. He looked at her with a nervous smile, while Ina ignored him with an unusual coldness in her eyes. He addressed Riviera alone, showing due respect as part of the elven race in addition to their very subtle relationship as collateral relatives. Welcome, Miss Riviera. I'll guide you to the minutes room, please follow me, sure. Riviera offered a barely perceptible smile, glancing at Ina Toole, the daughter of her best friend and former chamberlain, Aina Toole. In public, she was always modest and respectful, while in private she treated her like few others did. Of course, he noticed the clear animosity that Ina directed at Belle, as well as Belle's silence, as he did his best to remain silent even in his walking. Is she also in the faction of elves who strongly hate bellcranel? That couldn't be, Riviera thought. After all, he knew beforehand about the close and intimate relationship that existed between Ina and Belle. It's here, please come in. Ina's voice brought Riviera back to reality and she obeyed, passing through the open door into a room where a fat, dwarfish elf was waiting for them. Sr. Royman, Lady Riviera, welcome. Gremio's manager Roman stood to greet Riviera with a bow. Of course, it was only for Riviera. His gaze lingered on Belle for a few seconds, long enough for the boy to sense the clear rejection in the elf's eyes. Ina was viewed in the same way. This is the first time I've seen him, but there's no doubt he detests Einasen. Belle thought he knew about it beforehand from Ina herself, who had told him in a moment of weakness when Roman's workplace harassment had crossed the line. It wasn't anything perverse, that's for sure, but the clear discrimination for being mixed race didn't make it any less ugly. I just need to sign right. he asked, taking a step forward. I have to attend my training sessions. I would appreciate your efficiency. It was not normal to see Bell acting in such a confident, even brazen manner, but this was supported by an intense dislike for Royman, who freely harassed his precious friend. Even though Ina now regarded him with a certain coldness and avoided him, Bell wasn't so petty as to stop caring for her. Perhaps it was all a misunderstanding. Yes, I just need your signatures, Roman said, turning his back and hiding a grimace of disgust. It wasn't that he was a bad person, he just had a pretty bad personality. Even Ina, having been bullied herself, thought his arrogant and annoying attitude was simply due to stress, although that doesn't mean he likes it either. Here, read the clauses and sign. After doing so, you will be officially recognized as a married couple. A couple of documents were handed to both Bell and Riviera as soon as they took their seats, with Ina silently watching from the entrance. This is practically a marriage certificate, Riviera thought with a serious expression, carefully reading the document in her hands. If I sign this, the idea of backing out is completely out of the question. Not that I had planned to, but it's rather brazen of the god Uranus to so boldly close off any escape route. While he was thinking about the cunning of the guild's ruling god, Bell beside him didn't bother to read a single paragraph and signed without hesitation or doubt. His quick action made Riviera look at him with a blank stare, wondering how he could be so careless. Didn't she know the disasters she could cause by signing something she wasn't aware of? She made a mental note to teach her some common sense later. Are we going? Yeah. What's wrong? Riviera wanted to ask, noticing her no-husband's strange behavior. Of course, she also noticed Royman's disdain for Ina. It was an open secret that he detested half-elves, considering them lower class. After all, he wasn't known as the guild's pig for nothing. Even so, I certainly didn't expect to witness such an unusual and incompatible attitude from Bell. Was Ina really that important to him? Would you get just as angry if someone were to offend me? I'm curious. She kept that thought to herself as she stood up and walked past Bell, arriving with Ina and leaving Royman's office. In the hallways, the three remained silent throughout the journey to the main hall, where lines of adventurers waiting to be attended to by the beautiful receptionists could be seen. At that moment, Ina stopped and stared at the ground before speaking. Riviera-sama, would you mind if I borrowed Bellcun for a moment? The confusion came from Bell, who hadn't expected anything like this. In his mind, he was already preparing himself to arrive and start training until he fainted or couldn't move his legs. Riviera, on the other hand, nodded while smiling. Yes, I'll be waiting outside, thank you. The instant Riviera disappeared into the crowd, Ina grabbed Bell's arm and pulled him into a soundproof room intended for advisors and their adventurers. Ina-san, just follow me. Upon entering the room, Ina let go of Bell and looked at him for a few seconds before throwing herself at him and hugging him. The unexpected action took Bell by surprise, who was unable to maintain his balance and fell onto the sofa behind him. Ina's body was heavy like anyone else's, but it radiated a divine softness along with an enriching floral aroma. Ina-san, what are you doing? It was impossible to maintain composure when the body of a beautiful woman was on top of him, rubbing against his, especially the chest area, which was right in front of her face. An intense blush appeared on her cheeks, and as she was about to make an attempt to walk away, Ina's soft, warm tone sounded close to her ear. Thank you for what you did. It wasn't necessary, but it made me happy that you defended me even if it was subtle. Bell stopped his hands, which were about to grab Ina by the waist to pull her away. It was impossible for him to do so after hearing her speak. Well, I couldn't stay silent after seeing him treat you so badly. You're precious to me, and if I can't do something as simple as defend you, then I'm truly useless. Is that so? You're really careless, saying such a thing to a girl without thinking about the consequences. Bell tilted his head in doubt, but Ina didn't seem to have any intention of explaining the message between the lines. Shortly afterwards, she became aware of the compromising position they were in, blushing to the point of glowing. I'm sorry, I got a little carried away. Haha, that's fine, I don't mind if it's about you. That didn't help much, as Ina's blush spread all the way to her cute half-elf ears. She was aware of her own actions, so she coughed discreetly before changing the subject. Now you're a married man, you should be careful how you talk to another woman, don't you think? Although it's just a facade. Fufu, he knows. They both sat down on the sofa, close enough to feel the warmth of each other's bodies. It was embarrassing, but Ina couldn't find a way to get up naturally, so she remained seated. Miss Riviera is waiting, you should go. Yeah. There wasn't time to make some tea and eat biscuits as they usually did at their regular meetings, which was a shame. For that reason, Ina suggested wrapping things up and saying their goodbyes. However, before heeding her advice, Bell asked one thing. Just recently when you received us. Did I do something to make you angry? That? A little embarrassed, Ina looked away. It was difficult for her to explain since she herself knew little about the source of her discomfort. Even so, he had to give an answer, so he improvised one. Several days have passed and you didn't even deign to visit me to talk about the matter you got involved in. Just for that, just because of that you ask, I'm sorry, I'll come more often Einessen, HHMPH. Ina's cute pout made Belle smile, then the two said goodbye so as not to keep Riviera waiting any longer. Don't overexert yourself, Belcon, I won't do it. When you need information about the dungeon, come to me, and even if it's not about the dungeon, I will do that, take care of yourself. Yeah, and don't you lay a hand on Miss Riviera, you pervert, I won't. And so, advisor and adventurer said goodbye with warm smiles on their faces. From then until now, Belle made a point of carving out a little time in his busy schedule to have tea and cookies with his dear friend. XXX. Upon meeting with Riviera, she approached Belle. That was quick. Huh, what do you mean? You smell like Miss Toole, did you two hug? It's our first day of marriage and you've already cheated on me. What? No, it's not what it looks like. It should be clarified that it was a tasteless joke by Riviera, but Belle was not aware of it until much later. So for the time being, he lived with the guilt of being unfaithful for several weeks. Chapter 19, Your Silence Has Been. I told him, you have 1 minute to make me fall in love with you. What? He smiled and he still had 59 seconds left. Riviera Eljos Alf. Since my chance encounter with the Inhumans who attempted to take Lefiassen's life, and since I took a life that same day, my nights have been filled with insomnia and nightmares. The feeling of not being able to close my eyes even though they are closed, the feeling of seeing dark even though I can see clearly. The sound of the clock, the creaking of the wood, the wind hitting the glass window. My senses intensified to such a degree that it became a constant torture, a battle against my own thoughts. Thinking was bad because every now and then I would hear voices. I wasn't going crazy, that's for sure. It was just my deepest thoughts, the kind you have when you overthink things about a specific topic. What was I thinking about? The distinction between good and bad. Whether bad was bad, whether good was good, or whether bad was good and good was bad. Was it good or bad that I was forced to take a life into my own hands? The answer I came to after countless endless nights was that it was neither good nor bad. It just happened. It didn't matter if it was bad or good. If it happened, it only happened because it had to happen and because I was the one who decided it would. Well, it was the same now. I lost Wenne, I couldn't protect her. I broke my promise like so many others. The mere memory of the moment when her life slipped through my hands tore at my soul as well as my mind. Did I ever think about throwing it all away? Yes, I did. That night while unconscious, I assumed I had had a dream. A dark and silent place, my body floating and unable to move while a voice whispered in my ear. Become the villain of the story, do evil and harm all those around you, show them your wickedness. Of course I was aware of the evil that existed within every living being. No one was spared, no one was innocent. It was a fact I learned the hard way. Maybe it was okay to listen to the voice then. I certainly thought that for a second, however I answered firmly. I will not be the bad one, I will be the righteous one. Whoever does me evil, I will repay with evil and wickedness. Whoever does me good, I will repay with good and empathy. It wasn't some idealized fool based on childish naivete. Yes, I was only 14, but I like to believe my mental maturity was more advanced for that age. More than anything because being fair was how everyone was supposed to be. Returning a smile to someone who spits on you doesn't work, nor does hitting someone who offers you a hand. I didn't want to end up somewhere where I blamed everyone and slowly turned into a heartless idiot. I just wanted to be where I was supposed to be. The strongest person is the one who, despite everything, gets up, forgives, and tries to find peace. That's who I wanted to be, someone who never stopped getting up, forgiving, and living in peace. Although, of course, forgiving was very different from forgetting. It seemed to be a good answer because the voice was never heard again. We were in a room at Riviera, an inn. The decor was decent, but it didn't completely overshadow the rock ceiling. What if I make you a promise? What kind of promise? In that place, Belle knelt before me, showing the most beautiful smile in the world accompanied by a bright and captivating gaze. My heart pounded like crazy when I saw him. It was the man I loved, kneeling before me, looking at me with more love than anyone else. I even thought about maybe. And from then on, I didn't really think about anything else, because my head was a mess in which a tornado of emotions and feelings reigned that only he could make me feel. My eyes were focused only on him. In the whole world, only he was reflected on the sapphire blue surface that shone in all its splendor when I saw him. Hey, I asked you something. Answer. I grew impatient. The lump wasn't in my throat but in my chest, growing and growing without stopping as everything around me began to distort. You see. He smiled and I watched with anticipation every movement of his body. If I offer you this. The slight movement of his arm as well as his hand disappearing into his pocket, only to reappear shortly after with a small box with a light blue tapestry and white decorations. It was similar to my hair. Would you be able to bear our separation? My breath stopped. Even the beating of my heart, which had been making a racket before, mimicked the moonless ocean. I didn't see Belle, but the beautiful ring inside the box he was opening for me. He was kneeling, smiling, and looking at me with eyes overflowing with love. Be Belle. I had a strong feeling of wanting to burst into tears, so I had to cover my lips with my hands, preventing my words from breaking out. He seemed to notice, and without ceasing to show me that beautiful smile, he spoke. Asfial Andromeda, will you marry me? Words, even if they came from the gods, lacked the meaning and power to make me feel anything. Yet here he was, breaking me down with just a few lines. Throughout my entire existence, even in other lives, I was certain that none of them were as happy as this one. I, the woman in this man's eyes. Yes, of course, I'll marry you, Bell. I jumped at him, wrapping him in a hug. My naked body soon received Bell's divine warmth, as well as the strength of his arms around my waist. Without hesitation, I showered his face with countless kisses, as if each one were undeniable proof of my love for him, and as if with each kiss leaving a silhouette of my lips, I could confirm the absolute certainty that he belonged to me. I love you, I love you, I love you, but something was strange. Why did you take so long, for crying out loud? Do you know how many times I've dreamt about this? I am so happy. Who was she? Why did he look like me? I'm sorry. Yes, you should feel it, you fool. Why did he have my voice, my eyes, and the same hair color? More than that, you didn't even formally ask me to be your girlfriend. How shameless do you have to be satisfied, Belle? What? I'm sorry, why was she hugging Belle, and why was she being hugged by Belle? What was the difference between her and me? Ah, but that was fine with you, wasn't it? You were satisfied just using my body without getting married first. How you should be ashamed of yourself, you degenerate. Yes, I'm sorry. Why was I watching this from a distance? Why couldn't I move and take the place of that me who was identical to me? The only thing that differentiated us was that she, this copy of me, had her love. I wanted to run, push her aside, and take her place. However, my body wouldn't move. No, did he even have a body right now? I could only see. I'm so happy, seeing how she enjoyed something I didn't have. Belle, I'm the happiest woman in the world. The stone room shook, but she and he didn't seem to notice. The way everything was crumbling around us seemed to matter little to them. They shared a world of love I couldn't enter. You make me the happiest woman in the world, Belle. And I will continue to do so. Only then did I realize that he never actually looked at me. Even if that woman was Asfial Andromeda, even if she had the same eyes, the same hair, the same lips, and the same body, the one I looked at with more love than anyone else in the world, that wasn't me. Because in real life I am. I hate you, that's what he had said while his eyes looked at me suspiciously, with a black mass of resentment clouding the gaze that I loved so much. If only. Ah, that was it, I was dreaming. The softness of the pillow as well as the fragrance of the sheets, I have never before felt so uncomfortable about something that normally made me yawn pleasantly. I looked at the clock attached to the wall. It was 12:00 a.m. I closed my eyes, and when I opened them it was 2:00 a.m. Time passed and I was still there with thousands of ideas in my mind, with tears on my face, wondering why all this was happening. Why did I have those dreams? Why did I see someone who looked like me being happy, when in reality my happiness was nowhere near that of that imitation? No, did he even have the right to call it an imitation? The copy is not supposed to be better than the original, much less have more than the original. Did this make me the copy of that woman, that dream, the original? To begin with, the problem wasn't the dreams. I like to dream about it because there, even if it was a dream, I could love him and be loved. The problem was the sunrises, waking up and not having him, embracing nothingness. That's the problem, dreaming and waking up without him. What should I do now? I wiped away my tears, covering my face, but it was useless as it was covered again. It was now 4:00 a.m. and I couldn't stop thinking about my last encounter with him. Was it really a good idea to follow the emotions in my dreams? I could accept my impulsive actions since it was the first time I'd felt something similar to what everyone called love. I was thoughtless, too bold and careless. Because of that, here I was, crying in the silence of the early morning. Embraced by the cold, comforted by the sound of the cicadas, illuminated by the light emitted by the moon and its stars. Heard by the sound of silence, nothingness, I had to give up. I had to. No, a sharp pain shot through my chest. A current of energy whose origin I didn't know coursed through my entire body, urging me to get out of bed. I shouldn't be feeling sorry for myself when he must be having a much harder time. It was true, now he could remember it. Not only had he received countless wounds, but in addition to that, he had lost a person of vital importance. I was unaware of his connection to the armed monsters, but if he came to treasure them enough to bear his fangs to the city, then I had to support him. It was almost 5:00 a.m. I still had time. The gift I had planned to give her in a couple of months, if I put my all into it and really racked my brain, I could finish right now. And while I'm at it, I should do something about this. I went down to the basement as fast as I could, where my laboratory was located. In this place, isolated from any outside interference, even if the city were to disappear because of a meteorite, I wouldn't even notice. And if I wasn't aware, that meant I wouldn't have any distractions. I can do it, I can do it. I wiped away my tears one last time and got down to work. The fatigue had built up, but it wasn't something that was impossible to overcome. Shortly after Hestia and the others left, Hermes arrived with Belle. Bell had knocked cheerfully on the door, saying he would help with anything that was needed. After a comfortable chat as well as an exchange of words of encouragement, Hermes ended up obtaining the responsibility of leading the Xenos along a secret path back to the dungeon. It was then, just as he left, that Riviera handed him a paper envelope. Judging by the red wax seal, it was a letter Perseus left her. Apparently, it's an apology. He looked at the letter handed to him. Paper is usually considered lightweight, almost weightless. In fact, anyone who said otherwise would easily be called crazy. However, in Bell's eyes, that letter looked rather heavy. Asfi, even with all the thoughts swirling and mingling in his head, he still couldn't put her aside. After all, she was the woman who had persistently tried to win his heart. Now that he was calm and his thoughts were more or less in order, he realized that that night he had been unilaterally cruel to that woman who loved him so much. "Why are you giving it to me now?" he asked, but Riviera didn't answer. He just looked away slightly, avoiding eye contact. Actually, she had had a conversation with Asfi when Bell was still resting after the fight with the elves. At first, she wanted to give him the letter as soon as he woke up, but the more time passed, the more she intended to keep it to herself and never reveal it. But it would be unfair of me. There was also the fact that she didn't want to keep secrets from Bell, even if he kept secrets from her. I just couldn't find the right moment, because of what we were about to do. Her intention was to bring up the subject of their intimate encounter in the upstairs room to discourage him from seeking an answer, and while it worked, it was mainly because Bell chose to leave it that way. Of course, he found it disgusting to remember that. More precisely, he found it disgusting to remember that side of himself where he almost went against his principles and defiled Riviera. I see. Yes, that was it then, huh? Bell opened the letter in front of Riviera, who was staring at him. She almost seemed to want to read the contents through the reflection in Bell's eyes. She had tried to open it, of course, but refrained from doing so out of respect for Asfi's privacy. She didn't like her, but she didn't dislike her either. It was more a feeling of enmity. Bell looked at the letter. It was heavy, not in a literal sense, but still very heavy. How much must the person who wrote it have felt? How much pressure did he put on the pen? How many times did he dip the quill pen into the ink? And more importantly, there was a certain moisture that could be felt through the texture of the paper. How many tears were shed to write it? That's why she was annoying. Slowly, she opened it. I suppose saying hello is unnecessary, isn't it? I don't have the strength to stand up to you, so I resorted to this. You can call me a coward, but to me, it's nothing more than a shameless act. You hate me, I know it. You asked me never to come near you again, and if that's what you want, I won't. It's not because I stopped loving you, but because you asked me to, and I promised myself I would always please you. I am writing this not to ask for forgiveness, but to offer my apologies. I have no excuse, and if I did, I wouldn't give it. I don't know for sure what your relationship was with that girl, and I know I don't deserve to know. I just want to make it clear that I'm aware of how stupid I was. I've never been in love. I never felt butterflies in my stomach, much less the warmth inside my chest every time I saw you. Perhaps my lack of experience in love caused you problems. I'm sorry, Bell. I couldn't control my emotions and feelings for you, and because of that, I ended up hurting you. I hate myself more than you hate me for it. Even if by some miracle you manage to forgive me, I never will. I still remember your expression at that moment. It's only been 2 days, but the memory comes back to me every night. It hurts so much, and it still hurts. Your smile wasn't there, nor was the warmth of your eyes. Inside you there was only hatred and rage swirling, forming a tornado that destroyed everything in its path, not caring who it dragged into the eye of the hurricane. I hated that part of you. Don't get me wrong, I don't mean anything bad by it. I just had a feeling that he wasn't the man I fell in love with. You might think I'm a fool who talks about things she doesn't know, but you must believe me when I say that I too have gone through desperate and hellish times. I think everyone who lived through the dark times of Aario went through something similar. What am I getting at? I didn't get over it easily, but when I did, I understood many things. One of them is that, without a doubt, you will not be able to appreciate the beauty of the world through eyes full of hate. It may sound bold of me, but you must learn to forgive with your heart and accept what you cannot control. I'm not saying this so you'll forgive me. Anyway, I don't want this to drag on too long. It must be annoying to read so much from someone you hate, right? Sorry, it's almost over. I said that, as you asked, I wouldn't approach you, but that's no reason not to support you. Along with this letter, I sent 2 magical items of my own making. The first is something I was planning to give you in a couple of months on your birthday. Well, that's been ruined, and I think you need it now. The second thing is something you can contact me about. Please don't misunderstand. I don't have the nerve to speak to you, nor do I consider myself worthy of hearing your voice. However, when you need something, don't hesitate to take that item and ask for it. I'll be keeping an eye on things, and whatever it is, I'll create it. I know it's unpleasant for you, but please do it. I'm not asking for your forgiveness, but in return, I ask that you turn to me in difficult times. No matter what it is, if it's for you, I'll make it happen. Bell, take care. The future is in your hands, the past is in your head. I know that from now on you will run countless risks to the point where your life will be in danger. My goal is to keep you alive, and even if you refuse, I will not back down, so give it your best shot. Even if you lose, even if you fail, you have to keep living. You made me a promise, remember? You said you wouldn't break it, and no matter what's happened between us, don't you dare break it. Keep your word. With all the love in the world, Isfi. Postscript 1, I miss the feeling of your lips. I will miss it from now until my death. Postscript 2, Hermisama is planning something, be careful. When he reached the end, Belle looked at Riviera again. She looked directly at him, handing him a coat and a sapphire pearl. I suppose he mentioned it in the letter. These things are for you, try them. First, he took his coat. The letter had no instructions for use, but if it looked like a coat, then it should be used like a normal coat. But nothing changed when he put it on. He didn't become invisible or start flying. If he had to point to something, it would be the sudden change in temperature. It's warm. She mentioned something like that. She called it temperature regulation. Did he explain the use of the items to you? Yeah. Riviera told him the black coat was somewhat like a drawer. He took a kitchen knife and stabbed the inside, but instead of tearing or piercing it, it disappeared. This is absurd, right? If this went on sale, Perseus would undoubtedly become a millionaire. The shock was evident in Belle's eyes, but it didn't last long. He remained silent as he took the coat's fabric in his hands. It felt cool, and he thought this item would be perfect for his new ability. Riviera, do we have all kinds of weapons here? Weapons? Well, it's a normal house, but there's a small armory in the basement. I suppose it was meant for you to use, considering it's a gift from the god Hermes. Belle nodded, then took the sapphire pearl. Riviera understood she had to explain how to use it as soon as she felt her husband's gaze. Do you see the small ruby in the center? If you press it and speak, the person who has the counterpart of this item will be able to hear you. She said to use it when you need something from her. That was more than useful, no doubt. He didn't have much to say about it, but he thought that in some way Isfi's sincerity was respectable. Furthermore, it's not actually. He left something else here. Riviera gave her a small box, the kind women used to keep their jewelry in. Inside were a couple of necklaces. The white gold straps were as thin as thread, and from them hung a blood-red jewel as bright as a ruby. This is. Belle recognized him. I hadn't seen him since that night, as it was the tear of a vouivre fragmented into 2 parts, hence the pair of gems. Her hand trembled as she took them. Bringing them together, she confirmed it was Wenne's tear. Her gaze became watery. Do you want to talk about it? No. A sharp pain shot through Belle's chest, but he kept the pain to himself. His silence reached Riviera, who frowned in displeasure. She understood to some extent how difficult Belle was going through, but it was still painful that, despite everything she was suffering, she still didn't turn to her. Your silence. He thought, forming fists with his hands. Then he sighed, but not even that heavy sigh reached Belle's ears, who was completely immersed in the brilliance of Wenne's tear. She looked like she wanted to cry. Her body trembled, and all sorts of memories flooded her mind. Riviera hated seeing him like that. What did the letter say? He asked, wanting to change the subject. They were on the verge of conflict with the city, and seeing it fracture was not encouraging. On the contrary, it only made him wonder if it was really right to let it wage war in its current state. Could a person endure so much pain and still stand? Riviera doubted it every time she saw Belle sway weakly. That's why, if only I could make him think of something else. Nothing important. His intentions were rejected without difficulty. Belle glanced at him for a second before going down to the basement for a few minutes. When he returned, the sadness in his eyes was gone. There was no will, but the fragile determination to put an end to all this persisted within them. Once you cross that threshold with me, you'll be at war with your friends. Do you truly understand the meaning of staying by my side, Riviera? I'm not a child, of course I understand. That's why I'm here. I see. Let's go then. He was being cold, but Riviera knew better than anyone how much Belle cared about her. A short while ago, after Hestia and the others had left and before Hermes arrived, they had had a deep conversation. Riviera had made it clear that she knew what Belle was going to try. His indifferent demeanor, the way he hid his emotions and disguised his sadness with a smile, everything. We are being forced to be strong in moments like this. The force was not just that. Even if it was just a cheap performance, it hurt Riviera to see him like that. He was just a child, and yet he was going through things that even adults didn't know about. Belle, what? That's why Riviera took her hand. She conveyed her warmth through the connection, squeezing tightly to let him know how she felt. It bothered her to see him like this, but she knew she couldn't do anything right now, perhaps later. But for now, all I could do was talk. Helping someone is not a reason to hurt yourself. A smile suits you better. That flat face definitely doesn't suit you. He pulled gently and Belle didn't resist, not because he was tempted by Riviera, but because he knew it was the quickest way to end this. Yes, he was being a jerk and he was aware of it, but the only thing that occupied his head was the thought of finishing what he had started. She gathered the rest of her worries in a corner of her mind, leaving them for later. I'll leave you alone for now, but you've been warned. I definitely won't abandon you this time. The fresh scent of Riviera enveloped him, as well as the soft sensation of her breasts pressed against his face. It was a familiar feeling. I don't like your silence. Night came quickly. Summer was near, but the air was brimming with a freshness that caused chills if anyone went out unprotected. The streets were empty, which was unusual. It was still the time of day when the streets would normally be bustling, but instead of the usual noise of children's shouts, the city exuded an eerie silence. Like a desert or an abandoned island, I assumed it would be you, Aizus. Does Finn assume that you alone are enough to stop me? In the middle of the deserted street, Aizus stood in Bell's way. His hand was on the hilt of his rapier, and his gaze, different from the one he usually gave, showed a clear tumult of negative and positive emotions. It was painful for him to be seen that way by the person he was supposed to love, but he showed no such thing as pain, only a bitter smile. I don't know whether to take it as a good or bad thing that people always underestimate me. Haven't I done enough to make it clear that I'm not your average adventurer? You shall not pass. You will stay here with me. To a certain extent, it was ironic. If he had heard her say that a couple of months ago, Bell would definitely have burst into a blush while stuttering like an idiot. But now, after everything that had happened, all he could do was let out a tired huff. Well, if that's how things are going to be. Bell drew his daggers, which put Aizus on guard. She was one of the few people who knew better than anyone else about the unusual strength of the boy who had once been a hero candidate. Unlike Finn, who hadn't trained with Bell the way Aizus had, she didn't dare underestimate him, because every single time in every training session he always exceeded her expectations. I have no choice but to surpass you, Aizus. A sharp pain shot through her chest when she saw Bell, who was pointing his weapons at her. How did it all end up like this? His closed mind could only conclude that it was the fault of those monsters. Somehow, Bell was brainwashed and made to turn against the city and its inhabitants. She, as his friend and teacher, had to stop him. I'll save you, Bell, save me. Bell raised an eyebrow, and after understanding what Aizus meant, he almost burst out laughing. Seriously, I'm fed up with this. He took a breath. It was only tonight, only today, because tomorrow, finally. I never said I wanted to be saved. Aizus tilted his head to the left, dodging a thrust from the Hestia dagger. His eyes trembled as he saw the blade, which, unlike the usual black, shone with a brilliant white glow. Bell had used Argonauta both on his feet to close the distance instantly and on the blade of his dagger to inflict greater damage. I'm sorry, but if I'm not serious with you, I'll really lose here. As soon as Bell finished speaking, the glow on the blade spread and exploded. It didn't do much damage to Aizus' hardened body, a level 6, but the sound of the explosion left her momentarily stunned. A high-pitched ringing tore at her ears, causing her to lower her guard and lose her composure. Is he using that ability so casually, as if it were just another one of his limbs? As best he could, he dodged a horizontal slash aimed at his neck by bending his body backwards and somersaulting to create distance. His center of gravity was off-center, but he quickly regained consciousness. But again, an explosion sounded in the distance and Bell appeared before their eyes. Her legs were glowing, and unlike before, now they could hear the soft tinkling of bells. Aizus drew his rapier and blocked Bell's attack, but soon realized that it was not the best point of action.
It's heavy.
Aizus frowned, watching as the cobblestones beneath his feet were shattered and sent flying everywhere just from stopping Bell's attack. It wasn't the strength expected of a level 4, even if he were an irregular like Bell. The absurd strength was caused by the glow on his arms and the dagger, which exploded powerfully upon impact with anything. He tried to distance himself again, but Bell wouldn't allow it. Her eyes glowed a digital blue, unblinking and fixed on her. In her reflection, Aizus swore she saw two silhouettes that looked just like her. He's using his precognitive ability.
What?
Aizus was aware of this thanks to her training, and although it still had no effect on her due to the difference in levels, everything changed when Bell made perfect use of all his abilities and was serious. Laplace provided an adjustment in the difference of perception, while Argonaut gave him the strength and speed necessary to match a LV5 at the end or LV6 at the beginning. Even if it was temporary in Aizus' eyes, it was still worthy of praise. You're being too gentle with me, Aizus. Aizus blocked another slash from the Argonaut-coated dagger and winced in pain. His arm began to tremble, indicating that it wasn't a good idea to continue receiving attacks of that magnitude without any protection. Yes, I'm sorry. He stepped forward and thrust his rapier, breaking Bell's offensive stance and forcing him to take a step back. In that brief moment of no fire, Aizus activated his signature magic. Awaken, Tempest, finally. Bell formed a bitter smile with his lips. Now that Aizus was taking it seriously, his already low chances of victory diminished even further. I'm strong, but Aizus is still ahead of me. Even if I launch a firebolt coated with Argonaut, it's useless if it only destroys the city and doesn't hit her. His most powerful attack at the moment, the firebolt coated with all the power of Argonaut, was not something he could use on the surface. It was true that he harbored some dislike for the people of the city, but that did not change the fact that innocent people and children who knew nothing of the cruelty of the world still lived there. If he were to use an attack like that here, then he would be no different from those monsters under human skin. It's going to hurt. Please stop, otherwise it will hurt. Bell blinked for a few seconds. In front of him was Aizus, whose body was protected by wind currents capable of cutting through steel as if it were butter. With such an intimidating image, she sadly pleaded with Belle to stop. Was she trying to be considerate? For her, who was described as an indifferent person, it was certainly a big step forward. Tusk, Belle. If it were a different situation, Belle would actually be happy to see it evolve in that way. But now. Stop looking down at me, Aizus. I could only feel anger. Perhaps not towards her, but towards everything in general. Why do you assume I'm the one who's wrong here, huh? Haven't you considered for a moment that maybe you're the ones who are wrong? And if I really am the one who's wrong, what makes you think that my being wrong makes you right? It doesn't make sense. We can both be wrong, can't we? Now that I thought about it, it really could be that way. Perhaps it was all about people wanting to do what they wanted, and because of that, they clashed with those who went against their interests, and whoever ended up victorious was the one who was right. So it didn't matter who was wrong. If he wanted to be right, he had to win. But it's not like I want to be right, you know, I'm just helping my friends. They're not your friends, they're monsters. What do you know about what a monster is? Monsters hurt people. And there aren't people who harm other people. Are they monsters, Aizus? No, I know. Aizus staggered backwards. The sharp wind protecting her body became noticeably unstable, coinciding with the disturbance in the thoughts of its bearer. She had never argued with Belle, whom she valued as a close friend. No, more than that, he was the one who gave her the peace she hadn't felt in years. That's why exchanging shouts with that smiling young man made her feel quite confused. Why was this happening in the first place? Yes, it was because of those monsters. They were to blame for Belle yelling at him. His clouded thoughts could only lead to that conclusion. Don't bring up complicated topics with me, he screamed, unleashing a powerful wave of wind in gusts that sliced through the pavement of the streets and ripped through the walls of the houses around him. Monsters are monsters. They have claws, fangs. Those are monsters. You were tricked by those monsters, so I'll save you even if I have to knock you out. The wind grew like a tornado, lifting dust and debris scattered around the place. It was an absurd power that Belle had never seen her use. It displayed an intimidating and absolute presence, causing anyone who saw it to tremble with fear and cower, begging for mercy. It's incredible. The centrifugal force of the air currents shook Belle's hair, but not his determination to overcome his longing. He took a breath and looked at Aizus, the girl he admired. I see. Okay, if that's what you want to do, you can try it. At that moment, his body disappeared and reappeared amidst the storm of debris and cutting currents. He used Argonaut on his legs to propel himself at great speed, as well as on the blade of the dagger to cut through the tornado and cross to the other side. But I've already picked up your style, Aizus. What? Aizus tilted her head, looking at Belle. He ran towards her, sheathing his dagger and putting his hand under the cloak he wore over his shoulders. Now that I noticed it, it was the first time I'd seen him use such a flashy accessory. That is. But he was able to understand it a second later. A rapier, it was absurd. Where did he get it? If he put his empty hand into the cloak and pulled it out wielding a rapier, then that coat was undoubtedly a magical item. But Belle doesn't know. Before she could finish her thought, Aizus was overcome by immense confusion. In front of her, Belle was fiercely thrusting a rapier. It was strange, but it was hard to believe that he actually knew how to use it properly. It's not possible. Surprised teacher, as the technique he used was the same, no, identical to his own. He almost felt like he was fighting a double of himself, like seeing his reflection in a mirror. The rapier, while not of the same quality as his own, was covered in a layer of brilliant white light. This was enough to prevent it from breaking during the exchange of blows, which released a burst of air with each collision. When Belle thrust, the white light at the tip of the rapier expanded and exploded, opening a gap in the wind currents to slip into Aizus' defense. Although Aizus still wasn't at his full potential, the mere fact that someone could pierce his air shield could be considered a praiseworthy feat. Even more absurd, given that this someone was using the same sword technique. That was Belle in Aizus' eyes, an unpredictable, erratic individual capable of constantly and relentlessly surpassing himself. Someone who risked his life to become ever stronger, whose unbreakable spirit allowed him to stand up to the entire city. Sometimes I saw him discouraged, lying down and shouting in despair at his helplessness and lack of skill, but always without fail I saw him get up, just like now. If you're not serious, I really could kill you, Aizus. Aizus thought it was true. The boy in front of her, who was clenching his teeth and looking at her with determined eyes, was no longer the weak boy she had saved from that minotaur. Now he was strong. He had absolute control over his abilities, as well as a strategic genius capable of unleashing their full potential. Whether it was combinations, brief bursts of power, or unimaginable charges of destructive force, his hellish and rigorous training gave him the necessary skill to play his cards perfectly, like the 1-second charges of Argonaut or the efficient use of Laplace and Mana. Belle. In Aizus' eyes, Belle represented the legacy of all the masters he had had up to that point, those who had trained him rigorously in a specific area of expertise. Magic, brute force, technique, and speed. You've become strong. The sudden recognition made Belle freeze. His eyes trembled, reflecting the smile given to him by the girl he had longed to reach for so long. He had a strange feeling which made him stop and reveal an opening. One day I'm sure you'll surpass me, but today I can say that it is not that day. A powerful blast of shearing winds sent Bell flying, covering a wider field of hostile terrain. The gusts collided with each other, creating more air blasts that threatened to send him flying. What is this pressure? The surrounding buildings were slowly torn apart, and the concrete and wooden debris joined the hurricane of magical power with Aizus in the middle of it all. He raised his rapier, pointing it towards the sky. The winds swirled and compressed at the tip of his sword, imbuing the edge and point with highly destructive magical power. Riviera mentioned it, Lil Rafaga, a unilaterally powerful attack that could make orichalcum seem like it was made of ordinary paper. An attack that Bell couldn't withstand in his current form, so this is my limit for now. At that, her eyebrows arched with a slight feeling of displeasure. The hurricane, which represented Aizus' absolute power, was reflected in her rubbered eyes. She couldn't do anything, but instead of feeling powerless, she simply smiled. You really are amazing, Aizus, what? But hey, unlike your captain, I don't underestimate my opponents. Bell stood up and brushed the dust off her body. Her white hair still shone with the purity of snow, and the gleam in her eyes showed a warm emotion. I know it's unfair of me, but given the way things are, I can't be picky. You know, I recently realized that winning doesn't always mean defeating your enemy. So I'm sorry, I promise that one day I will face you with my own strength. Aizus couldn't answer him as he jumped sideways to dodge a vertical slash falling from the sky. The leaf, a grand paddle, plunged into the concrete street and tore it to pieces. Aizus had to cancel his attack as he couldn't redirect such an abysmal force so casually. Wow, are you on a date? Boy, let me have a look at your date. Aisha lifted the greatsword with ease, resting the blunt side on her shoulder as she flashed a playful smile and licked her lips. Her body radiated a strange golden light covering her beautiful coppery skin. Antianera, Aizus frowned. The sudden interruption struck a nerve with her, revealing her displeasure at the arrival of a third party. But when he set out to immobilize her, he had to make a second jump to dodge another incoming attack. I figured as much. It would be too much if you fell for that, Kenki. This time, a hooded woman emerged from the shadows and attacked with a pair of kodachas. If Aizus had to point out anything, it was that her body was covered in the same golden light as Antianera's. Cranelson, we've arrived. Please let us handle this and leave. Kid, I'll make sure you pay for this favor with your body, understand? Aishasan, I am a married man. The instant response made Ryu smile from under his hood and Aisha click her tongue. Where had that little rabbit gone, the one that changed color at the slightest hint of the opposite hex? It was no longer fun to annoy him. No. Aizus' voice rang out loudly between the three of them. She glared at Bell, pointing her rapier at him. You're not going anywhere. Bell looked at him for a few seconds before smiling. Yes, that was how it had to be. The feeling of being recognized was gratifying, but now he couldn't let himself be carried away by those kinds of feelings. I'm sorry, but I'm leaving. No, yes, I'm leaving. I must help my friends, Aizus. They're not your friends. I am. I am your friend, Bell. Ryu and Aisha silently looked at Bell, who showed a slight hint of doubt. Of course, they were there to prevent that from happening. However, they did nothing and waited for him to say something. Bell looked at Aizus, and Aizus looked at him. Her golden eyes emitted the clear desperation of a girl who did not want to be left behind by the boy who brought light and calm to her life. Seeing him side with the monsters, those who took his family from him, hurt him more than any sword cut. She couldn't bear to stand still and be left behind by him, who always smiled at her despite the times she knocked him out and gave him lap pillows. He who was ashamed of the slightest touch with her, he who displayed unwavering determination in the face of everything that stood in his way. To the one who took a place in her heart, please stay with me. Bell's heart trembled between beats and his body felt a paralyzing tingling. There she was, his longing, holding out her hand and waiting for him to take it, looking at him with eyes that begged him to stay with her. His heart told him go take it, but his brain stopped him with, no, you have a promise to keep.
What?
Bell clenched his hand into a fist, trembling for only a few seconds. I'm sorry, Aizus, Bell. I cannot stay by your side. There are few things as deafening as silence, and no matter how strong a man was, he always had a weakness. In Bell's case, who had not shown one until now, his weakness blossomed at Aizus' call. But I am not worthy to be by your side. A weakness was not enough to stop him. He turned around and walked in the opposite direction, away from Aizus. Don't go, Bell. Aizus ran towards him, but they weren't alone. Ryu and Aisha stood in his way, preventing him from reaching Bell. Get out, leave me alone, I have to. No, you don't have to do anything. Cranelson has to go somewhere else, we'll keep you company, Kenki.
You?
Under normal circumstances, Aizus should have been able to deal with Ryu easily and follow Bell, but aside from Aisha's presence, the uncertainty of being abandoned by that white light made her lose the calm and serenity for which she was known. Bell's back receded further and further away, becoming smaller in the distance. That frightened her. She was afraid she might never see him again. Bell, please, please don't leave me alone. As for Bell, well, there he was, saying goodbye while his heart broke into a million pieces. Of course, she was saying goodbye to the love she had always wanted in her life. Bell.
Please.
Aizu had never begged for anything in her life, but silently inside her chest, there was a longing for Belle to stop walking and turn around to look at her, showing a smile and saying that it was a joke, that he should worry about her. Something, Belle, but he didn't turn around. He abandoned her, he left her alone just like her parents. Even he.
Even, please.
Even that boy left. SS Special cooking as a couple, the future is not scary. At some point you're going to fall in love with someone, you'll meet many people who will love you very much. The night will seem endless, but one day the sun will rise. Riviera Eljas Alf, one day I had an idea. Could I get Riviera to stop creating culinary catastrophes if I dared to teach her what I knew? We had only been living as a married couple for a few months, and if I had to point out a single bad thing about her, it would, of course, be her cooking skills. This completely contradicted what Grandpa once said, that women were born with the ability to cook as if it were the natural order of things. Well, Riviera wasn't the only existence that contradicted those words from the past. There was Siasen, whose food was quite a challenge, so much so that we even once used it as monster poison at Welf's suggestion. Anyway, the point was his terrible sense of culinary taste. Riviera, do you like the idea of cooking as a couple? One morning, I approached with the intention of putting an end to the hell that was the meals she prepared for me. She was reading a book, reclining on a slanted wooden chair on the second floor of the house overlooking the city streets. The wind caressed her hair, making it dance beautifully while the glass of her glasses enhanced the brightness of her jade-green eyes. Cooking as a couple, you say? I nodded enthusiastically when I had her attention. It was still difficult for me to look at her in casual clothes as she looked extremely beautiful. Her slender, fragile-looking body boasted a fair complexion with rosy undertones that would make even the most chaste religious man drool. At least that's what she thought. Yes, it will be a fun pastime, don't you think? Just when I thought I had everything under control, her eyes looked at me with a distinctive icy gleam while her voice took on an irritated tone. Seriously, to me you're saying my food is disgusting. I looked at him silently for a few seconds, and when Riviera stretched out his arm to pick up the staff leaning against the wall, my face went pale. I took a step forward to press the staff against the wall, then looked with trembling eyes at the serious face of my wife. What are you going to do? Isn't it obvious? I'm going to freeze you out. You've been incredibly insensitive to your wife and you deserve to be punished. Why is it so easy for you to freeze people? Stop it, I'm seriously going to die one of these days. Sometimes she would show this kind of attitude when my actions or words displeased her. At first I thought our relationship would be calmer because of her reputation for being cold-minded and calculating, but that went down the drain when I saw her naked in the first few days of living together. Okay, spit it out. I'm not going to freeze you, do you promise? Are you so scared that you need a promise? Yeah, Riviera let out a soft sigh after looking at me silently for a few seconds. Then she stood up, giving up trying to pick up her staff and came over to my side. Did you say cooking as a couple? Okay, let's do it.
Why, yes.
The closeness between us allowed me to smell the floral fragrance emanating from her body. It wasn't her clothes, but her skin. She truly took care of every aspect of her body, especially her hair, which fell like cascades of jade down her back. We walked side by side and went downstairs to the kitchen. There, right on the wall by the entrance, were 2 aprons hanging. Was it necessary to buy this? Isn't it cute? Pink suits you. Are you making fun of me? That's a compliment, a compliment. And then, thank you. I decided to save my flattering comments for another time in order to preserve my life, or at least a little peace of mind. Riviera used to be a ticking time bomb at this time of day, when the heat became unbearable. I usually saw her making small ice cubes to put in her drink. What should we do? I'm craving something cold. In that case, cooking doesn't make sense. Would you be interested in trying to make white rice and some fish? I like fish. Well, it'll be fish. I walked toward the refrigerator, tying my apron behind my waist. It was red, so it was easier to cook without worrying about food stains showing. Thanks to the fact that I was now shopping once a week, we still had 3 medium-sized fish left. I took 2 and carried them on a board next to the stove. Riviera was there, taking out a clay pot and a cast iron skillet. Looking closer, I noticed she wasn't wearing her apron yet. You won't use it? I asked, to which she looked away. Actually, I've never used one. It was difficult to put on, so I gave up. Was she blushing? Even if she looked away so I wouldn't see her face, her ear was still visible, and it emitted a familiar bright red color. I chuckled and approached her. Let me help you. No, you don't have to bother. Not at all. Look, turn around. I took the abandoned apron and adjusted it to Riveria's body. Her structure was slender and curvy, that was noticeable even when she wore her mage's cloak, but now that she wore normal clothes, it was more noticeable. Besides, I practically saw her naked not too long ago. That's why I had to be careful not to accidentally touch her. Anything like that and I'd end up in a bucket of ice. This is a little embarrassing, shameful. I felt my ears go deaf as I listened to her. Was he doing something wrong? Was this humiliating for the elves? Just as I was about to take a step back and apologize for my insolence, Riviera gave me an embarrassed look over her shoulder. Her eyes shone under a beautiful moisture that made the jade shine even brighter. Yes, it's shameful that someone younger than me who is close to 100 knows things that I don't. I lost myself in the beauty of her eyes for a while. Not only her eyes, but the melodic tone of her voice deafened my senses and put me in a momentary trance. It was truly dangerous to live under the same roof with a beauty like Riviera. She's not on the list of the most beautiful women in the city for nothing, I suppose. That in itself wasn't a problem. But what was a problem was the fact that I began to be aware of that beauty from the day I saw her naked. Could I have a woman like her if I just followed the prophecy? I wasn't tempted at all, but I was worried that might not be the case in the future. I must temper my will more firmly from today onwards. I nodded with that resolve and skillfully tied the apron around Riveria's waist. She let out a sweet breath as I tightened the knot, and after making sure for herself that the apron wouldn't fall off, she looked at me. "Thank you, aren't you very good at this? If this couple's cooking continues, I'll count on you to put the apron on me." "Yes, I'll put it on as many times as necessary." Riviera seemed to want to say something, but instead she turned around and began washing the grains of rice. Well, at least he knows how to do that. I sat down next to him and began scaling the fish. Of course, I made sure to tell him why I was doing it. I finished washing the rice. "Okay, then put it in the pot and pour in twice the amount of water. When it's cooking, put the lid on and reduce the heat." "I understand. So water water." When I heard her say water twice, I stopped scaling the fish and paid attention to her actions. She seemed to notice me staring, but she didn't flinch and acted like a noblewoman as she took a bottle of red wine. When I was about to ask her if she was going to have some, she poured the wine into the pot that had the grains of rice. I was skeptical for a few seconds, but when I was able to accept reality, I rushed to stop the catastrophe that was happening. What are you doing?" "Isn't it obvious? I put some liquid in the rice." "Water is fine, but I had a bit of a craving for grapes and liquor." No, are you crazy? This could kill a normal person's stomach. What's wrong? You don't have to shout so loud, it's not serious." "Yes, it is." After a bit of a struggle, I managed to take the wine bottle from him and throw it away from the kitchen. Maybe that was overreacting, but I was so out of my mind that it was a natural reaction. Riviera, some things can't be changed. It's like a knife and a sword. Even if it cuts, the knife is for the kitchen and the sword is for killing monsters. Do you see what I mean? Why do I feel like you're treating me like I'm stupid? Because you are, at least in the kitchen. Of course, I didn't tell him that, but I wanted to. I hadn't seen someone so ignorant when it came to cooking since my grandfather. Well, let's forget about that. Come on, you take care of the fish and I'll take care of the rice. You just need to chop it up a bit, remove the unnecessary bits and season it with these spices here. I see it's very simple. Yes, it is. Then I'll leave it to you, all right. I sighed as I wiped the sweat from my forehead and threw away the wasted rice, bringing another jar of grains from the sack. But when I returned, I felt like it was the end of the world. Riviera was literally cutting the fish into pieces and seasoning them before throwing them into the cast iron pan. It even flicked its fins. What the hell are you doing, woman? What? How did you just? That doesn't. Why didn't you remove the entrails? It should also be washed so there isn't excess blood. You've become unbearably loud. Are you that kind of husband? Why you, Eric? Huff huff. In the end, the first attempt at cooking together ended in complete failure. Not only did we ruin food that others could only dream of, but I was even ignored for an entire day by Riviera. Apparently, she was resentful for having gone crazy and screaming like a madman over the culinary massacre she committed. Well, I was able to fix that after going out for a couple of ice creams and eating them in silence, sitting next to each other while we watched the garden. Of course, I was attacked by the elves on my way to get the ice cream, but it was worth it because in the end Riviera smiled as she enjoyed the cold dessert. "Tomorrow I'll improve in the kitchen, is that right? Well, I'll do my best to teach you everything I know." Foo, okay, sense. Chapter 20, Debts to Pay. A man in pain can destroy anything. The strange thing is that he chooses to destroy himself. Random constipation. No matter how strong a man is, he always has a weakness. Kill that weakness and you kill the man, giving life to something that is anything but human. Bell, a young man who came to the city of heroes with the dream of becoming one, always had many weaknesses, but none like Wenne, a girl whose existence was rejected by the world. Because of this and his weakness, he lost her. The world seemed to end, to come to a close like the sunlight after sunset. Everything turned dark, devoid of light. She lost feeling in her body as well as control of her thoughts. He certainly thought of killing all those who took it from him until one of them killed him, thus ending his suffering. However, bellcranel did not fall to the point of becoming an inhuman being. However tainted his thoughts were, he did not lose the purity of his actions. He was just physically, emotionally, and mentally broken. It would take time, but it was a fact that little by little, after searching, gathering, and piecing together the fragments of her being, she would stand tall. Because no matter how much she lost or how much was taken from her, she still possessed an unbreakable human spirit, although I was still unaware of it. Not only did he lose Wenne, but he also lost faith in people, those he once thought he should protect at the cost of his own life. He no longer fantasized about protecting everyone and everything, but about taking care of his loved ones, those he cherished with all his heart. even if that resulted in distancing himself from the people he cherished. He didn't want to be cold and indifferent, but he had to. He didn't want to stop genuinely smiling, but he was unable to do so after experiencing people's cruelty. Everything was different from the stories his grandfather read to him. There was no maiden locked in a castle guarded by a ferocious dragon, let alone endings where everyone was smiling. Reality was different from fairy tales. He was forced to see how harsh it could be, and of course, he didn't take it well. That a child of barely 14 years old was aware of the cruelty of the world was disastrous, but it was even more so that that same child had to fight against it all alone. Perhaps by choice, but also out of fear that if he asked for help, his loved ones would be hurt because of him. He was cornered, running with his eyes closed down a straight, deadened alley, slowly approaching a deadly self-destruction that threatened to wipe out his sanity. He didn't have a blood relative to lend him an ear or give him a hug. He couldn't even remember one apart from his grandfather. He was an orphan, and if he had been aware of it before, now the fact of being alone weighed even more heavily on his shoulders. If only someone would hug him. He didn't need words of encouragement, much less to be consoled. Just one hug, a simple, warm hug to chase away the dry cold that froze his body, slowly cracking it. A hug that would give him enough calm to make him fall asleep without him noticing, and that would wake him up without the physical and mental fatigue that tormented him. A hug like the one we had that day. At the same time that Bell was facing Aizus, the entire city was plunged into chaos and destruction. The Xenos, who had been hiding while waiting for Bell, emerged from their hiding places and caused a riot as they did everything they could to return to the dungeon. After Ween's death, all they wanted was for none of their comrades to lose their lives unnecessarily, even if it meant returning to that dark and cold place they hated so much. They divided into groups, sending those unable to fight under Hermes' guidance underground, while the leaders remained on the surface to divert the adventurers' attention. Lyd, Gross, and Asterius. Although Asterius's whereabouts were still unknown, Lyd and Gross made it their business to reveal themselves to the adventurers and be pursued. These were second- and third-rate adventurers, but it was still a considerable decrease in the search and eliminate group that was chasing the remaining Xenos. However, it was just a hit-and-run tactic. They couldn't let themselves be caught by the adventurers because they would definitely die, so they focused on angering them and retreating in different directions to weaken their forces. It wasn't just the two of them either. While they were causing a ruckus in the southern part of Aario, a team led by Welf was doing the same in the northern part, although it actually consisted of two people. Welf Dono, I await your instructions. Mikoto, why do you always go so far? One day you really could die, you know. As long as my pride as a warrior remains, I will never die. Welf thought it would have been better to go alone. Was this what was meant by the famous saying, it is better to fear an incompetent ally than a competent enemy? No, she's not exactly incompetent. In fact, she could easily kick my ass. The problem is how rash she can be in life-or-death situations. Welf shook his head, noticing how off his mind had gone. Mikoto's extremism didn't matter now, since their captain, the man they had both decided to follow, had entrusted them with a mission. That smiling boy who never abandoned them when they needed him, and who never would besides being captain, was also their precious friend. It's time to return the favor, I suppose. After thinking that, he made a hand signal to Mikoto, indicating that they should start moving. Both were on the roof of a house, monitoring a group of approximately 30 people. They used invisibility cloaks sponsored by Fells, which, in addition to making them invisible, erased their presence to a certain extent. Welf narrowed his eyes as a trickle of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. A little ahead, walking along the streets, was the team that only the two of them had to contain. Everyone was breaking into abandoned houses and checking the sewers for the Xenos. There were elves and beastmen as well as humans and hobbits of the Loki familia. Their levels were unclear, but LV4 was the highest Welf could estimate for each one. Defeating them wouldn't be a problem. Even with the difference in skill level, Welf was confident he could subdue them with a pair of magic swords that hung from all parts of his body. He was no different from a mobile arsenal. I know I said something about returning the favor, but Welf looked at the figure leading the groups. He had a short, stocky body adorned with muscle upon muscle. What were you thinking when you asked us to contain a monster like him? He's Elgarm, a damn executive of the second most powerful family in Aario, while we're just a couple of simple level 2s, old man. Welf's body felt cold. They weren't even face to face, and he already felt a strong sense of danger from the mere presence of the dwarf, considered one of the best tanks in Aario. Could their swords even sear that thick beard? All that was left was to try, but that attempt was bound to result in a one-sided beating. Welf Dono, something like waiting silently for an opening to attack them from behind is not honorable. I suggest going in head-on. Welf slapped his face at Mikoto's comment. He already had enough trouble devising a plan that would lead to victory, so dealing with his partner's extremist personality was just one more speck of stress. He unconsciously let out a sigh, and that same sound escaping from his lips and disturbing the air alerted Gareth. Get out, boy, his hoarse voice echoed loudly throughout the area. The low-key familia members beside Gareth looked around for enemies, but they couldn't spot anything. You're here, aren't you? I can't see you, but I know you're near. Won't you accept an old man's request? Welf clenched his teeth tightly. The plan to ambush them was now completely out of the question. Fleeing wasn't even on the agenda, since while the invisibility cloaks erased their presence, they were powerless against the keen instincts of a first-class veteran. Shit. He would reprimand Mikoto later, because right now he had to defeat that terrifying old man. There's no other option but to kick his ass and rip off that damn beard right. Welf exerted strength in his legs and jumped off the roof, simultaneously drawing one of the many magic swords he carried with him. Mikoto now? Yes, Welf dono. Mikoto followed a second later, drawing her katana and deactivating the invisibility. The bodies of the two were visible mid-fall, gripping their weapons. I'm sorry, but I need you to stay with us for a moment. The redhead, huh? Finn said the only dangerous one was bellcranel, but I can't underestimate you just because of that, right? Come on, I'll give you some advice. Before Gareth could draw his axe, Welf brandished his sword before landing. The jade-green blade of the magic sword glowed brightly before unleashing a massive blizzard that swept away everyone in front of it. Air currents spread through the streets of at least a whole section of the northern area, running like the currents of a river with different channels. A magic sword. You bastard! The elves in the group didn't finish uttering their curses because they were sent flying. In fact, the only one standing who had successfully withstood the blizzard with the force of a hurricane was Gareth. Tusk, you damned monster. Welf knew that a single shot wouldn't be enough to subdue a first-class soldier. If it were a fire-class soldier, then perhaps. However, his objective wasn't to kill him. It wasn't a war but a revolution. Just as their captain and friend had said, they weren't doing this to hurt others but to save the Xenos. They didn't hurt, they protected. That's a good sword. Young man, would you be so kind as to lower it and surrender? If you do, I won't harm you. Aren't you going to attack? I just sent your friends flying. Gareth laughed as he rubbed his beard. The axe was already in his hands, but it wasn't pointed at Welf's neck nor at Mikoto's, who was on guard beside Welf. They won't die from that alone, at most maybe a few scrapes. That's why I'm giving you the chance to surrender, because you've used a non-lethal weapon. You didn't intend to hurt us, so why should I? Well, Mikoto didn't even bother to worry about the possibility of Welf lowering his sword. They were both here. They were not the strongest, much less the bravest. One was a blacksmith in love with his goddess, while the other was an enthusiast of honorable battles. They had no heroic ideals, and their presence did not cause a great impact on the world. Old Welf's voice traveled toward Gareth. It wasn't the tone of someone asking for forgiveness, but the burning feeling of an unwavering will and belief. You won't leave here even if I have to break your legs. Yes, that was it, Mikoto thought with a smile. They were both here not because they wanted to prove their worth or give weight to their existence, but because it was about helping Belle, who had once helped them. They didn't care about fame, money, or any other desire. They were just returning the favor. Eastern part of Aario near the entertainment district. While Welf and Mikoto carried out their mission, Lily did the same on her own. Their limited manpower was quite evident given their small size as a familia, but they weren't doing anything beyond their individual capabilities. Bell had not assigned them their roles because he absurdly overestimated them without foundation or relied on skills they did not possess, but because they were cases that suited his styles. In Lily's case, her role was to create confusion on the battlefield. Belsama placed her expectations on Lily, and Lily will not let her down. Her transformation magic, Cinderella, allowed her to take the form of anything she desired as long as it suited her size. Using this advantage, she roamed the streets as an almirage, leading search parties away from the real Xenos. When she felt cornered, she would take her true form and elude her pursuers. Then the game of cat and mouse would begin once again. What she was doing was dangerous, and she knew it better than anyone. At this point, the low-key familia, however honorable and protective of their people, was in a critical situation. Forgiving those who interfered with their actions was not easy, much less when it involved the actions of their respected captain. In the worst-case scenario, she could end up being incapacitated by the impulsiveness of some rookie, or worse still, by the anger of an overly devoted subordinate. There it is, how persistent. An arrow whizzed past her at high speed. The cold wind whipped her hair, sending a wave of fear and anxiety through her. However, her little legs did not stop. They continued running through the dark alleys of the city, driven by a sense of responsibility and faith. She who previously belonged to the kind of dark and cold alleyways she now walked under the morning sun and the blue sky painted with white clouds. That was made possible thanks to him, the man who entrusted him with this mission. It wasn't just any commission, nor was it something as vain as a promise. By Belsama, Lily. It was a commandment to the gratitude rooted in his heart, a life dedicated to a single person. Perhaps he wasn't by her side romantically, something that weighed on her heart, but it never made her waver in her belief. Because that innocent child who saved her despite the things he did against her now of all time was a man who walked a thorny path. I did not wish to hold his hand and guide him, but to be the sole of his shoes to protect him from the thorns. Even if she bled and ended up hurt, it wouldn't matter as long as the man she loved reached the finish line. At the end of the road, however long and steep it might be. Because, as she already knew, it didn't matter if it was the tallest mountain in the world. If it was Bell, her lord, she was sure that one day she would see him at the summit. It didn't matter if he looked up from the lowest depths. After all, despite emerging from the filthy alleyways and walking beneath streets bathed in the bright sunlight, in his heart, he still belonged to the cold shadows of the underworld. She did not consider herself worthy of climbing to the summit with him. Captain, a young man with black hair, approached her. He placed one knee on the ground and lowered his head, awaiting orders. The girl looked at him through her blue eyes. Go north. Yes, Captain. When the young man withdrew to relay the orders to the others, the girl let out a tired sigh, imbued with a feeling of accomplishment. Finally, although it was little, he had begun to pay off the debt he owed to that white-haired man. I must retire. The night continued in that way. Thanks to their intrusion, most of those who were near the Xenos were drawn away, and as planned, they managed to reach the safe point with Hermes. Lily walked away from the main camp and reached a dark alley. From now on, her role was to remain on standby and protect the key to Gnosis entrusted to her by Bell. So it's you. What? Along with the sigh of relief and weariness that escaped her lips, a cold and emotionless voice came from behind, at the entrance of the alley that, unfortunately for her, had no exit. Lily quickly turned back to look at the entrance, aiming the crossbow strapped to her arm at the silhouette covered by shadows. All he was able to make out were the pair of pointed ears on the silhouette's head and the constant movement of a tail. Were you the one who made Rawl look bad? From the shadows emerged a young catman whose eyes exuded a deep resentment towards the reflection of her victim, who was Lily herself. In the end, they caught me. He thought as his lips twisted into a bitter smile. Well, what else could I expect? Even if she successfully took advantage of Finn Danma's absence to mimic his appearance and sabotage his positions, the probability of being caught was high. I was prepared to accept the consequences. Get ready, I won't be nice to you. The catman walked calmly towards Lily, drawing one of her daggers. Ah, there's nothing I can do against her, Lily concluded quickly. Perhaps he wouldn't die if he didn't resist, so that at least was acceptable. Even if she ended up losing a limb, as long as she could face her lord once more and convey that she carried out his will, that was enough for her. You seem quite calm. Are you stupid or do you not understand your place? Well, close your eyes, this is going to hurt a little. As instructed, the young woman closed her eyes, waiting for it all to end. The constant sound of footsteps echoed between the walls of the alley and gnawed at his ears, filling his head with a terrible feeling of terror. The metallic sound of the dagger cutting through the air and emitting its deadly cold through the skin of his neck formed thoughts of the past. I'm sorry. The apology didn't come from her or the beast woman. I can't allow you to do that. It was the voice of a young man. Anakitty was unable to notice his presence, but at the sound of the voice he turned around and attacked immediately. However, it was useless. His opponent was at a level where in reality it wasn't a fight. The tip of his dagger was stopped by a pair of bare fingers, causing the metal blade to vibrate from the pressure they exerted. One look was enough to freeze her movements. Anakitty knew it. His beastman instincts told him that no matter how much he attacked, he would end up defeated. From his posture to the soft breaths that escaped the young man's lips, there wasn't a single gap he could exploit. His mere presence made her hair stand on end. He was a warrior she couldn't reach. He exuded the same presence as the highest-ranking adventurers. Were they really at the same level? Lily. The young man walked past her and she was unable to stop him. That boy about whom she had heard so much from her friends completely ignored her and took Palom behind him in his arms. Let's go, Belsama. Did you think I would leave you alone? What kind of leader would abandon his comrade? Lily pursed her lips in a vain attempt to suppress her tears. Tears welled up in her eyes, glistening beneath the watery layer that covered them, sliding down her flushed cheeks and dripping down her chin. Lily, once you finish your homework, wait in this alley. But Lily can still help. No, I need you to stay in this alley. What? Feeling the warmth of her lord's arms, Lily remembered the brief conversation they had before all the chaos began. At first, she felt depressed, believing she was no longer useful beyond what she'd been assigned. Instead of giving her more tasks, she was given only a few and then sidelined because she was no longer needed. She certainly thought so, but she did not blame her master but herself and her weakness. But now that I looked at it from a different perspective. The reason he asked Lily to stay here. Isn't it obvious? The young man smiled at her as he carried her out of the alley in his arms. Moonlight bathed her white hair, giving it a silvery sheen that accentuated her rubbered eyes. It was easier for me to find you if you stayed in one place instead of constantly moving around. After all, they were going to catch you sooner or later. I couldn't let that happen. Lily held her breath. He looked closely at his master's face, who was looking straight ahead and walking briskly through the streets. After all, right up to the bitter end, he was that kind of person. He would not allow his friends to watch him from below, but stubbornly would take them with him to the top. That was the kind of person Lily decided to follow and give her heart to. Your beloved lord. I carried Lily until we reached the meeting point where Hestia-sama and Haruheim were waiting for me. Due to the scarcity of our numbers as troops, the disposition was not on a large scale as it would be for a high-level family. That's why I dispersed them to key points where I could assist them in case of any problems, such as in Lily's case. I had heard a little about that Catwoman from Riviera, and while she said good things, I couldn't forgive her for hurting my friends. I had to intervene to avoid having to hurt her myself. Belkun, I've arrived. How are you, Hestia-sama, Haruheimsen? Both of them greeted me with smiles on their lips, nodding in response to my question as they replied that nothing out of the ordinary had happened. I sighed with relief when I heard them. Throughout the entire operation, those two were the key pieces for victory. Thanks to Haruheim, Ryu, and Aisha, they were able to briefly restrain Aizu, allowing me to slip off her radar. Even if they were eventually overpowered, I wouldn't be found so easily. Hestia-sama. Yes, leave it to me. I put Lily down from my arms and approached my goddess. While she maintained her characteristic childlike smile, I knelt before her and uncovered my back. I was about to receive a status update. Although I couldn't level up, my stats were already way out of the norm. Even if it was a little more, the difference between little and nothing would be what decided the outcome of this operation. I wasn't wandering the streets for no reason. I knew someone would find me and detain me, though I didn't know exactly who. I could say it was lucky that it was Aizusen. If she hadn't held back at the beginning and hesitated, the story would be different. I didn't think I'd be as lucky as to have met someone else like B. Tessin or Tionsen. Therefore, it was both a blessing and a curse to run into Aizusen instead. The memory of her desperate face pleading with me to stay still lingered in my mind. Focus. I shook off unnecessary thoughts and focused on the feeling of my state being updated. Thinking about things I can't solve is pointless and something I couldn't worry about. I'm finished. The lively voice of my goddess helped me put those thoughts aside, bringing me back to reality. Yes, the reality where I kept losing things, but despite that, I kept getting back on my feet desperately in an attempt to protect at least the last thing I had left. Thank you, Hestia-sama. Hestia-sama tossed her hair as she laughed sweetly. She was boasting, and that in my eyes couldn't help but look adorable. I owed him so much. So I got dressed before checking the status sheet. Just as I expected, the stats didn't skyrocket, but they had gone up. I could feel that newfound strength coursing through my body. State. Name bellcranel, age 14 years, LV4, previous basic skills. Strength SS 1099. Stamina SSS 1499, Dexterity SS 1099, Agility SSS 1399, Magic SS 1027, Current basic skills. Strength SSS 1250, Stamina SSS 1562, Dexterity SSS 1243, Agility SSS 1476, Magic SS 1099, Development skills. Luck F Abnormal Resistance, D Magic Resistance, F Magic. Firebolt. Skills. Unwavering Desire Hidden, Argonaut Laplace, Imitator. I wasn't expecting any skills, of course, but it was still disheartening not to see anything new in the skills section. I was aware of my rapid growth. Asking for more than that wasn't rational. It didn't even make sense to think about it. Given enough time, I would become strong enough, I knew that. But that was for the distant future, and here I was in the present facing adversaries far stronger than myself. Where did my confidence come from? It was not the confidence of a bird that did not fear the branch breaking, because its confidence was not in the branch, but in its own wings. Confidence was the last thing it could be. He wasn't driven by something like that. I was just being stubborn. I just wanted to reach the end of the path I was walking on so I could lie down on the ground and gaze at the blue sky covered with white clouds. I wanted the world to stop looking at me after this. I don't think they understand, and I didn't want them to either. I was fully aware of my actions. What I did to the Loki Familia was like the bite of an ant. It was annoying, but nothing more. The truth is that they were much stronger, but I didn't care about winning or losing. If I looked at it in an optimistic way, I could win even if I ended up losing. They say that those who do things from the heart win even when they lose. I used to believe that too, but I lacked the confidence to say that my actions came from the heart. I could no longer understand my own feelings. Leave, be careful. Hestia-sama said nothing more, simply looking at me with a gentle expression in her eyes. Her smile remained the same as before, curved slightly upwards. He didn't try to stop me, he didn't say any words of encouragement. She expressed her concern, that's all, but in her eyes there were so many words that they were impossible to list. Our eyes met, and in the silence we spoke with only the sparkle in our eyes connecting with each other. Of course hers shone brighter than mine. Yes, I'll have it. I glanced at Haruheimsen. She wore the same smile as she tilted her head slightly. Her ears fluttered gently in sync with the movement of her tail. I took a breath and turned my back on them. It wasn't necessary to look at Lily to know that both her eyes and lips were the same as those of Hestia-sama and Haruheimsen. I held their smiles in my head for a moment, and finally, feeling the icy night breeze, I started running for the last time. The heaviness in my legs disappeared. I felt the sensation of the wind spreading throughout my body, passing through the fabric of my clothes and revitalizing my already weary will. One last time. As if it were the first time, I ran with all my strength and reached the city center. There Hermes' plans awaited me, which I knew beforehand. Lately, I've been getting annoyed by the way the gods thought they had control over our actions. It might even be true to some extent, but he was tired of bowing his head and smiling like a fool. It wasn't so bad to mess with other people's things once in a while. Strong blizzards filled the streets of the northern part of Aario. Along with the roar of the wind resounding, there was also the crackling of metal breaking into pieces and falling to the tiled floor. Tusk, damn, that was the last wind sword. Welfdono, what do we do now? Facing Welf and Mikoto was Gareth, crossing his arms in an X after successfully withstanding the wind attack produced by the magic sword. From his burly arms emanated trails of smoke, and on the tiled floor one could see a couple of long trenches disfiguring the entire path he had retreated. Even as a top-level adventurer, the strength of a magic sword, known for its chaotic destructive power, was no joke to be taken lightly. There was no serious damage, but after withstanding 3 full sword thrusts, he could already feel a slight numbness in his arms. Every time he tried to approach them, even if he only moved a single finger, the red-haired boy did not hesitate to swing his sword and constantly push him away. That was the reason why the battle was dragging on for so long. "You're seriously tough, old man." The voice of Welf, the blacksmith of the Hestia Familia, reached his ears. Despite not having done much physically, he looked irritated and exhausted from just waving the swords around over and over again. Well, this is a surprise. He looked once more, not the Asian girl next to the blacksmith, but the one behind him. From Gareth's position, he could see 3 more hilts attached to the boy's back. He said he used all of his wind-type attacks. I suppose those are more destructive. Despite what he said, he's not trying to incapacitate me, but rather maintain his distance to buy time. Just as he suspected, the 3 swords strapped to Welf's back were made of elements whose nature was destructive. This is why they have been so feared and hated by the elves since time immemorial, magic swords of the fire element. It was rumored that they were capable of evaporating a large lake with just one sounding, capable of eradicating entire forests until they turned to ashes. "Why don't you use those swords?" he asked seriously. He held his axe in his hand, but he hadn't used it this whole time. Had he done so, the battle would have ended long ago. Welf scoffed at her question. "Because I don't feel like it." Gareth laughed softly. She liked this boy. He said what he thought and acted as he pleased. "That's how young people should be, passionate and capable. I've been rude to you this whole time, kid. What? It's completely disrespectful to hold back against an opponent. Age is catching up with me since I've even forgotten something as basic as that."
So,
The moment Gareth took a step, Welf felt his skin prickle. The place was filled with suffocating pressure at the mere sight of the warrior walking before his eyes. "Let this old man show you proper respect, young adventurers." As if driven by his survival instincts, Welf shouted to his companion, "Mikoto." Yeah, from the start this was a fight destined to end in their defeat. They didn't even entertain the possibility that they might miraculously win single-handedly. But that also had its good points. If they knew from the beginning that they would lose, they only had to focus on choosing how their defeat would be. "Welf, don't know the sword, don't do anything crazy." Welf threw one of the 3 swords at her back, and Mikoto caught it in midair after leaning against a house wall to lift herself up. From his vantage point, he looked at his target as he unwrapped the bandages covering the magic sword. The clear moonlight stood out against the pale blue blade of the sword, surrounded by bandages pulled by the night breeze. "That is, please let yourself be frozen peacefully, old Mandone." Mikoto used the momentum of her jump to spin in the air, taking advantage of centrifugal force to swing the sword with all her might. Beside the blade slicing through the air, a wave of icy magical power emerged from nowhere with absurd force. The magical power condensed into a winter gale that seemed to freeze the very atmosphere. "This is a bit annoying." Gareth hissed bitterly. Even if he moved out of the attack zone, the nebula of magical power condensed into frost covered at least 10 city blocks around him, with him at its center. Now he understood why the blacksmith had run as fast as he could and why the girl had been left hanging in midair. The houses were the first to freeze, then the streets and the lampposts. Everything was covered by a shimmering surface of silvery blue ice all the way to Gareth. "They've got me." Eventually the ice reached his feet and began to climb them until it completely covered him and turned him into a frozen statue. Nor did it end there. Layer upon layer, the ice shaped it into a large rock with Gareth's body in the center. The chaos ceased instantly, leaving a silent chill. Mikoto fell onto the ice surface about 10 meters from the ice rock imprisoning Gareth, and Welf retraced his steps after seeing that it was safe. They both sighed and concentrated on catching their breath, but at no point did they lose sight of the silhouette of the frozen dwarf. "This is far from enough to kill him," Welf said between breaths, "but it should be enough to buy some time." At least enough for it all to be over. Mikoto took small steps backward without turning her back on Gareth, approaching Welf. Only the ice rock was reflected in her eyes, and small beads of cold sweat trickled down her forehead. So. His tone seemed doubtful, similar to the voice of someone who couldn't believe what they were seeing. Did we win? Hey, don't you know that saying that is a red flag? Let's just watch in silence. His complaint was interrupted by a sudden tremor. All the surrounding streets began to shake, and with them the houses swayed side by side for several seconds. Welf's gaze narrowed and he hissed in displeasure. His eyes went straight to the ice rock right in the center where Gareth was trapped. The two of them were still LV. Two at most towards the end, but their vision was still superior to that of an ordinary human. Because of that, they were able to notice the slight change in Gareth. Despite being frozen, the veins in his arms began to swell, and little by little he began to show his teeth, not in a smile. He was squeezing them so tightly that they began to creak even while covered by countless layers of magical ice. Soon, it wasn't just his veins and teeth, but even his right arm. The axe in his hand vibrated intensely, causing the ice rock to crack. It was small, but it was enough to pave the way for many more. Little by little, large cracks began to appear, and with them, the ice rock fragmented into pieces that flew out. Unlike an explosion of flames, the ice cooled the air around it and spread a wave of mist throughout the area. This monster. Welf donated, let's focus on what's important. The chunks of ice that had flown high into the air began to fall one after another. Each one broke into even more pieces that shot out in all directions. The northern part of the city was like a frozen minefield. The cold temperature combined with the refreshing night breeze and dropped even further. The breaths exhaled from Welf and Mikoto's mouths were visible, and even if it was their own imaginations, they believed that the drops of sweat on their faces were beginning to freeze. They no longer knew if their bodies trembled from the cold or from the dwarf's heavy presence in front of them. That was chilling. Little one, seriously, you froze an old man without a second thought. Your tenacity is admirable. Gareth's robust silhouette emerged from the icy mist. Each of his steps echoed loudly on the frosted cobblestones. The axe's edge, coated in thin layers of ice, gleamed in the moonlight. Then it flew over Gareth's head and crashed down onto the cobblestones with lightning speed. The ground shattered, sending debris everywhere. Welf and Mikoto took cover as best they could, watching with trembling eyes as Gareth raised his axe once more and prepared for another blow. Mikoto did not respond. She focused on swinging the magic sword once more, unleashing another icy nebula at Gareth. He grinned from ear to ear, and the attack that had been aimed at the ground shifted to meet the wave of condensed magical power. The edge flashed and sliced through the wind. It didn't strike the nebula directly, but long before it hit it. The shockwave spread the ice attack in different directions, covering the houses to the point of collapse. Mikoto frowned and swung her sword again. Time and again, she unleashed powerful waves of magical energy upon a single person. I'm sorry, but I know someone who can create something colder than this little breeze. She must be out there somewhere, so if you want to stop me, you should bring her here. Once again, the axe waved and cut through the wind. Welf and Mikoto dodged by throwing their bodies to the sides, and the blade of wind created by the edge of the axe split a house in half. Slowly, it collapsed as the sound of debris colliding with each other echoed eerily. Again and again, he swung his axe and demolished houses all around him. He wasn't concerned about the families they belonged to, as they appeared to have been abandoned. In fact, the area had been evacuated. Stand up. This isn't all, is it? Stand up, young people. Gareth stood in front of Welf and Mikoto. He looked down at them as they lay on the ground, catching their breath. Their eyes reflected the question, how the hell do we defeat this monster? Despite being prepared for defeat, deep within their minds lay the desire to overcome Gareth. But they remained realistic. It was true that challenges make life interesting and overcoming them gives it meaning, but it was too early. They still had hundreds of steps to climb to even imagine reaching the top where the old man was. What's with that look, old man? I don't like it. Welf hissed bitterly. One of the pieces of debris had hit him in the side, causing him to spit up blood. One could hardly imagine the speed he must have been going to inflict such significant damage on a level 2 like Welf. But he still complained. Gareth's eyes weren't flat or filled with malice. Quite the opposite, they urged him to stand up and fight. They were the eyes of a person who enjoyed watching young people grow up. Even if others found it flattering that someone like Gareth saw them that way, Welf found it unpleasant. He didn't want to be watched by Gareth. If he had to make someone proud with a confrontation, then that would undoubtedly be his best friend. I won't give you the satisfaction, so finish this now. We've done our part. Welf's gaze emitted a defiant gleam. Despite announcing his defeat, his eyes didn't hold the look of a loser. Perhaps it was his way, but he had won. I'm sorry, Mikoto. Let's stop here. Mikoto nodded without saying a word. She had no intention of fighting either. The magic sword had shattered after she'd swung it a couple more times, and her legs were scratched by the small, splinter-like debris propelled by the shockwaves of wind from Gareth's axe. He could stand up. He could use his personal weapon, he could keep fighting, however it was just as Welf said, his work was done. Now she couldn't just wait for the enemy to leave like that. Even she as a warrior knew how dangerous and irresponsible it was to leave a conscious enemy behind. On the battlefield, it was essential to disable your opponent to avoid future problems and variables that could have been eliminated. War is war, he said between snorts and a satisfied smile. Yes, that's how it should be. For Mikoto, there was only one basic human right. The right to do as one pleases, and with it came the only human duty, to bear the consequences. She fought against an enemy despite knowing she was not capable of defeating him, and just as she did what she wanted, she was prepared to bear the consequences. I see, Gareth breathed softly. The cold air soon began to coat his beard with an icy layer. In his eyes, even if they weren't showing their final effort, the pair of young men were admirable. At his age and with his experience, he always found the youthful drive a pleasure to see. It was a good fight. You should rest, it's not good to push an immature body too hard. Grow at your own pace, and when that happens, come to my door. We'll fight again that day. Gareth raised his axe, showing its blunt back. He didn't intend to knock them out with a direct blow, but with the shockwave caused by the metal hitting the ground. Even if it was the blunt edge, a direct hit would kill them if they didn't properly control their strength. It was better to knock them unconscious with an area attack. Aren't you being a bit condescending, acting like an elder to the youngsters? It's laughable, shorty. Gareth stopped his attack at the sound of a voice coming from behind him. He curled his lips into a smile and turned around without a second thought, looking up at the top of a building, one of the few that were still standing. Above them was a woman dressed in a military uniform and a white cape, holding a staff resembling a spear with various magical orbs. Riviera, what's wrong? You mentioned that my presence was necessary to stop you, didn't you? Just as you requested, I've come personally to kick your ass. Riveria's words made Gareth laugh. Her plump stomach trembled amidst the laughter. Yes, it couldn't have been that easy. It was hard to believe at the time, but that kid, bellcranel, must be pretty persuasive if he got someone like you to help him. What are you talking about? It's normal for a wife to support her husband, even when it comes to things like this. Shouldn't it be a wife should limit her husband's imprudent actions? You really got into your role, but you took a different approach, don't you think? That decision isn't yours to make. It's between Belle and me. Something's going on between you two, huh? I see. So you're saying I have to stand up to you if I want to get to that guy. It seems so. Do you think you can? He's moving at a pace that old folks like you can't keep up with. Welf and Mikoto were left out of the conversation. From the tone Riviera and Gareth used, it was clear they were longtime colleagues. However, the meaning behind their words contradicted all of that. More than friends, they seemed like rivals who couldn't stand each other despite the years they spent together going on adventures, just like an elf and a dwarf would. They were natural enemies, and Riviera and Gareth seemed to enjoy being on opposing sides. According to their criteria, it gave them the perfect excuse to kick each other's asses without restraint. I don't doubt it, Gareth said. I haven't had the chance to talk to that guy, but I'm sure he's amazing. Although, unfortunately, he's quite naive and idealistic. Her words made Riviera frown. She gripped the staff tightly in her hand and shouted irritably, "You talk as if you know him. Is it necessary to know him? His actions so far speak for themselves. No matter how much energy young people have, declaring war on an enemy many times stronger than you is simply madness. Has his abnormal growth gone to his head?" Riviera remained silent in response to Gareth's words, not because she was right and couldn't deny them, but to control the impulsive emotions growing in her chest. She was upset. How could I not be? Her comrade Danarms was speaking ill of the boy whom she personally recognized. Had he gotten a big head? Was he being arrogant and impulsive? Nobody knew anything, only her. Only Riviera knew how much Bell despised himself, how hard he tried to achieve his goals, and how much he regretted not being strong enough. She knew the human named bellcranel better than anyone. She was his wife after all. The closest person to him that could exist that was the position she held. Perhaps that's why it bothered her when someone came along and said things about that human being without any basis whatsoever, without even knowing him as she did. Be silent, that you say you know him. Don't make me laugh. The look in Riviera's eyes turned cold. He raised the staff and pointed it towards the sky blackened by the endless night and began to recite. Nobody knows him like I do, so don't come here claiming to know what he's like in front of me. That's my right as his wife, nobody else's. Have you gone crazy? I was just giving my point of view. When did I ask you for something like that? The magical power accumulated and its weight made the air heavy. It was the kind of heaviness that made your stomach churn and your skin crawl. Just as its nickname suggested, this was one of the 9 hells of Riviera Eljos Alf. Damn, I made her angry. Is she this sensitive about bellcranel? I thought she only saw him as a disciple. Riviera. It was evident to Gareth that Riveria's regard for Belle went beyond what a teacher-disciple relationship would have. He knew her well. Even when he sometimes made rude comments about her father, the king of the elves, Riviera would simply sigh and ignore him. And now he was openly displaying his emotions after having spoken a little about bellcranel. It was strange, but it wasn't the time to dwell on such trivialities. Before him, like a storm, magical power swirled incessantly, so much so that magic swords seemed like child's play. If I apologize, will you stop? No, haha. Gareth smiled bitterly. It wasn't as if he couldn't stop Riveria's magic attack. For a tank like him, it wasn't impossible. However, if he defended with all his might, not only the northern zone but also the unevacuated areas would be affected. Unlike Riviera, who could select a specific area to freeze, Gareth did not have that precise control with his barbaric strength. There was nothing like a physical attack where you could just say, destroy here. So he dropped his axe and took a deep breath. Someone once said that you have to be careful with elves when they fall in love. Bellcranel, you've gotten yourself into serious trouble. May the gods have mercy on you. Gareth's thoughts ended with a cold sensation. Unlike before, the ice that covered him from head to toe was not as easy to break as the ice of the magic swords. Because of his top-tier resilience, he wouldn't die, but he would definitely catch a near-fatal cold. Even so, Gareth calmly allowed himself to freeze. This old man doesn't have time for things like this. It was easier for him than dealing with a woman in love. In a few seconds, she reverted to being a statue confined in a magical ice capsule. The cold settled everywhere. Instead of the northern part of the city, it felt like they were in the northern mountains at the ends of the earth. How are their injuries? Can they stand up? Amidst the winter chill, Riviera walked as if she were in her element. Naturally, she approached Welf and Makoto to offer them her hand. However, neither of them answered his questions. They stared at him silently for several seconds. Then Welf asked, "Why did you help us? You're supposed to be with Belle, not here. That question is unnecessary." "You know the answer, don't you? I only came here because my husband asked me to." Even with everything on his mind, he still worries about his loved ones. You all. If I'm honest, I feel a little jealous. Welf couldn't say anything. He focused on catching his breath and checking on Makoto. If he was honest with himself, he was disgusted. In the end, Belle had to take care of them indirectly, moving a top-tier adventurer to save those two who were low-level. Only that kid would waste his superior firepower like that. Thanks, I guess. Yes, I must go with him again. Are you well enough to stay on your own? You don't have to worry about the other search parties. Cyclops and company are holding you back. I see. We'll be fine. Go with Belle. Is that so? Well, then I'm leaving. As soon as Riviera turned his back on them, Welf struggled to speak. It was difficult for him, but the truth was he was currently too weak to do it on his own, so she had no choice but to trust someone else. Please take care of my friend, saying it was more painful than the confrontation with Gareth. One day he would take those words back, of that he was certain. Therefore, he would entrust Riviera with the position of Belle's most trusted sword. She stopped and looked at him over her shoulder, a smile playing on her lips. What is this? You look like a father giving his son away in marriage. Don't worry, I'll take good care of him. After all, I'm his wife. Saying that, Riviera disappeared into the distance. Welf was left wanting to point out the numerous times Riviera referred to being Belle's wife as if it were an honorary position. Dude, it looks like you've gotten yourself into trouble again. Sorry, I can't help you with that. Welf took a deep breath and lay back on the ground, watching the night rain over the sky. Makoto did the same. They focused on regaining their strength without even speaking to each other. Each one was preoccupied with becoming stronger because they hadn't enjoyed the taste of defeat. I always held Hermes in high esteem. Setting aside his tricks, I believed him to be extremely capable and intelligent, astute and elusive. He maintained the dignity of a god to a certain extent, but remained respectable. So when Svi gave me the warning about him, I felt quite anxious. Could I ruin the plans of such a cunning god? I began to doubt whether I had what it took to stop him. Eventually, I stopped complicating things. How and why would Hermes intervene in this matter? The answer I had to that question was myself. Hermes always looked after my reputation, speaking of me as a predestined hero. I didn't know the reason for his high regard for me, but I was certain that if he acted, it was to restore my reputation. I wondered what I would do to achieve that, and the Xenos came to me as the answer, where, if it was to exalt me, there would have to be a lot of people. The center of Aario was a perfect fit. After much thought and racking my brain, I concluded that their plan was to use one of the Xenos to regain my glory and make a triumphant return. For example, by having to kill one of them in front of as many people as possible, that was problematic. In the end, all he had of God was the name. Well, that was it, and this was it. I couldn't just sit and cry in a corner. I didn't have that privilege. It wasn't even an option. Now that I decided to give it one last push, backing down was out of the question. Life isn't about waiting for the storm to pass, it's about learning to dance in the rain. I had to accept what I couldn't change and change what I couldn't accept. It was that simple. I couldn't change Hermes' plans, so I accepted them. However, I couldn't accept that they would end the way he wanted, so I would change the ending. I wanted to believe that this was the closest thing to writing your own story. For me, someone bound to the whims of fate, it was a moving feeling. I should start. I arrived in the center of Aario without any problems, with no one getting in my way despite walking through open fields at a leisurely pace. It wasn't unusual, nor did I question it. I knew this was the favor I had asked of the goddess Freya. Although I couldn't see them, I could sense powerful presences around me. I imagined it was Freya's executives hindering Loki's. I took a breath and gazed at the starry night. It was cold, a cold I never liked. My past self loathed it because of the lack of maternal warmth, but my present self welcomed it now that I understood how harsh the world could be. Well, something like that, I guess, Belkun. I left the alley and walked quietly through the crowd without being noticed until a familiar voice called my name. I didn't need to turn around to know who it was. I knew that charming voice perfectly, even if there was concern in its tone. Einasen. Inevitably, I was noticed by the public. At first their expressions showed surprise, but after a few seconds they openly changed to the contempt shown towards someone marginalized by society. That was the level of hatred directed at me at that time. It wasn't limited to adults. There were children and the elderly whom I used to greet and help on my days off. I was able to give them just one smile before slowly walking towards Einasen. Even if they hated me, it was a fact that they could do nothing more than glare at me. It was incredible how easily people could admire and hate as if it were a game. What are you doing here? It's not safe. For whom? Einasen furrowed her brows as she pressed her lips together. Previously on the loser's path that I traveled of my own free will, I had run into her just before meeting the elves whom I hospitalized. At that time Einasen slapped me, but now she looked away with guilt etched in her jade green eyes. Why was she doing that? I didn't blame her. To those unaware of my actions and the reasons behind them, I was just a traitorous bastard who sided with the monsters and destroyed half of Daedalus Street. Einasen was among those people. In her eyes, it must have been heartbreaking to hear the news that the adventurer in her charge had caused such a disaster, endangering the lives of innocent civilians. That's why I didn't blame her, because I blamed myself too. There was no positive aspect to my actions for the general public, only for my own personal interests. And that was fine, you should leave, she said in a trembling voice. Even though she wasn't looking directly at me, I could see the way her hands were tightly gripping her arms, wrinkling the receptionist uniform that I loved to see. It's not safe for you, please leave. I am sorry about what happened a few days ago. I'll apologize properly another time, but for now, please, I beg you, go Bell. Einasen was also a coward. At that time, every living being showed cowardice just like now, where she refused to look me in the eyes while asking me to leave. It hurt, of course. This woman, one of the first to trust me blindly and support me without asking for anything in return, was now asking me to leave. Of course it hurt. Einasen, but what hurt me more was that he wouldn't look at me. I took her hands, the ones that gripped her arms tightly, and held them in mine. The warmth and softness of her skin was immediate, as was the tremor of surprise in Einasen's face when she saw my hands take hers. What do you think you're doing? I said nothing and pulled her closer to me. I ignored the disapproving looks I received, the whispers and the clicks of tongues. I ignored everything and hugged the woman who was my personal advisor. B. Belkun, you're a married man, this is adultery. Einasen began to say things that were irrelevant, completely blushing up to her pointy ears. I could see the watery glint in her eyes through the glass of her glasses as the palms of her hands pressed against my chest in a vain attempt to pull away from me. The warmth of her body gently embraced me, and the sensation of her waist, which was held by one of my arms to prevent her from moving away, was quite gentle. Let's at least go somewhere private. When she shouted that in a shy and embarrassed tone, I drew my weapon and blocked the aerial attack that was aimed at Einasen's head. In an instant, the screeching sound of metal being struck resonated loudly. Burning sparks danced in the air, reflecting their brilliance off the lenses of Einasen's glasses, whose eyes trembled slowly. While disbelief adorned her pretty face, I looked indifferently at the Xeno as it collided its claws against the edge of the Hestia dagger. So it's you, Gross. Gross, the gargoyle Xeno, flapped his wings and soared high into the starry night, letting out a roar that shook everyone present. His figure was bathed in moonlight, its silhouettes sharply contrasting with his body's features and shrouding him in dark shadows. He was the very embodiment of everyone's nightmares, a monster. In an instant, the civilians began to scream in fear. In their eyes, a monster had entered the safe zone designated by the Loki Familia, and although there were adventurers from the Ganesha Familia guarding the perimeter, by the time any of them arrived, at least a dozen of them would have already died. Then, as if driven by instinct, they all turned back to look at me. I could swear that their eyes held a pang of envy for Einasen, who was in my arms, the safest place in this whole place. It's disgusting. Just seconds ago they showed displeasure towards my presence, but now with a monster present, the real monsters looked at me with hope. It was nauseating. I didn't quite like this convenient change in the hearts of these beings called humans. Well, although there weren't only humans. Okay, Einasen, I spoke softly so that the only person I cared about here could hear me. Because of how close our bodies were, I could feel the trembling that coursed through her. As long as I'm with you, not a single hair on your head will be touched. Can you trust me? Belkun. Slowly, as her hands gripped my clothes, she looked up and nodded. Her trembling gradually subsided until it disappeared completely, and she used her arms to hold on to me. Then, as I felt the softness of her body and strangely a pair of cold eyes looking at me from afar, Einasin murmured shyly, about what I said before.
Okay, I'll pretend I didn't hear. Thank you.
She said nothing more and hid her blushing face in my chest, and I, just as I said, ignored everything except the winged being whose figure overlapped with the moon. If Gross was here, that meant the rest of the Xenos had successfully returned to the dungeon. This was as far as Hermes' plans were allowed to go. You should come back. Do I seem weak enough to need your help, Gross? You can attack, but let me be clear, I will not defend. Gross said nothing. He just flapped his wings while staring at me with glowing, blood-red eyes. They exuded the murderous instinct of a beast, but I could sense the reasoning beneath the surface. Hermes must have whispered words to make him feel guilty and control him. He surely thought of everything. Well, almost everything. No, Asterius. Amid the overwhelming silence of the central square, an ominous tremor erupted, causing the birds to take flight against the blackened sky. Disaster approached from afar, knocking down houses and destroying streets in its path. As Gross prepared to attack and pay off the debt he owed to the man named bellcranel, a roar echoed throughout the area. It not only made the air vibrate, but it shook those present, freezing their bodies and making it difficult for them to breathe. Only a roar established such pressure, loud and imposing, making everyone cover their ears and shout in a vain attempt to overpower their voices with that roar. It wasn't the image of a monster, but of a disaster of an out-of-control beast. I'm sorry, Einasin, I need you to step away. Right now, it's not safe for you to be with me. Aina felt no fear when Bell told her to back off. Slowly, even though her body trembled from the recent monstrous roar, she looked at the boy holding her in his arms and asked, "Will you be okay?" This was why Bell appreciated her so much. This woman, despite being strict and bossy, worried about him instead of herself even in this situation. He was not seeking convenience, and instead he openly displayed the essence of his being. At that beautiful image, Bell genuinely smiled as he stroked Aina's hair. Of course, trust me. People ran like crazy, but between Aina and Bell's shared glances, all of that was out of their minds. It was just them. Aina smiled as she nodded and tilted her head to feel the warmth of Bell's hands stroking her hair. She enjoyed it for less than a second, then pulled away. Take care of yourself. Yeah. As if on cue, they both snapped back to reality. Aina ran as far away from Bell as she could, and he took a deep breath, gripping his weapons, waiting for his opponent to arrive. A few seconds later, those present at the scene witnessed what in essence looked like a real monster. The deepest nightmares of their beings embodied in a single monster. A black minotaur, SS special, what a married couple does. First they want to die for you, then they want to die with you, and in the end they leave you to die alone. Musin. During the time they were fighting because of Wenne, Riviera walked over to the couch where Bell was resting. Otter's training, the second to last of the day, had ended, and after a relaxing bath, Bell was regaining some energy before moving on to magic classes with Riviera. Hey, yes, what's wrong? Bell was drinking some juice. It was orange extract, so instead of being sweet, it had an addictive bitterness that he quite liked. When he heard Riviera calling, he went back to check on her. She was wearing loose-fitting pants and a button-down shirt with a floral print. The fabric was thin enough that Bell could see the color of her bra, a pretty pastel pink. Why did he start dressing more casually than usual? This is bad for me in many ways. A little embarrassed and red-faced, he looked away before he was caught peeking where he shouldn't have been. Although in fact, Riviera was already quite aware of it. Due to the recent estrangement between them, as well as the time she saw him smiling comfortably with another woman in that establishment, Riviera concluded that she should shorten the distance. One of her ideas was to deepen their intimacy as a couple, hence her recently more revealing and flirtatious outfits. Of course, it wasn't about blatantly seducing him with silk lingerie, but rather about making Belle notice her feminine beauty and thus drawing him closer to her. She remembered reading that a man cannot resist a woman's charms, and if Riviera managed to charm Belle, then his confidence in her would increase significantly, to the point that he smiled at her again. I found this book in the personal library on the second floor. It has an interesting title, and I thought it would help us have a better relationship. Riviera held out the book and Belle took it. As he read the cover, his eyes rolled back in his head and orange juice threatened to spill out of his mouth. What does a married couple do? What on earth is a book like this doing in this house? Well, it had to be Hermes' fault since the house had originally been his. But of all people, Riviera had to find him. Well, he only read heroic tales and books about magic, while Riviera read everything, even the labels on clothes. And what are you giving it to me for? Belle glanced nervously at Riviera, who was looking at him with a rather peculiar expression. Lately, I had noticed that Riviera was becoming increasingly insistent about the topic of being married and things like trust. Isn't it obvious? One of the things we're obligated to do by the guild is to strengthen our relationship in case you break your word. What? I thought we were only supposed to live under the same roof, and I don't remember anyone telling us anything like that.
Are you stupid?
I've told you so many times to read what you sign. There's a clause in our marriage certificate that outlines our obligations. Now that she thought about it, it was true that Belle signed the marriage certificate that day without even glancing at it. If she thought about it, she didn't even check if the name of the person she was marrying was Riviera. He spared himself any excuses and nodded while sighing. Yes, that may be true. It certainly is. Riviera smiled slightly mockingly as she took a seat on the couch next to Belle. Since it was for two people, the space wasn't very large, but it was enough for her to be comfortable in her personal space, and yet Riviera maintained a closeness where their shoulders touched. Give it to me. He took the book from Belle's hands and opened it. He skipped the table of contents and index pages as well as the synopsis. What interested him was getting to the first step, which he had read earlier. Look, it says here that we should call each other by our names. Calling your partner by their name strengthens and affirms the close relationship you have and also indicates that you maintain a certain intimacy between you. But we already call each other by our names, Riviera. That's not the point, Belle. Okay, let's move on to step 2. Clear. Riviera flipped through the book a couple of times. The first step itself was simple, but it contained a lot of information about why it was important to call your partner by their name informally. For Belle, and even for Riviera, it was nothing more than unnecessary filler. Step 2 is holding hands. Belle noticed the slight change in the atmosphere. Holding hands wasn't a big deal compared to everything that had happened between them so far. They had even kissed, and the fact that it was due to the pact of silence didn't diminish the significance of the kiss. Their lips and tongues met, that was what mattered. Let's hold hands, huh? Belle nodded with his eyes closed a couple of times, as if he were deeply reasoning about the things that might happen if they continued reading the book. Just as he was about to say that it was best to start magic classes, he felt Riviera's soft touch on his hand. Okay, she said in a timid voice. It's not that difficult, is it? Belle looked at her silently as he felt the sensation of Riviera's hand in his own. It was soft and warm, but beyond that, it gave off a feeling of security and vulnerability at the same time. He rubbed his fingers over her knuckles, and the friction of their skin gave a wonderful thrill of being safe. Could she feel so much just by holding someone's hand? No, that couldn't be the case. Was it because it was Riviera's hand and vice versa because it was Belle's hand? Riviera's chest warmed vividly with a comfortable feeling, and Belle felt a tingling sensation run down his back. What's the next step? Belle asked, trying to dispel the pleasant atmosphere. He withdrew his hand from Riviera's, and although he felt resistance from Riviera, he was eventually able to pull away enough to catch his breath and calm his thoughts. Riviera smiled faintly as she nodded and flicked through the book. The pages felt quite light, as did the content explaining why holding hands felt so good. Because it connects you with your partner. She kept that thought to herself and moved on to the third step. She'd already read up to a point the fourth step, to be precise, but it was still embarrassing now that she was reading it next to Belle. The third step is a hug. A hug. Riviera nodded, raising one of her fingers as she explained. It says here that hugs are a sign of trust and security. When a married couple hugs, they convey the security they feel with each other. Also, if the relationship is deep, it brings a feeling of peace and warmth. It's a sign of affection that generates a pleasant sense of harmony and fulfillment, a dose of well-being for body and soul. Was a hug really that complicated? Stop asking silly questions and hug me already. Belle narrowed his eyes, watching Riviera open her arms in opposite directions with an expression that bordered on serious and shy. She looked adorable, that was for sure. The problem was whether this was real or just a trap meticulously crafted by Riviera. She got pretty angry when I brought Wenne here a few days ago, and if you add to that the fact that I always ignore her when she asks me where I go when I'm hunting Evelys, well, she has plenty of reasons to be upset. She's not going to freeze me if I hug her, is she? The doubt made him feel unsure whether he should act or not, as his life hung in the balance depending on his answer. But if he's really serious and I say no, wouldn't that hurt his pride and freeze me up? Belle realized he was taking too long and that this could also lead to him being frozen by Riviera. So he stopped overthinking and looked at her. Only then did he think that perhaps Riviera was serious because she was still standing with her arms outstretched waiting for him to come and return the hug. Her adorable expression, a mixture of seriousness and shyness, was still etched on her beautiful face. What are you waiting for? My arms are going to go numb, hurry up. She was definitely serious. As Belle slid a little closer to her, the tips of Riviera's ears lit up with a pretty light pink, and when he was close enough, he was enveloped in a warm, soft hug. The gentle pressure of Riviera's arms on his back and neck, as well as the softness of her breasts brushing against his face, made Belle feel quite embarrassed as he slowly used his arms to hug her too. How could he say it? He felt helpless and safe at the same time. Riviera's breath caressed her hair from above. It was warm and slow like a breeze at sunset. Her body was just as soft. Even through the clothes she wore, I could feel the warmth of her skin. How does it feel? Riviera asked. She had been silent before that, enjoying how good it felt to have Belle in her arms, as if she were protecting him from all the bad things in the world. The thinness of her clothing allowed her to feel him much more, almost as if she were naked. The body heat mingling with his felt good too. Well, I guess it's not bad. Is that right? Riviera let out a cute snort, smiling slightly. Belle was lying, and she could confirm it by how fast her heart was racing. Of all the things they'd done so far, this was possibly the most embarrassing. The touch, warmth, and scent of their bodies gave them a strange feeling of peace and harmony, just as the book said. Belle said softly, but he couldn't finish whatever it was he was going to say. After the long silence, Riviera raised an eyebrow and stepped back a little to look at him. Did he fall asleep? There was Belle with his eyes closed and resting one of his cheeks on Riviera's chest while letting out soft breaths. He looked helpless, adorable, and tired. Riviera never thought those things could blend so perfectly, but here was Belle proving her wrong. He's like this, but even like this he looks quite handsome. No, handsome wouldn't be the word, cute. But what am I thinking? Riviera shook off her thoughts before smiling and showing an expression of relief. She stroked Belle's hair and kissed his forehead, letting him rest on the sofa seat and lying down beside her, still holding him close. She also felt tired, or something similar. It wasn't exactly tiredness, but a pleasant feeling of security that led him to lower his guard and sleep carefree. She didn't even bother to bring a sheet to cover themselves or a pillow to rest their heads on. She simply curled up next to Belle and used her breast as a pillow for him. Despite falling asleep, her heart continued to beat at an incredible speed. The pain in his chest, the one he felt every day when Belle ignored him or acted distant, was not present this day. The next day, so what's next? Yeah. Not only had he skipped magic classes and missed morning training with Ryu, but he had even woken up in Riviera's arms with his face buried in a beautiful and comfortable pair of breasts. Naturally, he was so startled that he reflexively pushed Riviera away and knocked her off the sofa. He could still remember the gasp of surprise that Riviera let out, and even more importantly, he could still see the anger and indignation in her jade-green eyes. Riviera was quite annoyed by the way she was woken up. She was supposed to be resting peacefully and comfortably, but suddenly her sleep was shattered and she felt the hard, cold floor against her face. Was there anything more humiliating than that? That's why she now glared at Belle, who was shrinking back like a small, repentant rabbit. The next thing is. Nevertheless, she swallowed her anger and opened the book again. As she turned the pages, she came to the next step in the things a married couple does. As she read, her face showed a slight reddening while her frown gradually disappeared with each word she read. See compliments. The next step is to say what you like about your partner. In Belle's opinion, that was quite mild compared to the intimate steps and experiences prior to the current situation. However, for someone like Riviera who was undecided about her feelings towards Belle, something like admitting good things about him was quite serious. That's why there's redness on her cheeks and ears. Do I just have to say things I like about you? Something like you're good at teaching magic, I guess. Riviera read a little more about the next step. Due to her impatience, she had only read up to the part about the hug before coming to Belle and talking about what had already happened. No, wait, it says something here about calming your partner's insecurities with compliments. These can be about physical appearance, intelligence, or skills. Physical. Expressing praise and gratitude is especially important for maintaining a good marital relationship. Praise makes your partner feel valued and has been shown to mitigate the negative effects of stress, which is a leading cause of divorce. Riviera ignored the keyword Belle mentioned and continued reading. She, too, had listed the physical aspect as something to highlight. If he says something about my physique and it's something nice, doesn't that mean he likes my body? I have to mentally prepare myself not to freeze him out of reflex. Riviera stared into space for a few seconds before looking at Belle. He was looking at her with analytical and cautious eyes as if he knew what she was thinking. More specifically, I was wondering if it was really okay to compliment him, given the risk of getting frozen out. It wasn't fear, it was caution, I see. So how many should there be? Is it okay if it's about just one thing? Riviera shook his head at her attempt to escape. No, the book says it has to be 3 things about each category. 3 things you like about my intelligence, my skills, and my physique. Riviera wasn't lying, the book clearly stated that. However, she was also quite curious about the good things Belle saw in her. Even if the book didn't have such a rule written down, she would definitely have lied in order to satisfy her curiosity. 3 things. Yes, 3 things, what are you waiting for? Start now, but shouldn't ladies go first? No, starts, Belle couldn't do anything. There was the option of refusing to start, but in his mind was the recent memory of having knocked Riviera to the ground. Some of that annoyance still lingered in his jade-green eyes, gleaming dimly as he watched her intently, just as a hunter watches his prey. Belle coughed gently to clear his throat. Well, let's think of something that will lessen that anger. Intelligence. When it came down to it, it wasn't hard to find good points in Riviera, who was a scholar through and through. The word scholar described her perfectly. You read a lot. Well, that's it. I like the way you look when you're engrossed in a book, and I also like it when you take the time to explain its contents to me. Your gaze is calm and your expression is serene, but when you enjoy something you're reading, your lips always curve into a slight smile. That smile, no, the feeling books evoke in you that makes you smile like that, I like it. Riviera lost his breath. I was expecting something, but definitely not too much. Belle's compliment was too specific as well as embarrassing. Did this mean he paid such close attention to her every time he saw her reading? Did she really exude that description? Did she smile like that? His heart beat strongly, resonating deeply and intensely within his chest. A deep blush spread across her cheeks, and when she became aware of the burning sensation it caused on her face, she quickly turned away to avoid being seen. I see. Yes, I suppose that's a good compliment. Belle nodded shyly, waiting for Riviera to speak. It took a little while for her to calm her racing heart, but when she did, she took a deep breath and said what she had decided to say from the beginning. I like how silly you can be. You're naive, immature on certain issues, careless and insensitive. I can't imagine anyone more foolish than you. Wait. I'm sure you're insulting me instead of complimenting me. Is it so hard for you to find something good in me that you resort to bad things? I have a heart too, you know, intelligence. If it was being discussed, Belle was not the most prominent figure. He had a strong intuition as a warrior, such as tactics and things like that, but he wasn't the best when it came to knowledge. The only thing Riviera ever saw him read, apart from magic books, were heroic tales, which he kept hidden under his bed. I always wonder why he hides them away like they're erotic magazines. He thought this while chuckling softly at Belle's shouts, protesting the insults directed at him. Slowly, Riviera denied it. It's not an insult. Being stupid isn't exactly a bad thing, at least in my opinion. Don't try to sugarcoat it. Is that so? The truth is that side of you is adorable to me. Riviera didn't know why, but for some reason, seeing Belle burst into blushes and screams made her own embarrassment and shyness about the situation they were in completely vanish. Now he displayed a presumptuous and condescending expression, accompanied by a smile that conveyed enjoyment. That you see it as something bad isn't my problem. As long as I consider it something good and I like it, that counts. Am I wrong? Well, I wouldn't say exactly bad, but... No buts, it's your turn, hurry up. What was going on here? Now that he thought about it, Riviera tended to keep a close eye on him like a mother. No, I couldn't put it that way. More than a mother, she resembled a strict and manipulative teacher who enjoyed giving her orders. And despite knowing this, he couldn't completely resist. I like how calm you usually are in certain situations. And although I like that, I also like it when you lose control of yourself and act shy. Shy. I like the never give up mentality. What do you think of that? I like how good you are at simplifying complicated topics about magic so that I can easily understand them. I've improved because of that. I like your unwavering will. And no, it's not the same as mindset. From the day we got married, I always thought it would be great if everyone had a tenth of your ideals and beliefs. The book was thrown onto the coffee table. They stared at each other, breathing heavily, their faces glowing bright red. This was no longer a simple married couple dynamic, but a war to see who could embarrass the other first. Next. Name 3 things you like about me related to my skills. Am I first again? Any problem? Riviera exclaimed, red-faced. I was already embarrassed enough to heat a pan just by touching it, but that wasn't what the war was about. He had to embarrass him to the point of making him run away like a coward. Only then would he consider it a victory. None. Belle began to think quickly, but as he expected, it didn't take him long to find Riviera's strengths that related to skills. Your magic. I like how skilled you are with magic, so much so that you are considered the most powerful magician in the world today. Why, I see. Yes, I suppose that counts as a skill. So I like your cooking. Everything you make is delicious and you look quite good in an apron while chopping meat or vegetables. Are you good at doing chores? I'm just saying you're very skilled, okay? Even though the house is big, it's always spotless. And despite that, you still have time to teach me and read comfortably. That's definitely a compliment. Riviera shrugged, admitting it was certainly a compliment. Though she couldn't shake the bad taste left in her mouth by Belle saying something like that. Did he see her as a maid? It was strange. Your fighting style, he downplayed it and continued with the activity. At first you were just an apprentice whom Aizus guided for a week, but after your fight with that minotaur, all you did was keep growing. Now you have the skills of a top-tier adventurer, and I like that. Do you like that he's strong? You can see it that way, yes. Otherwise, if I were ever in danger, how could you defend me? In my opinion, a man must be strong to protect his woman. But I'm not saying she's your wife, got it? Why, yes, I know that already. Riviera showed her intention to freeze him, so Belle simply nodded quickly in order to survive. This game was already out of control, but he couldn't just abandon it. I wanted to stop, but I couldn't and didn't want to deal with the consequences of doing so. I guess it's my turn, so I'm glad you've improved your non-existent cooking skills. Why are you looking at me like that? I haven't lied, have I? Besides, I'm saying I like the fact that your food isn't disgusting anymore. Fine, I'll press my forehead to the ground and apologize. Forgive me, stop staring at me like you're trying to freeze me. Forgive me, O great lady of winter. Stop making a fool of yourself and lift your head, you idiot. Riviera tugged at his shirt to pull him back onto the couch. His furrowed brow and embarrassed expression accentuated his beauty, even though a terrifying glint shone in his eyes. Belle thought that was dangerous too, so he pointed with one of his fingers. Your turn. Of course, Riviera was aware of Belle's intentions, but she couldn't go against them either. More specifically, she didn't want to because the change of subject also benefited her. I like your ability to avoid me when I want to talk about where you go between training sessions and dungeon explorations. This time, Bell lowered his gaze, avoiding Riveria's. His words might have been a compliment, but Bell doubted that Riviera would appreciate being ignored by him so many times. A long silence fell. The skills category had ended, but the heavy atmosphere wasn't conducive to continuing the married couple's dynamic. Just as Bell was about to stand up to leave, Riveria's voice reached him. Your hair. I like your hair, which is as white as snow and as soft as the finest silk. Riveria's eyes expressed that she would not insist on the subject if he did not want to talk about it, but they also conveyed the pain of not having his trust. Bell's desire to leave vanished, and he let out a tired sigh at the sudden mention of that topic. She must already know that I discovered she was following me, that's why she spoke about it directly. Bell even questioned whether it was really okay to continue hiding his hunt for the remnants of Evelys from Riviera, who was supposed to be the person closest to him. If it was okay to continue enduring everything in silence, putting up with the nights when he was afraid to close his eyes because of the nightmares that constantly attacked him. Your hair. I love the jade sheen it gives off in the sunlight and moonlight. It reminds me of nature. Yes, he just thought it would be good to tell her, but it wasn't like he was going to do it. He heard Riveria's sigh, who seemed to have anticipated this response from him. Then, displaying a smile tinged with sadness, he said softly, repeating compliments is not allowed. There was a rule like that. Not exactly, but if I say it's not allowed, then it's not. Ah, she's angry, Bell thought. It was natural and fairly mild as expected, but it was still unsettling how powerful her voice could become when her temper reached the point of, contrary to me and I'll freeze you. Well then your lips. Riveria's cheeks flushed a lovely soft pink once more. She never expected such a direct compliment right from the start. They are soft. They also have a lovely color, and when they curve into a smile, I can't help but think they're beautiful. I see. Riviera clenched her hands into fists. It was difficult for her to contain the pounding of her heart within her chest. Was he staring at her that much? There was also the embarrassing fact of mentioning the softness of his lips, which only reminded her of the kisses they had shared so far. Riviera pressed her lips together, trying to hide them in embarrassment. If it weren't for her always thinking of quick solutions, it truly would have been her defeat. Your eyes. He reaffirmed his resolve and looked directly at Bell. The ruby-red eyes widened and momentarily shone, reflecting Riveria's flushed face. My mother gave me a ruby when I was little, and every time I look into your eyes, I remember that moment. I like them because they don't let me forget a memory that's important to me. Bell remained silent. Of course, he wanted to stop all this because otherwise he thought his heart would explode at any moment. But he was also annoyed because his second compliment was about Riveria's eyes. Why didn't I say so before? It was a better option than her lips to avoid her seeing me as a pervert. Bell cleared his throat before looking at Riviera for something to point out, but everywhere he looked there was trouble. Her chest. If I say that, I'm definitely going to get frozen. Her butt, he will kill me. Her long legs and thick thighs, he'll tear out my eyes. They're between. No, if I say that, the black dragon will be the least of my worries. He had previously seen her naked on several occasions, and as it must be for a teenager, they were images that he could not get out of his mind even if he cracked his head open and smashed his brain. It was a given for Bell that Riveria's body could easily be portrayed and called a masterpiece. Even if it were a sculpture, the result wouldn't change. She possessed a divine beauty, and he was not blind to deny or overlook that fact. The only thing I could say without repeating Riveria's praise or ending up in a coma or dead was, your ears, that WL, they're cute. Haven't you ever looked in the mirror when you're embarrassed? The tips get dyed a pretty pink and... Bell stopped talking when he saw Riviera, who was practically smoking from his head and looking at him with swirling eyes. What kind of compliment is that, you pervert? Do you have an ear fetish, you degenerate? It's not what it looks like. Why are you looking at me like that? I'm not sick. Riviera covered her ears, protecting them from the danger called bellcranel. She was so embarrassed she wanted to die. Had he really said that about her many physical attributes as a woman? Even if he'd said something like her breasts, Riviera would have sighed before smacking him and letting him go. But his ears. The level of her husband's illness turned out to be one she didn't think was possible. Because although Bell didn't know it, Riviera was aware that her ears were quite sensitive. If the strange scenario of conceiving the last hero were to occur, Riviera feared that Bell would go after her ears because of her strange and unethical sexual tastes. I have to get out of here or I'm really going to freeze him. Just as he stood up, Riviera stopped dead in his tracks. She glanced back at Bell over her shoulder, and seeing him begging for forgiveness with a red face, Riviera remembered that if she left, it meant her defeat. No, that doesn't really matter now. I just want to make him feel the humiliation he's put me through. It wasn't fair that only she got to show a shy, vulnerable, and out-of-control side. At least, even if she lost, she was determined to drag him down with her. Ooha, well, it's my turn. She sat back down and cleared her throat as she did everything she could to soothe the burning sensation in her face. I can't say for sure since I've only seen yours, but… Huh, what do you mean? I suppose it's a good thing that it's big. Belle remained silent for a while. Big, yours, what are you referring to, what? Riviera narrowed her eyes, feeling her heart race. It still wasn't enough, she had to embarrass him even more. It's thick, long, and has an acceptable color. Stop, stop. Belle's reflexive response was a scream as he tried to stand up and walk away. However, in his haste, the hand he tried to use for support slipped off the seat of the chair. Without much surprise, Riviera watched him fall to the ground with a satisfied smile. Finally, after everything that happened, I had won this game. Even if his attack was a double-edged sword that had also cut her, as evidenced by the crimson red across her face, the result was good enough to make it worthwhile. Why are you bringing that up so suddenly? Belle shouted from the ground. What does Mini Belle have to do with this?
What Mini Belle? Law?
The shame disappeared from Riviera as if it had never existed in the first place, and now she just looked at Belle with a pathetic expression. Did she call that Mini Belle? What was Mini about it? If Riviera were blind and they made her touch it, telling her it was a sword, she'd actually think it was a sword, a long sword. With this dynamic, I can confirm that I knew very little about your perverse thoughts and inclinations, Belle. Don't say it like that. I have feelings, you know. Yes, I don't care. So are you giving up, or will you give one last compliment? Riviera was aware that her original intentions, which were to seek a rapprochement between herself and Belle, had long since vanished. Of course, she still wanted them to grow closer and for there to be more trust between them, but now she could only think about escaping before things escalated even further. Nevertheless, Belle stood up, dusting himself off gently. His eyes did not show the look of someone about to give up. It was quite the opposite. They shone with a fierce determination to win now that he had been humiliated and exposed as a degenerate, even though he wasn't one. He cleared his throat and spoke firmly, looking Riviera in the eyes. Your ass. Belle began to sweat profusely under the lifeless gaze of Riviera, who looked at him like he was the worst piece of trash in the world. Even so, he did not back down. It has a rounded shape, it's smooth and soft at the same time while maintaining a moderate volume. Not too big, not too small, it's well perfect. Why wasn't he saying anything? His silence was even more terrifying. Should he continue? Of course not, but Belle did. The buttocks define a perfectly curved silhouette, giving a wide and ample appearance. Their white color, tinged with red, lends them a simply divine beauty, and if I add the cute mole between the line that separates your legs from your buttocks, I can say it's a masterpiece. If someone could make pillows like that, I would definitely buy one. Belle, oh really? Do you want to die? Huh. Riviera eliminated the small distance that separated them and grabbed Belle by the neck, bringing him close until their noses and breaths collided. Riviera's eyes unleashed a clear murderous instinct, and Belle, of course, trembled with fear in the clutches of the jade dragon. Have you lost your mind? Why the hell did you start describing my ass so casually and with such an air of superiority? Do you think you're some kind of ass connoisseur, huh? I'm going to kill you. How can you still remember exactly what my ass looks like, you sicko? I really am going to kill you. W8 Riviera, this is part of the dynamic, isn't it? I'm supposed to flatter you and I did. What did I do wrong? That's one thing and this is another. I would have let it go if you'd stopped at just saying my ass, but why describe it in such detail and with such an irritatingly annoying expression? I want to kill you right now, you perverted rabbit. Take a breath, I can't die yet. I'm sorry, maybe I went a little too far in my desire for revenge. Didn't you say something rather embarrassing about me? Can't you consider it a we're even situation? Please, wife, have mercy on this ignorant fool. One thing Riviera had to concede was Belle's capacity to beg for his life. Not even she, who had been humiliated by an unusually accurate description of her backside, had the nerve to plead for mercy with a poor little bunny. Even more so when her ruby-red eyes shone so tenderly, just like the eyes of a puppy. Huff, it's okay, I guess I crossed the line too. I forgive you, wife, stop calling me that only when it suits you, wannabe husband. Why yes, I'm sorry. It took some time for things to calm down, as they even took a break to cool their heads. Riviera went for some water and juice and performed self-oxygenation to regain some control of her thoughts. Why did she have to say that of all things? I almost died of embarrassment. He kept replaying in his head the image of Riviera describing his member, which prevented him from thinking correctly. As for Riviera, she was taking her time in the kitchen for the same reason. She leaned back against the counter, pressing her chest together and biting her lip. The intense blush on her cheeks and ears contrasted perfectly with the watery glimmer in her eyes, which overflowed with a mixture of shyness and embarrassment. Has he really been looking at me like that all this time?
I thought.
His breathing was heavy and his heartbeat never stopped. I thought he didn't care at all and was only interested in his training, but he's actually been observing me so closely. The feeling that overwhelmed her made her feel strange. Was it possible to feel like she was in the flames, burning to ashes, and at the same time be caressed by a cool breeze? It wasn't like feeling butterflies in her stomach, but rather being the butterfly itself, flapping its wings freely, fluttering up and down. I took advantage of this opportunity because she hasn't stayed home in a while due to that girl and the fight we had.
I guess the situation got out of hand.
The reason Belle had stayed late into the night, apart from magic classes, was to inform Riviera about the exploration they would soon undertake with the goal of bringing Wenne to a safe place. Naturally, Riviera was unaware of the existence of the Xenos. How long has it been since we spent time like this? Until now, he just kept quiet in magic classes, simply listening to me and taking notes before leaving without saying goodbye. From that day until now, Riviera had been unable to quell the torment and anxiety that consumed both her mind and her heart. She felt bad for being so harsh with Belle, whom she was supposed to be supporting. His justifications were more than acceptable, but the feeling of guilt did not go away no matter how much he said that his actions were correct. That's why, if only I could get close to Belle again. I must finish what I started. Riviera took a sip of water and carried the juice glass to Belle, who already seemed calmer than before. Like her, he had secretly controlled his feelings. Thank you. Belle quickly drank the juice and placed the glass on the coffee table. There, his hand bumped into Riviera's, who was trying to pick up the book to continue with the partner activity. I'm sorry.
No, it's fine.
Riviera shrank shyly, the book clutched in her hands, and sat down next to Belle. The silence was awkward, but neither dared to break it. Only the sound of leaves being rustled echoed for a few seconds, attracting Belle's attention. Shall we continue? Don't you want to? Riviera's gentle question made Belle swallow hard. Her shyness was so endearing to him because it wasn't something he often saw in someone like Riviera, who was usually cold and composed. No, I didn't say I didn't want to.
Good.
Riviera finished flipping through the pages when she reached the next step. Her eyes opened, trembling as she read the penultimate step of the book. When he noticed the prolonged silence, Belle asked gently, "Is everything all right?" No, it's just that, well. Riviera held up the book for Belle to see, and at the same time used it to cover the lower part of her face. Only her watery eyes were visible, looking away as she spoke. The next step is a kiss. Belle smiled and shook his head. This was enough. He didn't want to make Riviera do anything against her will, and he also didn't want to do it because of his feelings for another woman. The moment he stood up and started to cook something for breakfast, he felt a slight tug on his shirt. Turning his gaze back, he saw Riviera holding him. "We should try it. It's not like it's the first time, and if this helps improve our relationship, well, I guess I don't mind."
Riviera, that's it.
I know you love someone else, right? That's fine, I'm not saying I like you either. I'm just playing my part in this relationship. Nothing bad will happen if no one finds out, right?
Basically, that was it. Riviera's words made sense, and yet they didn't.
If it weren't for the expression on her face, I would have actually believed her. But if she lied to him so blatantly, did that mean she really loved him? Someone like Belle, who was a coward when it came to confronting someone else's feelings, convinced himself that it wasn't a lie but the truth. Yes, I think you're right. Riviera took a breath. Her chest felt a pang because in her eyes, Belle was lying just as blatantly as she was. Perhaps this was what a married couple really did. Lies upon lies that had to be seen as truths so that everything would be in complete harmony. Seeing it that way, he became aware of reality once again, that the married relationship between Belle and her was a sham.
Yes, I have it.
And if it was a charade, then the actions they took within that marriage were also a charade. So even if they went beyond a kiss, there was no problem.
Yeah.
Slowly, they eliminated the distance between the two. First, they took each other's hands. It was essential to make each other feel that this was really okay because the warmth of the other seemed to absorb the pretense in each of them. Then her lips. Little by little, as they drew closer, the sound of their breaths whispered and caressed her eyelashes like a breeze rustling the grass in a field. It tickled their faces, making their eyelids flutter as they closed their eyes. When everything went dark, it was the warmth of their clasped hands that formed a torch in the darkness and guided them. He led her lips down the right path, and finally, as if it were a long journey in search of a hidden treasure, they met. At first, the sensation that filled them both was a cool moisture, but the more they mixed their lips, the coolness turned into a burning feeling that no matter how much it burned, didn't make them want to separate. Distance remained a problem. Riviera's body acted on its own, instigated by the emotion of something she had only experienced with Belle, and climbed on top of him. The heat from his legs trapped Belle's, and the weight of his body, barely covered by a button-down shirt trembling tantalizingly to be pulled from its hollows, pushed him against the back of the sofa as the fiery exchange of fluids continued. A fog appeared in their minds, blinding their thoughts and reasoning. The thunderous sound of their lips whenever they crossed paths acted like a hypnotic melody that did not allow them to break out of the endless trance they were in. Similar to flying underwater or swimming through air currents, nothing made sense to them as they immersed themselves in the captivating sensation of an illusion created by the softness and warmth of her lips. They were not themselves, but beasts that until now were caged and chained. Now that they had tasted freedom, they couldn't stop and look back. The attraction that existed between genders of the opposite sex could have an importance in their actions, or perhaps it was simply the desires of each one, which fit perfectly between them. Similar to a thread that connects them, once together they could not be separated. Ha ha, Riviera, this is. Just a little more. Riveria's gentle hands around Belle's neck acted like a shackle of slavery, robbing him of his freedom and strength to refuse her demands. Likewise, Belle's arms around Riveria's waist urged her on. They wouldn't let her get off him, nor would they allow her to back down. Despite wanting to stop, he couldn't, much less so when her mouth was invaded by Riveria's wet tongue in such an assertive and seductive way, entwining with hers in a dance full of lust and desire. It wasn't something I could refuse. Nearly 100 years of suppressing his curiosity about a specific subject. Or rather, the fact that he felt that curiosity almost 100 years too late. All of that was thrust upon him along with the warmth of Riveria's soft body. Finding a glass of cold water in the middle of the desert was something you couldn't refuse. All you could do was thank the heavens and drink it with gusto. The same thing happened when you found a plate of hot food in the middle of a famine. You could only eat it with a voracious appetite. Riviera. Okay, just a little more. For someone like Belle, who was going through puberty, Riviera was that glass of cold water in the middle of the desert, as well as that plate of hot food in the middle of a famine. He could only drink her fluids with pleasure and take her body with a voracious appetite. They both gasped heavily but did not stop the action of their lips constantly colliding, creating a sound similar to when a drop falls onto a puddle. Riviera, my body feels hot. It's because it's summer. Relax just a little longer. Yeah. The rhythm infected Belle's actions, and the hands that had been gently holding Riveria's hips now caressed her buttocks. It was soft and stretchy, just as she had imagined the first time she saw it. The loose-fitting pants she was wearing still weren't enough to make it lose its round, curvy shape. And no, you can't touch. I'm sorry. Riveria's chest rose and fell. They had finally stopped kissing, and now Riviera was rubbing her forehead against Belle's in an attempt to support each other due to their lack of strength. Each time he lowered his breath, his lips lightly touched Belle's, which made him breathe faster and faster and thus feel them more frequently. I must stop. It was just like the time Belle fell on top of him in that pond in Riviera and they accidentally kissed. Once he'd tasted it, he wanted to keep doing it forever. She didn't feel that way with anyone else but Belle, who was right now beneath her, staring at her with lost eyes and steamy breath. Is this simply repressed lust, or is it love? Doubt kept her awake at night, and when she finally managed to sleep, her dreams were always unbecoming of a lady. From the very first wet dream onward, she was constantly plagued by similar ones. That's why his sudden change of clothes, that's why his desire to get closer and his longing to have Belle's absolute trust. For Riviera, living with him was torture ever since the parchment incident that made them kiss. Because from then on, her sexual curiosity about Belle began to grow. I'll get off. Yeah. Belle was too embarrassed to look Riviera in the eye. There he was, the one who had initially talked about loving someone else, and now he was doing his best to cover his crotch. Riviera was aware that seconds before she had been on top of him, and therefore she could feel him caressing her belly. Even so, he had the courtesy to pretend not to have noticed. The next and final step is. Shall we continue? Riviera nodded as she took the book and began to skim through it. She didn't even bother to read about the importance of kisses since they had experienced it firsthand. Neither of them looked at each other. Riviera took the book while Belle hid his erection, and a second later he was forced to return his attention to Riviera when she froze, her eyes rolling. What's wrong? The next step is. This time, Riviera did not cover her flushed face with the book, but instead rested it between her lap and chest due to lack of strength. With a trembling finger, he pointed to the line where the last step was written, and with a broken smile, he murmured weakly, Hex. Something Belle noticed before he could process Riviera's words was that, being the last page of content, in the bottom corner was written, made by Hermes. Throw that away. Yes, I thought so too, haha, why yes. In the end, the book was burned. Belle and Riviera took separate cold baths before starting to cook breakfast, and needless to say, the interaction between the two for the rest of the day was quite awkward. Chapter 21, The Epilogue of My Life. If I do things for you, it's not so you'll love me, it's so you know I love you. Riviera's Aizus Alf. People are afraid of thunder and lightning, but I strangely feel calm. This completely contradicted my fear of the cold, but it was perfectly complemented by the bright light of the lightning and the thunderous noise that followed. The world may finally be coming to an end, that's what I was thinking. For some time now, I've felt trapped with no way out. Perhaps that's why I keep waiting for it all to end suddenly. I'm not sad, but I can't say for sure if I'm happy either. I wasn't sure, I'm not sure if I'm depressed. I mean, I'm not exactly sad, but I'm not exactly happy either. I can laugh, joke, and smile during the day, but when I'm alone at night, my thoughts are terrible. When I closed my eyes, the nightmares began. I spent my days dreading the coming of night, so I wasn't sure how I couldn't say. Although if I had to say something, that would, of course, be my wish that it would all end. I just didn't care if the world ended. Asterius. Yes, he's strong, devilishly strong Belchai. If you're looking for a way to thwart the plans of this god called Hermes, then he's the one. I see words have different interpretations. What one says is not always the whole truth. It's a weakness in people, they test others to confirm their own existence. It's a contradiction, isn't it? Perhaps this weakness is not limited to mortals but also applies to beings called gods. Asterius. His name echoed in my thoughts for a long time. The orb's glow through which I communicated with Lidson went out. I gazed at the sky through the window, feeling the cool night breeze. It was about time. At least I tried, so I can leave without regrets. Don't you agree, Grandpa? Every heart has its limits. Mine too. I'm no exception. I'm not special, much less the chosen one. Although at least I expected a good send-off before going back home. Yes, I just want to go home. The last thing I saw before focusing my attention on the Minotaur charging furiously towards me was Einassen's back. Seeing her at a safe distance and free from danger, I turned my attention back to my now opponent. It was less than a second, and Asterius was already a few meters away from me, pointing his horns at my abdomen, trying to impale me in one blow. Blocking him with my weapons was dangerous. I doubted they could even withstand the impact. The Hestia dagger maybe, but the others would definitely shatter. Ook! I took a long breath, or at least as long as I could with the time I had. I sheathed my daggers and assumed a defensive stance, waiting for the right moment to act. As the ground beneath my feet shook violently, I erased from my mind anything other than the Minotaur in front of me. In my thoughts it felt like an eternity, but in reality time did not pass that way. In the blink of an eye, along with the held breaths of everyone present, I grabbed Asterius's horns with my hands, trying to redirect the force of his attack towards my legs and bring them to the ground. However, directing a third party's force was not so easy. The force of the impact, infinitely more brutal than I expected, forced me to abandon the idea of stopping its onslaught, and instead I let it drag me along in order not to be torn to pieces. The ground beneath my feet, which I was supporting, shattered as I retreated, creating craters in a straight line. The citizens' shouts faded. I caught a glimpse of Einassen's cry, but I couldn't respond. I was focusing all my energy on holding on and not breaking down. Answering her was the last thing on my mind. Eventually, unable to stop Asterius's brute onslaught, I was dragged through various buildings. One would think that going so fast the pain felt would be less, but one could not be more wrong. Each time my body passed through the reinforced concrete walls, my consciousness switched off and on, unable to cope with the pain. The impacts on my back reminded me of the ferocity of Otter's attacks in our training sessions. I lost count of the buildings I passed through. My thoughts flickered briefly as my body finally bumped into a wall without going through it. I fell to my knees, weak and with a lump in my throat, unable to even complain about the pain hammering hotly in my back. It's strong. I took in as much air as I could. It entered my lungs heavily, like nails being driven into them. It wasn't an empty comparison, it really felt like that. Can he be on Otter's level? This is bad. If I receive another attack like that, it will be the end for me. Forget about being knocked unconscious, I will definitely die. I took a second breath. Strength returned to my legs, or at least some of it, and I was able to stand up, albeit shakily, leaning my body against the wall behind me. The dull buzzing faded away, allowing me to hear again. It was then that, eventually, the sound of footsteps slowly arrived. Small pieces of concrete shook violently on the ground, creating a cold and tense atmosphere. The smoke screen, which was dust from the destroyed buildings, settled as the seconds passed, allowing me to visualize a grotesque silhouette. At first glance, still not fully recovered from my thoughts, he seemed like a giant to me. His body measured a little over 2 meters approximately. 2 horns protruded from his skull, pointing towards the sky. He carried a double-edged axe in each hand, while his eyes stared at me, gleaming like gold and imbued with a terrifying ferocity. The breath coming from his nose was so thick it looked like smoke. I couldn't deny that just seeing him filled me with a feeling of fear and aversion to confronting him. This Xeno Asterius was the pinnacle of brute and ferocious strength. Comparing him to Otter wasn't exactly accurate. This living being didn't strike with precision but with chaotic madness. His actions were those of a monster incapable of reasoning, although the gleam in his eyes told me there was life in them. I have a dream. His words didn't surprise me. I knew about him thanks to Lidson, though only his name and extraordinary strength. I paid attention to what he was saying with the intention of fully recovering, not because I was interested in his story. I had no interest in the development, I just wanted the conclusion to come quickly. In that dream, I crossed swords with a human with white hair and red eyes. A gaze, undoubtedly strong as steel and fierce as flames. An unbreakable will, just and righteous. The edge of his cuts was precise and lethal, capable of slicing through my thick skin. I tried to play deaf. Actually, when I heard Lidson's story, I had a feeling, though I should call it more of a premonition. This feeling was reinforced by the report I received from Riviera about the fight his comrades in arms waged against the same minotaur Asterius. I decided to ignore it at the time, but here it was again confronting me. I burned my life away before that worthy rival while he did the same. In that time, whether dream or past, my life turned to ashes before his. Asterius focused his eyes on mine and raised one of his axes, aiming and unleashing an intense battle spirit. I have come here in search of that warrior to burn my life away once more. Please tell me your name. A tingling sensation ran through my body. Here I was, weak in my body wobbly, facing a formidable enemy I obviously couldn't defeat. I doubted I could do it even if I were at my best. I haven't fought that hard, but one of his attacks was enough to leave me like this. Isn't he supposed to be wounded and exhausted from the hunt Loki's executives gave him? I've also used too much mana. If I keep using my abilities recklessly, I'll collapse. The Xenos must have already entered the dungeon. They're safe now, so. I curved my lips into a smile. I tried to fall. I wanted to fall. My intention was to let out a sigh and look at the sky, contemplate the stars, and close my eyes so I could rest. I really wanted to do it, Bell. However, my body did not obey. He refused to fall and show a pitiful appearance before Asterius. It stood tall like an old weathered oak, unyielding to blizzards or downpours. I had the sensation that roots were clinging to the soles of my shoes, digging deep into the ground. Bellcranel. My arms gathered strength and gripped the sheathed daggers at my sides, forming a draw that resonated with a metallic noise. There was something burning in my chest, spreading its heat through my veins, muscles, and bones, granting me the belief that I could cut through the hardest steel. Perhaps it was arrogance, even delusions brought on by the blow I received. But what was certain was that the fatigue vanished completely, as if it had never existed. Physically, at least, from the beginning, he was just making excuses. I was tired, yes, but not tired in the traditional sense. I was just fed up with everything. Fed up with people, fed up with the city, fed up with fate and the misfortunes it brought. And for some reason, he couldn't pretend in front of Asterius. A figure of myself from my past screamed at me with intensity and allegory to stop whining and burn my life until one of the two turned to ashes, to face the warrior in front of me, just like in the past. That was the farewell I was looking for, the epilogue to my story. Bellcranel. Asterius's voice echoed roughly around me, calling my name as his gun was pointed at my neck. Grant me a rematch. There was no meaningful or eloquent response from. To be honest, I didn't know what to say to her. Rematch. Even if I beat him once in the past, it was more than obvious that I would be the loser here. I couldn't act all high and mighty knowing that in the end I would be the one who would eat dust in this fight, so instead of a meaningless phrase, I reaffirmed my stance and hardened my resolve. He didn't need to win, much less prove anything to the people of this city. It was enough to savor my last battle and disappear without regrets. Like the stars, I wished to shine brighter before vanishing into the endless darkness of the night. Come here at once. Yo-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho that imposing roar. His war cry echoed throughout the city, gradually spreading a wave of dust like a small stone falling onto the surface of a still lake. My body shuddered, but unlike before, it didn't freeze and do nothing. The blood coursing through my veins burned fiercely, generating enough strength to propel me forward. Then, as if time were flowing again, Asterius took off towards me. Once again, our weapons clashed, forming dances of bright sparks that disappeared in a matter of seconds. Our lives began to burn, blazing against each other, each trying to see which would turn to ashes first. Ironically, in a situation where I was facing death, I felt alive once again, although it was a fleeting feeling, I suppose. Among the many adventurers scattered throughout the city was a squadron made up of 10 elves from the Loki family. These same men, eager to find bellcranel, left their watch posts and wandered in search of their target, to seize the opportune moment to stab in the back the one they considered the most tedious and despicable human being. They didn't have the strength or courage to face him head-on, but the story changed completely if it was an ambush. He has no allies in this city anymore. If not now, it will never be. The group's leader concluded that it was the perfect time to end the life of bellcranel, who was branded a traitor after the incident with the armed monsters on the surface. The events took such a turn that, according to the disgruntled citizens, it was bellcranel who brought the monsters to the surface in order to plunge Aario into chaos. The death of someone like that wouldn't have the slightest impact. There would be no reaction, as if they had never existed in the first place. Now we will deliver justice against the one who defiled the dignity of our princess. They crossed through an alley adjacent to the street of the adventurers. They had been wandering around for at least half an hour. During the incident, several explosions and roars echoed all around. The sound of metal clashing against metal, the shockwaves from magical attacks, and cries of terror and courage resonated throughout the city, but they ignored it. It was like that until that sound came on. A terrible, heavy roar, as if the heavens were announcing the end of the world. What was that? The leader of the group stopped abruptly, as did those who followed him. The houses on either side, made of concrete and iron rods, shook as if they were made of paper and cardboard. They covered their ears for fear that their eardrums would explode. and after enduring the eternal seconds of the roar, a line of houses 10 meters away from them was swept away by the onslaught of a giant silhouette. They could barely make out anything, but they were sure that whatever it was, that thing was ramming a person into the endless straight line of buildings. What the hell is going on in the city? The group leader shook off his thoughts and wiped the sweat running down his forehead and neck, looking at the pale faces of his friends who were panting heavily for air, frightened by the brief presence of that black silhouette. Silence fell for a moment. Like the end of a terrible nightmare, they now looked around, their eyes trembling and their nerves on edge, their heavy breathing making the sound. Time seemed to stand still, but then, like an unexpected lightning bolt striking abnormally on a clear day, the terrifying roar sounded once more, shaking the foundations of the city. "Leader, stay calm." The group's leader looked around, unsure of exactly where the booming approach of something desperately unknown was coming from. It wasn't stealthy, but excessively noisy. The noise was so great that it encompassed all directions, making it impossible to discern the trajectory of this unknown enemy. No, it wasn't like he was unknown either. The Black Minotaur, a shiver ran down the leader's spine at that thought. As everything around him shook chaotically, a fervent fear grew in his chest as he recalled the report given to the entire Loki familia about the danger level of the Black Minotaur. If you encounter that monster, run. Don't think about anything else, just run. Otherwise, you will die. Those were the words of their captain Finn Damney, alias Braver. Just as he was about to give the order to retreat, the building next to them suddenly exploded. Like a balloon punctured by a pin, the structure didn't seem to be made of solid materials, but of something more fragile than glass. Debris flew everywhere, some hitting the sides of the huddled elves. Before the leader could say or do anything, a distinctly human silhouette emerged from the cloud of dust where the building had once stood. Bellcranel. The elf's eyes remained fixed on the battered appearance of the young man, no older than 15. His hair and face were covered in dust, he had multiple wounds on his body, and it was clear he was being pushed back. Even so, he didn't seem desperate. With a fierce and determined expression, Bell shot backward like an arrow, floating through the air until he landed on the floor tiles. Asterius's roar, which emerged from the cloud of dust an instant after Bell, shook the place violently, rupturing the eardrums of all the elves unable to withstand the pressure of his presence. They all remained motionless, unable to even blink. They feared that if they did, they would never open their eyes again, especially when Asterius looked at them with eyes steeped in madness like a hungry beast. Shit. The leader cursed in his thoughts when he realized that, even trying, he couldn't move a single muscle in his body. Not in the presence of a monster like Asterius, much less when the monster himself let out a disgruntled snort and raised one of his axes to sweep them all away as if they were insignificant mosquitoes disturbing the battle with his rival. They were going to die, or so it should have been. Bell lunged at Asterius, preventing him from finishing his attack against the elves. Their daggers sliced through the air and struck the metallic edge of Asterius's axes, creating sparks that danced in the air like cherry blossoms before vanishing. Consequently, Asterius stomped his feet, making the ground tremble. His axes sliced through the air with far more force than Bell's daggers, creating powerful gusts of sharp wind. Bell could only defend desperately, barely avoiding being cut in two. Is he protecting us? The thoughts of the elf leader, lying on the ground, ceased to make sense when he fixed his trembling gaze on Bell. That human he despised so much wasn't even looking at him. He didn't have a worried expression about them, much less did he seem to be aware of their presence. His eyes were fixed on the monster he faced. He unleashed war cries that could have torn his throat and delivered powerful slashes imbued with a strange white light. He wouldn't even look at them. Realizing it a second time was twice as humiliating as the first. His attack on Asterius was not intended to save them, as he was not even aware of their presence. Bell was engrossed in his fight, and for some reason a fiery and fierce gleam could be seen in his eyes. The leader of the elves didn't know exactly what that glow meant, but one thing was certain. That human, whom they considered inferior, was on a different scale than them, whose legs trembled in the presence of Asterius. It wasn't that Bell didn't show fear. He seemed to be afraid, but he was still fighting against that expression on his face. His actions were the true meaning of courage. The clash of weapons sent shockwaves everywhere, lifting debris and shaking the bodies of the group of elves. The waves were so strong that they made it seem as though if they did not hold firmly to anything for support, they would be thrown into the air and their bodies would explode into pieces upon impact with the intact buildings in the distance. But the fact that they were so tightly clinging to their lives wasn't necessarily a good thing. Between the exchange of devastating blows between Bell and Asterius, it was natural for them to constantly move across the battlefield. At times, Asterius's axes would whiz past the elves with terrifying nearness, forcing them to witness their deaths with the mere touch of cold metal. Just when it seemed that the sharp wind would tear them to pieces, Bell would pass between them and smash them to pieces, charging forcefully towards Asterius. While the elves felt a deep sense of helplessness at being saved by the human they hated the most, Bell himself was unaware of his actions. He didn't save them because he wanted to save them. immersed in the battle and focused on the opponent in front of him, as if it were the flash of a star before it went out for eternity. His thoughts cleared and he became aware of something. I haven't used any skills. As if it were a reflection obtained after becoming aware of himself, a whitish glow emerged from his hands and surrounded the edge of his daggers. The power, already quite out of the norm for a LV4 adventurer, became even more rampant, making his attacks effective and shifting from active defense to offense. Asteria stepped back slightly, surprised by the unexpected surge of strength. However, his bright eyes showed not the distress of the weak, but the jubilation of the strong. As if it were a signal to him, he let out a roar and threw a punch that he had not thrown before. The punchline was a statement that was correctly relayed to Bell: "You are worthy." Despite the pain and being thrown back by the colossal impact, a smile appeared on Bell's lips. He could understand why he hadn't used abilities like Argonaut or Laplace since his encounter with Asterius. Somehow, if it were possible, the idea of finishing his overwhelming burden a little faster gave him a bit of peace of mind. However, that wasn't the farewell he wanted. At the very least, to avoid harboring resentment or regret later, he had to give it his all. That was the conclusion he reached after the brief exchange of blows so far. He looks pretty badly hurt. The low-key Familia isn't just for show after all. Even so, he's managed to escape almost unscathed and so far completely overwhelmed me. If I were to face him in a scenario where our conditions were optimal, Bell was certain he wouldn't be able to last more than 5 minutes. Of course, those 5 minutes would be spent purely on defense, without being able to launch a proper attack before meeting his end. Asterius had that kind of strength, so fighting half-heartedly without giving it his all was an insult, both for the opponent who returned from the dead for a rematch and for himself. So determined to give his best, he didn't hesitate to use every card he had up his sleeve. Laplace. Along with her scream, the color of her eyes, usually a beautiful ruby red, paled into a digital blue glow. The perspective of the world changed. In a world overflowing with information, Asterius's robust, gigantic body was duplicated. One was distinctly paler, as if it were a mere image conjured by magic. This copy moved only a few milliseconds faster than the original, indicating its actions obtained from detailed observation. Laplace, in an easy-to-understand aspect, was a skill that sharpened the user's vision to the point of noticing even the slightest movement of the person they were observing. This wasn't limited to living beings. Even if it was a structure or a beverage, the user was able to discern the materials of the structure as well as the components of a beverage. It's too fast. Even so, it had its limits. It was not false that he could anticipate a person's actions by deeply observing their entire body, including muscles, tendons, organs, breathing, and even blood circulation. However, if the objective far exceeded the user's power, the prediction that could be considered, seeing the future, ended up being almost obsolete. This was the case of Asterius. Its overwhelming strength, far superior to Bell's, far exceeded the reaction that Bell could make based on the predictions obtained through Laplace. However, it was not completely obsolete. For someone like Bell, who was used to life-and-death situations, the little help he got from Laplace was enough to narrowly escape the cold metal blades of Asterius's axes. He suffered several cuts, both on one of his cheeks and all over his body, but they weren't deep. In Bell's own words, they could be considered as superficial as a cat's scratch. That for others, especially the elves who watched from a distance, these were signs of terror and despair, was a clue to how familiar Bell was with the cold sensation of death. Taking a breath, Bell stepped back a couple of meters, dodging the downward slash of one of the axes. The powerful blade slammed into the street, scattering shattered cobblestones like projectiles everywhere. These embedded themselves in houses, shattered windows, or struck Bell himself, causing him to frown. Some struck the elves on the head, knocking them unconscious on the spot, but he was unaware of them. He was able to minimize the damage to his body thanks to Argonaut, which briefly manifested as a shining armor protecting every part of his body. Celestial armor. A technique he developed after countless failures and bloodshed, a trace of his own effort. Although the name was embarrassing, it was suggested by Riviera, and Bell didn't want to say it sounded ridiculous so as not to embarrass her. The effect was quite commendable. As the name suggested, it was the manifestation of armor formed from the Argonaut's glowing particles. While the mana consumption was considerable, as long as it lasted less than 5 seconds, it posed no major problem beyond slight exhaustion. An admirable skill. Asterius's deep, resonant voice, imbued with a tone of respect, sounded softly amidst the silence and distance that had grown between the two. "Thank you," Bell answered honestly. For some reason, this being's recognition gave him a strange sense of accomplishment. Once again, she raised her daggers and maintained a stance that allowed her to defend and attack at will, a fighting style derived from her two masters, Ryu Lion and Aizus Wallenstein. I've tried to use Imitator to copy Asterius's fighting style, but more than a combat technique, it feels like an extension of his nature. It's brutal, violent, and devastating. It's not something I can perfectly mimic with my body. Not at the level it currently had, at least. He's like Otter. Gradually, Bell's thoughts became calculating, and his head went completely cold. He looked at the additions around him, those that were still standing. At first, the damage ceased to matter to him as such, but with his fighting spirit burning fiercely one last time, his usual kind personality emerged. Those houses were home to families, children, women, and the elderly. I need to take this fight to an open space. It was his swift judgment. After getting his bearings and detecting his current location, he took a couple of steps to the right without turning his back on Asterius or undoing his posture. Making sure that the central square was right behind his back, he sharpened his gaze and signaled to Asterius. Asterius remained silent in the face of Belle's provocative hand signals which urged him to attack. "Are you afraid?" The look in her eyes seemed to ask. Seeing this scene, Asterius broke into a bestial grin before letting out a thunderous roar and charging towards Belle. "I just hope I don't die." Celestial armor. As soon as Asterius struck Belle's weapons, the whitish armor deployed all over his body, granting complete protection. However, Asterius's strength was no joke. Despite being protected by armor he considered impregnable, it was clear he was feeling a slight pain numbing every muscle in his body. 5 seconds. If the onslaught lasted longer than 5 seconds, then it was quite likely that either his body would be torn to pieces when the celestial armor disappeared, or his mana would be depleted to the point of suffering from overuse. Because of this, Belle offered no resistance and allowed himself to be dragged along the entire route to the central plaza. It passed through some buildings, but compared to those that would have been destroyed had it stayed in its original location, the number was insignificant. It's the monster. Bellcranel. Bellcranel is still alive. Is that really Bellcranel? Fortunately, as if they had foreseen a scenario like this, the Ganesha family had already cordoned off the central plaza of Aario and deployed adventurers to protect them. Especially Shakti Varma, who gazed with keen eyes at Belle's radiant figure from a distance. Belle, just now didn't he look like a hero, shining like the dawn, like the morning star? Although that glow faded a second later, the fierce expression on his face as well as the burning fire flashing in his eyes were enough to give him a worthy image. As for Belle, he didn't look around, not out of indifference but because he truly couldn't afford to lose sight of his opponent for even a second. He could feel that he was in the center of the square without needing to check it with his eyes, so nothing else mattered. As long as it contained Asterius right here. He heard the bewildered shouts of the audience, as well as the held breaths and the hundreds of eyes fixed on him. Hestia, Lily, and Haruheim watched from between the street of two buildings, looking with worried eyes at Belle's disheveled figure. Why should a child like him have to stand up to such a ferocious monster? That was the thought on the minds of the three of them. Despite knowing the answer, they couldn't stop worrying about that silly, kind young man. Belkun. Ina, on the opposite side from Hestia, Lily, and Haruheim, looked with trembling eyes at Belle's back, putting her hands to her chest. That back in his eyes seemed both fragile and strong at the same time. It certainly wasn't the back of an immature youth but that of a man. However, he could not help but regret that fact. Please be careful. At a considerable distance from the central square, in an alley on the roof of the houses and facing the street that led to the square, each of the Loki family executives was detained by the Freya family executives. Aizus and Bete were stopped by a pair of elves, the Amazons by a grumpy cat and a quartet of brothers, while Finn the Brave halted his advance in the presence of the king. Otter, is this the wish of the goddess Freya? A favor from my goddess. One favor, huh, I see. Finn gave a dry smile, thinking about the hostile look on that boy's face as he struck the spear against his shoulder. Is this why he was so confident? I didn't think he would take advantage of the favor shown to him by the goddess Freya so lightly. An explosion sounded in the distance. The houses around it shook violently along with the thunderous sound of the beast's roar. Despite this, Finn and Otter remained oblivious to the chaos reigning over the city and locked eyes. The tense atmosphere made it clear that a fight between the two could begin at any moment, but it wasn't like that. Finn walked calmly past Otter, constantly tapping his spear against his shoulder. Bellcranel, I suddenly feel he's quite an irritating fellow. What do you think of that, Otter? My thoughts are irrelevant. The desire of my goddess is all that matters. Don't say that, you make me look bad. How could a teacher's thoughts about his student be irrelevant? Where are you trying to get to? As if expecting that question, Finn stopped walking and turned to look at Otter's back. After a few seconds, Otter looked at him over his shoulder. I asked Aizus the same thing since she also trained him, but her answer was rather vague. On the other hand, I hope yours is more accurate, just say it. In your opinion, do you think he is capable of doing it? Do what? The silence grew heavy. A strange gleam resided in Finn's eyes, flashing softly before fading. Defeat the Black Dragons. Expecting something like that, Otter turned his gaze forward, turning his back on Finn and leaping onto the roof of a building. Finn followed him immediately. From the top, thanks to their first-class views, they could clearly see the desperate struggle between Belle and Asterius. Surprisingly, what stood out was Belle's fiery will, not Asterius's overwhelming ferocity. Otter looked at the young man who had received his teachings for a little over 3 months. Don't know. He murmured, taking the great sword strapped to his back and throwing it into the sky. The great black sword spun at great speed, tearing through the wind and heading towards the central plaza. Nevertheless, I believe it's a sword worth seeing. It might surprise you in the not-too-distant future. Finn remained silent, lost in thought as he watched the fight between Bell and Asterius. A sword worth seeing, huh? Finn remained skeptical about it. From his point of view, Bell was nothing more than an incredulous child who didn't bother to think about the repercussions of his actions, whether good or bad. He was aware of how remarkable he was as a warrior, and while he didn't know in depth the skills he developed during his training, Finn couldn't classify Bell as a crucial existence. Even if he broke all world records by leveling up, power in the hands of a child ignorant of the reality of the world was no different than a sharp dagger in the hands of a mere cat, because easily obtained power used to be a double-edged sword. Show me that sword, bellcranel. So therefore, he would simply watch the growth of the boy who abandoned the hero's path with ease and without hesitation for the sake of his beliefs. Suddenly, a great black sword fell from the sky, embedding itself in the ground between Asterius and Bell. A sword. It isn't just a sword. Bell recognized seconds later the unusually long black blade which was used by one of his teachers. Otter, Freya's help. This sword fallen from the sky was a message from her master saying that she was at a clear disadvantage with her current weapons considering the enemy she faced. Bell looked at his daggers for a second, then turned his gaze back to the great black sword stuck a few feet away from him. With a swift movement he sheathed his weapons and flexed his legs. An Argonaut's flash illuminated the soles of his shoes, propelling him forward at a speed unbecoming of a level 4. Along with the shattered rubble of the cobblestones, the shockwave propelled him even further, bringing him within range of the great sword. Asterius made no move. It was a clear opportunity both for him and for Bell. A rushed battle wasn't worth it, nor did it make sense. It lacked the burning emotion that consumes one's body when everything is on equal footing. It was about respecting your rival as a warrior. Holding the great sword in his hands, Bell surveyed the scene for a few moments. Civilians and adventurers gathered around, forming a circle like an arena, with him and Asterius at the center. The faces of ordinary people were etched with expressions of terror and hope at the same time. It was the face of someone waiting for something. What did they expect? Bell wondered, what did they expect from him? Why were they looking at him with a mixture of hope and concern? Did they have the right to do such a thing? Do we have the right to expect anything from him? Do we have the right to worry? Contrary to motivating him, for some reason, Bell felt nauseous. Even from a distance, I could hear his gasping breaths. Amid the deafening silence, only he was breathing properly. The adventurers, mainly from the Ganesha family, held their positions to protect the civilians who watched with hope and concern. It didn't seem like an excuse, but their thoughts were etched on their faces. Well, we won't have to fight that thing. That's a relief. Bell felt like each and every one of them was whispering those words in his ear. Looking at them more closely, I could even see some whose legs were trembling slightly. That was normally expected of adventurers who were afraid to put their lives on the line. Bell looked at Asterius again. With just a glance, his power was assured at a level far above his own. I'm only putting up a fight because he's exhausted after his fight with the Loki family. And yet those unfamiliar with her struggle thought twice before stepping forward and offering her support. Although it's not like I asked for it. He was sure that if he did, more than one person would come to his aid. Of course, he wasn't expecting anything from them, but rather from his close friends who, despite his actions thus far, remained by his side. Riviera, Welf, Makoto, Asfi, and Shakti, especially the latter, which was the closest to the square. Shakti gazed into the distance, securing the entrance to the dungeon. Despite her defeat at Riviera against Asterius, there was no fear in her eyes. If he asked, she would surely. This fight belongs to me, but that was something I would never do for anything in the world. Not only to ensure a good send-off to his dream as a hero, but also to give Asterius the respect he deserves. I wasn't expecting an honorable fight. It was fine if upon losing, Asterius claimed his life, and it was fine if he didn't. Whatever it was, since he was sure of his defeat, it was fine with Bell. I'm sorry, I got a little distracted. Is it alright if we resume our fight, Asterius? There was no response or acquiescence, only a bestial roar accompanied by a destructive charge. They crossed swords again, shattering the cobblestones beneath their feet. The pent-up breaths finally escaped, and their owners, who were watching the scene in front of them, stared at the back of the young man who was struggling desperately. There was a smile on his lips, an unwavering and burning look in his eyes, as well as a strange but powerful virtue in his attacks. They shone with a white light for a few seconds, then exploded fiercely upon colliding with the Minotaur's axes. Despite the distance they kept from each other, they still felt the aftereffects of the air blasts, shaking their clothes, disheveling their hair, and making them momentarily close their eyes. Inside, what they had hoped for from that boy began to blossom. Someone whispered. A child's voice emerged from the crowd, trembling but full of faith. Faith in one person, can, another voice shouted. Little by little a trio of small orphans took the lead. They took deep breaths and amplified their voices with both hands, shouting as loudly as they could, "You can do it, bellcranel." For a moment people looked away from the fight to stare at them. It was just a moment. Seeing the tearful faces covered in tears and snot of those little ones made their hearts and throats clench. Her eyes shone with tears, but one could also discern guilt and regret for her past actions, whatever they may have been. As their gazes turned back to the desperate struggle of a person against a monster, both the knots in their throats and hearts were torn apart by the roaring voices that came out of their mouths, forming screams. Can, don't give up. Win, hero. Because his face reflected the expression of someone who fought for people, for the weak and helpless. That smile, that look, and that passion in her movements could only mean one thing. That's how they saw it. Heroes are born in desperate times. Everyone present thought those words at the same time, however, it was different for others. For those who knew in depth the boy's fears, his insecurities, and his failures, as well as the superhuman effort he made to get where he was. For her. Riviera, Belle's voice rang out loudly, shaking the surroundings and disorienting the people who were looking at him. He had created distance from Asterius after a downward attack against the ground with Argonaut, forming an explosion of dust and debris that flew everywhere, even reaching the citizens and adventurers who formed the encirclement. Yes, husband. High above a building, as if she had been waiting for her moment all along, Riviera surveyed the scene with a saddened look. He raised his staff and pointed it to the sky. The manna gathered around her as she sang a song, almost whispering so as not to be heard. The mana particles condensed into a powerful magical barrier which enclosed only Belle and Asterius, leaving the crowd outside. Please don't die. His words did not reach their destination, not because the sound didn't enter or leave the barrier. In fact, it wasn't even due to the physical distance separating them, perhaps not because it is an inaudible whisper. Riviera felt that even if she screamed with all her might, that stubborn boy wouldn't hear her. That's how it was in the past, so there was no reason for her to listen to it now, given all the times it could have been that way. Because, in my opinion, she did not hold that importance in bellcranel's life. I won't do it. The same voice as before, strong and unwavering, swept through his thoughts. As a warm, chilling sensation coursed through every part of her body, Riviera covered her lips to stifle her voice, even though she had no intention of speaking. 2 lines of water ran from her beautiful eyes. They narrowed, squinting from the reflection as she tried to hold back her tears. Fool, he wanted to tell her, if you're not going to die then. Why was he showing that expression? The expression on his face, which everyone thought was that of a hero rising from adversity, had a different meaning for Riviera. Because she was the one who was by his side during the last few months. Because despite their disagreements, there was no one else besides her who witnessed their defeats and victories, of their efforts, their hardships, and their joys. There was no one else, just her. Riviera knew the human named bellcranel perfectly well. She dislikes sweet things. He usually yawns 3 times after waking up, stretching his arms to the sky while making a silly, sleepy expression. His favorite food is curry. Although lately he seemed to be sick of it from the many times Riviera cooked it for him, and that was something only she knew. She really likes orange juice, but it had to be freshly squeezed so its citrusy bitterness would remain fresh. She has different smiles. When she's happy, her eyes crinkle when she smiles. When she is sad, her eyelids tremble as she smiles. If he was upset, even while showing his smile, it was perfectly distinguishable by the subtle tremor in his upper lip. He always overdoes his training, even to the point of spitting blood. He's stubborn, selfish, and sometimes stupid. Riviera didn't know how to feel about it. Have you ever watched someone doing something as simple as laughing, talking, or eating and just smiled because you realized how much you liked it? That's what happened to Riviera. What he liked most, of course, was, "You're too kind." Immense kindness. Even if he cursed the world, his kindness would make him jump into the abyss to save those who needed to be saved. That was his characteristic brilliance, the defining characteristic of the existence of the human being called bellcranel. That's why Riviera was crying, because before her eyes, watered with tears, a kind young man was carrying a weight that not even adults could bear. Because that young man burned his dreams with every thrust of the sword. Each time it cut through the air or struck the axes and formed bright sparks in the air, a part of it was also cut. Because his face showed the expression of someone making one last effort. Like a star shining brightly for the last time before exploding and disappearing into the deep darkness of space. The face of someone saying goodbye in the most extravagant way possible. Don't go. Riviera was saddened by this fact. If you leave, take me with you. Because the person who was saying goodbye so brilliantly wasn't just saying goodbye to those who were watching, but also to herself. Wherever you go, I will follow you. For Riviera, whose feelings for that boy were surfacing and revealing themselves, there was no worse misfortune than their eternal farewell. But what could she do to stop him from leaving? After seeing him suffer more than enough, she was the least qualified to ask him not to give up, not to leave, not to go far away, not to leave her behind. Even if she loved him, that was precisely the reason why she was unable to stop him. If she asked him, he would surely help her. But Riviera wouldn't forgive herself for doing so. She couldn't indulge in such selfishness and make that boy suffer unnecessarily. It was better to see a great flash of his light before his departure than to see his brilliance slowly fade away beside him, leaving nothing of his radiant existence. To love is also to let go. I've become pathetic, so at least she would make sure to see her husband's last moments of glory. As a wife, that was her due. On the other side, at the top of a building near the guild, Hermes silently watched the chaotic struggle between the human and the monster. He heard the cheers of the people, the magic shield emerging like a dome, and the intensification of the combat. He watched and watched. "This wasn't in my plans," he said sadly. Belle's expression bothered him. Why was he saying goodbye? "You can't do it, Belle. The world needs a hero. If not you, then who? Fight, despair, rise again, and fight again. Only then will you reach the pinnacle. Only then will you fulfill your destiny." Was this the way to ruin their plans? It was quite bitter. Fortunately, Hermes turned his gaze to the top of the building on the other side, where Riviera shed tears and sadly watched the struggle of the one who renounced his dreams. A smile formed on her lips. "She doesn't seem able to let you go, Belle." The smile disappeared shortly after looking again at the fight between human and monster. In the end, even if things turned out well, it was still bitter that his plans didn't work out as he had predicted. It felt as if someone had thrown a bucket of cold water on him, and not by accident but intentionally. Is this a message? You will not submit to divine will. Yes, I have received it loud and clear. Frowning slightly, Hermes continued watching the boys' farewell. Among the many casual conversations between Belle and Riviera after training and classes, one of them surfaced in their thoughts. "Belle, you have a blessed body, you know. Huh, what's that about? Don't tell me you're looking at my body, act silly." Riviera hit him on the head while simultaneously pinching his cheek. Since Belle was resting his head in her lap, it wasn't difficult for her to do so. After making him suffer enough, Riviera sighed and explained in a soft voice. "I'm referring to that skill of yours, Argonaut. What does Argonaut have to do with having a blessed body?" "Exactly. Based on my observations during training so far, using that ability places a heavy burden on the user's body. The fact that you can use it freely and repeatedly without suffering any side effects other than the mana expenditure, well, that's because your body is blessed." Blessed, eh? Belle didn't seem entirely convinced, not because he didn't believe in Riviera, but because he himself knew that this theory wasn't entirely correct. "It did take its toll on me in the past," he said bitterly, recalling the incident with Riviera and the Black Goliath. "It's just that it stopped being noticeable with time and constant use. Isn't it better to say I adapted rather than hastily conclude that I have a blessed body? Besides, Laplace really does give me a hard time when I overuse it." No, Laplace is a skill that focuses on your sensory abilities, the opposite of physical exertion or effort. Ack. Riviera gave Belle a light tap on the back of the neck, displaying a gentle smile. Looking down at him with his hair falling down both sides like waterfalls, she said with strong conviction, "You have a body blessed by the gods, Belle. Perhaps it's, as I've said before, genetic inheritance. Are you sure your ancestors weren't great figures? That would explain a few things." "I already told you I don't know much about my family. My grandfather said my father was a cowardly pervert and that my mother suffered from a severe illness that barely allowed her to walk properly. Blessed body. Yeah, right. Look who you're talking to with that annoying sarcasm of yours, Belle. Oh, I'm sorry, forgive me, my wife. HMPH. Riviera vented enough to quell his annoyance. On the one hand, she understood how evasive Belle could be when the conversation turned to things related to his family, whom he didn't know except for his grandfather. Even so, she couldn't diminish her curiosity about Belle's past. It was almost an obsession, this need she felt to know more about him every day they spent together. "In any case," he said calmly, returning to the main topic, "whether you have a blessed body or not, you should take advantage of the abnormal resistance and adaptability you possess. I don't think there are many capable of repeated Argonaut charges and maintaining the level of control you've developed so far." "Where are you going with this?" "Well." As if on purpose, Riviera remained silent for a few seconds to create an atmosphere of suspense. She ran her fingers through Belle's soft hair, enjoying the sensation. "Haven't you thought about making it a permanent burden?" "Forget it, I was just saying." As they separated and took their respective baths, Belle couldn't get Riviera's last words out of his head. He couldn't sleep because of the possibility of becoming stronger. "A wave of relief washed over me as I saw the magic field enclosing Asterius and me. I smiled reflexively, thinking of the woman responsible for this. I took a breath. The conditions were right, just as I had anticipated. The safe return of the Xenos to the dungeon, spoiling Hermes' scheme, engaging in a final fight with Asterius, and preventing civilians from being injured by the aftermath of the fight. Now that the magic barrier was in place, I could let loose to a certain extent, not recklessly but with the intention of conveying a message. That was it, of course. Everyone, no matter how strong, has a limit. This was mine, my limit. I was not moved by the shouts of support, the crying of the children, or the looks filled with hope. I didn't feel that joy from the past, where the idea of being of help to others was enough for me. No rewards, no recognition, just people's gratitude. The boy whose eyes shone whenever someone thanked him gave a dignified farewell. Not like a child, but I like to think like a man. My peace is more important than driving myself crazy trying to understand why something happened the way it did. It was time to let go of that and rest. I'm sorry I have to go, that's why I can't die here, Riviera, haha. I controlled my rapid breathing. Much to my dismay, the injuries I suffered from being careless began to take their toll. The adrenaline wasn't enough to eliminate the pain caused by attacks from someone like Asterius. There was also the headache that was steadily worsening. He'd been using Laplace for a while, and he wasn't far from reaching the usage limit. Even so, strangely, my body was overflowing with energy. I had the sensation of fighting tirelessly until my body ran out of blood and I lost all my limbs. That feeling, burning fiercely in my chest, propelled me forward, towards the opponent who awaited me with a fierce gaze. Ahig. A discordant cry emerged from my throat. Beneath that pathetic dissonance, which sounded more like the whimper of a wounded beast than a war cry, lay the full weight of my resolve. 1 step, 2 steps. The difficult walk turned into a frantic run. My body, which had previously wobbled clumsily, gained strength with each lengthening stride. The ground beneath my feet was sinking. The sweat running down my face made it look as if I'd been caught in a light drizzle. The drops trickled across my skin, reaching my lips and leaving their acidic taste in my mouth. She wasn't fully aware of it, but it was a fact that she was grinning from ear to ear. That's why the sweat was pouring down so easily. The damp feeling disappeared soon after. The heat emanating from my body was hot enough to evaporate the drops of sweat. Then, as if it were a crazy, senseless seesaw, the cold sensation of the Argonaut charging ran through me. Time, which seemed to have stopped before the rapid advance of my thoughts, fell to pieces, and before I knew it, I was already crossing weapons with Asterius. The greatsword, coated in an instant charge of Argonaut, clashed against the twin axes. The white glow unleashed a dazzling flash alongside an explosion of pure power. Despite the fact that a crater formed beneath us and air waves traveled to the very edge of the barrier, shaking it, Asterius did not move a single centimeter. Not only that, their double axes didn't even tremble, remaining steady against an attack whose striking force would make even a first-class adventurer sweat. And being weakened. I smiled bitterly at the clear defeat where the fight had barely begun and the end was already written in stone, although that didn't discourage me. It was quite the opposite. I attacked vigorously with instantaneous charges one after another, hoping to overturn fate. If only I could then. Eventually, among the many exchanges we had, I suddenly found myself forced to back down. In reality, I was pushed back despite giving my all to firmly secure my position. The territory around us could no longer be called a central square. It was more like a desolate battlefield. I looked at the furrowed lines, which measured more than 10 meters, formed by my own feet. Those 2 lines were proof that, much to my dismay, fate could not be easily changed. A trickle of blood ran from my lips. The taste of iron pierced my mouth, making me frown, so what if I retreated? It was enough to advance again, cross swords, and if I was pushed back again, advance once more. After all, it was the epilogue of my life. I couldn't allow myself to show a pitiful side of myself in this final act. I raised the greatsword with both hands above my head, pointing it towards the sky. The instant charge was already coating its black edge, revealing its radiance. 1 step, 2 steps. I followed the same action, and when I was within reach of Asterius, I traced a downward cut over him. The 3-second instant charge exploded upon impact with Asterius's twin axes. Then, for the first time, I saw him take a step back. His robust body swayed slightly, just enough to go unnoticed if you didn't pay attention. Once again, with the next instant charge, I cut the air horizontally, aiming at his abdomen. The sensation of cutting meat didn't come, but the sensation of the straps holding the iron shoulder guards and the breastplate on his chest did. Asterius glanced momentarily at his fallen armor, then broke into a fierce smile. One of his arms rose, lifting the axe high and dropping it with lightning speed. If it weren't for Laplace, it would have been split in 2 with that attack. I took a step back and narrowly dodged. The edge of the metal grazed the tip of my nose, sending shivers through my entire body. It wasn't just that. When the axe hit the already shattered ground, the shockwave sent me flying into the barrier. I didn't know whether to be grateful or curse how well-made Riveria's magic field was. I felt like my back was about to break from a simple impact like that. I'm at my limit, but I wasn't tired. My feet touched solid ground again. I took a breath and looked ahead. Asterius was pointing one of his axes at me. He was inviting me to a direct confrontation. I took another breath. The sensation of air filling my lungs quickly banished any signs of exhaustion. Despite the blows and the overuse of my abilities, my body was overflowing with power. It burned ever brighter, making me think I would soon incinerate myself. I stood firm, loading Argonaut into the greatsword. The brilliance covered it from the hilt to the edge, enveloping it in a pure white. The surrounding air began to distort. The illuminated leaf acted as the center of a field that distorted everything around it. The brilliance reached its peak, and as if trying to imitate the song of the heavens, a ringing of bells resounded throughout the place. Like the guild bell, if not more so. This sound generated enough energy to keep my body from falling here. 4 minutes passed. Permanent load, huh? A definitive skill, an extension of my own growth and understanding of my qualities. It only had a tenuous basis alongside the theory. It still wasn't enough. Whoa. The Argonaut's glow grew more intense, and the distance between Asterius and me grew shorter and shorter. With each ringing of the bell, their war cry resonated more loudly. Eventually, our weapons clashed. The collision between Asterius' brute force and Argonaut's explosive force ended up destroying the wasteland. Like a ferocious wave, just like the ripples created on calm lakes after throwing a stone, everything gradually shattered until it impacted the magic barrier, creating cracks in it. I wasn't worried. After seeing her for a second, those same cracks disappeared. After all, it was Riviera. As long as she didn't run out of mana, this barrier was practically indestructible. Given that she was the most powerful mage of our time, I was fully confident that she would maintain the barrier until this fight was over. The force of the impact sent my body flying backward, slamming me against the barrier once more and cracking it. I opened my eyes momentarily startled. Did he make me retreat even with a 4-minute charge? It was a fact that I couldn't win, but I also didn't expect to be rejected so easily. Asterius, on the other hand, didn't appear to be seriously injured. He only had a couple of burns and one of his axes was obsolete. I looked at the sword in my hands. Half of it was missing. Even this weapon was not capable of withstanding the maximum load of Argonaut, which was supposed to be top tier since it came from Otter. But Asterius. My lips twisted into a bitter smile, ha. I dropped the broken sword and combed my hair back. I could feel the settled dust as well as the dried blood on both my face and in the white strands of my hair. I looked up at the sky for a second, thinking about the permanent burden. I still didn't have a clear idea of how to do it, but I couldn't let it end like this. The rapid beating of my heart told me that this could not be the end, that it was not allowed to give up so easily. I agreed with that sentiment. I could lose an arm, but... I walked toward Asterius once more. The sensation of pain began to linger in every fiber of my being. The adrenaline was no longer enough to quell my body's clear limits. Even so, I continued walking toward my opponent. The walk turned into a jog, which then became a frantic race. Huff. Asterius smiled as he watched me run towards him unarmed, as if he were satisfied with my actions so far. He dropped the only axe he had left, and as if it were a contest of courage, he too began to run towards me with both fists clenched tightly. It went without saying what would happen to my body if one of his punches connected with me. Literally, in every sense of the word, it would tear me to pieces. However, when the distance between us became zero, his blow did not destroy my body despite having hit my face. Celestial armor. For 5 seconds, by concentrating several instantaneous charges simultaneously, my body was surrounded by impenetrable armor. Using it was a great burden, but it wasn't the time to be fussy. The pain plaguing my entire body acted as a painkiller, so even if I overdid it, I'd already crossed the line beyond which anything else mattered. In essence, I was incapable of feeling pain because of the pain itself. It was ironically laughable. I withstood the recoil of his fist, gritting my teeth and throwing a punch to his abdomen. Dismantling the celestial armor to attack was meticulous in itself. One single mistake and my veins would burst, leading to instant death. But I was able to do it. The glow vanished from my body and concentrated in my fists. Without warning, Asterius was met with a flurry of blows to his abdomen. Had it not been for the height difference, it would have been easier to land them on his face. Even so, the damage was significant. Asterius's body shuddered momentarily, absorbing the power shocks that came one after another. I stopped using Laplace when I felt blood rushing from my eyes and my vision turning a transparent crimson. All that remained in my arsenal now were Argonaut and my basic abilities. My mana was also reaching its limit. If I continued like this, I would inevitably suffer a mana reflux, but I could feel something. Like opening your eyes from a pleasant dream or waking up quickly from a terrifying nightmare. The way your field of vision brightened rapidly in both events, that feeling was happening right now. I switched from offense to defense. Asterius' fists rose high and fell upon my body, which was once again covered by the celestial armor. However, it wasn't just one or two. One after another, with increasing intensity, his blows struck my body. After 5 seconds had passed, the celestial armor vanished. Asterius gave me no time to think or react. His blows simply continued to rain down on me like meteorites. I could momentarily see his body still, as well as his fist millimeters from my face. His shadow darkened my forehead, but the light remained inside my head. Layers. I felt that if I coated Argonaut with the same Argonaut, then permanent charging was possible. The celestial armor was the key. Instead of concentrating all my power into one, I could divide it into different celestial armors, one on top of the other. Even if one were to break, another would be underneath to take its place. And if you added the base of the constant charges they were on underneath, then the power would increase with each layer that was destroyed. If it was a matter of constant charges assimilating the celestial armor, then it was possible to be offensive or defensive at the same time. Hup, I took in as much air as I could and closed my eyes. When time started running again, Asteria's fist hit my face and sent me flying back into the barrier. I felt pain, but I was still alive. I saw small fragments of white light falling to pieces within me, revealing another layer of Argonaut covering me like armor. Beneath this one, many more were charging in real time. If the one I had now broke, an even stronger charge would be revealed. This way, I smiled unconsciously. With my current energy, it was impossible to maintain this technique for very long, but I rejoiced at the idea of having broken through a new wall. It's a shame. The first and last time I would use it. It was a regrettable incident, but there was nothing I could do about it. My decision was made. After this fight, I would take my well-deserved rest. I charged at Asterius again in a fistfight. Over and over we struck each other relentlessly, without magic or weapons, just brute force and pure strength backed by our fighting spirits. Each blow Asterius landed on my body gave me the feeling that at any moment he would tear me to pieces. Although successful, it was clear that this permanent charging technique was incomplete due to how hastily it was performed. The fact that I didn't suffer a mana reflux was a miracle in itself, so it was normal that I still felt immense pain ravaging the inside of my body. It felt as if every one of my bones were turning to dust and my veins were bursting one after another. I felt that with every blow he struck. At one point, when I thought I felt nothing anymore, I began to feel it even without feeling it, imagining the pain that was actually happening, but I was unable to assimilate. I didn't know why I was still standing. Even if I fell here, it was enough for a goodbye. But I kept hitting and screaming. Maybe my ears weren't working anymore, but I couldn't hear a single sound around me other than my own screams and Asterius's roars, as well as the resounding impact of our fists hitting each other. The crowd was silent and motionless. They were no longer cheering. I threw another punch, connecting with Asterius in the face. The Argonaut's cloak exploded on impact, throwing him back along with the shrill sound of his bones breaking. One of its fangs floated in the air. I looked at the opening carefully. His position was open, unable to defend immediately. Ha! I stomped my foot and threw one last punch. In a moment of excitement and enlightenment, I concentrated the remaining layers of the Argonaut armor into my fist. That simple action shattered every bone in my arm, even those in my fingers. The concentrated power was too much for any single part of my body to withstand on its own. Blessed body, huh? I smiled at the memory of one of the many conversations I had with my wife. The memory overcame the infernal pain that ravaged my right arm, giving me the strength to move forward. The mere advance of my fist scattered debris and dust in all directions. As if all the natural disasters of the world were concentrated within the magic barrier, ferocious whirlpools rose up around me. In the midst of the storm, with my most powerful attack, I set out to defeat the opponent I thought was invincible. Even if he didn't win, the mere thought of wanting to win was enough in itself. Because it was proof that, until the very end, I didn't give up. Losing after wanting to win was different from losing because you knew you would. In the end, from my point of view, I won. The reason the crowd remained silent was because, from one moment to the next, they were unable to see through the storm of debris and dust. With the exception of top-level adventurers with their highly heightened senses, people below them and civilians were unable to know what was happening. All they knew was that the fight was continuing, was the repeated shockwaves and the shouts and roars of war constantly impacting the magic barrier, shaking it intensely. Their bodies were paralyzed by these simple facts. They were able to feel the concentration of power within the barrier, which gave them goosebumps. They knew subconsciously that, were it not for the existence of a barrier, half of Aario would have disappeared. Adventurers like Finn and Otter lent credence to his thoughts. Currently, the strength bellcranel displayed was capable of devastating the city on his own. Of course, assuming no one interfered, it was just an explanation for how strong he had become. If it has achieved such growth in such a short time, then perhaps. Finn narrowed his eyes, watching Bell's final charge as he prepared to deliver the coup de grace to the Black Minotaur. Neither he nor Otter noticed the abnormality, nor did any of the other first classes silently observing the battle. With the exception of one person, no one showed a sense of danger or alarm. If he unleashes an attack like that, even if it's my barrier, it will crumble. Bell, you reckless fool, you don't have to get carried away and endanger all the civilians.
Riviera gritted her teeth.
She was upset by her husband's actions, but the trust that boy placed in her remained. After all, he was fighting with all his might because he trusted that Riviera would prevent that same power from harming the citizens. That was comforting but still unsettling. I need to put all my mana into it, or else someone really could die from the aftermath of that attack. If it hadn't been a barrier raised by her, but instead by a magical item, then not even Riviera would have noticed the anomaly. In that case, the victims would be significant. Riviera had to prevent that from happening at all costs. He didn't say it or think it, but deep down, he knew that the primary reason he wanted to avoid such an outcome wasn't for the civilians, but for Bell. If even one innocent person died, Belle would suffer in many ways. I'm here, so go as crazy as you want, trust your wife. The mana drained away like water in the desert, evaporating and flowing toward the barrier, strengthening it. Any cracks that appeared disappeared almost instantly, efficiently containing the tornadoes and power blasts. While doing so, he made sure to check out Belle's figure. He was smiling, taking a firm step and throwing a powerful punch. However, his right leg, which supported the entire weight of his body and powered his final attack, gave way to pain and exhaustion, falling to his knees on the ground. Riveria's eyes trembled at the sight of that boy falling to his knees. Because of that, his attack didn't hit Asterius. He unleashed his power, but it wasn't a point-blank blow. The moment Argonaut exploded, the shock wave swept away the tornadoes, instantly dissolving them and clearing the field. Now everyone could see them. They saw Belle on his knees and Asterius's back just inches from the barrier, thrown there by the shockwave. His body was covered in wounds, but he was still standing. Belle, on the other hand, remained on his knees, his face downcast and his battered body bathed in moonlight penetrating the semi-transparent barrier. His defeated appearance shocked those who looked upon him, showing the exhaustion of someone who would not rise again. Blood streamed down his face, his right arm was mangled, almost unrecognizable, and all his armor and clothing were torn to shreds. His bare chest, covered in blood and dust, rose and fell with difficulty. "Stand up," Riviera murmured unconsciously. She wanted to shout it, but the fragile figure of that boy cut off her voice. The only thing that remained untouched amidst all the chaos was his smile. Never in her life had Riviera wanted so badly to run and hug him. However, she only saw the black minotaur, roaring fiercely, charge against her defenseless husband. I knew I had failed when I felt the gravel on the ground pricking my knee. Asterius was only thrown, and although damaged to some extent, it clearly wasn't enough. Now all I could see was him. His blurry silhouette was approaching at great speed, running towards me with the intention of ending this fight. In some cases, simply continuing, just continuing, is something superhuman. I smiled and stood up. Well, I tried to. It was actually a posture similar to someone about to fall, but for the most part I could be seen slightly upright. I got tired of running. Along with that thought, Asterius's outstretched arm swept me away, taking me with him. The magic barrier vanished before my back hit it. People screamed, scattering to the sides. Also the adventurers who guarded the entrance to the dungeon alongside Shaktason. Everyone stepped aside because they knew they couldn't stop Asterius's onslaught. His roar lingered like a chilling and terrifying echo in the square while I was treated like a mere rag. I went through a wall, then I was slammed to the ground, going right through it. One after another, the levels shattered under the impact of my body against them, until finally I was thrown to the first floor of the dungeon. My body was already in pieces. I couldn't find the strength that had previously overflowed within me to be able to get up. The simple act of breathing hurt. At this point, one would think that, after passing a certain level of pain, you would fall unconscious and be freed from that terrible feeling. However, unfortunately for me, the pain went beyond the kind that puts you to sleep. It was so intense that, like wood in a fire, it just kept burning. I gasped for air and glanced to my side. In the red vision I had, a colossal figure stood, glancing at me sideways. Victory belongs to me. Next time, only one of us can call ourselves the victor. Asterius said that and walked away slowly, disappearing into the darkness of the dungeon. When his figure disappeared into the shadows, I looked up at the sky, visible through the gaps in the levels created by my own body. The moonlight barely reached down here. The little light that did come from the moss clinging to the walls of the dungeon's first floor. Finally, it's over, I thought with a slight smile on my cracked and bleeding lips. It didn't turn out as I expected, but it's over. I gazed at the barely visible night sky with what little vision I had left, while a slight feeling of relief invaded my battered body. At the same time, I heard Ainassen's familiar shout as she ran towards me, hurtling down the spiral staircase. Aside from her hurried footsteps, I could make out a second sound of walking, one calmer one approaching slowly. I didn't need to look to know who it was. The first thing Riviera saw upon arriving on the first floor of the dungeon was Aina Tool's hunched back, speaking between sobs while holding Belle's hands. Riviera paid no special attention to the half-elf's words. Once she was right next to her husband's lying body, she simply stared at him silently from above. Aina looked at him with moist eyes upon noticing his presence, appearing confused. "Lady Riviera." "All right, Miss Aina, I'll take care of it. Please go upstairs and ask for a room at Miss Ermid's clinic." "But Belcon. He'll be fine, please go." Aina stifled her sob, glancing momentarily at Riviera before lowering her gaze again to Belle. Seeing him covered in blood broke her heart. She didn't want to leave him, fearing something might happen in her absence. But Riviera was right. Aina wasn't an adventurer. She wasn't capable of administering first aid or easing the pain of the boy who was dying in front of her. The medical knowledge he possessed was useless for injuries like Belle's. Belle's condition was one where he would die unless treated with top-tier healing magic. In this case, the magic of Riviera, Eljos Alf and Ermid Tisaner. Yes, I understand. But even understanding it, it was a hard blow for Aina. The thought of her inadequacy in helping the adventurer under her charge dominated her mind. "I'll be back, Belkuns." Ina lowered her lips as she murmured towards the boy's forehead, giving him a small, tender kiss before standing up and starting to run up the stairs. Riviera stared at Ina's back for a few moments before looking at her husband's bloodied appearance. In a cold voice, he said, "Stand up." He received no response, of course. Belle's condition was one where everyone who saw him would doubt whether he was alive or not. However, as if she didn't see all the blood dripping from her husband's body, Riviera spoke again. "I said stand up." Belle opened his eyes. The bitter smile on his lips twisted as he focused on his wife's cold face. He knew from her expression that if he didn't answer her, she wouldn't help him. Maybe it would be all right to die here, he thought, but he had made a promise in the middle of the fight. So making a superhuman effort, he forced himself to answer. "Can't." Despite the blood that came out of his mouth and the terrifying spasms that ran through Belle's body as he spoke, Riviera didn't even blink. "Can't you or don't you want to?" The question silenced Belle. He detected no emotion in Riviera's voice, but he did notice the underlying message. Twisting her expression into one of frustration, she replied in a trembling voice, "I don't want to." It was Riviera's turn to remain silent. She felt terrible for making Belle realize that, contrary to what he believed about taking a well-deserved rest, she was actually giving up. It wasn't something someone like him who had shed blood for her sake deserved, but he did it anyway. Riviera swallowed the lump in her throat and asked, "What about your dream?" He was referring to the dream of being a hero. Belle understood instantly, and after thinking about it for several minutes, he smiled bitterly and replied, "A dream is something you must eventually wake up from. I've just woken up, Riviera, so please stop torturing me. I know perfectly well that I'm running away." Riviera looked away, tears welled in her eyes, sliding down her tense cheeks. She sat on her knees next to Belle, stroking his bare, bloody chest that rose and fell weakly. She spoke for a few seconds in a low voice, intoning the chant of her healing magic and gently applying it to her husband's wounded body. "All right," he murmured in a broken voice. Belle looked at her silently, watching the tears that fell from Riviera's face and onto him. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean what I said. I just wanted to make sure you wouldn't regret your decision later. I know I haven't been a perfect wife to you, but from now on, leave the rest to me. You don't have to do anything, you've already done enough. Let me return the favor you've shown someone like me." Riviera slowly brought her lips to her husband's. As if sealing a mutual agreement, he pressed his lips to Belle's and tasted the blood that mingled with them. Although it wasn't a pleasant taste, he didn't pull away. Instead, he deepened the kiss and prolonged it for several seconds. Belle did not refuse at all. By now, a kiss was just a normal thing for them. It wasn't the first, and because of her decision to give up, it wouldn't be the last. When Riviera parted her lips with a thunderous sound and turned her face away, Belle managed to catch with his blurry vision the predominant blush on Rivera's cheeks and ears. She was still crying, but her expression didn't just indicate sadness. With her lips curved in a beautiful, radiant smile, she murmured as she stroked Belle's hair, "Rest, my husband." Those words were the last thing he heard before losing what little energy he had left and falling asleep. In his dream, a beautiful woman with white hair looked at him with sad eyes. Her lips moved, forming the words, "My little one." Chapter 22, Fall in love as if you were going to sleep. My eyes are so ordinary, so normal. But I swear they looked at you as if you were the eighth wonder of the world, like someone looking at their favorite landscape. And with the same peace of someone who finds light after so much darkness and calm after the storm. Riviera Eljos Alf, I awoke in the middle of a vast field. Wheat stretched across the entire area, exuding a golden glow in the rays of the setting sun. A circle was carved, leaving a soft straw base underneath. I couldn't help but wonder where I was. The place felt strangely familiar, but that wasn't the point. I looked to my side. There, as if it were a natural occurrence, stood a woman no older than 25. Her eyes were closed and her white hair fell down her back like a waterfall, dancing in the light breeze that stirred the wheat field. I watched her intently, breathless. She was humming a melody. Her restrained voice sounded like birdsong in the morning, effortlessly captivating me. The melody sounded familiar and nostalgic. I had a feeling I'd heard it at least once in my life, though I couldn't remember exactly who sang it. The woman was beautiful. She had a fragile beauty that radiated gentleness, and her presence exuded a calming aura, so much so that I felt like taking a nap and enjoying the familiar melody she was singing. When I closed my eyes and opened them again, the wheat field had vanished. In its place, a vast blue sea lay before me, its salty breeze carried by the winds to my face. I looked around frantically. The woman was still there, a few centimeters from my right side. She continued singing that melody, which made my chest throb with pain, but at the same time gave me a feeling of relief and security. She never looked at me. Her eyes didn't even open, she just hummed along with a beautiful smile on her lips. I didn't stop looking at her for a single moment. I recorded every detail of her appearance. Both her chiseled face, whose cheeks were painted a lovely pink and crisp, and how white her hair was, swaying to the rhythm of the sea breeze. I didn't ask who he was. I couldn't even speak to him, and I didn't know if it was because I didn't know how or because I really couldn't form any words in the first place. I didn't think it was necessary either. My racing heart told Menno, it screamed it at me. A stranger couldn't possibly make me feel the way I did just by seeing her and hearing her sing. Tears fell from my eyes, rolling down my cheeks to my chin. Only then did the woman open her eyes. She turned to look at me, giving me a loving smile and a gaze full of affection and love. "Oh," she said softly, "this melody was supposed to lull you to sleep, not make you cry. Don't you like it anymore?" Her way of speaking, which was foreign to my memories, seemed so familiar that I took it for granted that I knew her despite not recognizing her. She wasn't talking to a stranger who happened to be next to her, but to someone she loved and who was important to her. He was talking to me. "You've worked hard, my little one." I wanted to speak, but the words wouldn't come out of my throat. A lump formed, leaving me with a rough feeling filled with an urgent need to speak to this strangely familiar woman, because my heart clearly told me what it meant to me. "If you want to rest, then." She smiled broadly and lovingly, bringing her delicate hand to my cheek and wiping away my tears with her thumb. My tearful face was reflected in his eyes, one silver gray and the other jade green. "Listen to your mother's melody and rest, son." "Mother." "Mom." The first thing Bell saw when he opened his eyes was a pure white ceiling. It wasn't the hair of the woman from his dream, clearly. His vision was blurred by tears. He had been crying for the last 10 minutes in his sleep, lost in his memories. What the heck? He murmured wearily. His hoarse voice reached the woman resting beside him, who stood up urgently when she saw him conscious. "Bell," Riviera shouted, sounding relieved. "You're finally awake, silly." "Huh, Bell, are you crying?" Riviera held back the tears that threatened to spill from her eyes, for she felt it was not appropriate to cry with emotion when she did not know why her husband was crying in the first place. Bell looked at her with a confused expression for a few seconds, then wanted to wipe the tears from her face. "My arms." However, his entire body was covered in bandages and suspended by metal cables attached to the ceiling of the room. He was no different from a mummy on display. "Let me help you." Riviera quickly grasped the situation and took a handkerchief from her bag, carefully wiping Bell's tears so as not to hurt him. Fortunately, her face appeared to be the only part of her body that was intact and not bandaged or casted. While cleaning Bell's face, Riviera asked again, "So why were you crying? Did you have a bad dream?" "I'm sorry, I fell asleep before I realized it." The expression on her face seemed worried, but Bell was able to notice the dark circles under Riviera's eyes. For the past 2 weeks, she hadn't left this room except for the times she needed to use the restroom or take a quick bath. She stayed awake almost constantly, repeatedly staying up all night waiting for Bell to wake up. He even had a heated confrontation with Ermid, who complained about Riviera's presence, which could be a hindrance to Bell's recovery. The fact that she remained here despite Ermid's well-known reputation for being overprotective of her patients made it clear how strongly she fought to stay by her husband's side. That. Bell blinked a few times, trying to remember. However, there wasn't much he could say about it. She only remembered a darkened silhouette, the warmth of a sunset, and the coolness of the sea. Although she had never been to the sea. "I don't know, I don't remember anything," he said sadly, looking at the ceiling again. "I see. Well, if you don't remember, then it can't be that important. Don't worry and just rest. Miss Ermid will remove the cast and bandages in 3 days. Riviera stood up, saying that. While she was doing so, she smoothed her messy hair and yawned, which made her look quite cute. "I'll be right back. I'll let the others know you've woken up. They've been worried. It would be best to ease their worries with the news as soon as possible." As she walked towards the door, just as she grabbed the doorknob and was about to leave, Bell's voice sounded calmly. "Riviera." "Yeah." Riviera glanced back over her shoulder at him. As she did, she noticed the bitterness in Bell's eyes. "I'm sorry, I backed out and now I'm sure I'll cause you trouble, all because I broke my promise." Riviera turned to him quickly. She sat down in the chair where she had been sitting all this time and placed one of her hands on Bell's chest. "All right, you've done enough. Anyone else would have jumped at the chance to sleep with me without a second thought, but not you. You made a point of not forcing me to do such a thing. But in the end, what happens in the end doesn't matter. What matters is the fact that you fought like crazy for me. That's enough. In that sense, you've proven yourself worthy of me, I suppose." The look in Bell's eyes didn't change. Regret and guilt were still visible, reflected in the vast rubbered background. Riviera smiled when she saw him. Once again, it confirmed that Bell sincerely wished her the best. Despite giving up, he was still disgusted at having to force her to do something so inappropriate due to her incompetence. "Silly," he murmured, getting up and bringing his lips to Bell's forehead, kissing him gently. "It's embarrassing to say, but the idea of having a child with a man like you, well, it doesn't displease me." "Well, anyway," noticing her own words, Riviera stood up quickly. Her face glowed a lovely red, spreading across her cheeks and ears. "It would be so much better if we did this out of love, not out of a sense of obligation tied to fate. So between now and the end of the promised year, I hope you'll be able to make me fall in love with you, and that you'll fall in love with me. I won't accept half-hearted feelings." "Yeah." Belle smiled for the first time when she saw her acting so shy. She found it adorable to see this behavior in her, which wasn't very common. He also recalled the conversation he had with Riviera in the bathroom after the failed attempt to conceive the last hero. I promised you an answer by the time the battle was over. Yes, I suppose you did. Riviera crossed her arms and looked away, hiding her blush. Belle continued to display a gentle smile. So this is my answer. It was a little awkward being immobilized, but Belle opted for a serious expression to avoid looking so ridiculous. I promised to make you fall in love with me, so please make me fall in love with you. That way, being in love, we can face with our heads held high the child who will come into the world not out of obligation, but through an act of love between the two of us. Riviera opened her eyes for a few moments. She had the urge to confess that in reality she already felt some attraction towards him, but instead she held back a laugh. Of course, it was because of Belle's appearance. PFF, haha. Belle looked at him with a frown. He admitted that Riviera looked really beautiful, laughing carefree like she was now, but it was annoying that she was laughing at him. As if she were doing it on purpose, Riviera kept looking at him with her eyes moistened by tears while she did her best not to laugh even louder than she already was. Those were great words, I admit, she said, laughing. But right now you look like a mummy, and hearing you say something so cool, well, it was impossible for me to take it seriously. Please leave now and leave me alone. Upon hearing Belle's lifeless voice as well as seeing how dull the look in his eyes was, Riviera coughed discreetly and wiped the crystal drops in the corners of her eyes. Don't get angry, don't get angry. Once again standing, he leaned his upper body toward Belle. His lips moved not toward the boy's forehead but toward his lips. Without warning, he gave her a kiss that lasted barely a second. Without the use of tongue or exchange of saliva, just a simple kiss. Belle opened his eyes, completely shocked. Riviera, on the other hand, smiled with a seductive mischief. Her flushed face radiated a captivating beauty. Get ready, I'll make you fall at my feet, husband. Do you want another one? I could do you the favor of using my tongue this time. Go away. The room fell silent after Riviera left. Belle stared at the white ceiling and the cables attached to the concrete that held it up. This might not be so bad, he thought, showing a smile of relief. 3 days later, Belle was discharged under certain conditions of care by Airmid. First on the list was a meeting, of course. His colleagues awaited the plan of action now that the city no longer branded them as enemies, and with the exception of Riviera, everyone expected a boost in Belle's activities. The worry was still etched on their faces, but not for their companion's physical condition. Rather, they were concerned about his mental state in light of the death of Wenne, a small vouivre close to Belle. However, they did not show it openly and did everything possible to avoid the topic. That's right, Hestia exclaimed enthusiastically. Bellcun, let's go upstairs to update your stats while Haruheimkun and Mikitokun finish their meal. I'm sure you'll level up. Welf nodded at Hestia's words. They had been talking quietly in the living room, discussing their own battles separate from Belle's. With the exception of Haruheim and Mikoto, who had decided to cook an Eastern dish as a celebration, the entire family was by Belle's side. Of course, Riviera was there too. She was sitting next to him while Hestia, Welf, and Lily rested on the sofa in front. About that. Belle's voice sounded soft and weak. Riviera looked at him silently, taking a sip from her teacup. She knew what was going to happen, so she was only there for emotional support for her husband. She was more than ready to intervene if any of Belle's friends tried to dissuade him from his decision. He has suffered enough, he thought resolutely. Hestia-sama, boys, I would like you to listen to me for a few minutes. What's wrong? Hestia asked. He could tell from Belle's expression that nothing good was about to happen. The thing is, I don't want to update my status. That everyone's eyes except Riviera's opened wide. Were they really facing the bellcranel they knew? Facing that foolish and stubborn boy with his need, almost an obsession to become stronger? Now that they were paying attention to him, he looked tired. Belle, seeing only his goddess, said crudely, I'm tired. I don't want to run anymore. I just want to lie down and rest. No detailed explanation was needed. Belle didn't even bother to say more, waiting for his goddess's response. Although, of course, he wouldn't change his mind even if she tried to convince him otherwise. Hestia understood the intention behind her son's gaze. She knew that nothing she said would make him retract his words. Furthermore, she shared Riviera's thinking. Belle had already suffered too much. She herself was one of those most concerned about the extremism her first employee was reaching. She didn't like seeing him bleed or break bones. She didn't like seeing him with such a grim look since he couldn't defend a little girl he swore to protect. All right, Hestia-sama, Lily exclaimed, stunned. He hadn't expected Hestia to simply leave things as they were. After all, Belle's resignation implied fulfilling his duty as the father of the last hero. Hestia was aware of this, and yet she did not put obstacles in her son's path. With a motherly smile, she looked at the young man whose slumped shoulders seemed exhausted. If that's what you want, I'll support you. You don't need to prove anything else, you've done enough. Belle lowered his gaze at Hestia's words, suppressing the tears that were welling up in the corners of his eyes. Haruhime and Makoto arrived at that moment, displaying proud smiles and faces covered in dust and other ingredient-like things. The food is ready. Bell-sama, I hope you like it. No one commented on what had already been discussed. Welf simply stood up sighing and walked to the dining room. Lily stared at her back still shaken. Then she looked at Hestia, Riviera, and finally Bell. She felt out of place as she believed all of this was wrong. After all, Bell had promised to keep his word. No, this is not the time for selfish feelings. He soon gave up on saying or complaining and followed the others, joining in the meal. Everyone ate happily, appearing outwardly carefree and happy. However, for some the food tasted bland, not because Haruhime and Makoto's cooking skills were bad, of course. They'd simply lost their taste for food after hearing about Bell's retirement. If they were honest, they felt discouraged. They had expected something more, although they didn't know what it was. Riviera observed them all. He thought Bell had very good friends, but he couldn't get the feeling out of his head that he was out of place at this table. She felt excluded, and although that didn't make her feel bad, it left a bad taste in her mouth. In the end, it didn't seem that any of them considered her worthy of being with someone like Bell. Rather than disliking that fact, he even agreed somewhat. How many things would have turned out differently if he had supported Bell from the beginning? That question kept running through his mind these past few days. As he immersed himself in that simple thought, the lively voices of the others faded into the distance. Riviera found herself isolated from everyone in a place where darkness enclosed only her, and from inside she could see Bell and the others chatting happily. Locked in that cage, she stared intently at one of them in particular. That pure white glow, which gradually faded, acted as their beacon in the midst of this vast darkness. Yes, all she had to do was keep an eye on him from now on and not leave him alone. Although, ironically, it was she who felt lonely when she was away from Bell. Instead of words, I must do something that demonstrates my intentions. Darkness dissipated, and once again Riviera was at the table with the others, eating in silence. Bell suddenly looked at him. Is everything all right? Asked. Riviera smiled gently. Her half-closed eyes concealed a hint of sadness, for she didn't want to show such a pitiful side to the one she was supposed to be supporting. Yes, everything's fine. This is delicious, by the way. He shifted the conversation to Haruhime and Makoto, who showed some embarrassment at the unexpected words of praise for the food. A little shyly, they nodded and thanked him. The meal lasted a little longer, and while everyone continued chatting amongst themselves, Riviera suddenly stood up. Before Bell's eyes, she said, I need to take care of some things with my family. I'll be back. You start thinking about where you want to go. Clear. Will you speak with the god Uranus? I plan to go tomorrow. Okay, it might take me a couple of days. Be careful. And you rest a little. You need to keep resting. Your wounds aren't completely healed. No one interfered in their conversation. They simply listened in silence, only speaking until Riviera said goodbye and left the residence. She looks angry, Welf said. It is, Bell replied. I wanted to think I had hidden my anger and sadness perfectly, but Bell knew me well enough to notice. Well, that didn't really matter now. I needed to face my family and tell them about Bell's decision as well as my own. The streets were quiet. You could see Goibniu family personnel making repairs everywhere, but aside from them, there wasn't much activity from the citizens. That was perfect for me. I needed to think without worrying about prying eyes. From now on, she needed to find a way to make Bell fall in love with her. It didn't seem difficult, but in reality it was. I was embarrassed, but I already felt some attraction to him. Being aware of it didn't change much, though. I couldn't just say I love you and that's it. In a way, I wanted to see him try to win me over in his own way. What she needed to do was completely eliminate her former love. She didn't know who it was, but she could talk to Bell about it later. But first, I also had to clarify my own feelings and not waver in my decisions. That's why now I could only ask myself, what is love? I've read many love stories throughout my life. I could even consider myself a romance enthusiast, although I never acted on it myself. My experience with it stemmed from what I read in those numerous stories. But the fact that it was only theory didn't diminish its value. After all, it was still knowledge, and knowledge was important in every respect. If it was about saying what love is, then I had an answer. Hex isn't love, talking every day isn't love, going on dates isn't love. Sleeping together isn't love. While these things were related to love, I didn't believe they defined it. Love is. Love is someone who sees your worst side and still loves you the same. Someone who does things for you when you can't. Someone who reminds you of all the good things about yourself when all you can see is the bad. Someone who makes you laugh when you're feeling down. I wondered if I could ever create that kind of love between Bell and me. I didn't want half-hearted feelings. I didn't want anything forced, done without emotion. I didn't want a confusing relationship in my life. I want everything clear, reciprocal, mutual, and healthy. That or nothing. Because loving someone is one thing, being loved by someone is another, but being loved by the same person you love is everything. If I couldn't reach an ending like that with Bell, then no other ending would make sense. Isn't it ridiculous that we've come to this point when just a few months ago we barely knew each other? Fate can be quite unpredictable. I smiled with a certain joy, not because of fate but because of the memory of my first encounter with Bell. I must confess that I like to remember the first time I saw him, because that was the beginning of our story. Whether it had a good ending or a bad one, or even if it didn't have an ending at all, the fact that it had begun couldn't be erased. That's what I could call eternity. A story that began and never ended. In that way, then, I could say that what I have with Belle is eternal. Although I don't like unfinished stories, eternity can also be found in endings, I suppose, so I'll look for a good ending for us. From now on, I had to focus on supporting him. There were some very strange days when she couldn't take it anymore and asked for my help. And how can I tell her that I want to be there for her every day, the days she can be there and the days she can't? And how can I tell her that I also want to be there for her every night, even if it's just to stand at the door and keep her fears out? How could I tell him all that without dying of embarrassment? I could only hope that every time he looked at his hands, he would feel that he was missing mine. Lady Riviera. A woman's voice pulled me from my thoughts. Without realizing it, I had arrived at the main entrance of my family's headquarters. Good day. I greeted her with a smile. The young woman bowed her head and let me pass, quickly opening the gate. After thanking him, I went to the main office and requested an emergency meeting with all the executives. They didn't take long to arrive, exchanging brief greetings. The atmosphere was a little awkward, but I got straight to the point. I will leave the family. At my words, the silence deepened even further. Sometimes there was nothing more deafening than silence, a silence like this. Though none quite like his, Loki, I addressed my goddess. Please liberate my state. May I ask why this is, Riviera? It's not a big deal. I'm just doing my duty as a wife. If he wanted to support Belle, he had to show it not with words but with actions. This was just the first of many. I will join the Belle family. I would appreciate it if no one objected. Belle left the mansion at nightfall, saying he wanted to rest in the house that had served as his home until now, as well as Riviera's. As soon as he left, Lily rushed towards Welf. What does this mean, Welf-sama? Lily doesn't understand why no one tried to encourage Belle-sama not to give up. Welf sighed, leaning his body back against the sofa. It was just him, Hestia, and Lily. Haruheim and Makoto were already sleeping peacefully in their rooms, oblivious to all the current chaos. Why are you sighing, you too, Hestia-sama? I thought I would convince you to continue, not just give you the green light to sleep with that old woman. Lily's outbursts continued for a while. Welf and Hestia simply listened, also lost in their own thoughts. Welf spoke for about 20 minutes. Tadpole, that. Are you saying all this because of your personal feelings for Belle or for something else? Lily blinked, remaining silent under the blacksmith's firm gaze. Not because Welf hit the nail on the head. Quite the opposite, in fact. What are you talking about? I'm saying that Belle-sama will have to get involved with someone he doesn't love. All because you and Hestia-sama couldn't cheer him up. What do you mean by asking about my personal feelings, Welf-sama? I'm not that shameless. I see, so you're worried about how Belle feels. Clearly, just give him his space and leave him alone. That's what I would want if I were in his shoes. What the hell is coming out of your filthy mouth, you period-headed bastard? Can you really call yourself Belle-sama's friend? Hestia watched and listened silently to the argument of her dependents. If she was honest, she didn't like this outcome either. As for her feelings for Belle, she had already been rejected, and she had already accepted that too. But as for the love she felt as a goddess for her son, she couldn't help but feel displeased by the way it all ended. Even more so when she couldn't fully understand the feelings of her precious Belle. A loud sigh was heard. Hestia and Lily looked at Welf, who was looking at them with a hint of irritation in his eyes. They almost felt he was looking at them with pity. Like the look a literate person would give to an illiterate one. Well, I did say something about giving him space, but it's not like Belle's luck is the best when it comes to things other than money and women. With a smile, Welf told them, have you forgotten, he's a married man. I woke up shortly before 8:00 a.m. The sun was shining brightly, and the morning breeze slipped in through the half-open window, moving the curtains and letting in the daylight. Although I said something about just waking up, it was also true that I had just fallen asleep. My sleep cycle was disrupted by nightmares that kept me awake, so I felt a bit tired. My head hurts. Normally, at this time, I'd be in the middle of my daily dungeon exploration after training with Ryusen, so it was quite strange to get up so late. This despite having barely slept, ironically. I went down to the kitchen after taking a bath and brushing my teeth. The taste of toothpaste still lingered in my mouth along with a slight numbness. I stopped one step before entering the kitchen. A covered plate caught my eye. Beside it was a note that read, "Eat something before you leave." It was clearly Riveria's handwriting. I didn't know anyone with such refined and elegant penmanship. Did he come to make breakfast and then leave? I thought he'd be gone for a couple of days. I smiled unconsciously. While thanking them for their kindness, I uncovered the plate and ate quickly. It was a couple of fried eggs and bacon with a salad, quite simple but strangely delicious. Needless to say, Riveria's disastrous cooking was a thing of the past. All thanks to me, of course. I thought about it as I stood up. I walked over to the refrigerator looking for something to drink when I saw a glass of orange juice. A note was stuck to it that read, "Drink it all." I couldn't help but think this was perhaps a bit much. And were these half-ripe oranges, which usually have a higher concentration of acidity and less sweetness? It was clear that Riviera knew my tastes. Anyway, I drank the orange juice and left the house. Since I was on my way to meet the god Uranus, I tried to dress a little more smartly. It was just brown pants and a black shirt though. As I walked through the streets, I considered taking a less crowded path, but I didn't see many people along the way. The city felt empty, or rather silent. The only thing he could hear were the sounds of repairs coming from the Goibniu family, who were working on restoring the damage to the city during the Xenos incident. Only once or twice did I come across a civilian who would simply nod in greeting or just look away. I had to highlight the absence of the contempt towards me that until recently resided in each of them. This reminds me of the cheers during the fight with Asterius. It also brings back the nauseating feeling I had back then. I tried not to think about it. Upon arriving at the guild, I first greeted Einessen, who jumped up at me without warning, almost sobbing as I buried my face in her breasts. Well, the feeling wasn't bad, but it was quite compromising in the eyes of the others. He no longer wanted to be framed for infidelity by Riviera, as dealing with the problem of being frozen was quite exhausting. Anyway, after going to a private room and talking for a while, I asked him to take me to the god Uranus. Contrary to what one might expect, it wasn't difficult. It took him only a few minutes to return and guide me to the entrance that led to the lower level of the guild, the prayer chamber. Soon I was face to face with the ruling god of the city. He looked down at me from the top of his throne, not moving at all. I wasn't expecting your visit. I find it hard to believe coming from a being who can see the future. My authority is not that simple. I wasn't expecting a warm welcome, of course. His curt response seemed perfectly natural, as if he were preoccupied with more important matters. After a brief silence, the god Uranus observed me calmly. His sky-blue eyes did not shine, nor did they reveal any specific feeling or emotion. "What can I do for you?" I breathed a sigh of relief. Declaring my intentions was personally embarrassing, as it proved my broken promise. The god Uranus himself seemed to already know it, and yet he asked me to say it in my own words. Slowly, I formulated a response. "I have decided along with Miss Riviera that we will carry out our duty as parents of the last hero." "That's interesting. I take it that your visit isn't merely to report such a fact. Get to the point. What do you want from me, bellcranel? It won't be without love involved." At my words, the being before me blinked for the first time. Not noticeably enough to make him look confused or comical, just enough to indicate that he hadn't expected such a response from me. I took a breath and continued. "We have decided to consummate the act after developing loving feelings between us. Genuine feelings, not just a harmonious charade that will fall apart after achieving the initial goal. In this way, our child will be the result not of a favored prophecy, but of a sincere act of love between two people who love each other. I must confess you never cease to amaze me. I didn't expect to hear this from you, who in recent days cried out things like preventing the burden unjustly given to an innocent child yet unborn. Nevertheless, the outcome isn't bad, so. They're free to do things however they want as long as it's within the time limit. As for support, just ask and you'll get it. Is there anything else?" Surprisingly, the negotiations went quite well. So well, in fact, that I could hardly believe it. I thought that perhaps he would put up obstacles, but even without listening to my demands, he had already agreed to everything I asked for as long as I fulfilled my assigned duty. And he even asked for more. I hadn't planned to do it because it would make me look greedy, but from now on, as soon as Riviera finishes her business with the Loki Familia, I will step down from my duties as captain of the Hestia Familia so that I can focus entirely on developing my marital relationship. This implied a decrease in my family's attack power when exploring the dungeon. Given that fact, then it was within reason. Pay the debt that my goddess owes to the Hephaestus family. Did it sound too bad? The god Uranus looked at me silently for a long time, not bothering to give me an immediate answer as before. Perhaps I went too far, but I had no intention of backing down. If I said something, then it was said. Retreating would only make me look pathetic at this point. Which was worse, a greedy man or a man who showed greed and ended up backing down by pretending to be a joker. I wanted to believe it was the second one. As I was thinking about this, the god Uranus raised his hand and patted the stone seat of his throne. It was clearly a gesture indicating his good mood. "I will settle Hestia's debt to Hephaestus," he said with a slight, almost imperceptible smile. "In return, promise not to forget your promise to the Xenos." I feel that my word is being disregarded. Don't take it the wrong way, it's just a precaution because given what's happened recently, you've already gone back on your word once. He was referring to my promise to reach level 9 in less than a year and defeat the Black Dragon. I didn't take it as an insult, but it was still hurtful. "I will not forget her, god Uranus, then it's done." I lowered my gaze slightly, indicating gratitude for having been heard. It also expressed my desire to leave immediately. The god Uranus nodded. After that, I turned around and went up the stairs, returning to the surface. I had another brief chat with Einessen before heading home to rest. Although I couldn't sleep at all when night fell, at least my eyes got a break. Occasionally, very late, I managed to get a few minutes of sleep, but I was soon assaulted by nightmares, waking up gasping and screaming. I broke out in a cold sweat during each of those abrupt awakenings, unable to get used to the chilling sensation. The next day, around 10 a.m., Riviera entered Belle's room to wake him up. She had arrived close to dawn when Belle was still struggling to sleep and waking up screaming and gasping from his nightmares. So being considerate, she woke him as late as possible so as not to take away from his sleep, although that didn't mean he was completely rested. Having fallen asleep mainly because he could no longer stay awake, anything like rest was non-existent in every sense of the word. Belle, wake up. Belle opened his eyes very slowly. His eyes showed an irritated look and the dark circles beneath them accentuated that irritation. Good morning. Breakfast is ready, freshen up and come downstairs. Would you like your coffee strong or weak? Days, yes, strong. Riviera sighed and left the room. She sat at the kitchen counter for about 20 minutes until she heard Belle's footsteps coming down the stairs. You took your time, huh? The food's gotten cold. I'm sorry, I just couldn't get any rest. MMMHM. Riviera narrowed her eyes, then slid the empty bench beside her toward Belle, indicating that he should take a seat. Luckily, the coffee is still hot. Sit down, I'll pour for both of us. You didn't need to wait for me, you could have had breakfast. Belle took a blow to his ribs. Not too hard, but enough to make him twitch like a worm. Act WI was that, just sit down, idiot. Riviera stood up, flashing a lovely smile as she watched Belle reluctantly sit down as if he had been framed for something. He quickly poured 2 cups of coffee, one without sugar and the other with 3 ice cubes. He sat down next to Belle and gave him his coffee. He smiled as he took the first sip. As always, Riviera prepared the coffee just the way he liked it. An intense and slightly bitter flavor with no sweetness whatsoever. You always insist on having coffee together, Belle said, taking another sip. Riviera approached, and like the autumnal whisper that makes the leaves fall from the trees, her voice reached Belle's ears. Drinking coffee together is just an excuse to see you smile up close. The unexpected attack made Belle's heart leap, beating with a slight intensity. His face turned red in seconds, his eyes trembling as he stared at Riviera. She smiled with a charming malice, almost mocking the silly expression Belle was making. Riviera rested her arms on the bar and tilted her head, smiling beautifully. Her hair fell to one side, fully revealing the left side of her face and showing how fair her skin was. Her bare neck, along with the pajamas that didn't cover much of her upper chest, gave her a seductive and stimulating air. Did that make your heart skip a beat? Come on, don't be shy. Leave me alone, I'm enjoying my coffee. Riviera smiled contentedly. She simply sipped her coffee and enjoyed watching Belle sip his. Just as she had said, she liked seeing him smile like this. Try saying something nice too, that, you're supposed to make me fall in love with you. Do you think you'll manage that before the year is up? You have a point, I suppose, I know. Well, what are you waiting for? If you make my heart beat a little faster, then I'll give you a reward tonight. I don't know if I want that reward. Before taking a hit, Belle gestured with both hands, indicating that he would. He didn't like to push his luck too much, because one wrong move and he'd definitely be frozen. I didn't have the energy to endure it, so I would probably die. He put on a thoughtful expression, rubbed his chin with his fingers, and remained silent for at least 10 seconds. You're pretty. Riviera hadn't expected such a direct compliment. After all, the times Belle had directly praised her beauty could be counted on one hand. But not the kind of beautiful you see up close and sigh over. The kind of beautiful you see from afar and that takes your breath away. For someone versed in poems like Riviera, it was surprising and unexpected that Belle would create one based on her. The boy looked at her, displaying a serene expression along with a slight smile. Did that make your heart leap? Riviera's face turned a lovely shade of red, reaching the tips of her ears. Even looking away wasn't enough to hide it. The reason Belle asked about the effectiveness of her words, even though he already knew the answer, was mostly a silent mockery, intended to embarrass her. Riviera did her best to calm her heart and the blush on her face, but it was no easy task. For that very reason, he decided to give a vague answer. You'll find out tonight. Anyway, there's something we need to talk about, isn't there? Wait, don't change the subject just like that. Regarding Wenne, Belle's expression changed almost instantly. His somber gaze was answer enough for Riviera, who had already managed to control how excited her heart was and the blush on her face. I'm sorry if I bring this up so suddenly, but I'm worried about you. That's why I have to ask. Ask what? Are you okay? I don't know if this sounds absurd to you, but I consider you a valuable person. You're the one I chose as worthy of being my potential romantic partner, and after the proper procedures, carrying your child in my womb. Perhaps it goes without saying, but I'll say it anyway. I'm worried about you, Belle. Faced with Riviera's sincere and compromising words, Belle simply lowered his gaze. He didn't have time to blush at how implicit the statement of the woman sitting next to him was, because in smaller strokes he concentrated on the key words, her mental health. It was obvious that Riviera was asking about it. Belle simply replied, I'm fine. At his words, Riviera let out a long sigh as if she had been expecting that kind of response. In essence, even if he was Belle, he was still a man. He didn't feel comfortable sharing his troubles, whether it was with Riviera or anyone else. Even if it was wealth, the situation would be similar. No, however, Riviera was not an ordinary woman. She moved her bench closer to Belle's, close enough that their shoulders gently touched. With their bodies so close and the scent of peach and roses from Riviera surrounding them both, Riviera spoke clearly. You will never heal as long as you keep pretending not to be hurt. I understand it's painful. Memories are painful, but it's not about forgetting, it's about remembering without pain. Over time, memories become a soft whisper instead of a scream. Rivera's words resonated deeply with Belle. Just as she said, he knew she was right. After all, she was the person who knew him best. The woman with whom he lived and was intimate on many occasions and who taught and observed him for quite some time. Riviera brought her hand to Belle's cheek, gently rubbing it. You may think you can handle it all on your own, but you're not alone. You have me, please depend on me a little more. No matter how hard and steep the road is, I'll support you. It was like a spell. The delicate touch on his cheek, as well as the precise words, intoned with a beautiful voice, all of it caused Belle's defenses to completely crumble. Those impenetrable walls that prevented anyone from passing through them fell like sandcastles before the assault of the sea's waves. Will you really be there? He asked, his eyes filled with tears and weariness. Riviera nodded with an understanding smile. Yeah. The touch of his hand on Belle's cheek moved forward to completely surround him. Soon, like a ball of yarn, Belle curled up into a ball under Rivera's embrace. If you fall, I'll pick you up, and if I can't, I'll lie down next to you. Thank you. There were no tears, but Belle's voice was so broken that it wouldn't be surprising if he suddenly burst into tears. However, he did not. She simply thanked Riviera for her support and warmth, allowing herself to be hugged. The day after that passed quickly. After reheating breakfast and eating it while chatting, they did some cleaning and tidying up in the garden. They even went to the market to buy an anthurium sapling and planted it next to the entrance that led to the main door and crossed the garden. And so, night fell. After taking their respective baths separately, they both went to sleep. As night fell just as Riviera had imagined, Belle was unable to fall asleep, and if he did manage to drift off, he would wake up within minutes, sweating and panting profusely, his eyes looking wild and exhausted. She was leaning her body against the wall, listening silently and erasing her presence. It's the same as yesterday and the nights before the Black Minotaur incident a few weeks ago. This trauma, whatever it may be, isn't due to the defeat he suffered at the hands of that Xeno, but to something deeper and darker. Riviera did not focus on discovering the origin of that trauma, which was atrocious enough to disturb someone like Belle, whose will was unmatched. Unable to bear the sight of Belle suffering from lack of sleep and nightmares any longer, he knocked on the door. It's me, Riviera. She didn't wait for permission but for an answer. Hearing Belle's voice was enough for Riviera to push her way into the room. Her body was covered by a semi-transparent button-up camisole which reached to the middle of her plump, smooth thighs. Due to the darkness and how bad her vision was right now, Belle was unable to see whether or not she was wearing underwear. What was certain, though, was Rivera's almost divine physical attractiveness. Her curvaceous, slender figure made him swallow hard. I heard the commotion. Can't you sleep? Did I wake you up? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. It doesn't matter. Riviera walked slowly toward Belle's bed, sitting on the edge of the mattress and leaning her body closer to see him more closely. Actually, I was thinking it would be a good idea to start sleeping together. I don't think that. Rivera's slender finger rested on Belle's lips, silencing him. We'll get there eventually, it's best to get used to it. Besides, for making my heart race a little this morning, I'll reward you with a good night's sleep. From a different point of view, a third party would think this was a suggestion about getting intimate, but Belle saw it differently. She opened her eyes slightly, asking, do you know how to deal with nightmares? Riviera nodded with a smile. Well, I have an idea. Would you let me try it? Clear. From that point on, any resistance disappeared. Belle lay back down and Riviera lay down beside him, crossing her legs and wrapping her arm around his waist. They were no different from a newlywed couple. Is closeness necessary? I can feel your chest. It is. Are you wearing underwear? Fufu, maybe. You really like to tease me. Riviera flashed a mischievous smile. They looked at each other, feeling each other's breaths and the heat of their bodies pressed together. Just as Belle suspected, Riviera wasn't wearing underwear. Only the semi-transparent camisole covered her sculpted body. Of course, it was done deliberately. Since it was already decided that they would eventually make love, Riviera was proactive in speeding things up. I wasn't expecting something like starting to make babies tonight, clearly, but I wanted Belle to be more aware of her as a woman. By the way, I forgot to tell you something, he said suddenly. Belle raised an eyebrow, still unable to sleep. And what is that something? While it's a reward, I also expect something in return. Let's call it a trade. I already thought it was too easy. Fufu, sorry. Riviera wasn't doing this to get anything out of it. She genuinely wanted to start falling in love with Belle. For that to happen, she was aware of the need for intimacy. Even if it was embarrassing, it was something that had to be done sooner or later. Belle also believed so. He sighed and looked at his wife. What do you want? Riviera showed a shy expression for the first time. As if embarrassed, she looked away slightly and murmured in an almost adorable tone. A kiss. Belle was expecting something like that, but hearing it directly from Riviera, especially with that lovely tone of voice, was a hard blow to process. Even so, he controlled his racing heartbeat and nodded slowly. All right. He wasn't the first, nor would he be the last. Slowly, taking the initiative, Belle's hand slid over Riveria's waist, holding her firmly. Because the fabric of the camisole was so thin, it felt as if it touched her skin directly. Riviera gasped softly, holding her breath. Her cheeks flushed a lovely pink, and in her bright, anticipatory eyes a faint feeling of desire flickered. She also brought her hands to Belle's body. One rested on his well-formed chest, while the other cupped his neck. Belle. Riviera. Eventually, their lips met. It began as a tender kiss where only their lips touched, sharing their moisture and warmth. However, as the seconds passed, it gradually deepened. Before long, Riviera was on top of Belle, joining and separating their lips in an intense and passionate rhythm. The heat was transmitted not only to their lips but to both their bodies. Like coal thrown into a fire, they burned intensely as the kiss deepened. They were quick to use their languages. By this point, neither of them could call themselves novices in the field. Thanks to their own efforts, their skill level was well above decent. In other words, it was satisfying for both of them, preventing them from stopping even when they were already out of breath. Unaware of the time that had passed, they continued sharing saliva in an improper and addictive dance. Both of their senses were lost, so they used their hands to relocate themselves, exploring every corner of each other's bodies. Belle gently stroked Riveria's round, soft bottom while she boldly stroked the boy's crotch. Even so, they didn't dare to take a step beyond that line. A hot and seductive atmosphere settled in the room, which resonated with the gasps and moans of both of them. Time and again, they unwrapped their bodies in the comfort of the sheets and their body heat. They only stopped after about 10 minutes had passed. Still on top of Belle, pressing her legs against him, Riviera gasped intensely, red as a beet and with a vacant stare, trying to catch her breath. Belle wasn't much different, although he still kept his hands on Riveria's butt. "See, can you stop playing now, you idiot?" "I'm sorry." A brief silence settled between the two. Meanwhile, Riviera took the opportunity to lower her body without saying a word. Her body was quite hot, so the coolness of the duvet offered her some relief. Belle controlled his breathing, fixing his gaze on the ceiling, unable to forget the soft and amazing sensation of Riveria's ass in his hands. Now he understood a little the nonsense his grandfather said when he exclaimed things like, "A woman must be accompanied by a good butt," or, "If she has tits, it doesn't matter." Well, not to that extent, but he did get the message. That was, of course, that women possessed a beauty that men could not ignore. Riviera adjusted her voice, bringing Belle back to reality. Tilting his head towards Belle, he asked timidly, "How was it? Pretty good, I see, yeah." Did I use my tongue correctly? I'd say pretty good. The bodies of the two men emitted smoke from all sides. Belle aligned his gaze with Riveria's, noticing her moist eyes and the blush on her cheeks, as well as the bright red invading her pointed ears. Her lips, which shone in a lovely strawberry pink, moved slowly. "Did you like my butt? You stroked it a lot." "I apologize for that." "Just answer the question, idiot. It was incredible." Like a couple of virgins on their first experience, they were both nervous. It wasn't the first time, and there had even been a time when they almost crossed that point of no return. However, unlike all those times in the past, the present one was done with the full intention of getting intimate and developing feelings. There was a big difference between jumping off a cliff and being pushed off. "I see." Riviera smiled, a mixture of happiness and embarrassment at Belle's response. Of course, she knew her looks were out of this world, but she was pleased to receive the compliment directly from the boy she was interested in. Absorbing that happiness, she gave herself a compliment. "You're still just as big and hard down there. It's kind of exciting, I guess." Belle's face turned red instantly. Between feeling pride and shame, she felt more shame naturally. For Riviera, a high society lady and bearer of royal blood, to praise the size and hardness of his member was simply too much. Besides, he was still a 14-year-old boy. Thanks, I think. Yeah. A new silence arose between the two. They were lying on their backs, staring at the ceiling and trying to hold back the intense beating of their hearts. The only contact was the touch of their fingers, which gradually intertwined, gently holding each other's hands. Riviera was the first to speak. "Do you want to try it one more time?" Normally, Belle would have stopped there. However, the unsettling sensation of Riveria's extraordinary backside lingered in his mind. Slowly, he nodded, just once. In the end, they ended up doing it 7 more times. All without crossing the line, of course, limiting themselves to superficial groping. The most daring thing was done by Riviera, who kissed not only Belle's lips but also his neck, leaving a small mark on it. "I want him to keep touching me. I want to keep playing it." None of them shared their thoughts. They could perhaps even deduce it from the desire in their eyes, but if they did, they knew there was a possibility of crossing the line when it wasn't yet time to do so. Just as Riviera thought about love, love is not just hex. To achieve this, she had to be completely and truly in love with the man named bellcranel. Otherwise, it would only be an indecent and unpleasant act driven by his sexual desire. "Let's stop here," he said suddenly, regaining some of his sanity. Belle nodded, and as soon as he did, Riviera planted one last kiss on him without warning, although it was just a peck this time. Consider it a special bonus, he said, smiling mischievously. Bell let out a sigh, curving his lips into a smile. It's too late. Yes, it is. I think we went a little overboard. Whose fault is it? Trying to frame me when you kept groping my ass so recklessly. You depraved little rabbit, says the one who kept petting Mini Bell. From what I could see, your Mini Bell seemed to like it because he kept drooling. And no need to say so much. You started it. In fact, it was already quite late. Bell glanced at the clock on the wall while Riviera pouted, showing slight annoyance. The hands of the clock showed 2 in the morning. Although Bell would be battling nightmares and insomnia at this hour, thanks to Riviera, it was a battle against pleasure. Even so, it was already too late. So, Bell coughed lightly, asking the indignant Riviera, how are you going to make me sleep? Riviera opened one of her eyes, looking at her husband. If she was honest, she didn't have a specific idea. Just a theory based on a past incident between them when they read the book written by Hermes about marriage. It's simple. Even so, despite not knowing if it would work, Riviera acted with confidence. She offered a gentle smile and opened her arms. Her disheveled camisole was unbuttoned, revealing her flat stomach and the edge of her beautiful breasts. Come to me. Bell looked at her suspiciously. I thought we were done. That's not it, you idiot. Come and rest on my chest. This is my way of ending your nightmares. The suspicious look did not disappear from Bell's eyes. Now that I thought about it, I hadn't really seen Riviera's breasts that often. While her nipples weren't visible, I could see their beautifully rounded outline. Well. Slowly, he laid his face on his wife's soft breasts and closed his eyes, trying to fall asleep. The warmth of the soft, fluffy meat spread to her face, as did the beating of Riviera's heart. That rhythmic movement acted like a harmonious melody that calmed the turbulence of his thoughts at bedtime, preventing the entry of those lives taken by his hands in Gnosis. You know, Bell. Riviera's voice came in a melodious whisper. It was similar to the tranquility you felt when listening to the wind rustling through the leaves of the trees, a sound of nature. You have to fall in love with me as if you were going to sleep. Slow at first and then deeply. That night, Bell was finally able to sleep without nightmares after a long time. SS Special, Wet Dreams. And he looked at me with so much love, a love that I'm sure I invented myself. The editor with his best friend who's infatuated with her ex. Shortly after experiencing the first wet dream of his entire life, these did not stop. There were nights when she didn't, but normally, Riviera dreamed about risque things with Bell at least 3 times a week. Currently, after seeing Bell and his fiancée Andromeda smiling at each other in the place she frequented, Riviera slammed her forehead against the wall of her room. Her thoughts were a mess. As much as Bell's carefree smile, the wet dream, and the monster girl theme she brought up. It hurts me, he cupped his chest in his hand. There was a throbbing pain in the area of his heart, and no matter how hard he pressed, it didn't stop. What am I? I'm going crazy. I can't stop thinking about him. Get out. Get out of my head. After hitting her forehead against the wall a couple of times, Riviera staggered to the bed and dropped her body onto the mattress. Her arms felt like rubber. She had no strength at all, and strangely her whole body was numb. His blurry vision flickered between light and darkness. One second he was staring at the ceiling of the room, and the next he was looking at a black shape moving slowly. I need to calm down. I'm having a panic attack. It's just a panic attack. It's just a panic attack. Her thoughts flickered once more before fading completely. She saw nothing, felt nothing. All I was aware of was that I was still able to breathe. When he woke up, the pain was completely gone. Riviera got up slowly, feeling a little numbness in her body. He looked around, noticing that it was early morning because of the moonlight filtering through the window and illuminating the room. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary. The furniture was in the same place, the curtain was closed, and her semi-transparent camisole still covered her body. Although I couldn't remember when it was that it changed. Riviera. A familiar voice called her name from downstairs. He must have shouted loud enough to reach her, but Riviera didn't notice. It's Bell, he's back. She stood up quickly without bothering to put on pajamas. Her body was covered by nothing but black underwear and a semi-transparent camisole, revealing how beautiful her physique was. As soon as he reached the ground floor, he saw Bell closing the front door as if he had just entered the house. You've arrived, Riviera said, trying not to sound strange. Bell looked at her with a sweet smile. He didn't bother to ask or comment on Riviera's outfit, much less say something like, I'm back. I'm tired, he said softly, rubbing his shoulders. Now that she looked at him more closely, Riviera noticed he wasn't wearing a shirt, just his pants and the pair of boots he used for training. It was also wet. Water droplets trickled down his defined, muscular torso. Was it raining outside? Riviera didn't bother to check as she couldn't tear her gaze away from her husband's sculpted body. It seemed impossible that he was 14 years old. It wasn't the body of a child, but that of a strangely attractive man. I'll bring a towel. Yes, thanks. Riviera quickly went up and down the stairs. In her hands she held a white towel which she didn't throw to Bell. Instead, she slowly approached him and began to dry him. He didn't seem upset. Quite the opposite, he closed his eyes and took shallow breaths. Each time he did, his chest rose and fell. Was the training tough? Yes, it was. I think I still have a long way to go to beat Ryusen. Riviera, don't move, I'm drying you out. Why did he have to mention a woman? Riviera pouted slightly on her right cheek as she dried the moisture on her husband's body. Even so, despite the fact that it was annoying to hear him talk about other women in her presence, there was a certain satisfaction in the fact that she was the only one who could do something like dry Belle's naked body. "Shall we go to the room? You need to change your pants or you'll catch a cold. Shouldn't I take a bath first?" "Just follow me, we can have one later." Riviera took Belle by the hand and pulled him up the stairs to her room. She sat him on the bed and took off his boots, placing them in the corner of the room. Shortly after, she took some clothes from her closet and tossed them onto the mattress. Due to past events, it was normal to have Belle's clothes in her closet for events like the one that was happening now. "Are you tired?" "A lot." "Okay, relax, your wife will make the fatigue go away." Rivera's voice was soft. He knelt in front of Belle and took off his socks. The soft touch of her fingers made Belle take a deep breath, enjoying the massage his wife was giving him. "You're trying too hard, maybe. But you're still standing, fighting with a strong will. I'm just a little more stubborn than most." "No, it's not like that." Rivera's massage moved over Belle's feet and reached his calves, gently squeezing through the fabric of his pants. "It's because you're special." His hands moved further and further, enough to grab the top of the pants and slide them down between Belle's hips. 5 seconds were enough to slide it off completely, leaving the boy in just his underwear. Riviera looked at him with a smile for a few moments before mounting him. Her thighs gripped Belle's legs, radiating her body heat and sharing it. The thinness of her semi-transparent camisole did little to separate the sensation of her soft skin, giving off an erotic scent. Her chest pressed against Belle's, and her rear end positioned itself at a perfect angle where her crotch rubbed against the member beneath her. "You're the best, and as your wife I must treat you with the respect you deserve. Don't you agree, darling?"
Why, yes.
Both of their breathing became heavy. The cold air in the room disappeared because of the heat emanating from their bodies, which were now rubbing against each other, sharing passionate gasps and sweat. This was the routine. "What do you want your wife to do? Don't be shy, I'll grant any wish you have." Rivera's voice sounded like the devil's whisper, the embodiment of lustful desires numbing his senses and clouding his thoughts, robbing him of his reason. She sounded so mature, befitting a woman her age.
Yeah, suck it, please. Fufu, okay. Lemon skipped.
When he woke up, Belle, the real one, arrived shortly after, and they had a serious discussion about his closeness to his fiancée Andromeda and the evidence of him being an unfaithful bastard. Of course, everything was mostly cleared up and they managed to reach an agreement like the adults they were. And of course, Riviera didn't mention the wet dream she had that day, much less the many she would have in the days to come. Chapter 23, Goodbye, Aario. When you look at me, my world falls apart. Everything goes silent, everything stops, as if the universe understood that your gaze is more important than time. Bellcranel. When Belle opened his eyes, it was already midday. It was the first time in a long time that I had managed to have such a long and pleasant sleep, free of nightmares. Half asleep and half awake, it took him a couple of minutes to clear his line of sight. Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the room. There was a pleasant aroma, and along with it, a divine sensation washed over her entire body. Wait, her thoughts became completely clear. Opening her eyes wide, the first thing she saw was a cold, stern gaze belonging to Riviera. "Good morning, husband. Are you comfortable?" Rivera's tone was laced with sarcasm and annoyance. Belle couldn't tell if she was annoyed by how late it was or something else he wasn't aware of. His confusion didn't last long, for Riviera raised an eyebrow, still looking at him coldly, and said, "Get your hands off my ass once and for all, you idiot." In fact, Belle's hands were firmly gripping Rivera's cute and hexy backside. Her round, fleshy buttocks were noticeably marked with the outlines of a pair of hands glistening a lovely red against her white skin. "I'm sorry, I wasn't aware, I swear." Belle didn't hesitate to beg for his life. In his mind, whose thoughts were just waking from a pleasant sleep, he was certain he would be frozen by the beauty before him. However, Riviera did no such thing. She simply sighed as if indignant and let it go. "I'll believe you this time. On another note, what about you? Did you sleep well? You seemed quite comfortable sleeping on my chest."
Yes, I'm completely renewed, thank you, Riviera."
"Wife? Try calling me wife from now on. We're married, aren't we? It's a sin not to call your wife, you idiot husband. I'll keep that in mind." Was he in a bad mood or not? Belle couldn't say for sure what that was. The only thing he knew for certain was that he'd miraculously escaped instant freezing. Just as he uncovered himself under the sheets and was about to get up, Riviera pulled him back. Taken by surprise, he couldn't resist and fell backward again. His vision did not meet the ceiling, but rather the eyes of Riviera, who had quickly climbed on top of him. Her slim and seductive body was almost completely exposed, as the semi-transparent camisole was unbuttoned and loose, revealing a lot of skin. Especially the area of her chest, whose lovely pink nipples were slightly visible, but Riviera didn't seem to care. Her eyes, once cold, revealed a different emotion as she slowly lowered her lips to Belle's. Within seconds, they were sharing a passionate kiss. Not a simple one, though, as Riviera used her tongue to delve into Belle's mouth. After a couple of minutes, enough to warm up both of their bodies, Riviera broke the kiss. Her moist eyes focused on Belle, shining with a seductive and shy glow. Her cheeks flushed a lovely pink, making her look even more beautiful than she already was. "This is for touching my butt without permission. Now clean up and come downstairs, I'll cook something for you." Belle remained silent for a while after Riviera left. She hadn't even bothered to put anything else on under her camisole, leaving the room as she was. Although that wasn't the important thing, but what had just happened? Did this kiss, along with Riviera's words, mean that Belle could touch her butt whenever he wanted and would also receive a French kiss? Was this a real married life? Belle didn't know what to think about it. As he went downstairs, an exquisite aroma caressed Belle's nose, filling both the kitchen and the adjacent room. Riviera was in front of the kitchen, focused on finishing what she was preparing. Her tall, slender figure was covered by a single black nightgown, its waistband loose, the edges hanging down at her sides. In short, only her back was covered, while her forehead was most likely slightly visible. She was even having a fit at lunchtime. Belle had to admire Riviera's tenacity. Judging by the dampness in her hair, she had also taken a bath shortly before Belle. That same dampness was on her body, causing her nightgown to cling in certain areas, revealing her curvaceous figure. Her long, usually white ears were now glowing a lovely pink. It was clear from their unusual color that this was difficult for her too, not just for Belle. "It smells good. Really, thank you. Please have a seat, your food will be ready soon." "Food? I thought we were having breakfast." "Fool, it's already past noon." Belle's voice made Riviera jump slightly, but she immediately corrected her posture and continued cooking. The constant sizzle of oil in the pan intensified along with the silence. Belle simply watched Riviera while she, sensing Belle's gaze, focused on giving slight bows. Eventually, seeing his actions, Belle broke his silence. "You know, you don't have to force yourself. You look like you're about to explode." His words further embarrassed Riviera, who shrank back shyly, stifling her shame. Her cheeks flushed, and after turning off the flame on the stove and covering the pan so that the herbal aromas could settle over the steaks, she turned to Belle. Belle was speechless when he saw her. Not because of the linear opening that the nightgown showed, revealing her flat abdomen, an essential part of her bare breasts, and the hexy lingerie covering her crotch. The important thing was in her eyes. Normally beautiful, she now radiated a glow mixed with shyness and an adorable glimmer. The jade green color sparkled with a seductive charm. However, that was still not the reason for Belle's surprise. "Are you wearing glasses? Don't you like them? That's not the problem." Belle's heart leaped. His wife was wearing glasses, and they weren't just any glasses, they were real glasses worn by intellectual beauties. Her loose, slightly damp hair from the previous shower added an intellectual and mature charm, exuding first-class beauty. Gently, Riviera tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. The movement of her hand disturbed the stillness of her nightgown, which swayed slightly, revealing more skin than it already showed. An immaculate beauty with an intellectual aura surrounding her. She was the very definition of art. Belle's heart pounded, his face flushed, which Riviera did not miss. As if she had achieved her initial goal, she coughed discreetly to bring him back. Her mission, to make my husband blush, was a resounding success. "Help me, okay? Clear." Belle stood up and walked toward Riviera. The kitchen was spacious, but they were strangely close together. The scent of soap lingering on Riviera's body reached Belle, making him even more nervous as he took some plates from the cupboard and decorated them with garnishes. Meanwhile, Riviera turned to the stove and prepared the steaks, carefully passing them onto the plates already prepared by Belle. He quickly walked away, went to the refrigerator, and took out a few oranges. It took him barely 3 minutes to cut them and juice them using the automatic juicer. In no time, the table was set, though only in appearance, since they both took their seats at the kitchen counter side by side in complete silence. Belle concentrated on meticulously cutting his steak into pieces just right for easy eating. Riviera beside him did the same. The sound of cutlery scraping against meat and the ceramic of the tableware was the only thing that broke the silence. After taking several bites and a sip of his juice, Belle finally spoke. "The steak is delicious. Did you use butter in addition to oil?" "Yes, it gives it a unique flavor, doesn't it? It also goes well with rosemary and asparagus." "Do you like the puree?" Yes, it has a suitable texture and a good flavor."
"I see."
The conversation turned into a tasting. What's more, they didn't even use the usual informal language they employed when they were alone. The tension in the air was clear, though not uncomfortable. It was just extremely embarrassing. "Riviera." "Yeah." Belle hesitated for a moment. He took a breath, then turned to Riviera, seeing her chiseled face in profile, her hair tucked behind her ear. Her cheeks were slightly flushed, her nose was perfect, and her skin was free of imperfections. Slowly, Belle moved his lips, forming words. "You look pretty in glasses." In an instant, Riviera's soft blush flared aggressively. She looked like she was about to explode. Belle's compliment was like completing a side mission you had no idea about. She really loved being praised by the man sitting next to her. Gradually, his heart began to beat rapidly. He almost choked on his food, but was saved by taking a gulp of orange juice. After calming her nervousness, she looked at Belle with shy eyes. "Thank you." Then she became aware of her daring outfit. Belle's compliment not only made her happy but also brought her back to reality, one where she used to be demure and sophisticated. With tentative movements, she used her hands to close the nightgown and cover the front of her body. Slowly, she also tied the ribbons at the hips to prevent the edges from coming undone. The couple then resumed eating, remaining completely silent until they finished. After eating, they both went up to their respective rooms and got dressed. Riviera wore a black blouse on her upper body, while her legs were covered by loose-fitting sand-colored pants. Of course, she kept her glasses on. Oddly, she chose to wear a pair of earrings adorned with small, high-quality emeralds. Her lips were covered with a light strawberry-colored lipstick, and her hair was left loose, gleaming with a jade-green sheen after being treated with the appropriate creams. As for Belle, well, he was just wearing white trousers and a loose shirt. He wasn't even wearing a jacket. From atop the Tower of Babel, the goddess Freya silently observed the pair of lovebirds. She had been watching since Belle woke up, staring intently at Belle's hands holding Riveria's butt, as well as the kiss that followed and the elf's suggestive and daring attitude. The meal together, Belle's compliment, and the romantic atmosphere that surrounded them, absolutely everything. His eyes, usually with a relaxed expression, exuded an intense emotion of disgust and irritation. He was on the verge of madness, however he didn't explode. He didn't say something like, "Everyone kill Riviera," to his subordinates as he normally would. Slowly, she took a breath and sighed, regaining control of her emotions. She had been informed a few days ago about Belle's resignation from the promise he had made himself a few months ago. A couple of gods commented on not overreacting to bellcranel's actions. These were, of course, Loki and Hermes. Uranus specifically warned her against making any inappropriate moves. And while Freya didn't care at all for the warnings of a decrepit old man like Uranus, she still kept her distance. Freya looked at the boy's back as he walked beside Riviera through the streets of Aario in full view of the citizens. He paid no attention to Riviera, he didn't even give him a disdainful look. He only focused on that child's back. Slowly, Freya's eyebrows twitched. Her gaze showed a hint of concern as she looked at the glow emanating from Belle. It's blinking erratically. Seeing the light of bellcranel's soul, which was teetering faintly on the brink of extinction, Freya's heart contracted with grief. He recalled the conversation he had with Riviera a few days ago. Just after leaving Twilight Mansion after being freed from her Falna, Riviera was intercepted by a woman. Just by seeing the emblem embroidered on their uniform, she knew instantly that it was the Freya family. Did they already know about her defection from the Loki familia and were trying to recruit her? Riviera shook her head, knowing it was impossible, more of a bad joke than a coincidence. "Can I help you?" he asked in a moderate tone. Her posture exuded a noble and refined aura brimming with sophisticated beauty. The woman, no older than 20, looked at him with cold, lifeless eyes. "This is an invitation from my lady to you, Lady Riviera. An invitation, you say?" Despite the polite words, the tone and the look in her eyes made it very clear that they were not sincere. Riviera ignored the rudeness and took the letter. After taking the sheet out and reading it, he put it back in his pocket. "Take me?" The woman cleared the way for him, indicating that he should proceed beside her, and Riviera silently followed her to the headquarters of the Freya family. The reason behind their obedience was simple. The letter, whose page should have been filled with cordial words according to the stereotype of invitations, contained only one line. "Come, otherwise I'll take Belle by force." The gleam in Riviera's eyes intensified, flashing with a feeling of anger. Take it by force. Was Belle an object she could take whenever she wanted? How dare she value Belle, her husband, in that way? As his wife, it was something Riviera couldn't ignore. The great gate, large enough to let a regiment through, opened slowly upon Riveria's arrival, allowing passage. In front of her lay a vast expanse of land. There was a hill covered with yellowish-green grass, and in the background on top of it, a sanctuary overflowing with dignity. On the side, where a vast plain of green sea stretched out, numerous adventurers fought to the death among themselves. The sharp steel blades flapped incessantly, leaving a trail of blood and cries of pain in their wake. That side was quite noisy, but Riviera paid no special attention. She knew beforehand how Spartan the Freya family's training regimens were. He walked along the cobblestone path that led to the gates of the sanctuary, whose gates also opened upon his arrival. The woman beside him stopped there without taking another step. She extended her hand toward the interior, urging him to come in. "Someone else will accompany her from here on." "I understand." "Thank you." There was no response, naturally. The woman almost let out an exasperated sigh, managing to hold it back so as not to seem too obvious. Even so, Riviera perfectly understood the girl's dislike for her. Ignoring her, he walked into the sanctuary. There, a young woman with reddish hair awaited him with a kind smile, very different from the previous woman. "It's a pleasure, Lady Riviera. My name is Heath, and I will guide you to my goddess's chambers." "A pleasure, Miss Heath. Please follow me." The change in attitude was noticeable, and the girl named Heath maintained a casual conversation during the journey, mainly commenting on the structure and interiors of the place. Until finally they arrived at Freya's chambers. "I hope your meeting with my lady is fruitful, Lady Riviera." "Goodbye, thank you." From the beginning, Riviera came with only one objective: to listen and then warn Freya. Since Heath left no further instructions, Riviera stared at the doors for a couple of seconds before turning the handles and pushing them open. They revealed the interior of the room. A spacious room adorned with high-quality furniture. A chandelier hanging from the ceiling, soft lighting, and a large window overlooking the outside. In front of the window was a wine-colored, upholstered dresser with gold trim, and on top of it, a goddess resting her body and holding a wine glass, admiring the landscape through the glass. "I didn't think you'd come." Freya's tone was deliberately sarcastic, almost mocking. The silver beauty glanced over her shoulder, focusing her gaze on Riviera. Riviera wore his well-known magician's outfit, and despite how much it covered up, it did nothing to diminish his beauty. "Take a seat," Freya said, patting the cushion of the dresser. Riviera walked over and sat down. Since the dresser was so large, there was enough space to maintain a considerable distance. He glanced at Freya, who was still looking at the scenery outside while taking a sip from her glass. As they said, she possessed a divine beauty. Everything about her, physically speaking, was perfect. Riviera had to admit that, since she wasn't called the goddess of beauty for nothing. Nor could she be swayed by the title. Ishtar was a prime example. She bore the same title and, in Riviera's eyes, represented obscenity more than beauty itself. Freya, on the other hand, was the complete opposite. She exuded a sophisticated and classy aura, embodying the very essence of beauty. Even the movement of her hand as she drank wine was beautiful. If I had to mention something obscene, then that would be the outfit that covered her curvy and well-proportioned body. "If you keep staring at me so intently, I'll start to feel shy." "What do you want, Goddess Freya?" Riviera ignored Freya's playful comment. Her eyes crinkled, displaying a hostile ferocity toward the woman who dared to say something like "take" when referring to Belle. "You're quite cold, just like the rumors say." "Well, I was only joking. Isn't your beauty often compared to mine? Why the hostility when we share a similar position in appearance?" "I would appreciate it if you didn't put me on your level." For the first time, Freya's playful glow faltered, revealing an equally intense hostility. "I'd recommend watching your words, Ninehell. My kids, they tend to be quite protective." As he spoke, an intense thirst for blood emanated from all sides, raising goosebumps on Riviera's skin. I couldn't see them, but it was clear that somewhere the Freya family executives were watching Riviera's every move closely. "One is certain, but I'm not confident I can beat them all. It's simply impossible." Knowing this, Riviera remained silent and relaxed her body. There was no point in maintaining a defensive posture when she was already in the lion's den. At any second, at Freya's command, his life would be extinguished. "And I currently lack Falna. My stats remain, but my body can't handle them in this vulnerable state." In any case, the conclusion was that she had to be submissive for now. She had no other option. "May I ask the reason why you summoned me, Goddess Freya?" "That's much better." Freya smiled contentedly. She took a final sip of wine and placed the empty glass on the table beside her. Then she spoke softly. "What will you do about Belle? You don't need to pretend I know everything." This morning, Belle spoke with old Uranos, and according to him, Belle said something about fulfilling his duty as the father of the last hero. "Is this a mutual agreement? Tell me, Ninehell. May I ask what justification you have for your interest in my relationship with Belle?" "Justification, huh?" Suddenly, Freya's eyes shone with a lovely purple hue. This glow caused Riviera's body to react, filling her with panic. Under the goddess's cold gaze, Riviera could only listen through slight tremors as she controlled the heat that invaded her body. "Do I need something like that? Just answer. Otherwise, I'll take Belle for myself." Riviera could tell that Freya was very serious. It wasn't the look of someone who was just joking around. He shone with a mad obsession, making it clear that if he did not get a satisfactory answer, Aario would burn in the flames of his anger. Gathering her courage and calming her agitated body, Riviera answered without hesitation. "We plan to have a child, but only after we develop mutual feelings. Only then will I conceive your child." Freya looked at her with cold eyes. That look, if it had a physical form, would have slit Riviera's throat for daring to mention something as unreal as conceiving Belle's child. Something that Freya, even if she took Belle for herself, could not do. His divine body was incapable of conceiving new life. Although it was only for a few seconds, Riviera broke out in a cold sweat from the intense bloodlust that emanated from Freya. The beauty queen clicked her fingers softly, then gazed at the scenery outside through the window. "You say funny things," he said with obvious sarcasm. "But you won't do such a thing, Ninehell, not when his soul is in an unstable state." "An unstable form? Are you talking about Belle's soul?" "Then the rumor about his ability to see people's souls and potential is true. Consider it a secret between us. Anyway, I'll overlook your audacity and recklessness this time. If you ever mention anything about conceiving Belle's child again in your life, I'll kill you." Freya continued without even bothering to seek a positive response to her words. As for Belle's soul, well, these last few days it's been teetering, flickering between that beautiful brilliance and a dry, meaningless, and commonplace one. It pains me to see him suffer, his unique brilliance diminishing with each passing day. From the way he says it, he seems to have feelings for Belle. Isn't that obvious? Freya laughed softly, revealing a divine smile worthy of a goddess of beauty. He is special. It was born solely to banish the eternal loneliness I have endured throughout the centuries. A pure soul, an existence just for me. At this point, Riviera remained silent, feeling small drops of sweat trickle down her temples. Right now, if she made a sarcastic or unfavorable comment, she would surely die. He could tell from the look in Freya's eyes, filled with longing and madness, overflowing with a sick love as she gazed into the distance. Here is the reason why one should not seek the attention of a goddess of love. Riviera knew instinctively that her role here was not to act defiant, but to ask what she could do. What do you expect from me, goddess Freya? Freya snapped back to reality, glancing briefly at Riviera. Her eyes were cold, devoid of the intense emotions of a moment ago. Her pink lips moved. Resolve Bell's inner conflicts and restore his former brilliance. You have 2 months. If you can't do it, I'll abandon my passive role and take Bell myself, even if I have to break him. Have I made myself clear? Enough? May I know how much tolerance you will show toward my actions in the process of fanning your flames once more? Freya instantly understood the meaning of those words, forming a sharp smile. Normally, if a woman were to make even the slightest physical approach to Belle, she would make sure to break her mind until she ceased to consider herself a living being and instead became a toy. However, Riviera acted as a crucial piece on their board. If she wanted to get intimate with Belle in the process of restoring her shine, then she would tolerate it to some extent. This was solely because although she could take him at any time, Freya wished that it were not so, and instead that the boy would come to her completely untouched, his brilliance shining beautifully. She already had plans for casual approaches to cultivate a close relationship with him, but for those plans to get off the ground, Belle needed to return to his past glory days. A defiant and beautiful soul shining with an unyielding will, exuding kindness and warmth to those around her. Slowly, Freya uttered a short reply, "Don't cross the line." Riviera nodded instantly. This meeting made a couple of things clear to him. First, Freya can see people's potential through the color of their souls. The second one is madly obsessed with bellcranel. The third one, from the way she spoke and looked into the distance, had a way of keeping an eye on Belle even at great distances. The latter sent shivers down her spine. If she can keep an eye on Belle at any time, and if from now on she will show even more meticulous vigilance, then she will be able to observe every move he makes with Belle. Riviera broke out in a cold sweat at that fact. She felt it was inappropriate and abhorrent that someone was spying on her in this way, witnessing her intimacy with Belle, something that only she should know. Feeling exposed, an uncomfortable feeling filled her beautiful body beneath her magician's costume. "Now go and remember the time limit." Freya's voice sounded again without any clear emotion in her tone. Riviera nodded slowly, getting up from the dresser and heading towards the exit of the luxurious room. As his hand grasped the golden handle, Freya's voice sounded one last time. "And don't forget, you're forbidden from crossing the line. I'll be watching closely, 9 hell. I will keep that in mind, goddess Freya." Thus, the meeting between the two beauties came to an end. Freya turned her attention outside, watching with longing and concern the flickering light in the distance. Riviera, on the other hand, walked briskly, looking for the exit. A flame burned in his chest, overflowing with anger and indignation. Although she felt disgusted by the idea of being watched, she was determined to make Freya have a bad time. That was, of course, while she was being intimate with her husband. The title of wife belonged to her, and she was determined to let him know it. Returning to the present, Belle and Riviera arrived at their destination after traveling through the busy city streets, which now showed a more lively atmosphere than in previous days. As for their destination, of course, it was the Chimney Mansion, the headquarters of the Hestia Familia. It was strange for Belle that no one came out to greet him, as usually happened, but he didn't think much of it and walked past Riviera. The moment she stepped through the front door, she noticed the lights were off, plunging the place into darkness. An instant later, the place was ablaze with light, screams erupted, and confetti cannons exploded all around her. A party? What were they celebrating? Belle used to be absent-minded, but not to the point of forgetting his own birthday. He decided to check, and after doing the math, it was still a while until his birthday. So why did his friends seem so happy as they continued firing the confetti guns? "What's going on?" he asked, still confused. Riviera, standing beside him, smiled and explained, "It's a farewell party, farewell party. Yes, I spoke with Hestia-sama yesterday, and when I told her about our plans, she said that a farewell party was necessary. It's not like I'm leaving forever." Belle commented with evident sarcasm and amusement in his tone. Riviera shrugged. "A party is still a party, enjoy it, I see." After finishing his brief exchange with Riviera, Belle walked over to his friends. It wasn't just the members of the Hestia Familia. Aina, Ryu, Sir, and the other waitresses of the fertility hostess, Shakti and Aizu, were also there. Belle hesitated for a moment upon seeing Aizu, but after a second he smiled kindly and greeted everyone equally. The reception room was modified to accommodate a large number of people, so there was no feeling of discomfort due to lack of space. Everyone seemed to know the reason for the party, and Belle was able to confirm it from the looks he received, especially from the women. Well, that was awkward. They looked at him as if he had "I'll sleep with this beautiful elf very soon" written in black letters on his forehead. The most notable were Aina and Ryu. After exchanging greetings and chatting with most of them, time passed comfortably along with the atmosphere growing on the sidelines. Naturally, alcohol was involved. Not everyone present drank, but most did. One of those who were part of the majority approached Bell, her face already flushed from having too many drinks. Belkan. His tone was also dangerous. Aina, her eyes glazed over, wrapped her arms around Bell's neck, brazenly pressing her breasts against his back. Resting her chin on Bell's shoulder and savoring his nervous reaction, Aina whispered sweet words in his ear. "You know, Belkan has always been special in my eyes." It seemed like the moment for a candid drunk. Since her feelings for Bell had been hidden because of his marriage to Riviera, they now surfaced with greater intensity. Aina wasn't stupid either. Although she was under the influence of alcohol, she waited for the right moment to act. The others were immersed in their own thoughts, chatting amongst themselves and laughing while sharing drinks with each other. A few weeks ago, when Belkan wrapped his strong arms around me, I really thought he was going to steal a kiss.
Einasen, you're drunk.
What did I say then? Oh, right, something about going somewhere private. Aina ignored Bell's words, lost in her own intoxicating world. Slowly, she bit Bell's earlobe, gently also using her lips to apply some pressure. Tell me, Belkan, in this huge house, isn't there a private place? She was actually an expert at seducing while under the influence of alcohol. Bell was speechless at Aina's audacity. She wanted to walk away, knowing her friend was under the influence of alcohol, but she was afraid of hurting her if she did it too roughly. That was his mistake. While he was trying to figure out how to escape Aina's soft, warm body, she had already led him away from the festivities. She was truly capable. Surprised, Bell noticed that they were in the storeroom adjacent to the kitchen, where side dishes such as flour, rice, and similar items that did not require extreme care like snacks were kept. The door was still open, but it was only a matter of time before Aina closed it. If that happened, there would be no escape. A rabbit trapped with a ruthless predator. Clearly not a good scenario for Belkan. Aina turned around, releasing her embrace from Bell's neck and standing in front of him, pressing her voluptuous breasts under her advisor uniform against Bell's chest. Bell backed away but quickly crashed into the wall. The warehouse wasn't that big, unfortunately for him. Don't you want to kiss me? Aina stared at him. Her eyes shone with a tender and adorable touch, yet also mischievous and flirtatious. Her soft, delicate hands slowly caressed Bell's shoulders, conveying a feeling of "it's okay, no one will notice." A demon of seduction, Bell thought that with fear, not knowing what to do. If he pushed her, Aina would surely fall and hurt herself, and if he only held her back from moving forward, Bell feared she would use her hands to explore areas other than his shoulders, and if he did nothing, they would kiss. The soft pink lips drew near slowly, puckering tenderly. They carried the scent of alcohol, but it wasn't an unpleasant aroma. It was intoxicating. Einasen, we can't. Just as their lips were about to touch, the door of the small storeroom was suddenly opened, startling the couple inside. Their gazes turned to the entrance, and there, leaning her body against the door frame and crossing her arms, was Riviera, coldly staring at the lovey-dovey couple. With just one look, it seemed clear what was happening. Miss Aina.
Lady Riviera.
Riveria's presence was noticeable, and that was clear from the way Aina came to her senses, emitting an intense blush on her face which extended to her half-elf ears. This isn't. He tried to excuse himself, but it was no use. Riviera continued to stare at him coldly, then indicated in an equally cold voice, "Please leave. I'm going to talk to my apparently unfaithful husband." "Ah, yes." Aina lowered her gaze, more ashamed than remorseful. With her thoughts a little clearer, she was now aware of her shameless behavior toward Bell. Although her feelings were genuine, it was unheard of for someone like her, modest and proper, to agree to an adulterous relationship with a married man. "I just did something stupid." Red-faced, Aina returned to the celebration with the others, keeping her distance and waiting for her heart to calm down. As for Bell, he was left alone with Riviera in the small warehouse. Looking at Riveria's expression, he wasted no time and spoke. "It's not really what it seems. I just didn't have the strength to stop her. I was afraid of hurting her." Oh, he was finished. His wife was absolutely furious. Bell lowered his gaze, unable to bear Riveria's. She approached him, closing the door behind her. Once they were alone and uninterrupted, she reached Bell and took his chin in her slender, soft fingers, forcing him to look at her. "Didn't you have the strength to stop her? No, even though you're a top-level adventurer and she's a normal person." "Yeah, I see. So if I were to force you here, based on what you've said now, you wouldn't be able to stop me either, right?" Bell swallowed hard. His eyes trembled, his cheeks flushed a noticeable red, and his body felt Riveria's touch. Slowly, he nodded. This was better than being frozen. Seemingly satisfied, Riviera smiled and slowly took Bell's lips. Before long, they were sharing a passionate kiss. Riviera used her body weight to push Bell to the ground, climbing on top of him. Her baggy pants posed no problem, and as her legs stretched out, her backside was clearly outlined, showcasing her hexy curves. "Touch me," he demanded, breaking the kiss momentarily. Immersed in the warm, wet sensation of the newly shared kiss, Bell nodded slowly, his eyes lost and clouded. He brought his hands to Riveria's buttocks, caressing them with a voracious appetite. From time to time he exerted force, squeezing and savoring the firm, spongy sensation. Riviera gasped, releasing small, suggestive moans. Her eyes sparkled with desire behind her glasses, and she quickly resumed the kiss, plunging her tongue deep into Belle's mouth. With each movement, her loose hair fell to her sides, caressing both Belle's face and chest. Her scent, like that of peaches, filled the small space. The exchange of saliva and the constant touching of her body lasted about 10 minutes. Only then did Riviera regain control of her impulses and stand up. From her vantage point, she looked down at her husband. "From now on, draw a line between yourself and any woman who isn't me, Oak. Only I can touch you and only you can touch me. We elves don't tolerate infidelity." I understand." Riviera nodded, pleased with Belle's quick understanding. She extended her arm, offering him a hand. "Let's go back before they suspect anything, my husband." "Yeah." Belle appeared to have been sucked in. This control that Riviera had over physical activity was too problematic for a teenager like him. With Riveria's help, he stood up, following behind her. Inadvertently, as he followed her, he couldn't help but steal a glance at his wife's backside. Riveria's hip sway as she walked made that beautiful, curvy, firm piece of flesh move up and down. Belle clenched his hands and looked away, but the divine sensation of Riveria's ass still lingered in his palms and fingers. As the party went on, midnight fell. The guests split into two groups consisting of the girls' group and the boys' group. The center of attention in the group of girls was obviously Riviera, who was bombarded with question after question from the slightly intoxicated women. Aina was by his side, still a little shy, but chatting animatedly with Riviera. The elf princess didn't seem to hold a grudge against the cute receptionist at the guild either. After all, Aina was the closest thing she had to a niece. As the daughter of Aina, her former maid, whom Riviera considered a sister, it was natural that she also saw her as family. Their conversations grew idle, increasingly involving topics concerning her and Belle, and what would happen between them on this trip they were about to take. Of course, with Riveria's reserved and noble personality, only on the surface, she didn't say a single word about it. As for the group of boys, they were noticeably fewer in number than the group of girls. They firmly believed that quality was better than quantity. Mayach, Take, Welf, Auka, and Belle. Welf glanced at the lively group of girls, then turned back to his best friend. Looking closely, he noticed a faint red stain right at the edge of Belle's shirt collar. There was no need to think about it too much. Welf smiled with apparent pride, closing his eyes briefly and offering a prayer for his friend, who was moving forward on the path of man. At the same time, he asked for some of his luck with women, hoping to have something similar with Hephaestus. "You're growing up, old man." "What's that about? That's what I wonder." Belle blinked in confusion, but it didn't last long. Even if he were the densest, most absent-minded person in the world, if he saw Welf's face, he'd know what was going on. Welf's smile seemed to say, "You don't waste any time, you horny rabbit." Belle looked away, and at the same time he raised the collar of his shirt a little higher, completely hiding the mark that Riviera had left on him the night before. Then he met Mayach's gaze. Belle acted quickly and, using Mayach as a lifeline, struck up a conversation, ignoring Welf's words. By the way, Mayach-sama, how's your potion business going?" "My business? Well, it's been growing lately. At this rate, I could finish paying off my debt to Diane in a couple more years." Welf smiled as his friend blatantly ignored him. It was definitely good to see him this way. While it might not have been entirely genuine, it was better than seeing him depressed or desperate. In a way, he was grateful to Riviera. She wasn't a bad match for Belle, and not because she was a top-tier beauty, but because of the chemistry they'd been showing lately. After all, not just any woman would abandon her position as vice-captain of one of the city's most powerful families to support her partner. That's not to mention the support she showed during the Xenos incident. I wonder if he's already informed Belle about his conversion to the Hestia-sama Familia. Should I tell him? Well, it won't be relevant right now. The reality now was that Belle would be leaving tomorrow morning with Riviera, leaving the city and going somewhere suitable to develop their feelings. This was explained further by Riviera, as Belle refused to discuss it in detail. Although Riviera was not the case. The day before returning to Belle and sleeping next to him, providing him with a peaceful sleep, Riviera went to the Fireplace Mansion after her meeting with Freya and asked to join the Hestia Familia. As a bonus, after receiving Hestia's Falna, he told everyone about the plans he had with Belle, thus showing sincerity and commitment. Welf still remembered the look in Riviera's eyes that day. It wasn't the look of someone lying or doing something out of mere guilt. In his jade-green eyes, as beautiful as emeralds, resided an intense honesty. "He's not a bad person, so I'm not worried." Welf sighed inwardly, then smiled again as he watched Belle cover the hickey on his neck. "Although I didn't think she was so proactive. Hang in there, my friend." As he closed his eyes and recited a prayer that his friend would not die at Riveria's hands, the doorbell rang in the main hall. Hestia stood up, tossing her pigtails and heading towards the door. Who could it be at this hour? It was just after midnight and all the guests had been here for a while, even Hephaestus, who was the last to arrive. As she wondered, Hestia's embarrassed, alcohol-fueled smile vanished as she saw the person behind the door. Yahoo, Hestia, Hermes. Hestia's tone sounded as if she were naming the greatest scum in the world. Hermes, upon hearing her, nodded with obvious understanding. I can understand your displeasure, Hestia, but please don't take it so personally. I only did what I had to do. As Belle's friend, I'm sure he'll understand my actions. You have no shame. Come on, let me through. Hermes's joking tone clashed with Hestia's disgusted one. The little goddess prepared to kick him out, but just as she was about to leap and deliver a flying kick, a gentle hand landed on her shoulder from behind. That's fine, Hestia-sama. Belkan. Oh, Belle, buddy, I knew I could count on you. Apparently, Hestia did not speak quietly enough to avoid being heard by the boy's heightened senses. Belle wore a smile influenced by the glasses of wine he had drunk. At first glance he seemed friendly, but Hestia, knowing Belle much better than Hermes, noticed the slight annoyance etched on her son's kind face. Hermes, I really didn't think you'd come, Belle said, his tone free of conflicting emotions. Hermes nodded, crossing his arms in front of his chest and smiling openly. Well, I couldn't not say goodbye. I heard you're leaving tomorrow morning, so I thought I'd come and say hello. Wasn't that a good idea? I understand you might be upset with me. No, how could I, as friends, I can understand your actions. Hermes opened his eyes, showing genuine bewilderment. While his words to Hestia were genuine, he never expected Belle to fully understand. He could understand that the boy might harbor some resentment, and that in time, considering his kindness, he would forgive him. But his words at this moment were free from falsehood. As God, he could attest to that. When he thought everything would be resolved without a problem, Belle stepped forward and placed the palm of his hand on Hermes' shoulder. Hermes looked at him slightly confused until he noticed the cold smile painted on Belle's lips. Oh shit. And as friends, I'm sure you'll understand my actions too, right? Hermes began to sweat profusely. After all, we're friends. Wait, Belle. Aren't we friends? Well, yes, but in a few seconds, Hermes resigned himself. Obediently, he tilted his head and showed the left side of his face. Not so hard, or I might fly back to heaven. Don't worry, I'll restrain myself. The biggest irony of the night was that Hermes was the first to fall asleep despite being the last to arrive at the party, and it wasn't due to alcohol. We left early in the morning. Although we drank quite a bit, we had no hangover symptoms thanks to our unusual stamina as adventurers. Because of this, Riviera and I easily boarded the carriage that would take us to our destination. Approximately 3 hours of travel. Riviera sat silently, reading a book by the carriage window. The morning sun streamed through the glass, bathing her jade-green hair in golden light and making it shine beautifully. Riveria's figure, spectacular to behold, radiated an intellectual beauty that was hard to ignore. You've been watching me for a while. Do I have something painted on my face? Sensing my gaze, Riviera lifted her eyes from the pages of her book, looking at me through the lenses of her glasses. The blush on her cheek stood out against the brightness of the sunlight. A true beauty. In a short time, I with this beauty would do. Belle, oh sorry, what did you say? Are you lost? You've been staring at me for a while. Is something wrong? I looked away, observing the surrounding landscape outside the carriage through the window. Not really. What was I thinking? I couldn't stop the anxiety that suddenly gripped my chest. Was this okay? I couldn't help but despise myself for ending things this way. One part of me screamed at me, calling me a coward, while the other did everything possible to silence the first part. Was it my will and depravity? I could only think of it that way, although I didn't quite like the idea of my will losing to my worldly desires. But there was no point in racking my brains with those kinds of thoughts. There was no point in searching for the meaning of something that from the beginning is irrelevant. After all, the world is indifferent to my existence. He neither hears nor responds to cries of despair or joy. He does not reward the virtuous, nor does he punish the unjust. In its vastness, suffering and happiness are equally insignificant. Seeking meaning or justice in the force that governs all will only lead you to a simple and terrifying truth. That is, sadly, the fact that the world is indifferent to the lives it harbors. Nature continues its course impassive while people try to make sense of what is happening to them. Tragedies that deeply affect some are mere anecdotes on the scale of what truly matters. Hunger, death, and despair are just parts of the cycle, events that do not alter the greater order, and meanwhile life goes on, indifferent to the pain or joy of those who inhabit it. Wenne was the greatest example of this. Trapped under the superstitions of the ignorant masses, attacked by the unbridled anger of those integrated into the collective thinking of society. If we are not indispensable as beings, why are we allowed to continue living? As the trees outside sped by, my thoughts drifted back to the days when I could still see her innocent smile. Even in her last moments of life, she continued to show me that beautiful smile. You seem lost in your thoughts, Belle. I looked towards Riviera. She closed her book, placing it on the seat. After tucking her hair behind her ear, she stood up and sat next to me. I had nothing to say to her. I was still lost in my thoughts, but despite still being trapped, it was impossible for me not to notice her. In her slender figure, I found a beauty beyond the conventional, easily captivating me. Her long, jade-green hair fell softly like a waterfall, shimmering with the light of 1,000 stars. Her eyes, shining like stars in the middle of the night, were full of dreams and secrets. Her face, as if sculpted by the spirits of the forest, is nature's masterpiece. Lately, time stands still when she lies down next to me, making every moment together seem eternal. Are you worried about something? It's nothing really, I just remembered the past a little. The past. Riviera understood it quickly. As if it were a natural occurrence, he extended his arms and encircled my neck, bringing my face to his chest. My body did not resist. I was unable to refuse this show of importance. His chest always gave me a strange peace, allowing the voices inside my head to quickly fade away. The scent of her body filled my nose. Similar to smelling the natural fragrance of hydrangeas, it gave me a warm and fresh feeling. His fingers ran through my hair, urging me to sink into the comfort of his body. Get some sleep, the road is long. All right, Belle, yeah. Soon I felt a different kind of warmth than the one emanating from her fingertips as they caressed my hair, warmer and with a touch of moisture. Riviera planted an affectionate kiss without warning, and shortly after her voice reached my ears. You carry so much love in your heart, give some to yourself. Did you know that butterflies can't see their wings? That's why they don't realize how beautiful they are. Maybe you're like a butterfly because you're an amazing person, you just don't see it. I closed my eyes. The warmth and softness of Rivera's breasts welcomed me comfortably. My thoughts became hazy. Am I a butterfly now? I asked with a mix of sarcasm and drowsiness. I was expecting a slap or a lecture, but instead I heard Rivera's sweet little laugh. Like a maiden, she laughed softly. Strangely, although I couldn't see her, I perfectly and clearly imagined the expression on her face. Yes, a stubborn butterfly, beautiful, noble, and honest. Seriously, I couldn't understand it. As I succumbed to the weariness of my mind, Rivera's voice sounded one last time. I will wait patiently for you to spread your wings again. Until then, I will help you heal your wounds. It's annoying. Why did I feel so vulnerable around her? It's confusing. It's irritating, it's humiliating, What is it? This heat burning intensely in my chest. The feeling of relief at his touch, the tone of his voice, his smile. What is it? Oh, really? She is quite annoying. Chapter 24, Take Me to the Sea. I know I'm not what he wants and I never will be. If I wasn't one when he saw my naked body, if I wasn't one when he kissed me tenderly, I never will be. Riviera Eljas Alf. If you see me being manipulated by a big-legged, big-est woman, don't help me. I am where I want to be, bellcranel. By the time I opened my eyes again, we were just about to reach our destination. Daylight still illuminated the interior of the carriage, bathing both Riviera and me in its golden glow. Judging by the sun's position, it was almost midday. A couple of hours, perhaps. Did you sleep well? I blinked a couple of times. He was no longer on Rivera's chest where he had fallen asleep, but in her lap. His distorted face gradually cleared as the drowsiness faded. Her eyes, half closed, smiled gently at me. It was unusual to perceive a smile in someone's eyes, but Riviera found it quite easy to do so, just as I found it easy to notice. Her lips, curved in a soft smile, shone a lovely pink in the sunlight, her hair shimmered a light jade green, and her flawless white skin displayed a subtle beauty. I'm sorry, that must have been annoying. Not at all. In fact, you were just mumbling a few things. Did you have a pleasant dream? I have a feeling that's how it was. To tell the truth, I did have a dream. A woman of extraordinary beauty whose mere presence filled the torment of my heart with peace and calm. She swept it away like the wind sweeps away the loose leaves of an old tree. My body felt completely exhausted. It certainly could have been Riviera, and I was almost certain of it. But for some reason, a part of me, struggling to recall the dream, told me otherwise. But taking away the credit from the woman who was doing her best to support me seemed bitter to me, especially when I wasn't even certain and it was just a simple feeling. Riviera, yeah, I want to ask you a favor. Wow, that just took me by surprise. Well, speak, this princess will oblige you. The playful tone mixed with seriousness intertwined perfectly with her smile. As she tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, that smile widened even further. She was truly hateful to the very end, beautifully hateful. I took a breath, then sighed. My body regained its full mobility, but I didn't get up from his lap. It was comfortable, too comfortable. If you ever find me staring at a fixed point, come quietly up to me and give me a tight hug, just like today. Upon hearing my words, her beautiful smile vanished instantly. She quickly understood the implication of my statement, as always. May I ask why? I was trying to win the battle against my thoughts, and I was losing until you pulled me into your embrace. It's just like you said a couple of weeks ago. I'll pretend to be okay, but inside I'm falling apart. But I don't want to lie to you, not to you. I'm not saying you have to deal with me for the rest of our lives, just offer me support when you feel I'm about to fall. Right now, I feel like I could buckle at any moment. This honesty, though it may seem like a burden, I consider a sign of respect. Rivera's fingers, which had been caressing my hair until now, stopped abruptly. I could feel their trembling through the still lingering touch on my head. Just by looking into her eyes, I understood that she was listening attentively. I suppose that's the expected outcome. For her, who always sought my trust, my words must have been of vital importance. I wasn't confessing something meaningless either. I was talking about my mental exhaustion, the discord between my soul and my body, the war of my thoughts against my ideals which lost meaning with each passing day. Mental exhaustion is invisible, but it weighs heavily. It's the unseen burden you carry every day, the weight on your chest that won't go away no matter what. It's about getting up when you don't want to, forcing yourself to move forward when everything inside you screams for you to stop. There's no glory in a silent struggle like this, no applause or medals, just a constant war with yourself. It's a struggle where every step forward is a bittersweet victory because you're not winning against someone else. In doing so, you leave that past self behind and move forward aimlessly, unsure of where you'll end up or where you'll stumble. The sad thing is not knowing if that past self should continue moving forward in your place, because you didn't know if you were the one who was wrong, and if that previous version was on the right path. You keep going because giving up is not an option, because in the end, true greatness lies in enduring pain that no one else understands. That's why I asked Riviera for help. Giving up on my dream of being a hero didn't mean giving up on myself. I was sure I had done enough, and I was certain that at least I deserved to live in peace and without torment attacking me every night. My first goal is to heal, the second would be to cultivate our love. I'm sorry if I sound like a selfish jerk, but I really need your help. Riviera moved her lips. My face was reflected in her beautiful eyes. Is one hug from me enough? I nodded. I don't know why, but so far, every time you've held me in your arms, I've been able to rest completely. It gives me a certain peace that I can't find any other. Riviera brought one hand to her chin, striking a thoughtful pose. After a while, she looked at me with a slight hint of indignation in her eyes. Am I something like a dreamcatcher to you? I did not mean that. PFF, haha. No, it's okay, I was just kidding. Seeing the momentary nervousness that arose in me at the thought that I had offended her, Riviera laughed adorably. Her hand covered her lips, her eyes narrowed, revealing her curved eyelashes, contrasting with the soft pink of her cheeks. Slowly, as she lowered her hand and gently cupped my cheek, she moved her lips slowly. The suggestive tone of her voice caught me by surprise. Are you sure you just want a hug? I remained silent as I felt the caresses in my hair resume. She was swirling the strands of hair that tangled around her finger. Slowly, like the last drop of water falling from the tap, her face descended to mine, reaching the point where our warm breaths collided with each other. Her lips stopped right in front of mine, her eyes aligned with mine, looking at me with a feeling difficult to describe. Once again, he asked, "Are you sure it's just a hug? If you ask me, then I'll." The subtle movement of her lips brushed against mine, letting me taste their moisture and warmth. Inside the cramped space of the carriage, or at least that's how it felt, our breaths became heavy, increasing along with the heat of our bodies. I could kiss you whenever you want. Riviera, associate. Slowly, as we immersed ourselves in a world just for the two of us, her lips went even lower. Just as they were about to touch and mingle in a heated dance, the carriage stopped without warning. Riviera's expression showed bewilderment when he saw that my body, completely relaxed, yielded to the force of restraint and fell onto the carpet that divided the two seats inside. If I had to point out anything besides the sudden blow, it would be that Riviera's usually beautiful and melodious laughter turned irritating as she mocked how I fell. Well, the point is that we were now at our destination. Port City Melon, a place widely known for its maritime trade with numerous nations and cities, tourism, and beautiful beaches. This was the place that Riviera and I chose to settle down and deepen our relationship. The city entrance was crowded with carriage after carriage coming and going. In fact, I felt we spent more time in the queue than on the entire journey. It was that desperate feeling of being about to do what you want to do, but your perception of time changes completely, feeling like the moment becomes eternal. I waited in silence beside Riviera. The awkward atmosphere between us was due to the almost kiss we were about to share before the carriage stopped abruptly. Well, we both knew that a kiss wasn't going to be a big deal for our future relationship, but it was still embarrassing. Her lips are just too soft and addictive after all. It was like when you start drinking water after a sunny day and you don't stop until you've emptied the glass completely. It was that kind of feeling. Should we head straight to the cabin, or would you like to stop by the food stalls? There might be something good there. I asked a question with the intention of relieving the tension. Riviera, who had been gazing at the distant sea through the window, turned her gaze toward me. Her sharp chin rested on the palm of her hand, which served as a support on the padded edge of the carriage. Her long, straight hair fell to her sides with that characteristic pretty strand tucked behind her ear. Her glasses accentuated the jade-green sparkle in her eyes, making her look beautiful. We need to unpack right. That's why we're still waiting inside the carriage. There's too much luggage for us to carry. Besides, the cabin isn't ours yet. We still need to finalize the deal and transfer the property to our names. I'm sorry I didn't think of that. Okay, you're cute when you show this kind of clumsiness. I realized that I defended myself better against Riviera by remaining silent. She always found a way to annoy me, whether intentionally or not, so I kept quiet and waited patiently for our carriage to enter the city. That took approximately 40 minutes. The carriage crossed the main street and arrived at the residential area. This well-located and guarded place was reserved for prominent figures in commerce or nobility. Of course, this wasn't where I would be living with Riviera. She was even more demanding than that, insisting that our new home had to live up to the parents of the last hero. Upon arriving at the residential area, we instructed the driver to wait, of course with a tip in advance, and headed to the offices of the real estate agency in charge of this area. Upon arrival, an executive greeted us with a broad smile. She was clearly thrilled to be selling a property that day. I didn't want to imagine how she would react if she knew Riviera's identity. Although Riviera's name was certainly known throughout the world, that didn't mean everyone recognized her at first glance. In their eyes, she was nothing more than an extremely beautiful elf, perhaps of noble blood, judging by the way she acted. The astonished and mesmerized stares of the men around her were irrefutable proof of it. They looked at her as if she were a goddess. "Good morning, dear clients," the woman greeted, her tone that of a professional businesswoman. "Are you interested in a specific property or would you like a tour? Please feel free to call me Anna." "Miss Anna," Riviera took a step forward. Her walk disturbed the stillness of her summer dress and the momentum shook her hair, which billowed in the air with a mesmerizing charm. Her commanding and elegant posture complemented the soft tone of her voice. "We want the most expensive property in the area." Anna's disbelief was evident. It was as if suddenly, while you were pouring a cup of black coffee, someone threw a handful of sugar into it without warning. Who did that and who reacted immediately to such an action? Black coffee is served without sugar, obviously. This was the same thing. Anna was expecting a property at most silver level to sell today, but suddenly someone was asking not for silver level but diamond. It was that kind of shock. "Excuse me, miss, did I just hear correctly? Did you just ask for the most expensive property we have available?" "That's what I did." "Well, the most expensive property, Judging by Anna's expression, this was the part where the cheeky person who put sugar in her coffee invited her to take a sip. Obviously, she wouldn't. This was the same thing. Just as it was well known that coffee with sugar tasted good, Riviera's noble appearance suggested she came from a wealthy family. But a diamond oval property? No, impossible. If you like bitter flavors, you wouldn't switch to sweet ones just like that. I could see all of that written in the discomfort of her eyes. "Miss, aren't you interested in any of our properties in the residential area? I'm afraid our most valuable property is a bit far from here, far from our budget." This girl was skilled, that had to be acknowledged. If it had been someone other than Riviera, we'd be looking at properties in the residential area right now. I would have done that at least, but it was Riviera. She looked at Anna silently for a few seconds. The young sales executive began to show signs of nervousness, forgetting her professionalism as she realized Riviera had picked up on her subtext. Anna's eyes asked, "Did you notice?" And Riviera's expression replied, "Yes, I noticed." It no longer mattered if Riviera was indeed Riviera. In the eyes of those present, she belonged to a noble family given her beauty. If someone like her offered harsh criticism of the lack of professionalism, the prices of her properties would be forced to drop. As I understand it, that's how the market works. As I watched the disaster unfold, a man around 30 years old approached Riviera from behind. He had noticed my wife's discord, and he was surely there to mediate between her and Anna. "Miss, my name is Seth. From now on, I will be the one to guide you." Riviera did not respond to him, nor did she even glance at him, focusing instead on Anna, who seemed about to burst into tears. The man, dressed in a suit with his hair slicked back with gel, grimaced, clearly irritated. Judging by his manner of speaking, he must have been a manager or higher. People like him resented being ignored. When he reached out to take Riviera's shoulder, I left my spectator's position and grabbed his wrist. Riviera still wasn't paying attention to him. "I'm sorry, sir, my wife doesn't like being touched." "What? Kid, I recommend you let me go right now." "I'm afraid I can't do that if he doesn't stop trying to touch my wife." "Wife? Are you saying you're this woman's husband? Don't make me Ray." The middle-aged man suddenly winced in pain. Well, I only tightened my grip slightly, but he was already doubling over like this as if his skin were being burned. Only then did Riviera turn around. When she saw me restraining the man who was trying to touch her, she smiled at me with her eyes as if to say, "Yes, that's what a husband should be like." I held back a sigh. Did she want this to happen? I'm not a bodyguard. Discouraged from acting exactly as Riviera wanted me to, I let go of the man, but not before pulling him away from Riviera. He seemed heavy, but it was as if I were moving a wooden pencil to the other side of the desk. Just as the man was about to call security, his eyes filled with terror and pain at the shock of being handled by a brat like me, Riviera took a card out of the small bag hanging from his shoulder. Upon seeing the flash of the obsidian-colored card, both Anna's face and that of the alleged manager changed completely. "Anna, take them to the most expensive property." "Yes, boss." This was the part where the person who put sugar in your coffee would offer you 1,000,000 volleys if you took a sip. Even if that person didn't like coffee with sugar, they would accept and drink it with a smile on their face. Not me though, I'm unwavering when it comes to sweets. Darling, ah yes, Riveria's voice pulled me from my thoughts. I turned to look at her and she extended her hand toward me, offering a loving smile. Stop creating scenarios in your mind, come on, our new home awaits. Yeah. I lowered my gaze, took her hand and followed her. I could feel a couple of envious glances behind me, but that didn't really matter. What mattered here was the fact that Riviera pretended to be a demanding person so that I would protect her when someone wanted to cross the line. How capricious could she be? I have a bad feeling. If I had to give a concept about Riviera, I suppose it would be something like this. An excellent woman, quite crazy at times, sometimes so sad, sometimes laughing her head off, sometimes bad, although it fit more as a description than a concept. An obsidian card with the guild crest carved in gold. In short, this was the guild's exclusive card, offering virtually unlimited credit to its holder. Its existence was well known among those in the know and deeply involved in the market. Well, there were differences between the card limits, but it was still a fact that they were well known for their high payment capacity. The offices of a large real estate company were no exception. The manager stayed in the offices, mainly because Riviera made it clear she didn't want him around, considering he'd tried to touch her without her permission shortly before. Only Anna took us to a property secluded from the residential area of Marin. Her attitude was different, though somewhat awkward, as she was aware of the mistake she'd made. As a professional, she surely felt uncomfortable and was blaming herself. Well, I was blaming myself too. Could we really use the card given to us by the god Uranus so carelessly? Executive Anna still hadn't mentioned a price, but just seeing the place she brought us to, well, this should be worth at least several billion. When I tried to dismiss the idea of buying something like this, Riviera smiled and shook his head, saying, for the guild, buying this place will be like losing a couple of volleys. Besides, this is the price for forcing us into all this. I decided not to argue with her and went along with it, appreciating the dream property. The main house had a round, three-story structure with a Knesset cabin at the end. I didn't know much about facades, but the facade of this house looked outrageously expensive at first glance. The large cabin was at least 50,000 square meters. Besides the location, which was practically an island separate from Marin, the surrounding flora consisted of palm trees, other fruit-bearing plants, and roses. A rather beautiful verdant expanse. According to Anna, deep within this verdant sea, there were artificially created hot springs, completely private for the owner's use, of course. He mentioned something about zero appearances of sea monsters, as he had a maritime security system surrounding the island. Something like electrical grids powered by magic stones that electrocuted any living thing that touched them. When I asked about the safety of the common fish, Anna smiled nonchalantly and said, there's a section that separates those fish. On the shore, to be precise, and further out, there are electric nets. By the way, if you're a fishing enthusiast, there's an area designated for that activity. I'll show it to you after the main lobby. I have to admit, this place was insane. Practically an island. Yes, it is an island, but I still couldn't properly process it. As for the beach, aside from the fact that we were completely surrounded by the sea, the pamphlet Anna gave us highlighted only the one in front of the mansion called Cabin. With calm waves and crystal clear water that allowed you to see the reefs and coral below, the beach in front of the house was more than beautiful. A work of nature. As for the beachfront area, the sand was comfortable to walk on, and there were small thatched roofs located at strategic points providing shade, and underneath there were reclining chairs to enjoy the view. I could go on describing this place all day, that's for sure. More than anything, I was just killing time while Riviera checked that this place was suitable for us. She didn't ask for my opinion, obviously. She knew I'd say yes without overthinking things. Well, that was my style, I like to think. Overthinking isn't good sometimes. All it takes is a good bed and a roof over your head. That was enough for me. Riviera disagreed on this, and with my vast experience dealing with her, it was best to go along with her to avoid getting into trouble. That's why I silently followed them, observing the place. If I had to mention something that doesn't make sense, it would be the pool next to the house. Such a luxurious pool when we already have a private beach, that's clearly a waste of money. It's things like this that made me wonder why wealthy people couldn't understand them. Miss, regarding the servants, what are your preferences? That's true. Try to make sure they're elderly. I don't want my husband seeing other women and accidentally killing him. Ah ha ha, you're such a joker, miss. With a wife as beautiful as you, it's impossible for the young man to see another woman. Unfortunately, Anna, Riviera isn't joking. She'll definitely kill me if she sees me flirting with another woman. Me flirting? Of course not, so my life was safe. Understood, I'll look for elderly people, Anna said with a professional smile. Apparently, the real estate company covers the cost of the maintenance and cleaning staff for the facilities, all included in the undoubtedly exorbitant price of the island. That was a relief, but wasn't Riviera almost 100 years old? She could be considered elderly. What are you thinking about, dear? It seems like something funny, judging by the expression on your face. Riveria's call startled me. Did she have to call me just when I was thinking something insulting about her? It wasn't like she meant any harm. When I looked back at her, I noticed the smile on her lips but not in her eyes. No way did she read my mind. I looked away, trying to hide my interest by looking at the luxurious pool. And nothing, it's really nothing, dear. I see, then let's continue looking around, shall we? If you have anything to say, I'd be happy to hear it. Yeah. I nodded silently. Why did I have the feeling that I was becoming a man afraid of his wife? No, it didn't have to be that way. After that, Anna continued giving us the tour of the property. Since this was an island, we arrived in a small boat, which incredibly was also included in the still unknown price. The ship was large enough to comfortably accommodate about 50 people. There was also a small fishing boat, intended for the owners to spend time fishing in the aforementioned fishing grounds. According to Anna, she said that in case we didn't know the art of fishing, she would make sure that at least one of the future servants knew how and would teach us. She was truly capable. Finally, after seeing the various rooms, the 2 kitchens, the large living room which looked like an event hall, the garden, the hot springs hidden in said garden, the hall, the bathrooms, the library, a small playground, etc., etc. We finally took a seat in the main office of the house, intended for work purposes in case one had a job related to business or companies. Anna spread a contract across the round desk, and Riviera took her time reading each of the written clauses. From her expression, she seemed satisfied. Me. Well, I wasn't really good at things like this, so it was best to keep quiet and wait for it all to be over. I wanted to take a dip in the sea, rinse off the salt water from the pool, and order some seafood to enjoy with a freshly harvested coconut. As for your name, miss. Finally, Anna got to the point. In the business world, at least for a prestigious real estate agency like this one, it was essential not to ask for the client's name until both parties reached an agreement. This was mainly because most, if not all, of the customers were of noble or merchant origin, quite wealthy. Not asking for the person's name at the beginning was a courtesy to avoid prejudice and bad thoughts from sales executives. For example, if Riveria's identity had been revealed from the beginning, Anna's previously professional demeanor might have turned avaricious and greedy. She might have wanted to sell more than one property, given Riveria's surname. Of course, that could have happened because of the obsidian card given out by the guild. But according to Royman, who gave it to us, everyone except the owners and the issuer of the credit card is unaware of the full amount of money available on that card. For example, our card might have a limit of 1 billion volleys, while others might have a limit of 100 billion volleys. That's how it worked. It was like a minefield that would blow you to bits if you made a wrong move, like judging someone's wealth by their last name. Our card, as agreed with the god Uranus, had no limit. Riviera placed the contract on the table after finishing reading it, apparently in agreement with the terms and price. Riviera Aizus Alf, although I prefer that the property remain in my husband's name, Miss Anna. Anna's face reminded me of my own when I was told I would be Riveria's husband and the father of the last hero. A stone-like expression and a tiny soul escaping her lips. He seemed to be reflecting on his actions in the real estate offices. Suddenly, as if coming to her senses, she turned to look at me again. Her eyes were fixed and trembling. So you are. My name is bellcranel. Anna's soul ascended even higher, passing through the office ceiling and disappearing somewhere. Well, this was better than our identities being revealed at the real estate company's headquarters. In the eyes of the world, bellcranel and Riviera Aizus Alf are the ones who will bring the latest hero into the world. There weren't many people who didn't know our names. Although my appearance was widely known, no one would think that I would leave Aario and buy a property next to Riviera. Then please put the property in my husband's name, Miss Anna. Anna took a while to regain her composure, and after apologizing enough when she came to, she and Riviera ended the negotiations and the property was finally put in my name. Its final price was 35 trillion volleys. As for our identity, we asked Anna to be discreet. It was best if everyone assumed we were just an ordinary wealthy couple. After signing the sales contract, we had our luggage transported by boat, which was included in the property purchase. The driver didn't complain about waiting at the port for hours as he received a generous tip. Before we set sail for our new home, Riviera withdrew some money from the bank in Marin. She said it was for everyday use, so I didn't object. He used the guild card, of course, and I avoided asking how much he withdrew. The truth is, he was carrying a suitcase unlike any we'd brought from Aario. It was strangely heavy and made metallic sounds when moved abruptly. When we arrived back on the island and unpacked everything, it was nearly 5:00 p.m. The heat was bearable, not at all uncomfortable thanks to the sea breeze. The sun was setting, getting closer and closer to the horizon over the ocean. Facing the wonderful view, bathed in the reddish light and caressed by the cool sea breeze, Riviera and I enjoyed a delicious seafood meal under one of the small beach huts. Shrimp, octopus, and fish. The sides were rice, salad, and some macaroni in a strange squid ink sauce made by the restaurant we ordered from. Very tasty, by the way. I looked at Riviera. The delicacy of her movements as she ate naturally drew me in. Every bite she took, her soft pink lips constantly moving, her slightly puffed cheeks, everything was beautiful. The gentle sea breeze ruffled her hair. She had the feeling that nature was intentionally enhancing her beauty. She wanted to believe that this was what they called nature's blessing. I know I'm beautiful, but it's embarrassing if you keep staring at me. Riviera noticed my gaze, met my eyes, and said that with a mischievous smile. Seriously, she. I sighed and gave a bitter smile. That's too much narcissism. Did I lie? No, then it's not narcissism on my part, just reality. I really can't win against you, wife. Oh, you're learning, husband. As if aware of my thoughts, Riviera tucked a strand of hair behind her long ear. The subtle movement revealed the left side of her face. Then deftly she picked up a shrimp between her fingers. She didn't use a fork, to my surprise. The playful glint in her eyes, shining behind her glasses, gently pointed at me. Okay, Saya. I was briefly shocked. There she was, miming eating with her mouth, urging me to do the same. I raised an eyebrow, quite perplexed. Are you going to feed me? I'm not 5 years old. At my words full of logic, Riviera frowned. A clear anger appeared on the surface of her beautiful eyes, and she spoke in a cold tone. No, it was more of an order than mere words. Open your mouth. I opened my mouth. It wasn't that I was afraid of her. I simply believed it was better to obey her than to deal with her anger. It's not fear, it's cunning. While being fed by a happy Riviera, the look in his eyes suddenly softened, contemplating my every move. He fed me a couple more times, then without any shame, he licked the shrimp sauce stuck to his fingertips. He turned his attention to the sea, taking in the peaceful waves. Those calm waves barely reached our feet, giving a cool and pleasant sensation. Can I ask you a question? He said suddenly, still watching the sunset falling over the horizon. The reddish light reflected off the calm surface of the ocean, painting its colors with an ephemeral beauty. I stopped looking at her and appreciated the sunset. Then I nodded, and her words came out as if they were waiting for my reply before emerging with force. The woman you long for, your first love. My heart jumped unexpectedly. I felt a cold sweat run down my back as I listened to her. Slowly, Riviera stopped appreciating the frugal beauty of the setting sun and turned to look at me. I did the same reflexively. Under the increasingly crimson light, it was just the two of us. A silent world created by the connection of our gazes, a bridge of communication with a language only we could understand. Her eyes, like precious gems of the highest value, showed a slight tremor within the fantastical brightness of the jade. Is that woman Aizus? Without realizing it, I had a lump in my throat. I looked at my reflection in Riviera's eyes. The expression on my face wasn't significant, but she seemed to get a response from just that. I see. She stopped looking at me and returned her attention to the sunset. His sudden silence made me question my own thoughts. Actually, I wasn't that surprised that she knew about Aizus. It was shocking, but I hoped she wouldn't mention it, because someone like her would definitely have figured it out after my conversation with Aizus at my friend's farewell party. I didn't want to talk about it, mainly because I didn't know how to feel about it. I closed my eyes. In the vast darkness, the memory of my conversation with Aizus took shape and colors on the dark canvas that was my mind. After knocking Hermes to sleep, Belle returned inside the mansion by the fireplace. The atmosphere was still just as lively, even more so because of the apparent lesson Hermes had learned. They were all chatting calmly, sharing laughs and anecdotes influenced by alcohol. When Belle thought he would finally have some peace and enjoy the rest of the evening, he turned his gaze to the right. There sat Aizus beside him, silent and staring intently. Her golden eyes reflected Belle's uncomfortable expression. He didn't know how to react. Aizus also seemed uncomfortable, but it was hard to tell because of how vague the expression was on her porcelain face. No matter how much time passed, she said nothing, and neither did Belle. It was then that Riviera, who until now had maintained a friendly conversation with Ina, Mikoto, and Haruhime, approached the two after noticing the uncomfortable atmosphere surrounding them. Her lips showed a soft smile. What's wrong with you two? He asked as he took a seat between the two of them. Aizus and Belle blinked, unsure what to say or do. Seeing them act that way, Riviera sighed and looked out the window at the main garden. Outside, night had already fallen. It must be awkward since they recently clashed. Aizus is probably wondering about Belle's connection to the Xenos, and Belle might be hesitant to interact with someone who indirectly caused Ween's death. Although Belle's attitude around Aizus is unusual. For some time now, Riviera had noticed Belle's clear change in attitude when training with Aizus. Until now, it had always been a slight suspicion, more like, it's nice to see them getting along so well. However, Riviera couldn't help feeling that perhaps they were getting along a little too well. To begin with, it was strange from the moment Aizus offered to train him. Perhaps, considering how difficult it is for him to express his feelings, he wanted to express something through his specialty, the sword. Riviera sighed once, exasperated by the situation. On one hand, he wanted to help Aizus, whom he cared for deeply, reconcile with one of his few friends. On the other hand, a very small part of him wanted Belle to sever ties with every woman he met. What a disaster. Imagine feeling jealous at my age. Riviera ignored Aizus and Belle's fixed stares. She placed her palm on her chest, feeling a light, gentle throbbing. Alongside that throbbing there was a sharp, painful pain. Then he pointed to the garden through the large window. In the end, his affection for Aizus outweighed the tiny pangs of jealousy in his chest. Isn't it a beautiful starry night, the perfect time to talk and settle any unfinished business? You won't see each other for a while after all. Belle understood Riveria's words instantly. Well, they weren't exactly difficult to understand. Seeing that Aizus didn't say anything, seeming shy, she stood up and held out her hand. Aizus-san, would it be all right if we talked outside? If it's not too much trouble, of course. Aizus looked at him silently. Her golden eyes trembled momentarily, in sync with the slight pain rooted in her chest. To be honest, she felt conflicted about her friendship with Belle after the Xenos incident. That night, after asking him not to leave to stay by her side, and finally seeing his back disappear into the distance, Aizus kept wondering why Belle did what he did back then. Why did he choose a monster and not her? Why didn't he take her hand? Silently, he looked at Belle's outstretched hand. His palm, both soft and robust in appearance, bore the marks of his efforts in every training session they had. That hand, which was proof of the path she had taken, was reaching out to her right now. Now that the same hand she so longed for was extended towards her, she didn't know what to do. Riviera noticed this indecision, and with some annoyance in his eyes at how inept Aizus was in situations like this, he hit him in the side with his elbow. Go. She said gently, but with enough force to prevent him from refusing and to stop him from doubting. Aizus nodded awkwardly and took Belle's hand. They both stepped out into the garden immediately afterward, where they were greeted by the cool night breeze. As Riviera said, the sky was painted by starlight. At its center, the moon shone a dim light unobstructed by the glow of the stars around it. The night breeze caressed the leaves of the garden trees, creating a soothing sound. The flowers were bathed in the pale moonlight, and the lawn swayed gently from side to side. In the middle of the scene, Belle walked to the center and sat down on the grass. Aizus did the same, still gazing at the starry sky and the moon in the center. She drew her legs up and hugged them, resting her chin on them. The sky was reflected in her golden eyes. Belle looked at him out of the corner of his vision. Right now, he was alone with the girl he admired, and although he was now confused about his feelings, she was still the girl he once longed for. Aizus continued to gaze at the dark sky and its stars. The moonlight bathed her figure, her golden hair shining in contrast to the pale blue. The silence wasn't awkward, rather pleasant. However, it had to be broken, and the matter shouldn't be prolonged any further. Belle decided to start with a basic question. How have you been? Good, I see. The result did not change. Both of them had their own internal conflicts that made it difficult for them to speak comfortably. No matter how much they wanted to say or complain, nothing came out of their mouths. But someone had to say something, in this case. I'm sorry, Aizus offered an almost inaudible apology. If it weren't for the quiet of the night, Belle really wouldn't have heard it. Do you feel it? Aizus nodded in response to Belle's question. Before he could ask why, she continued, I lied to you. I'm not okay. Belle opened his eyes in clear surprise. She never expected Aizus to be so open. If someone had told her, she would have laughed and said it was impossible. Aizus lowered her gaze, observing the dancing grass. I didn't say anything because everyone agreed not to mention what happened that night. I thought it was the right thing to do because I wouldn't see you for a while, but I want to know. I want to know why you left without explaining anything. I'm quite confused, Belle. Suddenly, Aizus placed the palm of her hand on her chest, right over her heart. That spot ached every time she remembered what happened that night. Belle remained silent, gazing with a touch of guilt at Aizus' suffering figure. If it were a painting, it would perfectly capture the feeling of pain and doubt. Hearing her talk so much was also striking. Not strange, just unusual. He rarely spoke, but when he did, Belle was aware of this because they had engaged in too many conversations during training after he'd taken a one-sided beating. In fact, depending on the situation, Belle considered Aizus to be a moderate chatterbox, but she had never spoken about her feelings in such depth. At most, she gave short, easily misinterpreted answers. It seems I was very inconsiderate of you, Aizus-san. Yes, I'm sure you have many questions. Yeah, I don't know if I'll be able to answer all your questions, but feel free to ask. If it's something I can clarify, I will. Aizus nodded almost instantly. Belle thought she would quickly ask a question, considering she seemed genuinely curious to the point of calling him desperately curious. However, completely contrary to what he expected, Aizus seemed to act a little shy. This side of her was rarely seen even by him, who spent time with her daily for training. Aizus played with her fingertips for a few seconds and, as if sending a shy glance, asked, "Can I lie down on your lap? Where did he get these kinds of attacks from?" Belle wanted to protest, because it wasn't fair that he attacked so suddenly just like that. It would be easier for him to stop a thrust from Aizus' signature rapier than these dangerous words. Also, Belle looked over his shoulder, observing the window that offered a glimpse of the lively interior of the fireplace-filled mansion. In the corner of that window, a silhouette could be seen, obscured by the lighting from the main hall. But even though it was shrouded in shadows, Belle knew perfectly well who it was. Riviera has been watching us for a while now, especially me, and not with good intentions. The gaze Belle felt piercing his back like rusty knives seemed to say, "Make a suspicious move and I'll freeze you." He couldn't rest easy with his wife watching from afar. More than anything, a feeling of adultery stirred within her. Was this similar to the scene where the wife discovers her unfaithful husband with another woman? No. For starters, she was the one who instigated this situation, not Belle. But Riviera might not attach any importance to that and would continue to blame me. Belle shook off those thoughts and returned to reality. Regardless of what Riviera thought, Belle couldn't find a way to refuse Aizus' request. No, did he have a reason to refuse in the first place? Even if he did, he wouldn't use them. Why, I mean, I don't have a problem with it, but you asking so suddenly, it took me by surprise, haha. Aizus did not change her expression, and as if it were a natural fact, she answered, I'm the one who always gives you lap pillows. I wanted to know how it feels. Ah, then that's fine, I guess. Aizus wasted no time and settled herself onto Belle's lap. She showed no consideration, as if she were confidently entering his room. Belle froze, of course, but managed to recover. After coughing discreetly, he asked, So what do you want to know? I want to know everything. Well, if you mean everything, where should I begin? Ah, then. Belle began to explain the Xenos case. It was difficult at first, but after telling himself that Aizus was trustworthy and that he had the right to know because of all the help he had given him, he told everything without hiding anything. From the first meeting to the farewell. Aizus also asked about their fight. No, rather, she apologized for attacking him and trying to restrain him. At that moment, she just wanted him to stay by her side. Belle also apologized. He said he could have handled things differently, and Aizus accepted that quite readily. Time passed quickly. Aizus enjoyed the comfort and warmth of Belle's lap, and Belle enjoyed the quiet conversation he had with his longing. At the same time, she thought it was time to let go of those feelings. Aizus was not on the same page as him. No, it was more accurate to say that Belle was no longer on her level. At least that's what he thought after experiencing so many things with another woman and not with Aizus. He didn't blame Riviera, nor did he blame Asfi. If he had to blame someone, then he would blame himself. After all, he was the fool who recklessly took on commitments he couldn't properly handle. If I had been a little selfish then. Right now, this moment might have had a different meaning for her heart. Instead, it felt one-sided. Aizus, yeah, after a long talk and after explaining most of the Xenos incident, Belle looked into Aizus' eyes. From her position, her golden eyes gazed at him intently. What am I to you? A crucial question, but at the same time, a pointless one. Even if she gave a positive answer, Belle couldn't do anything about it. It would only make her feel more guilty. Thinking, actually, I think I like you, Belle, and knowing that, but I'm engaged, left a bitter taste in his mouth. That's why his question was pointless. Because regardless of the answer, the outcome would remain the same. Destiny is absolute. In the end, he couldn't just give Riviera a child and then run away with Aizus to a faraway place to live happily ever after. After the planned pregnancy came responsibility. He had to take responsibility and fulfill his duties as a father as well as a husband. That was the purpose of the trip he would take with Riviera tomorrow morning. In the process of falling in love with each other, Belle had to put aside his feelings for Aizus, his savior. This greatly distressed him. He felt depressed and had an empty ache in his chest. On one hand, if he tried something with Aizus, it would hurt Riviera, and on the other hand, if he fulfilled his duties as a father and husband to Riviera while also winning over Aizus, it would hurt her. There was only one side to the cliff. If he jumped over the precipice, then he would fall and someone would suffer, whether it was him or one of the two, Aizus or Riviera. I'm sorry, I asked a rather strange question. Please forget it. Belle decided to keep that pain to himself. Time would tell him the right answer, and even if he chose the wrong one, time would surely help him accept it. Aizus spoke. Belle's conflicted expression was reflected in her eyes. Her cheeks were flushed a lovely pink. Her golden hair lay spread across Belle's lap in the grass like roots extending into the earth. You are someone important to me, I think so. That was it then. Belle flashed a smile. That smile masked many of her feelings, but it was the most genuine smile she could have shown. Yes, a genuine smile. While inside she felt like everything was falling apart, at least for her, she genuinely smiled, because it was the least someone like Aizus deserved. A woman he could never reach or whom he gave up on when he had the chance to reach her. Their love, like the stars, continued to shine even after it was extinguished. Yes, you are important to me too. That I'm glad to hear it. How on earth does one recover from this affliction? Belle had never had to endure pain like this. He couldn't bear the agony. She felt as if something was rewriting her soul from the inside. A disgusting feeling. Knowing that Aizus might reciprocate his feelings gave him no sense of satisfaction or accomplishment. Deep down, he thought that someone like her would never feel anything for him. A voice sounded in his thoughts. Why do you think that? He asked. He screamed to himself, because I'm disgusting, a despicable person who has done despicable things, who would be capable of loving him. After staining his hands with blood, did he even have the right to be loved? His response as a human being was to try, even knowing that he would fail. I felt a weight on me accompanied by a familiar softness. You got lost in your thoughts again. Riviera climbed on top of me. Her thighs pressed against my legs and her hands rested on my chest. The sunset was about to disappear over the horizon. Riviera looked at me with soft, almost guilty eyes with the sun setting behind her. I'm sorry, it seems I said something inappropriate, but please let me be curious just this once. I know the answer to the question I asked, but I want to hear it from you. It's not like my answer would change anything. Whether it's yes or no, the fact that we fell in love with each other won't change. At my words, Rivera's lips curved into a smile. One of her hands rested on my cheek, gently caressing it. You're wrong. Even if nothing changes, it still has meaning. Just stop avoiding the topic and answer honestly. In his touch, I sensed a desperate feeling. In her eyes, I noticed a soft, constant tremor. It means a lot to me, he said in an almost broken tone of voice. So please tell me. Yeah, I couldn't ignore her words any longer, not when she was looking at me like that. Just as it was difficult for me, it was for Riviera too. She's one of Aizus' closest friends, after all. I remember hearing her say something about seeing her as a daughter. Of course, it was difficult for her to accept that she now had to be with the man who was in love with this young woman she considered family. Aizu is the woman I love. I see, it's really sad. Don't take this the wrong way, but you don't look sad at all. Her expression showed guilt, not sadness. Riviera curled her lips into a contemptuous smile at my comment, nodding in agreement. Just because it's a sad event doesn't mean I am. If I had to say what I think about it, I'd say it's a shame. A shame. Yes, I sincerely believe you would have been the right one for Aizu, so it's a shame that, entangled by inevitable fate, everything ended this way. After all, we've already reached a point of no return. And even if I wanted to stop here so Aizu could be happy with you, I'd feel guilty. She doesn't deserve half-hearted love. Don't you think the same, Belle? Seeing that you've given up on your love for Aizu, I'm sure you're aware of that fact, that you've already given your virginity to another woman. Yeah, he hit the nail on the head, nor was I surprised that she did it. Riviera was always perceptive at reading people, and even I had to try very hard to keep a few secrets hidden. However, the tension from a moment ago vanished. So did the sorrow on her face and the disdainful smile on her lips. Instead, that smile softened, becoming like the texture of a flower. Can I kiss you? He asked suddenly. I blinked a couple of times, thinking I'd misheard. However, without waiting for a response, Riviera slowly and mesmerizingly brought her lips to mine. What are you doing? I screamed, quite dazed and feeling an extreme heat in my cheeks. I used my hands to push her away, pressing her shoulders back. Was she crazy? You can't do something like that right after hearing about my failed relationship with another woman. As if she could read my mind, Riviera formed a cute pout, reproaching me with her eyes. Her blank stare clearly showed annoyance. Why are you reacting like this? It's only natural that I'd ask for a kiss after hearing you talk about your love for another woman. Call it jealousy if you want. I need to rebuild my trust with kisses. Or do you want me to get angry and freeze you out? I rolled my eyes at her. She wasn't just another woman, she was Aizu, whom she considers family. You can't just call her another woman like that, but I couldn't refute her statement about jealousy. Or could I don't know for sure. Does that strangely make sense? Anyway, stop, we're outdoors, you know. Upon hearing that, Rivera's lips blossomed into an even more radiant smile than before, mixed with a mischievous and flirtatious feeling. We're on an island, Belle. The servants will arrive next week, so even if I undress right now, only you will be able to see me. And even after the servants arrive, can't we give them a few days off for when we want some privacy? Send them to the city and take advantage of the hot springs Miss Anna mentioned. We could even make love on the beach when we finally fall in love. Stop right there, stop. Ha ha ha, look at your face, it's all red. Fufu, did you imagine what I just said, perverted husband? Why I completely fell for his joke. While I felt like my head was about to explode, Riviera laughed openly. The sound of the ocean waves mingled with the tone of her laughter. Her flushed cheeks stood out against the white of her teeth, as did the cherry pink of her lips. The breeze blew and ruffled her hair. The red of the sunset was reflected on the jade green, emitting an intense glow. I watched him laugh. Maybe she made that joke to clear my head. I should be grateful then. No, to begin with, she's the one who made me have such thoughts. It's like thanking the person who plunged their sword into my chest for pulling it out. It makes no sense. It's clearly her fault. Even knowing that, although I seemed annoyed, I couldn't truly get angry. Just seeing her smile calmed my turbulent thoughts. A strange warmth also washed over me. How long will you stay on top of me? It's getting late, let's have dinner. Belle, shut up for a second. What? Suddenly, Riviera took my lips and entwined them with hers in what was an unexpected kiss. Wet and warm, full of intensity, she was really doing whatever she wanted with me. However, this time I made no attempt to push her away. On the contrary, I accepted her lips, mingling with mine in a smooth, steady motion. His tongue burst into my mouth soon after, intertwined with mine. Immersed in the divine sensation of her lips and the agile movements of her tongue dancing with mine, I felt Rivera's caresses on my body. One of his hands ran through my hair, gripping it somewhat roughly as the kiss intensified until we were breathless. His other hand slid swiftly down to my groin. Normally, this was the moment to scream in shame and make a scene before cowardly running away. However, now he couldn't do such a thing. As I said, he had to conceive a child with Riviera. To achieve that result, physical interaction was inevitable. Riviera broke the kiss for a few seconds. Her heavy gasps caressed my face, and while her hand did an excellent job on my lower body, she with a clouded and lost look asked me in a suggestive tone, "Why don't you move those hands?" "Okay, you can touch me until you're satisfied." I regulated my ragged breathing. My chest heaved repeatedly and intensely, and while trying to stifle my own gasps from Riveria's manual labor down there, I answered, "It's getting dark. Isn't nighttime the perfect time to release some stress through physical contact? It'll only be a little, I promise to stop if things get too intense, if you put it that way." I slowly moved my hands and caressed Riveria's body. Her soft, fleshy bottom felt exactly the same as before. The way my hands seemed to fit perfectly with her softness never ceased to fascinate me. A woman's body, Riveria's, was strangely addictive. And Riviera let out a cute moan. She brought one of her hands, the one holding my hair, to her lips, seeming somewhat embarrassed by what she had just done. Her eyes moistened, reflecting intense pleasure with every movement of my hands over her bottom. He rarely heard her moan like that. A tone steeped in desire and a touch of lust, those were words no one would associate with Riveria's reputation. However, she was showing me this picture. Eyes overflowing with desire, her body emitting intense heat, and her lips begging to join with mine. Although she seemed shy, she was moving her hips over my crotch, rubbing her fruit against my lower body. Even though we were clothed, I could feel the intense heat emanating from her private parts, as well as some moisture. "Belle." Suddenly, as if she had given up trying to hide it, Riviera stopped covering her lips and called me in a yearning tone. One of her hands took one of mine, separating it from her buttocks and bringing it towards her crotch. When I instinctively tried to pull my hand away, she applied a little pressure and looked at me. The look in her eyes pleaded with me not to reject her kind invitation. "Just a little, okay, just like last time, use your fingers just a little."
Riviera.
Her voice was completely lost in pleasure. Seeing that I did nothing to move away, she curved her lips into a smile and guided my hand towards her crotch, passing it under her dress and underwear. What I felt next was a mixture of moisture and warmth, as well as a soft, fluffy feel.
This was.
My thoughts exploded on the spot. I was actually touching her most private part, and at Riveria's own suggestion. Upon feeling my touch, Riviera gave up trying to stifle her moans. He dropped his body on top of me, kissing my neck desperately, sometimes biting and other times licking. It's out of control. I had to stop her, I had to do it, but the sensation in my hands clouded my judgment. Before I knew it, I was actually inserting one of my fingers inside. Just the tip, just that, but it was extremely tight. Although quite wet, its interior exerted a pleasurable pressure on my fingertip. Riviera let out more gasps and moans without stopping her kisses and bites on my neck. That would leave marks. But I wasn't in the right frame of mind to think about such things. Riveria's body began to heat up even more, radiating a comfortable and comforting warmth. Shortly after feeling me insert only the tips of my fingers, she tried to devour him by swaying her hips. However, that's enough. I felt the situation was becoming dangerous. If she continued to be this aggressive and hot-headed, I really could lose control of myself and cross the line. That absolutely should not have happened. We had to develop mutual romantic feelings before crossing that line. Riviera looked at me silently. I had separated from her, taking my hand from her crotch and grabbing her shoulders to push her away. Perhaps she was annoyed. Her expression seemed to say, I was about to, looking disappointed. However, that expression, lost in desire, quickly disappeared, being replaced by an embarrassed one. Looks like I got a little carried away. A little, I wanted to ask with obvious sarcasm, but it wasn't as if I were blameless. After all, if it weren't for our promise, I might have crossed the line today. It's okay, it's something that will pass with time, you don't have to apologize, is that so? Riviera coughed discreetly, trying to quell the blush on her face as she got off me and returned to her seat. We remained silent for a while. The sky was already dark. The sunset disappeared over the horizon, giving way to the night. Feeling the night breeze off the sea, Riviera stood up. Her summer dress billowed in the air, revealing for a few moments her shapely thighs. I'll start preparing dinner. Anna said there should be something in the kitchen at least for tonight. I'll see what I can make with what I find. Tomorrow we can go into town and do some shopping. Clear, aren't you coming? I'm sorry, I'll be here a little longer. I'll be right there. If that's what you want, fine. Without saying anything else, Riviera walked toward the house behind us. Just when I thought she was gone, her footsteps on the sand led back toward me. Belle, yeah. She hugged me from behind, pressing her breasts against my back and resting her chin on my shoulder. Because of the closeness, I could feel her warm breath on my ear. Can I confess something? Feel free. I'm your husband after all. After thinking about it for a bit, Riviera brought her lips as close as possible to my ears, brushing against their softness. Then, in a mischievous and hexy tone, she whispered, I'm going to masturbate. If you want, you can come and see. Just for tonight, I won't say anything if you want to watch. Right after saying those words, he walked away from me. I could hear her quick footsteps on the sand, moving away rapidly. What did he say? My heart beat strongly. I felt my face burning fiercely. Just now I received such a crazy and daring invitation. Was he going to masturbate? I never imagined hearing that word coming out of the mouth of someone like Riviera. Was it perhaps to appease his unfulfilled desires because I refused to continue what we were doing? Even if that was it, inviting me to see her. I'm going crazy. To be honest, part of me wanted to get up and go to her room, but if I did. Just imagining it was problematic. The possibility of seeing her exposed, using her hands there and hearing her moan. Seeing her expression lost in pleasure and her eyes overflowing with desire looking at me, inviting me in. That scene in my mind was enough to make me swallow hard, so I didn't want to know what would happen if I went to her room right now. Above all, in our previous heated exchange, her eyes looked at me with desire, but not with loving eyes. If I had to say why I didn't go further and cross the line, that's what I would say. She still didn't look at me with love. So I clung to my will, to the rational and sensible part of me that said, be a gentleman, and I stayed right there watching the calm surf on the beach. The moon was reflected on the sea, and as time passed, the scene of Riviera pleasuring herself became less clear in my mind. Then, when enough time had passed, the memories flooded back. When the cold replaced the heat, I took a couple of necklaces out of my pocket and gazed at the tranquility of the beach. Almost 3 hours later, Riviera went back to the beach. She was wearing loose white pants and a matching bra covering her chest. Her flat stomach was visible, but she didn't exude an erotic appearance but rather a refined one. After pleasuring herself, taking a cold bath to calm her fever and finally preparing dinner, she went out in search of Bell, noticing his absence. She thought perhaps her shy husband had decided to sleep on the beach sand, fearing he'd fallen into a trap if he went back inside the cabin. However, that idea vanished when she ran into Bell, a little far from where they were 3 hours ago, sitting on the sand and looking towards the sea. Riviera didn't need to see him face to face to know that something was wrong. Although there were a couple of empty liquor bottles scattered on the sand, that wasn't what made him think something was wrong. Wait, when did she buy alcohol behind my back? I'm sure there wasn't any in the kitchen, and the underground wine cellar is still locked until tomorrow when we get the key. Riviera stopped its advance shortly before reaching Bell, about 20 meters away perhaps. Watching her husband, who seemed to be going down the path of a hardened drunkard, she couldn't help but feel a hint of helplessness, because her husband's back, usually firm and strong, now seemed so small. Lost in his own sadness, he stared at the cold, calm waves of the beach. His body trembled slightly as if he were holding back tears. Although it appeared still from Riviera's point of view, it seemed to be falling to pieces. Eventually, she approached slowly and silently. Bell didn't notice her, even though Riviera was staring at him. He didn't even realize she was there. The sand beneath Rivera's feet crunched. Her heart began to pound, and when her trembling pupils finally reached her husband's forehead, she gasped. Bell, there he was, holding a pair of necklaces adorned with half a teardrop of vouivre each, a desperate expression and a lonely smile. He slowly looked at Riviera. His eyes, devoid of light, radiated a deep sadness and intense regret. Riviera, what's happening? I'm just keeping my promise. I'll be right back, promise, Bell nodded. He took the last bottle he had left and drank what little liquor remained. Then he looked at the teardrop of vouivre split in two. Finally, I brought her to the sea. Wenne wanted to meet him. Riviera bit her lip. He remembered the words Bell said just before arriving in Marin. Right now he was staring at a fixed point, battling with his thoughts and judging by the number of bottles seemingly losing against them. A pang of guilt arose in her chest, but she did not dare to offer words of comfort. Simply, without saying a word, she sat down next to her husband, hugging him from the side and gazed at the waves of the sea beside him. Over time, Bell's body trembled. Only then, like a lost ship searching for a lighthouse, did he bring his face to Rivera's chest. She greeted him warmly, stroking his hair and back. Rivera's heart faltered, succumbing to the guilt that overwhelmed her. That's why she clung even tighter to Bell, whispering that everything would be all right, that he should leave the rest to her. He would make sure this worked. That's why desperately she hugged him tightly to her chest, refusing to let go, because she thought that if she did, he would embark on a journey of no return. Even though his body was with her, she feared that his mind, his soul, would go to a distant place. SS Special Lethal Beauty. Knowing that I didn't have the courage to do what was necessary made me feel horribly. But suffering and problems are what keep a man alive. Bellcranel. I entered the main room. My burning body wouldn't let me think clearly. I only knew that it was urgently asking me to satisfy the desires that produced that unquenchable heat. I walked weakly to the bed, staggering and falling onto the mattress as soon as I reached it. I took off my dress, acting desperate, as if the coolness of the room would calm the heat emitted by my body. But he didn't. The coolness of the sheets quickly faded, absorbing my heat. A comfortable sweat like a gentle rain covered my body in seconds. My hands wandered over my skin. My breath became visible, obstructing my vision already blurred by excitement. Unable to control the whirlwind of emotions emerging inside me, my hands, which wandered and caressed my skin, found their way to the right places. I gently caressed that spot, making circular movements over the outer lips, which were already quite moist. I hate this, but it feels so good. It was all his fault. Ever since we started getting intimate, things like this used to happen when I ovulated. My hormones would surge, yearning for his touch and affection, if only he would come. My remaining hand focused on one of my breasts. I lightly squeezed the nipple, then gently kneaded it. The electric shocks coursing through my body made strange sounds escape my mouth. If I knocked on the door. My fingers, usually tending to the outer folds of my groin, explored a little deeper, reaching the inner folds. The moisture wasn't enough to make it easy. It was tight. I very rarely gave myself pleasure in such a shameful way, and all of those times began shortly after my marriage to Belle. But even though it was embarrassing and humiliating, he couldn't deny the fact that it felt good. It was the only way to soothe the burning heat that was rising in that area. Slowly, I inserted the tip of my finger. Although it was at the same depth that Belle had reached a short while ago, the sensation was different, like heaven and earth. It felt good, but it wasn't enough. The sensation and pleasure I felt when he put his fingers inside me was completely different, richer. I'm going crazy. I couldn't hold back the lascivious moans that escaped my lips. I felt a tingling on my lips which longed for the warm touch of Belle's lips. Just as my groin desired his fingers, my lips desired his. That's why I still had the desire for him to knock on the door, asking to come in and keep me company, lending his warmth and his body. However, time passed, and as much as I wished it, he didn't knock on the door. Despite my invitation, he didn't come. Coward. It was the best. Part of me knew that if he came, we would cross the line. He knew me well enough to know that, right now, I wouldn't be able to control my instincts and I would end up devouring him, even if he resisted. If it was to calm this intense desire, then it was okay to cross the line. That's why it was better that he didn't come, even though I regretted it. It was better to calm these impure desires by pleasing myself, shedding moans and gasps that no one would hear, that he wouldn't hear. My body twisted with each spasm. I was about to reach climax but couldn't because I lacked his touch, his love. If it were him, a couple of minutes would have been enough to reach the peak of pleasure, and the scenario where he played with my body for half an hour would not have happened. I breathed heavily, staring at the ceiling of the room, trying to control my breathing. My sweaty body soon felt refreshed, free from the scorching heat that had tormented it before. The pearly drops of sweat emitted a pleasant coolness thanks to the breeze that slipped in through the open window. Even though the sheets were soaked with my fluids, they didn't feel uncomfortable. Or rather, it wasn't that they didn't feel uncomfortable, I just couldn't think about the sensation. Now he was experiencing the wise mode. That brief moment of regret, where you reflected on your past mistakes and analyzed yourself completely, knowing that you could have done things differently. I hate this. Did I cross the line? Maybe I was being too aggressive and that aggression could end up hurting him. He doesn't seem to dislike it. Rather, he seems to be respecting our agreement to make love when our feelings are mutual. Perhaps things would move faster if I admitted my feelings and confessed them to him, but I was afraid he would give me a half-hearted answer. She didn't want to know the taste of being rejected. I am aware that ending up together is inevitable, that it is written in stone and dictated by fate, but I hated the idea that their love was forced. A bitter and unpleasant taste. What could I do to make him fall in love with me? How could I make him fall at my feet, completely captivated by my charms? I had never tried flirting before. Not out of narcissism, knowing that any man would fall for my beauty, but because I had never met anyone who motivated me to try. Until now. Although we were strangers, now we know more about each other than we know ourselves. Just as I knew parts of him that he didn't, he knew parts of me that I didn't. I let out a bitter sigh. The warmth in my body finally faded away, and now all that was left was to change the sheets, take a bath, prepare dinner, and go out to confront the coward I had for a husband. I'll tease him a little. It's nice how cute he can be when I corner him with my charms. I closed my eyes and took a breath, then set about cleaning up the mess I'd made on the bed. Maybe I should order another mattress too. As I was thinking that with sorrow and shame, the sound of the door being knocked on reached my ears. I jumped reflexively, surprised. It just can't be, did he finally come? Even though it was already late, 30 minutes late, if he came in through the door and asked to see me pleasuring myself, it would be difficult to refuse. The mere thought of being stared at by her beautiful eyes while I did something so obscene began to arouse me once again. Belle, I called him in a seemingly disinterested tone, trying to sound oblivious to the reason for his visit. I could already feel my lips curling into an impatient smile. I'm not Belle. However, the voice on the other side of the door was not Belle's. It belonged to a man, but not to me. Who are you? All thoughts vanished from my head, and with a cold demeanor and a sharp gaze, I asked in a dry tone. While waiting for an answer, I looked for my clothes and got dressed. My goddess has sent me. No further explanation was needed. There was simply an entity crazy and reckless enough to send one of its employees to knock on my door in the middle of the night. Freya. Unlike before, my body burned with a clear feeling of anger. I did my best to restrain my impulses, and without changing my tone of voice, I asked. What do you want? I have a message. How long have you been there? Enough. You're quite noisy, Miss Riviera, this guy. I clenched my hands tightly and walked to the door, opening it abruptly and revealing the stupid man who dared to utter such bold and humiliating words to me. On the other side, I found a human of ordinary appearance. Brown hair, plain black eyes, and an arrogant expression. The Freya family emblem was embroidered on the chest of his uniform. The usual serenity suddenly vanished, and without containing the clear disgust and anger boiling in my blood, I spoke. "Who do you think you are, you bastard? Say that damn message quickly, and watch the sarcasm in your tone if you don't want to freeze to death." The man gave a slight, rather superficial bow. He felt no respect for her whatsoever and instead felt mocked. Right up until the end, he was tempting fate. "My goddess wishes to kindly remind you of the agreement you reached. Please do not cross the line. Otherwise, the outcome could be painful for several people." He also personally asked me to tell him that if he goes too far again as he has today, he will expose his shameful side to the city through a divine mirror. They sounded like the words that woman would say. Relentless, direct, and with every intention of offending, knowing that no one could do anything to make her retract her statement. The man in front of me didn't seem any different. The smile on her lips exuded clear malice as if she were mocking me. Her comments about having overheard me earlier were also for the same purpose. Only. "You has made a mistake. Yes, Miss Riviera." His tone sounded just as rude as before, and his gaze, once presumptuous, now wandered over my body as if he were a professional critic. I remained calm and focused on the place. There didn't seem to be anyone else around, and Belle was probably too deep in thought to come right now. So, why did he send you, huh? What conviction do you live with that has made you so reckless in front of me, believing that I will not do anything to you just because you are from a prestigious family? Conviction? The question is offensive. This wannabe man made a face of disgust, looking at me as if I were the stranger here. My conviction is to serve and be of use to my goddess. So you know why he sent you, isn't it obvious? I've proven myself trustworthy. No, huh? People often immerse themselves in their own worlds, created for their convenience, where they are right and are the center of everything. They kept lying to each other, so at some point they ended up believing that those lies were real. He was one of them. That conviction, not even your goddess values it, and that's no different than saying it's worthless. If one's conviction is the meaning of life, then your life is worthless. That's why she sent you. You are worthless. Your existence is governed by the impure desire you have for that goddess, and yet, having you close by and seeing the effort you put into capturing her attention, she doesn't even glance at you. Instead, she's obsessed with a man who isn't even interested in her. A man who hasn't surrendered his body, soul, and will to her, unlike you, and yet she prefers him above all the others who have made the same mistake as you, surrendering their lives to him. It's quite sad, but also pathetic. How does it feel to see the attention you so desperately crave being lavished on someone who shows no interest? It must be hard. I'm sure you've even cried about it. I suggest you stop, miss. That tone is better, but it won't erase your previous bad manners. Anyway, I've strayed a bit from what I wanted to ask. May I? What is it? I wasn't as good as Belle at discerning the feelings lodged in people's eyes, but right now, this pitiful, pathetic man was looking at me with clear hostility and resentment. Her pupils trembled, her teeth clenched tightly, and the veins stood out at her temples. Everything about him exuded an anger as clear as water. I looked at him without interest, controlling the mana in my body, and asked, "After humiliating me like that, what makes you think you'll come back alive? I'm sure that goddess is watching this right now, probably with a smile on her face. Whether you return or not is irrelevant. What matters is that you delivered the message. You've already been the most useful you can be to her, and it's unfortunate that your usefulness has been something as insignificant as delivering a stupid message. Any last words? You could confess your feelings to that goddess you idolize so much. Bitch, you think it'll be that easy. By the time he tried to make a move, he was already encased in ice." The annoyed expression on his face was also tinged with humiliation, so I sighed, satisfied with the outcome. I'll have to throw it into the sea behind Belle's back. Now all that was left was to change the sheets, take a bath, prepare dinner, and go out to look for my absent husband. However, before even going back to the room, I stared into space. "I received your message, so receive mine, Goddess Freya. Don't cross the line either." That strange feeling of being watched faded away a few seconds later. Chapter 25, The Great Liar Who Talks in His Sleep. He was not yet dead, only in a state of rapid deterioration. Not all nights are sad, but some are. Sometimes you know why, sometimes you don't, they just happen. Sometimes you long to escape to another landscape. Sometimes you don't, you simply endure, swallowing knots as tight as fists. Sometimes solitude is the best companion, and sometimes a hug would suffice. Bellcranel. A soft breath kept hitting my face, caressing me with its warmth again and again. When I opened my eyes, I was met with Rivera's face, adorned with a peaceful expression. Even though she was usually the one who woke up first, she was still sleeping soundly. Her chest rose and fell slowly, and along with that movement, her eyelids trembled slightly. "Ah, that's right, he comforted me until late last night. In the end, we went back to the cabin and slept without even having dinner." Rivera's hair was a little messy, but that didn't stop her from looking radiantly beautiful. Her arms were around my waist, and we were so close I could feel the comfortable warmth of her body. Slowly, I freed myself from his grip and stretched out my own body. I was somewhat numb with slight headaches from the bottles of liquor I had carelessly emptied. As I sat down, I got a full view of Riviera. Indeed, she was naked. Not exactly naked, actually. She was wearing a loose nightgown, but the laces, which are supposed to be fastened at the shoulders, were dangling and revealing a large part of her breasts. It went without saying that Riviera didn't usually wear underwear to bed. In her own words, she found it more comfortable to wear just a nightgown. I swallowed. My blurry vision cleared completely, and now I could perfectly see the pink edge of her nipple. She acts nonchalant even when we're sleeping together. Seriously, I don't know if she does it on purpose or if she's just not aware of the danger. I'm still a man, you know. If you tempt me sooner or later, I'll fall for it. I stopped looking at her chest for a second and looked at her face. Her peaceful expression made it clear from a distance that she was still fast asleep. After looking at her a little longer and making sure she wasn't faking it, I returned my attention to her chest. I moved my hand to that forbidden place and slowly took the pendants from her nightgown, placing them over her shoulder and covering her exposed breast. This woman is something else. I sighed, somewhat irritated. The heat in my cheeks and the pounding of my heart were becoming increasingly bothersome. Then, as I tried to get up, a playful though somewhat hexy voice reached my ears. Wow, I thought you'd try to grope me at least a little, but to think you acted like such a gentleman. You really are the perfect husband prospect, darling. As I suspected, she was pretending to be asleep. Did those straps even fall down naturally? She probably pulled them down and exposed her chest herself. I'm going to take a bath. Hey, don't get mad, it was just a little joke. Yes, yes. Leave me alone, don't ignore me, Belle. How noisy. Hey, I tried to stand my ground, but when I continued to ignore her, Riviera got quite upset, following me into the bathroom and forcing me to shower with her. Mental note, don't make her angry in the mornings. After slowly burning Riviera's naked, wet body and her actively mocking my reactions, we left and boarded the boat that was given to us next to the property. How on earth am I supposed to run a ship? We didn't have a captain available, and the crew, which included several specialists for the upkeep of the entire island, wouldn't arrive for 6 days. I'm starving. I lowered my gaze at Riviera's words. She was really doing her best to make fun of me. It's not like I wasn't entirely to blame. Last night, even though she didn't reproach me and ended up comforting me, it was still my fault that we went straight to bed and the food spoiled. I'll take care of it, I said confidently. Riviera clapped happily, encouraging me with a lovely smile. We were both on the platform attached to the helm, preparing to sail provisionally. The wind was blowing hard, shaking Riviera's hair and dress. The lemon yellow one-piece dress with a palm tree print along the hem reached just below her knees, revealing her calves and arms. She paired it with a wide-brimmed hat and round sunglasses. You look beautiful. Oh, are you praising me to cover up the fact that you don't know how to sail a ship? Well, I was right, but I wasn't lying when I said she looked pretty. If she cooperated a little, then navigating this thing would be much easier. Hey, my body jumped at Riviera's call. Had she discovered my inner grievances about her? I turned to her, and instead of the annoyed expression and cold stare I expected, she stretched out her arm and pointed towards the stern, the back of the ship. Shouldn't you raise the anchor before attempting to sail this? Fufu, you look so cute when you blush. What did this woman want from me? It's not like there was a manual on how to sail a ship in the pamphlet they showed us the other day. I walked to the stern and raised the anchor. I seriously wondered how something so light was able to hold a ship of this size in place. Wouldn't it be easier to grab an oar and push it then? While thinking such nonsense, I returned to the helm where Riviera was waiting for me. Her lips were set in an expectant smile. I took the helm. What now? I removed the anchor, but this thing still hasn't moved. Was it really just decoration? The wind picked up again, tossing my hair. I wish it would rock the ship and push it to the harbor of Marin. Shortly afterwards, when I was about to choose to swim to Marin, Riviera's lovely and irritating mocking laughter arrived. Shouldn't you set sail, Belle? You don't happen to know how to navigate this thing, do you? MH maybe. It turned out to be true that she knew how to navigate. I was outraged, of course, but Riviera rushed towards me, wrapping her arms around me and burying my face in her chest. After she stroked my hair a few times and her scent of fresh roses filled my nostrils, I accepted her apology. After that, she took the position of captain and I that of common sailor, following her instructions and setting the ship in motion. The trip took about 15 minutes thanks to my wife's capable hands and experience. After arriving at the port, I dropped anchor and we made sure the boat was properly positioned. The place was a kind of exclusive parking lot for us since we owned the island. The first thing we did, of course, was look for a good place to have breakfast. Although Marin is known as a port city, it's also famous for its variety of seafood dishes. While seafood wasn't exactly what you'd call breakfast, it was obvious that the long chain of restaurants had a coffee shop or two. Riviera took my hand and walked beside me. Her dress billowed in the wind, not revealing much but captivating the passers-by. All the men stared at her in amazement, wondering when such a beauty had arrived in town. That alone confirmed that Anna, the real estate agent, had kept our identities secret just as we'd requested. Suddenly, when I saw a decent and ideal place for a good breakfast, Riviera came even closer to me and planted a kiss on my cheek. Huh, wait, what's that about? Fufu, I thought you'd be annoyed by other people's stares, so I wanted to show that I'm with you. Jealous, me. HMPH, I'm not a kid, Riviera. I consider myself quite mature and feeling jealous isn't my thing. As I was walking, I received a kick in my right leg. Apparently, Riviera was displeased with my words. I felt the heaviness of his gaze. May I ask why? HMPH, silly man, just tell me why. Come on, I'm starving. Hey, Riviera took a couple of steps ahead, letting go of my hand and crossing her arms as she quickened her pace. Foolishly, I followed her, still feeling the burning in my leg. She might have seemed fragile, but she possessed considerable strength that didn't befit a mage. When we entered the shop, a young beastman greeted us with a friendly smile. Her eyes sparkled at the sight of Riviera's refined beauty. She had that same look, the same one I had when I read heroic tales or when I first saw a renowned adventure when I first arrived in Aario. Table for two, he asked in a soft but attentive tone. Riviera looked at me over her shoulder, reproaching me with a cute and adorable frown. Then turning to the young hostess, she nodded. Yes, a table for two, please follow me. I saved myself a sigh and followed them in silence. The young beastman led us to a table located on the edge of the place, right in front of the railing that overlooked the sea. Perhaps it was because of this magnificent view that the place was so crowded. The waitresses went back and forth, carrying dishes and taking down customer orders. Your order will be taken right away. Please enjoy your meal and the service.
Thank you, thank you.
When I offered my thanks in a lackluster tone, Riviera glared at me. My skin prickled. I could almost see the silhouette of a dragon emanating from her body. What now? Nothing, he said in an annoyed tone, turning his gaze to the menu. Was she still upset about the jealousy issue? Give me a break, woman. Well, putting that aside, even here. I glanced at one of the tables in particular. 4 men, no older than 20, were staring intently at our table. Riviera seemed oblivious to the stares, thanks to the drama she was creating with me, which was a good thing. If she had noticed them, she would hardly have missed such blatant and rude looks. Sometimes being beautiful is a problem, huh? I guess it's fine as long as they don't try anything stupid. Have you made up your mind? Huh? I'm talking about what you're going to order. You haven't even looked at the menu. What are you checking out another woman with your wife right in front of you? You've got nerve, I'll admit. Please stop labeling me as someone who would do that. As for what I'm going to ask for him. I looked at the breakfast section of the menu. The essential item was papaya juice, and if I wanted something that would go well with that, then the right choice would be a grilled chicken sandwich. Eating too much wasn't wise, considering that after leaving here we would go to buy what was missing at home for daily life. Shortly after, a waitress arrived and took our orders. She too was captivated by Riviera's natural beauty, like that of a cool and noble queen. I gazed at the sea in silence. Riviera showed no signs of wanting to start a conversation, and sometimes it was best not to insist, otherwise you might get hit. Taking a step back was the right thing to do here. Although every now and then I did glance back at her. He used to gaze at the sea, but I noticed he played with his hands a lot. In particular, he would run one of his fingers over the ring finger of his other hand. His gaze when he did it gave off a bitter and discouraged feeling. What happens now? Breakfast arrived about 10 minutes later, during which I didn't exchange a single word with Riviera. Well, I could remedy that after eating something. That's what I thought, and to my surprise, my plate, where the toasted sandwich with grilled chicken that I was about to devour was resting, was suddenly pulled away. I looked at Riviera sitting opposite me. I saw her with a vile look in her eyes take my sandwich and give it a small bite. It's good, he said shamelessly. Here, try mine. Riviera slid her plate toward me and I looked skeptical. After all, she only ordered a salad. A salad? Riviera, did I do something to upset you? This is really delicious. Did you use some kind of seafood seasoning on the chicken? It's innovative. She just ignored me and kept eating my sandwich. How could someone be so cruel? I gave up trying to get my food back and stared at the salad in front of me. I drizzled the dressing over me and picked up my fork, poking a few times and bringing what was left on the fork to my mouth. I never understood why people invented a dish like this. Salad was better as a side dish than as a main course. Nobody in the world would get full from just a few herbs and leaves. I chewed hard, trying to show my displeasure. I thought Riviera would laugh and that would lighten the mood a bit, but she continued to ignore me as she ate my sandwich.
Tusk, she knows how to get under my skin.
I sighed. I'm not a child, so this wouldn't break me. Try again another day, elf. Excuse me. I called over one of the waitresses who was passing by, intending to order something else. A dessert would be nice because a salad and papaya juice weren't enough for me.
Yes, would you like to order something, actually?
We want the bill right away. I froze. My lips twisted into a smile and I could almost feel my eyebrows twitching. This. He clearly crossed the line. Riviera naturally avoided my gaze, finishing the last bit of her sandwich. Even if she acted oblivious, I wasn't going to let this go. I didn't quite like this side of him. Why not just say what bothers you and talk it over to find a solution? Pride can be disastrous at times. I stood up, ready to leave. When Riviera noticed that, she extended her hand, but before she could say anything or before I could take a step, some guys approached. They were the same ones who had been staring at him so blatantly a little while ago. Judging by their appearance, they seemed to come from well-to-do families, but how to put it, they looked like your typical third-rate villains. "We couldn't help but notice your beauty, miss. How about spending some time with us? We're about to go to a party in the residential area." One of them took the seat where I had been sitting. Judging by his boldness, he seemed to be the leader of the other three. Did they think Riviera was uncomfortable with me because of how quiet our meal was? Even if that was the case, just showing up and inviting a woman while ignoring their partner was too much. The blood in my body began to boil slowly. "So what do you say, sweetheart? I must refuse. Even though I'm not wearing a ring, I'm engaged." The guy laughed with obvious sarcasm. The other three, who were still standing, came to my side, surrounding me and giving me intimidating looks. These guys. "This brat," the leader pointed at me. "I thought he was a servant or something. I didn't realize he was your fiancé. Oh well, whatever, I don't think he'll refuse to lend you some time." Riviera did not respond and instead looked at me silently. What did that look mean? Of course, I understood it. A while ago, she said something related to this. "Hey, oh, you're still here, brat." People around us noticed the commotion. Before the waitresses could intervene, I grabbed the rude guy's shoulder. "What makes you think you can come here and flirt with my wife and completely ignore me? Even someone as kind as me has their limits." "Haha, this kid is fun, irk." It took no more than 2 seconds for him to faint. It was normal if you suddenly experience pain that your body couldn't handle. Your brain would put you to sleep immediately. Bastard, what the? In 3 more seconds, the remaining bullies were on the ground, foaming at the mouth. Like the waitresses and the rest of the customers, they didn't know what happened, and just like that, their bodies fell limply and plunged into the world of dreams. I looked at them for a few seconds, then turned to Riviera, who was still silently watching me from her seat. If I had to mention one difference, it would be the smile on her lips. Her eyes shone with a touch of pride. I sighed with some irritation, then extended my hand towards her. "Happy, a little." Riviera said it a while ago. She liked how strong he could be, because for her, a man should be able to protect his wife. At that time, she emphasized something about not being my wife, but right now, she didn't seem to care as she held my hand with a lovely smile on her lips. She's seriously something. After paying for breakfast and leaving a tip for the inconvenience, we left the place and continued on our way. Unlike when we entered, Riviera was now holding my hand. We bought an ice cream on the way. Riviera's humor was noticeably better, but for me, the bad taste in my mouth didn't go away. She noticed that, squeezed my hand a little harder, and asked, "What's happening?" "It's no big deal. You're not good at lying. It shows on your face." I remained silent for a few seconds. I certainly felt a discomfort that was difficult to explain, and naturally it showed in my expression even when I smiled. I thought about it for a bit, then I spoke in a low tone. "I think you've been a little rude." I understand you were bothered by my indifference to other people looking at you, but that wasn't a reason for what you did. I can overlook the sandwich, but asking for the check and interrupting me like that." Riviera remained silent. I looked at her. A serious look, trying to convey my sincerity about this matter and that she shouldn't take it as a simple joke. She seemed to understand. "I don't want something like that to happen again. Next time, if I do something that bothers or offends you, talk to me. If you're open about it and we find a solution together, isn't that a perfect path for a couple? Otherwise, to be honest, I don't think I could ever fall in love with someone like that." My face was reflected in Riviera's trembling eyes. Standing beside me and staring intently, his expression made it clear that he hadn't expected something like this from me. Was I perhaps too aggressive? Sincerity used to be sharper than any sword. Even so, it was better to be clear about things from the start. Otherwise, we would have ended up in a toxic relationship with no trust. In that respect, if it was going to end like this, it was better to leave it now. If a third party saw us, they would surely say, "Are you crazy? She's a goddess. What does it matter to put up with her bad temper a little if you can have her by your side?" No, we don't have to endure everything. Patience has its limits and life is meant to be lived, not endured. "I'm sorry." His words took me somewhat by surprise. Honestly, I thought her reaction would be different. I thought she would be outraged or that she would remain silent and ignore my words, but it was quite the opposite. Her face was painted with guilt, and from her moist eyes emanated sincere regret. Seeing her reminded me that Riviera is no child. Her maturity was one of the many charms that drew me to her like burning flames to moths. "It won't happen again, so please forgive me. I'm truly sorry." Oh no. When I tried to stop her, it was too late. Riviera came closer and put her arms around me. The ice cream in her hand, though somewhat warm, radiated its coldness down my back. "Next time you can be sure I'll tell you if something bothers me. I've been childish, I won't deny it, so just this once let it go. But I said I would let it go recently. I know, I just want to confirm it. Okay, no problem, and we should separate, people are staring at us." Riviera moved away upon hearing my words, coughed discreetly, and took my hand again, resuming her walk. Even though she moved forward a little, I could still notice the intense blush at the tips of her ears. I was about to sigh and align my walk with hers, but suddenly, unexpectedly, she turned to me and placed a kiss on my lips. The strawberry flavor of the ice cream lingered noticeably. I froze. She smiled at the silly image she was surely projecting, then licked her own lips. We're engaged. What's wrong with people seeing us acting like lovers? That's. The people around her noticed once again. She could hear them even when they were whispering, pretending to be discreet. But what was most remarkable was how the immense number of eyes that were previously on Riviera disappeared one by one. The blossoming smile on his lips expressed, "Isn't it better when no one sees your wife?" This time I let out a long sigh. I really couldn't beat her. "Let's continue with our day," I suggested, to which Riviera nodded animatedly, pressing herself even closer to my side and squeezing my hand tightly enough that we didn't let go for even a second. The first thing on our to-do list was to stock the pantry with basic supplies to survive a week. After that, Riviera said the servants would take care of those kinds of tasks. So we bought vegetables, fruit, pickles, meat, and dairy products, all this while leaving the boat's location and paying a fee for the transfer. When we finished shopping for food, Riviera dragged me to the commercial area. It was a kind of plaza under a large arbor, and numerous shops were scattered throughout. Since we have a private beach, I need some nice swimsuits to swim in from time to time. I never understood the difference between underwear and swimsuits. You don't need to understand it, dear. Having said that, Riviera took me to the first swimsuit shop she saw. Although putting it that way wasn't exactly accurate, the place itself was divided into sections, one for lingerie, another for dresses, swimwear, and so on. It was a store intended for women. We arrived at the bikini area. Riviera had an expression of excitement as she picked up different outfits from the counters. As if it were natural, he extended one towards me, showing me his first choice. "What do you think?" I read the name of the bikini on the label. Triangle. They were just 3 triangular pieces of fabric meant to cover the breasts and crotch of the wearer. Quite exposed, I must say. But when I imagined him covering Riviera's body, I couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. This is a perfect style for her, especially the triangles that cover her chest. Just by looking at the piece, it was clear that the triangle bikini is very flattering to women with a smaller bust. Riviera isn't flat-chested in that area, not at all, but they were still a size many would consider small. So this bikini would highlight her slim figure as well as create a contrast between her perfect bust and her legs. In short, if she wore this swimsuit, she would look extremely hexy. It's cute. It seems you were thinking something rather rude, but I'll let it slide since you responded positively. Fine, I'll take this one. Great, I was starting to feel uncomfortable, so let's go. What are you taking about? Riviera looked at me strangely. Her pretty face showed bewilderment as she pulled aside the triangle bikini and revealed a completely different one. It would be a waste to buy just one. If I only show you the same one each time, you'll eventually find it boring. It's better to buy enough right now. But what do you think of this one? I couldn't fight anymore, not when Riviera showed that kind of emotion on her face. This was clearly making her happy. Well, I learned from Lily and Hestia-sama that women are happy when they go shopping. I looked at the new bikini while I was thinking about it. This one, in short, was a single piece and had much more fabric than the previous one. In fact, with just a glance, I could be sure that it covered both the abdomen and shoulders completely. It even had long sleeves. However, Shichiki. I looked at the name on the label. As the name suggested, the bottom of the bikini lacked the abundant fabric of the top. In short, it would leave almost the entire backside of whoever wore it exposed. Soon I heard Riviera's mischievous smile. "Fufu, it seems you're imagining strange things, you pervert. Fine, as your wife, I'll oblige and buy it. I didn't say anything. It's not necessary, it's written all over your face. After all, throughout our relationship, you've made it very clear that you're a butt lover. Perverted husband." Our Riviera, perverted husband, perverted husband. Well, I couldn't deny that her butt was pretty cute and hexy, but what could I do? It was her fault for showing it to me and making me caress it every chance I got. I am the victim. Even so, I didn't say anything and followed her from behind as she continued looking at daring swimsuits, because maybe I did want to see her wear that thong, but only a little. While thinking that, and occasionally taking a quick look at her rear end, Riviera continued buying everything she liked, from bikinis with skirts, sarongs, high-cut bottoms, monokinis, and bows. Then she moved on to the lingerie section, and honestly, I almost died at her suggestive looks and how daring the sets she chose were. She didn't even need to try them on to know they'd fit her perfectly. They were daring enough to make me blush just by looking at how little fabric they had. I can choose better after seeing your reactions. Seriously, you're like an open book when it comes to these kinds of things. Fufu, how cute, leave me alone. From the lingerie section, we moved on to the pantyhose and stockings. Indeed, that was a critical point, especially because this time Riviera went into the fitting room and showed me how her beautiful long legs looked covered by those semi-transparent black fabrics. We continued wandering around for a few more hours. Of course, all the purchases were sent to the ship as it was more convenient than carrying everything ourselves. With that much clothing, it was impossible. Let's choose something for you, although I have enough clothes. Those words won't do, you need something appropriate for the area like floral shirts, a pair of shorts and comfortable sandals too, come on. I just wanted to go home. Spending so many hours wandering around and watching Riviera model dangerously beautiful outfits was more tiring than wandering around the dungeon unarmed. Even so, I was dragged into one of the many men's stores. Look for something you like over here, I'll see what's on the other side. All right. Don't go too far, you could get lost, don't treat me like a child. Fufu, what are you talking about, you're only 14 years old, irk. I looked suspiciously at Riviera's back as she moved a few meters away from me, taking clothes from other shelves and looking at them very carefully while murmuring, "It's a little small, or it will fit her well." What did my mother think she was? I stopped looking at her and glanced at the shirts in the area where I'd been dropped off. There were all kinds, the only difference being the prices. Well, it's not like I'm going to pay for it. Riviera is the one who handles the money. This one, and this one. Okay, I'm done. I picked 3 shirts at random, making a visual assessment to see if they would fit me or not. Anyway, it was fine as long as they weren't too flashy. To be honest, I'd always been curious about button-down shirts with floral prints. This was a rare opportunity, so I couldn't pass it up. I turned around looking for Riviera. Just as I thought I saw her hair, a female voice came from behind me. Excuse me, can you help me? I turned around reflexively. Behind me stood a young woman no older than 20 looking at me shyly. Help. I approached, offering a friendly smile. Sure. How can I help? My name is Caro. It's a pleasure, Caro. My name is Belle, and as for the help. You see, my brother's birthday is coming up soon, and I came here to buy him a present. It's just that I don't really know his measurements. Then I saw you, and since you have a similar build to his, I was wondering if you could help me. I see, for a moment I thought it would be a scenario involving helping bullies, but it wasn't. Instead, it was something completely simple. Yes, with pleasure. Oh, thank you very much. I nodded, taking another step towards Karasen. She smiled, her cheeks slightly flushed. I'm sorry, but we're in a hurry. But then my hand was taken with some force, and along with that, Riveria's voice sounded right next to me. When was it that she? Miss, my husband and I have an appointment and we're running late. If you'll excuse us. Husband. Riviera ignored my confusion. Her expression was gentle, but I couldn't help but notice a slight displeasure in her body language and tone. Karasen blinked, showing confusion at Riveria's unexpected appearance, just like me. Riviera nodded in bewilderment. Yes, I'm his wife. Then, with your permission. Wait, Riviera, we're late. W8. I tried to break free from her grip, but Riviera gave me a reproachful look. The feeling in her eyes reflected her urgent need to get out of there. I was silent for a second, then I turned towards Karasen. I'm sorry, I won't be able to help you. My wife seems rather tired, haha. Okay, I'll find someone else. I wish you luck. Congratulate your brother for me, I'm sure he'll like whatever you choose. Karasen waved goodbye, looking somewhat disheartened. I turned my attention back to Riveria's hand, which was holding mine tightly and pulling me out of the tent. Once on the street, I asked, what was that? HMPH, did you want me to just stand there and watch them try to flirt with my husband? What are you talking about? She just wanted help too. I heard it, are you stupid or just pretending? There aren't many guys in the world with a physique like yours, idiot. She was clearly hitting on you using her brother as an excuse. That's too much. So did you think she was pretty? It's not too late, you can go back and invite her for coffee. I let out a long sigh. Although watching her act like that might be cute, it certainly wasn't a good idea to play along. It was better to change the subject. By the way, I didn't pay for this. I said worriedly, showing the clothes I'd taken from the store. Would an employee come running and yelling thieves? I had to go back and pay right now. Don't worry, I paid enough and left a tip before interrupting your flirting. I wasn't flirting. And thank you, you're really capable. Yes, unfaithful husband. Seriously, you won't let me forget it. I gave up fighting a battle that was lost from the start and we continued on our way. As it was getting late, we stopped to eat something before finally deciding to return to our island, or so we had in mind. There they are, that damn brat over there. The third-rate villain is back for round 2. It is well known throughout Marin that the residential area is inhabited mostly, if not entirely, by noble people and renowned merchants. The young man who shouted at Belle and tried to flirt with Riviera this morning was the son of one of those merchants. Born with a silver spoon in his mouth, getting whatever he wanted, doing whatever he pleased. Having lived this way for years, from his birth until now, believing he could conquer the world became a normal outcome. So when those kinds of people were denied something they wanted, and even received rude treatment, the reaction was never good. You bucking son of a bitch, I'll kill you and grape your wife in front of your dead body. Hey, you bastards, what the hell are you waiting for? Kill him and bring me that boar. It was also normal for the heir to a great merchant house to have several guards assigned to protect him. Their absence in the cafe this morning was purely due to the arrogance of the young man in question. In every sense of the word, he was a despicable bastard. The guards numbered a total of 20. From the perspective of civilians who witnessed the commotion, their rugged faces and burly bodies covered by expensive-looking suits made them appear formidable. From Bell's perspective, however, they seemed like amateurs who didn't know much about the world. Ironic coming from him, who until now had only known his hometown, Aario, the village where he rescued his goddess and Marin. This became problematic. It seems so. Did that kid just call me a slut? I'm tempted to freeze him to death. Okay, try to breathe and calm down, I'll take care of this. You're an unfaithful husband, but quite reliable, there you go again. Bell sighed and took a step forward, walking towards the guards and the young man whose face was distorted by anger. He continued to rant obscene nonsense, even though he knew there were children listening nearby. Bell narrowed his sharp, keen eyes, focusing on the image of this reckless boy. Was she supposed to be older than him? And yet she acted so childish. Bell wondered how these cruel, survival-deprived people had managed to survive for so many years. While thinking that, he concentrated a small amount of argonaut on the tip of his index finger. The closer he got, the more the guards drew their weapons, their threats clearly murderous. In the eyes hidden behind dark glasses, the hostility was unmistakable. Take one more step and you will die, one of them said. But that kind of warning didn't work on someone like Bell, who has been on the brink of death countless times. He took one step, then another, followed by another, and so on. The young son of the merchant family smiled from ear to ear, the veins in his eyes bulging with excitement. Finally, the brat who humiliated him would be dead, and as for the beauty behind him, I'll have fun with her until she breaks. However, Bell kept walking. The young man blinked. Why weren't his guards moving? Why was that brat still alive, walking towards him? Because. What the hell is wrong with you? Kill him. My father pays you a fortune. Make it count, you pieces of shit. His words fell on deaf ears. Actually, he wasn't being ignored, they just weren't listening to him. The guards were frozen with fear, unable to hear or make a sound. Their instincts told them that even blinking would kill them. The cold, heavy presence before them took their breath away with just a glance. His hands trembled idly. His whole being, governed by his basic instincts, begged, desperately demanded that he flee this very instant. But their bodies wouldn't respond. They were frozen, with barely enough strength to keep from falling to their knees and begging for mercy. The young man with white hair and blood-red eyes walked past them, and neither of them did anything to stop him. Money, what good was it if you couldn't spend it? They had wives and children waiting for them at home. Leave it, leave it. Instead of protecting a bastard, they chose to preserve their lives. Hey, Hick. Bell reached the young man who, despite being somewhat ignorant, was not blind enough not to see the miasma emanating from the body of the one he once called a brat. Her body began to tremble reflexively. In her eyes, once bloodshot and now trembling, was reflected the face of the white-haired boy. Those red eyes shone with a terrifying intensity. What is your name? Darien. My name is Darien, sir. Darien. Bell grabbed Darien by the shoulder. His left hand was enough to bring him to his knees and make him scream. His screams made the audience reflexively cover their ears. Anyone would have thought Darien's throat was now broken, considering how horribly he was screaming. What's wrong? I haven't done anything to you. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry, sir. It'll pay you whatever you want, but please let me live. You're being quite dramatic. If someone comes along and hears you, they'll think I'm the bad guy here. Seriously, stop yelling or I'll rip your throat out. Bell's cold, low words made Darien's face drain of color. Pale with fear, he forced his mouth shut. Bell's eyes made it clear he wasn't lying. If he kept this up, he really would rip his throat out. Darien broke out in a cold sweat. His body wobbled with tremors and chills. He was being reborn for the second time, but he didn't know if it would be a safe birth. Listen carefully, Darien. Unable to form words for fear of letting out an involuntary scream, Darien nodded vigorously and desperately. Bell approached and murmured. His voice was dry, emotionless, and irritated. The tickle of his breath felt like thousands of sharp blades caressing Darien's neck. Tell everyone, anyone stupid enough like you in that residential area, that if they dare to touch, look at, or mention my wife, I will cut off their hands, gouge out their eyes, and tear out their tongues. We just want to live peacefully. If you stay away, I won't do anything, but if you don't. Only then did Bell reveal his right ring finger. The tip shone with a beautiful white glow, and if one listened closely, one could hear a faint tinkling sound. Next time it'll be a full fist. Just like throwing a stone with the thumb and forefinger, Bell struck Darien's forehead with the Argonaut's covered finger. Although not fatal, the impact sent him flying the other way, crashing into some crates. The loud noise spread along with the dust, followed by a deafening silence. Darien never got up again. So having solved the problem, Bell returned to Riviera, took her hand, and they left. Of the numerous looks filled with awe, fear, and surprise, only one, which exuded admiration, caught Bell's attention. However, he did not turn around and continued walking alongside his wife, heading towards their boat. We took the groceries home and put them away. Then, as if it were the most natural thing in the world, Riviera pulled me toward the hot springs deep in the woods we called the garden. We followed a cobblestone path located behind the house. Various types of roses and flowers bloomed along the edges, and the air was filled with the fragrance of nature. For being artificial, they've put a lot of effort into it, Riviera said in an apparently happy tone. I didn't know why she was in such a mood, but I wasn't going to complain. Her warm hand was also quite soft, so I actually felt quite comfortable holding hands. It's getting late, shouldn't we leave the hot springs for tomorrow and cook something for dinner? Don't be boring, it'll only take about 30 minutes at most. Well, unless you want to drag things out. Nothing, look, we're almost there. Riviera pointed ahead. Just as he said, the end of the cobbled road was in sight. At that end there was a small, oriental-style bathhouse, made of wood and decorated with misshapen rocks. It had a dignified appearance of hot springs despite being artificial. It was like a small pool. The edges that held the hot water were stones joined together, forming a perfect circle. The depth didn't seem that great at first glance, and a pleasant vapor rose from the surface, emitting a light and comfortable heat. Wow, they're cute. Riviera walked briskly past the hot springs and into the small, oriental-style cabin. Inside were 2 cubicles, one for men and one for women. Although they were small, the interior was large enough for a person to move around comfortably. It also had a small shelf for clean water, hooks for hanging clothes, some drawers with towels, and a small wooden bench. Wash yourself before entering the hot springs. Hurry. Yes, yes. I heeded Riviera's words and undressed. Fortunately, she wasn't the type to stalk, so I was confident she wouldn't peek through the cracks in the boards between our cubicles. I slowly sprinkled water over my body, rinsing it off superficially. The water running over my skin reached the cobblestones, flowing into the small drain in the center. After doing this for 5 minutes, I stood up, wrapped a towel around my waist, and left the small cabin. But to my surprise, Riviera still had. Listening more closely, I could hear the water running and skin rubbing together. Was she still rinsing her body? And just a little while ago I was rushing. Riviera, aren't you finished yet? I went back into the cabin and knocked on his cubicle door. His answer came quickly. Give me a minute. Okay, I'll go in first then. Go ahead, go ahead. His tone made me suspicious. No, it couldn't be, could it? We just came to enjoy these hot springs a little before the staff arrived, not to do anything inappropriate. I took a deep breath and shook off my worries. Although Riviera had been quite proactive these past few days, she was still Riviera Eljas Alf, an elf of noble blood, and I could bet she wouldn't defile a place like this, nestled deep within nature. Free from worries, I walked towards the hot springs. The steam rising from the surface gave off a natural and gentle aroma, providing a peaceful sensation that relaxed my body's muscles. The herbs inside and outside the spring emitted their aroma, filling the place with an unnatural fragrance. Although the hot springs themselves were artificial, everything else was natural. This was clearly straight out of a fairy tale. In fact, the setting itself could be considered one that little spirits would visit at night. That was the feeling I got when I saw it a second time. Maybe being rich isn't so bad after all. I took the first step inside and slowly submerged myself. The depth was such that it reached above my knees while I was standing, and up to my neck once I settled in. A sigh of relief escaped my lips. The warmth of the water embraced my body, gentle, and all the stress accumulated throughout the day vanished. Like a bad dream, only that strange feeling remained. Maybe something bad happened, but I feel okay. The comfort was such that it freed me from any future worries which would resolve themselves in due time. Was this the reason Mikitasan loved hot springs so much? I was sure she would like this place. I should invite her out one of these days. I closed my eyes, immersing myself in the water and the pleasant sensation it provided. With each breath, the aroma of the medicinal herbs filled my nose, bringing a touch of drowsiness. My thoughts wandered freely, and although absent-minded, I could feel my lips curving into a pleasant smile. I could clearly say that this was life. Why did I have to suffer so much when I could have done this from the beginning? Something was very wrong with my past self. I opened my eyes and stopped my thoughts. The sky was visible through the trees and palm trees, leaving small gaps painted a beautiful blue. The sun's rays filtered through those gaps. What on earth am I thinking? Questioning my past actions is no different than questioning the reason behind them. I heard a soft birdsong in the distance. This place is truly a dream. Idiot. I closed my eyes once more and immersed myself completely. The hot water evaporated those bad thoughts. Without realizing it, I almost lost this battle. If I were to erase the sense of my past self then. Who was bellcranel? Who was I? Those questions would arise naturally. To learn about bellcranel, to learn about me, the past should not be forgotten. Because although steep, it was still the path I chose, the same one that brought me here. If one day I wanted to look back and learn from my mistakes, that path had to remain untouched. I didn't want to turn around one day and, like in a nightmare, see complete darkness behind me. Whether it's a path of blood, one of lament, of resentment, of happiness, of sadness, or all of the above, it had to stay there. Because it was the proof I needed to clarify my existence, and a clear and stark example of what happened if you ignored reality and let yourself be guided by ideals. Above all, it was proof of my mistakes. If something like that disappeared, he deeply feared repeating it. So I will never forget the path I have traveled so far. Approximately 5 minutes later, Riviera emerged from the cabin. A towel covered her body from her chest to the top of her thighs. She combed a lock of her hair, tucking it behind her ear. Water trickled down her neck, disappearing into the depths of her slightly raised neckline. Her skin took on a light reddish hue which looked seductive thanks to the warmth of the water. "I finished." "Is that so?" I was about to leave. Belle's joking tone surprised Riviera. She glanced ahead reflexively and Belle's relaxed, sleepy appearance came into view. He seemed to be enjoying those hot springs. Submerged up to his neck with a silly expression on his face and causing small splashes with the tapping of his feet. "Are you a child?" Riviera asked. Her eyes rolled back in disbelief. She also couldn't help feeling a little annoyed since after all the effort she had put into her appearance, Belle wasn't even looking at her. She pouted adorably, stopped looking at the heartless man she called a husband, and picked up the basket she had brought from home. Inside were fruits, a bottle of wine, slices of cheese, and dried meats. She spread a small blanket on the edge of the hot springs and carefully arranged the wine next to everything else. It took just long enough for Belle to open one of his eyes, taking a slight, subtle look. Seeing his wife displaying her beautiful thighs and slender legs, her wet skin, and the beautifully aligned curve of her buttocks, he almost spat out in surprise. The rolled-up towel provided enough coverage, but not enough to prevent the imagination from running wild. Belle's face turned completely red. The silly, relaxed expression disappeared, replaced by a shyness slightly mesmerized by Riveria's beauty. Her turning her back didn't help at all. The top revealed tiny crystalline drops running down her white skin with reddish tones, disappearing upon touching the towel, absorbed just as Belle was being absorbed by Riveria's gentleness. It was only for a few seconds, but the moment seemed to last forever. Ahem. Unable to watch any longer, Belle looked away and his face glowing with embarrassment said, "So that's what you had in the basket. They're just appetizers. If you don't want them, that's fine. I never said that. Is that right? What was going on?" Belle raised an eyebrow, confused by Riveria's distant tone. Even though he was within arm's reach, he didn't return her gaze either. Normally, in compromising situations like this, Riviera used her gaze, those beautiful jade eyes, to draw him to her. However, now she was focused on tidying things up. The strange thing was that once she finished tidying everything, she would do it all again, over and over again, avoiding showing his face. "Riviera, yeah, is everything all right?" "Of course it is. Why would there be anything wrong with that?" "If you say so." Yeah, Belle kept his attention on Riviera and slowly curved his lips into a smile. "Ha, as if I believed that." He emerged from the hot springs, careful not to make a sound. The wind rustling through the leaves of the trees and palms served as a distraction, as did even the distant birdsong. With just a couple of steps, Belle was within striking distance to hug Riviera from behind and pull her into the hot springs. "I've got you." W8 Belle T-fool. Taken by surprise, Riviera was unable to resist the force with which she was taken, and while screaming, she fell into the hot springs next to Belle. The depth wasn't that great, but it was enough for them to fully submerge. The humid heat engulfed Riviera, who reflexively surfaced, taking the air she had been missing due to the screams prior to her fall. Her hair clung to her face, tracing elegant jade-colored lines. She used her hands to clear her vision and brush her hair back. The water cascaded down onto the restless surface of the hot springs. Although in that fleeting moment, the slowness of her body exuded an aura of mysticism, like a fairy deep within a magical forest. Belle emerged from the water like a crocodile. He captured the exact moment of Riveria's wet body, her posture, her movements, the smallest detail. Suddenly, Riviera looked at him, her eyes, like precious gems of the highest quality, focused on the head that was emerging slightly above the surface. "Is she angry?" Belle became cautious, but that same caution didn't last long. This was because, being sensitive to glances, she noticed that Riveria's wasn't filled with anger. Instead, how to put it, she felt strangely shy. Confused, he emerged completely, the water reaching up to the beginning of his abdomen, and approached Riviera. "Riviera, you." Just as she thought, Riviera was acting unusually shy. Standing motionless, the only thing Belle could clearly see besides his wife's beautiful body was the intense blush covering her face and ears. Riviera avoided eye contact at all costs. If Belle turned to look at her, she would turn completely around and turn her back on him. This went on for at least 5 minutes. "What's happening?" Belle exclaimed, completely panicked. Had he done something to upset her? No matter how much she thought about it, she couldn't find anything wrong with his most recent actions. Eventually, somewhat discouraged, he scratched his hair and offered an apology. "I don't know what I did, but I'm sorry. We can go back if you want and make something for dinner." "No, oh no, I meant." Riviera took a couple of steps back, finally facing Belle. Just a moment ago, she had grabbed his arm, asking him not to leave the hot springs, and now, playing with her fingers like a child consumed by shame, she was simply gently averting her gaze. Belle remained silent. He was absorbed in how beautiful Riviera could be. She was usually bold and exuded a mature aura that said, "I will guide you," but now she acted like this, asking to be guided. Riviera glanced occasionally at Belle, blinking and looking away again. The charm of her dancing eyelashes was dazzling. He did it a couple of times, and after a few seconds, he took the top edge of the towel wrapped around his body. Bell was startled to see that dangerous movement, so much so that he wanted to step forward and stop her. If I were to receive a visual stimulus of Riveria's divine body right now. All right, Riveria's voice stopped him. His tone didn't sound suggestive, rather like his appearance it seemed shy. I just want to show you something. No, but. I said it's fine. Riveria's hands moved nimbly, grasping the edge of the towel and unrolling it. She opened it at the sides, exposing her body.
That.
Bell tried to look away, however, he did notice the strange dark tones on Riveria's skin. Sweet, hexy, and charming, lace lingerie, do you like it? Bell was unable to respond. To say that he was barely able to formulate words was not an exaggeration. He was mesmerized by how good Riveria's body looked, showing off such daring and hexy lingerie. A hipster-style panty with lace covered her lower body, while a semi-transparent bralette covered her chest. The one on her chest covered most of it, but the dark transparency revealed the white skin of Riveria's breasts, as well as her lovely nipples. The pantyhose, on the other hand, didn't really do anything to cover what it was supposed to cover. It seemed to be meant for the hips instead of that area. Riveria's backside was fully exposed, accentuated by the lace. Her buttocks were painted a lovely reddish hue thanks to the warmth of the hot springs. As for the front, well,
I can see it.
Riviera lowered her gaze, emitting a vapor unlike that of the hot springs. Of course, she was aware of how daring this outfit was. It wasn't for nothing that she was acting so shy. She also knew that her most private part, although covered by fabric, was still transparent. Behind that transparency, you could see his garden. Smooth appearance and boasting a pinkish tone, completely free of any pubic hair. Although the steam from the hot springs did a great job of obscuring it, someone with top-level dynamic vision like bellcranel could see it clearly.
Say something.
Riviera couldn't bear the shame and covered her lower body with both hands as if protecting something sacred. Bell blinked and returned to reality thanks to that subtle, shy movement. It wasn't as if it was his first time seeing that beautiful place, but he couldn't get used to it. It was impossible not to be mesmerized every time. It's cute. But now was not the time to get trapped in that dreamlike place. He had to respond to Riviera and acknowledge her effort in what she had just done. If he didn't forget about being frozen, the divorce papers would most likely be signed. However, even though she gave an acceptable answer, Riviera continued to wait for him with an anxious feeling in her eyes. As if to say, so what? Bell fell to his knees, utterly defeated. The warm sensation of the water reaching his chest did nothing to bring him the serenity he needed now. It's hexy, that's all, extremely hexy. And, on the verge of crying blood, Bell gave up and shouted out his deepest thoughts. He's so hexy, erotic and lascivious, I like him too much. I could look at you for days and not get tired. Good, I said it. Are you satisfied? Like a believer praying to a god, Bell looked at Riviera from his position. The sun's rays that filtered through the trees and palm trees bathed the majestic figure of the elf, accentuating her curvy and well-defined body. Her thighs, her abdomen, and her most private part was right in front of Bell, emitting a captivating aroma. Fufu, yes, I'm satisfied. Riviera smiled happily. Her lips curved into a cute, involuntary smile, and seeing her foolish husband fascinated by her body, she bent down towards him. So. Slowly, Riviera backed him up to the edge of the hot springs, pinning him against the wall and climbing on top of him. Their lower bodies, submerged in the warm water, rubbed against each other. Riviera's breasts pressed against Bell's chest, and their lips, craving each other's warmth, slowly drew closer. I will reward your honesty, my handsome husband. Riviera, we can't.
Associate.
Riveria's long, fragile finger pressed against Bell's lips, silencing his attempts to escape. I won't let you run away this time, you cowardly husband. Okay, I promise to stop if things escalate, so just for today, take care of your wife's needs, please.
Look, just look at her.
If he gave her that look, even if he wanted to, she couldn't refuse. So accepting reality, Bell surrendered to Riveria's charms and let himself be carried away by the atmosphere. Her lips, formerly pressed by Riveria's finger, could now feel the softness of her lips, overflowing with desire and intense feelings. His thoughts became clouded, and being guided by Riveria's hands, he ended up caressing the cute and hexy butt that was within his reach. Aha.
MHOGN.
The two had a fun time, enjoying the hot springs, good wine, and passionate kisses. My ovulation ended 3 days later. I omitted any in-depth explanation for Bell, simply saying, there are certain days when my libido grows to such an extent that it is difficult for me to control it.
What?
Bell's response was, is it similar to being in heat? After that, I hit him hard and left him to sleep on the sofa. Although there were many more rooms besides the main one, I forbade him from using them. One night was enough because without the warmth of my chest, he could no longer fall asleep due to the nightmares that tormented him. It hurt to see him stay up so late, but it was a deserved punishment. Besides, that same night we slept together again, and I let him enjoy a peaceful sleep nestled between my breasts. But he summed it up pretty well, even though I hate to admit it. This didn't happen before. I mean, I always experienced ovulation after my period, but it was never as intense as it is now. Before it was enough to drink a relaxing tea and sleep all day, but now my body would get extremely hot and ask me to get closer to Bell. As if my body knew that he was the one who could soothe my needs. Thanks to listening to him, we almost crossed the line several times during these 3 days. However, we didn't just play and flirt with each other during these 3 days. It turns out that, to my surprise, I made an impressive discovery. Bell. Bell, you 5 more minutes. Fufu, you're asleep, huh? I discovered that Bell talks in his sleep at night, and according to my research, everything he says is the absolute truth. Tell me, Bell, Awa. His sleepy gestures were cute, and his silly expression fascinated me more and more. Especially the clear displeasure she shows every time I pull her face away from between my breasts. Her expression conveyed her refusal to let go of the warmth of my chest. However, I had to do this quickly. Do you like my breasts? Yeah, how much? Very much, I like them a lot. More than my ass, Bell. No, Fufu, so you like my ass more than my boobs. I knew it, you're a pervert. I like your ass, I love it. It's hexy, soft, and warm. This stupid butt lover, seriously. Well, as long as he limited himself to touching mine, I had no problem putting up with this fetish. Since he's been honest, maybe I'll let him play with it for a while tomorrow. That reminds me that not too long ago I had a wet dream related to this. I quickly remembered that dream, and naturally I blushed completely. After all, in that wet dream, I displayed an appearance unworthy of a lady and asked to be penetrated in that dirty and immoral place. No, it can't be. I shook my head quickly, making that distant dream even more distant and never return again. But if I thought about it, isn't it possible that his fondness for butts will lead him to ask to do it there someday in the future? If that happens, I would have to refuse, absolutely. I looked at the clock hanging on the wall and seeing the hands moving forward, I regained my composure and returned to the interrogation. So, he had to reduce his liking for butts if he wanted to avoid a situation where he asked for anal hex. At any cost. If something as big as that were to fit in that place, then I would. I would break down, Bell. What can I do to make you like my breasts more than my ass? Time was passing. I felt a terrible pressure in my chest. The only negative thing about the discovery of Bell talking in his sleep was how ridiculously short the time was, as well as the exact time, 4:30 in the morning. From that moment on, it was very likely he would answer my questions. The problem was that after a minute that possibility would vanish, ridiculous just like its growth. The idea that she wouldn't answer was crushing me, even knowing that I could ask again the following night. Bell, answer. Big, finally, yes. Big, what do you mean by big if your breasts are bigger than hehe? Man's dog, are you saying my breasts are small? So you weren't a lover of butts, but a conformist lover of big breasts who was satisfied with his wife's butt because of how small her breasts were. How dare you? You idiot, die, unable to contain the anger that made my blood boil, I hit the abdomen of the degenerate I had as a husband as hard as I could. He woke up startled, clutching his stomach and writhing on the bed in pain. What the hell, huh? Riviera, did you just hit me? When he became aware of the situation, he turned towards me ready to surreptitiously claim. However, go away, go sleep on the sofa, to the sofa. No, why, what did I do? Go sleep on the couch, you stupid big tight-loving rabbit. Unable to cope with my fury, Bell left the room and went downstairs. I forbade him from using any of the other rooms, and of course he obeyed. Seeing him give off a depressing aura made me feel bad, but this punishment was necessary. To say that my breasts are small. Man's dog, just you wait, tomorrow I'll put so much sugar in your coffee that you'll spit out rainbows. 2 days later we talked about the situation and resolved the problem with a little physical closeness. Bell was so tired from lack of sleep that the moment I held him close to my chest, he fell into a deep sleep. My stupid husband kept saying he didn't like my breasts, but he couldn't sleep without them. This was no different from addiction. After suffering through 2 sleepless nights and 2 mornings with disgustingly sweet coffees, Riviera and I finally sorted out our problems. Apparently, I made the stupid mistake of talking in my sleep and saying that it would be great if her breasts were big. Idiot. Well, I couldn't deny it. Riviera's breasts are lovely, considered perfect, but I couldn't deny the desire rooted deep within me. That was, of course, that they should be a little, just a tiny bit bigger. Anyway, it's today, isn't it? The day servitude will arrive. The promised week arrived. It was 2 days ago that Riviera and I resolved our marital problems, and since everything was now rosy, the atmosphere between us was perfect for welcoming the new employees. She wore a long summer dress, a wide-brimmed hat, and comfortable-looking sandals. He stood beside me, took my hand, and waited with me until the ship arrived. About 5 minutes later, the boat arrived and people got off one after another. There were approximately 30 of them, men and women. As Riviera requested, the group consisted of senior citizens. The youngest person appeared to be a woman around 38 years old. That's what I thought until I got to the end of the line. All the servants formed a horizontal line in front of us, and at the end of it, I couldn't help but notice a little girl dressed as a maid. His suit was somewhat worn and patched, his face dirty and his hair disheveled. He looked to be no more than 7 years old. Riviera, I know. We walked to the end of the line and reached the girl. She looked at us, raising her gaze and focusing on our figures with her large, round, dull eyes. She couldn't be a Palom, could she? She exuded a different aura than Lily, how to say it. She was exactly as she looked, a little girl. She exuded that unmistakable childlike quality. However, he could also sense a stark reality in the dimmed brightness of her eyes. Riviera bumped my side with his elbow, and while enduring the pain, I ducked and gave a friendly smile. Excuse me, may I ask your name? The girl forced a wide smile. Her chubby cheeks gave her an adorable appearance, but the dust on them exuded a significant sadness. My name is Mesa. Oh no, I meant Melissa. The girl Melissa urgently covered her mouth. Beads of sweat trickled down her forehead, showing a clear fear of being discovered. Well, he didn't choose a very good costume. I looked at Riviera, and she returned my gaze with a slight nod. I went back to see Melissa and, trying to be as kind as possible, stroked her disheveled hair and welcomed her. I have high hopes for you, Melissa. Yes, why yes, young master, Melissa will do her best. I nodded in agreement with her enthusiasm and stood up once more. I took Riviera's hand and we walked back inside the cabin, the servants following behind. From here, Riviera would take charge of assigning the head maid and establishing each person's duties. As for me, I glanced at Melissa, who was looking around the house with great excitement. To her eyes, it must have looked like a castle. He ran back and forth, but when he noticed he was attracting attention, he stood as still as a statue without even moving his eyes. Her adorable attitude made me smile. I'll have to look into her. However, it was still unusual for her to have arrived at this place. Nor could it have been a mistake on Anna's part. She was usually very efficient at her job. I couldn't shake this bad feeling.
Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video, please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.